Princess Urenica of Livovny, who was taken hostage by the large nation of Belcourt, waits with bated breath for Urdian, the king of Belcourt. The king came and said, Princess Urenica dashes towards him. After reaching, she excitedly said, I've been waiting for you, and then she calls, De Kalb's dad. The king looks her for a moment and then asks, Who's what? Regretting what she said. Oops, why'd I say that? Stupid mouth, stupid mouth. Observing that the king doesn't look angry, she chuckles and said, I mean, Your Majesty, would you marry me? The king was in disbelief hearing that. He said, Princess. She was sniffling and had her hopes high. She replied, Yes. The king responds, I did not abduct you to marry you. I know that. She replies. He asks, Then why did you ask? Why? She glances at him. Because, she blushes and said, I'm totally in love with you, Your Majesty. From the moment I first saw you. The king declined. No, I don't love you, Princess. And more importantly, you know I am engaged. Laughing it off, she said. But you said she wasn't your fiancé, he responded. Well, true. I suppose it's more like she is a future candidate to become my fiancé. Hearing that, Urenica thinks in her mind. See? I know that. Who do you think you're fooling? She then said. Yes. I suppose there's no knowing what the future brings. However, do you love Lady Elodia, Your Majesty? She inquires. He admits. I can't really say that I do. She asked. Then why won't you give me a chance? He glances at her and asked, Is there a reason that I should? She replied. Because I like you. He added. I don't know if that's true. Shocked from his reply, Urenica thinks. I said I like you? I even said I love you. What other reason do you need? She explained. If you marry me, you'll gain a lot more than if you married Lady Elodia. He asked, for example. She replied. I hold the title for the western region of Livovny, the breadbasket of our country. I'm sure you know of that region's reputation as land blessed by the goddess. He countered. Belcourt also has plenty of fertile lands, she continued. Anne, as the much-beloved youngest princess, my father will give you a handsome dowry, so much that you'll be unable to refuse. He countered again. Is a princess of Livovny actually concerned about the state coffers of Belcourt? She added. If you marry me, my father will immediately open up Gluckman Road. He again countered. Gluckman Road? I have a feeling he'll open the road soon, even if I don't marry you. Urenica felt defeated and despair. She thinks in her mind. It's moments like this that make me feel sad my country is small. If only he knew why I was doing this, he'd accept my proposal on the spot. So frustrating. I'm trying to save you here. If you marry Lady Elodia, a horrible villain will be born. That woman will raise your son to follow the evil path of dark magic. And as the father of the villain, you'll be murdered by your own son when you turn 40. Clenching her fists, she thinks. But if I say that, he'll either interrogate me to find out how I knew those things, or he'll think I'm insane. I really didn't want to have to do this, but... Resolving herself, she quickly turns and asks, Don't you think I'm pretty? He immediately answered, I don't know. I'm not sure. Hearing that in disbelief, Urenica wonders. What? The king chuckles and said, I've never seen a proposal like this, so it's refreshing. But I wish you'd understand that I have no intention of marrying you, princess. I'm not the type to get married if there's no love. He shrugs, hearing that Urenica was fuming and in shock. Dude, you just said you don't love Lady Elodia, he added. And now, I want to try loving her the best I can. What? She exclaims. He said. I'll return you to Livovny as soon as the king opens access to Gluckman Road. Good day. As soon as he said that, he turns and walks away. After he left, Urenica was standing there trembling with anger. She thinks in her mind, Put up all the walls you want, but I won't give up so easily. There's a reason why I'm trying so hard to make the king of Belcourt marry me. I was actually transported to the world of a web novel I was reading, specifically 20 years before the main story takes place. I'm trying to stop the birth of the novel's villain and the tragedy that's about to befall the characters. At the same time, I'm trying to save myself from my own character's fate of dying within 5 years after her body reacts badly to magic. The only person who can save me is King Eurydion, but he totally rejected me. My desperate attempts to save the both of us from becoming tragic supporting characters begin with the villain's father turning me down with no hesitation. Urenica asks, What are you going to name her, Teresa? Duke Levon already has a name, I bet. What did he say? Teresa thinks for a moment, and then replied, Bridget! Hearing that, Urenica coughs. She said, Bridget? That's a pretty name. While blushing, Teresa asks, doesn't it sound like a good name? Urenica replied, totally. It's cute. She concludes, Bridget. That confirmed everything. I was in the world of Bridget Wants to Be Happy, a web novel I was reading in my world before I died. And right now, Teresa is carrying the protagonist of that web novel. She tells, I first woke up in this body about 8 months ago. When I opened my eyes, I had skin as white as snow, fluffy light pink hair like sweet cotton candy, and clear, pale blue eyes. I was a total beauty. So pretty. Looking in the mirror, she asks, is this really me? As she spoke, she realized, was I just talking in a strange language? As she was wondering, Teresa came barging. She asked, Urenica, are you okay? Urenica got blinded by Teresa's beauty. The maids asked, Your Highness, did something happen? Urenica was shocked after hearing, Your Highness? Because she didn't realize yet who she was. Teresa asks, I heard you scream. You scared me. Are you sick or something? Come on, Yenny. Don't look at me like a stranger. Urenica was still in shock. What? That's when she met her so-called sister. She wonders, looking at maids. Are those maid costumes? Teresa asks, Really, what happened? She replied, Nothing. She wonders seriously. What the heck is happening right now? Then she asked, But who are you? And where am I? Teresa and all the maids were shocked after hearing that. Bakiuste thinks that Urenica lost her memory. The room was in chaos. One of the maids shouted, Get the king! No, the royal physician! Your Majesty! The princess has lost her memory. Teresa asked, Yenny, what are you saying? After a few minutes, her mother and father came. They were crying after hearing the news that Urenica lost her memory. Her mother asks, Urenica, oh dear Yenny, do you not remember your own mother? She recalls her past life memories. What are we going to do with that girl? Do you want to take care of her? As you know, I have a family of my own to take care of. She was wondering as to what happened. Some people showed up saying they were my parents, but I don't really have anyone I can call family. She wonders, what is this place? Where the heck did I end up? She recalls her past life. I thought I died in that accident. I was on the bus, sitting by the window, reading this very web novel. Then, the whole bus suddenly lurched, and with a huge crash, I lost consciousness, and I woke up here. She concludes, I was grateful enough to still be alive. But a princess? And a pretty one? But something feels off. It feels kind of like déjà vu. This place should be unfamiliar to me, but strangely, it's like I've heard of all this before. While she was busy in her thoughts, a guard came and bowed. He introduced himself. Princess, I am Fernando Cardona, your personal guard. She asks, Huh? What did you say your name was? He replied, Fernando Cardona, your royal highness. Hearing the word Cardona, she remembers, huh? I've definitely heard that name before. Remembering the novel she read, she shrugs it off. Nah, it couldn't be. Ha, Fernando asked, pardon? She said, there's no way. Cardona? I see my imagination is running wild. She remembers, I did see that name before. But where? In a web novel. She asked him, do you have a son? Or a brother? She remembers, there's one person I know with the name Cardona. He was the male protagonist of the web novel I was reading before I died. The heart-stoppingly handsome knight, Alexio Lazaro Cardona. Fernando replied, a son? Your Highness, I'm not married yet, and I'm an only child. Urenica thinks, familiar words. And names. No wonder they all sounded so familiar. These are all from the web novel Bridget Wants to Be Happy. She wonders, am I really in that world? And from what I can tell, I'm currently in the story before the main characters are born. As she was busy thinking, Fernando asks, are you all right, Princess Urenica? She suddenly remembers, wait, doesn't this novel begin with my sister Teresa being kidnapped while she's pregnant? That's right. Unluckily, it seems, I managed to be transported to this world right when the future's misfortunes are set into motion. After realizing she's in the world inside the novel, she was thinking, no way. No way. This is nonsense. Seriously, this is insane. None of this makes any sense at all. How the heck did I end up in another person's body? Strangely though, I feel like all the pieces are coming together now. On the continent of Riger, there sat a large neighboring country that could easily crush our small nation. That would be the powerhouse of the East, Belcourt. In the story, it's the great king of Belcourt who kidnaps my older sister, Teresa. He invades Livigny, abducts her, and holds her against her will. She shudders as she thinks that. It's absolutely despicable, but if you read the novel, he's actually a character you feel bad for. That's because he meets an unfortunate end when he's tragically killed. She sobs while remembering. That's why I bawled my eyes out when his character died. She recalls as to when the character died. Why? How can you take him away like that? Come on, writer! But even though I felt sorry for him, I'm still scared. Am I scared because he's the ruler of a powerful nation? Or am I scared because this fictional character is suddenly real? Either way, Teresa's kidnapping is the opening act of the original story. It's also the beginning of the disastrous events that befall the generation of the main character's parents. It's a passionate yet strange love story about a princess and her guard. Bridget wants to be happy. The web novel I'm now living in has 3 main characters. The female protagonist, Bridget, daughter of Princess Teresa of Livigny. The male protagonist, Bridget's guard, Alexio, and finally, there's the villain, the tyrannical King DeKalb de Belcourt. In Bridget Wants to Be Happy, the main plot revolves around the 2 protagonists healing the traumas of their sad childhoods. In other words, their parents' generation was doomed. We're not just talking about a few bad things happening. They were all doomed to die young. From the kidnapping in the opening, they had already lost all chance of living anything close to an uneventful life. Bridget's father, Duke Levon, dies in battle trying to get his pregnant wife back. Teresa receives the news while in a country far from home and collapses from the shock. This results in Bridget's premature birth, weeks ahead of the anticipated date. Talks between Belcourt and Livigny break down, so Bridget and her mother are sent back to Livigny when Bridget is 10 years old. DeKalb, heartbroken and enraged at Bridget leaving, begins to use black magic, becoming a villain who can manipulate the souls of the dead. A year after Bridget leaves, when DeKalb turns 11, he kills his own father, the King of Belcourt, using him as a sacrifice in a magic ritual, all because he wanted to become king so he could take over Livigny and regain Bridget. I feel so bad for DeKalb's dad, but no, he's still scary. Meanwhile, Teresa returns to her home country but dies from a plague 2 years later. She counts, that's already 3 people dead in this story. It's truly dreadful. There's Teresa, her husband Duke Levon, and DeKalb's father, the King of Belcourt. Oh, and finally, Fernando, the father of Alexio and my guard, loses an eye and a leg in the war. At this point, the parents' generation is laid to waste by tragedy after tragedy. In comparison, the story of the web novel is a refreshing coming-of-age tale about 2 characters healing from this past. A totally sweet romance story. If I were still reading the web novel, I could dismiss all this as some sad backstory. But shockingly enough, it's now reality. This has to be a dream. I'm in denial. The real me must be lying in a hospital bed in a coma right now from the accident. Or maybe I was abducted by aliens. At first, I didn't accept this as reality. But I can't escape the truth anymore. I'm living a second life. Teresa is far along in her pregnancy, which means Belcourt will come barging in any time now. Teresa asks, "Eurenica, why are you staring at me like that?" While startled, Eurenica replied, "What?" "Nothing," Teresa said. "You're making me feel self-conscious." Eurenica said, "It's just a little hard to accept that little Bridget will be born soon." Later she resolved, "Yeah, I can't just sit here and do nothing. Who else can do something about this besides me? I know everything about this story. I'll do whatever it takes to stop this tragedy from happening." She devised plans. Plan A: stop Belcourt from invading Livigny. Let's break down the cause and effect. Why does Belcourt invade Livigny? I don't know. I hit a block already. It's not like the parents' stories were all that detailed in the web novel. The only thing I remember are, Livigny refused to fulfill the conditions of an agreement, and this obviously angered the King of Belcourt. She wonders, so what in the world was the agreement? Fernando asked. "Princess Eurenica, is something the matter? You don't look too well," she replied. "I'm worried about your right leg and left eye," he asked. "Pardon?" While waving her hand she said, "Never mind. It's nothing." She thinks, "It's not like you'd understand." "I mean, how could you understand?" She then asked him, "Hey, Fernando, did Livigny and Belcourt sign any kind of treaty or agreement?" He answered, "With Belcourt? Are you speaking of the Gluckman Treaty?" Eurenica wonders. "The Gluckman Treaty?" She then asked. "Did you say the Gluckman Treaty?" Fernando added. In exchange for Livovny opening access to Gluckman Road, Belcourt promised to provide us with magical ore from Ezekiel, she recalls. The Gluckman Treaty. I'm pretty sure I read that when the characters in the original novel talked about what was going on between the countries. That's it. She paused for a moment. Her mind was racing. So that means the king of Livovny broke the agreement first? Bold moves for the king of a small country. The king who is now my dad, she concludes. I got it. I just need to make sure he upholds the treaty. Fernando stammered, confused as she rushed past him. Why, Your Highness? Where are you going? He called after her, Princess Eurenica. She was taking her steps as fully determined to resolve this, she said in her mind. Sorry, Ferdy. I think I have no choice but to become the hidden hero who saves this kingdom. She barges in and calls, Father. Her father replied. Oh, Eurenica, sweetie. What brings you running to my? She gets close to him, stomping. Her father gets shocked as she calls. Father, about the Gluckman Treaty. After realizing that she had come on too strong. That came out a little too bold. She tells, I knew my father's weakness was my sweet charm. So I switched tactics and turned on the cute factor. She calls, Father. He replied. Yes, sweetheart? Doting her. She said. About the Gluckman Treaty. First her father didn't said anything. She again said, the Gluckman Treaty. Her dismissed with a roll of his eyes. Oh, that? Her father turns her head to the other side and awkwardly said, Now, no need to worry your pretty little head over complicated matters of state, sweetheart. It'll just give you a headache. Looking at that, Eurenica wonders, what the heck was that supposed to mean? She asked. You're not thinking of doing anything funny, are you? Her father asked. What do you mean, anything funny, Eurenica? Feeling a shudder creep down her spine, she realized and no. She screams, Father, leaving him shocked. 3 hours later, she said to her father, I couldn't believe. So you're telling me you closed off Gluckman Road? For 2 years? Her father averted his eyes, clearing his throat. Belcourt doesn't produce magical ore, but they need it to protect their borders and for their capital city. Therefore, trade with ore-rich Ezekiel is necessary. That's why Belcourt did everything to secure rights to use Gluckman Road. It's the quickest way to Ezekiel. But with the recent discovery of a large amount of magical ore in Ezekiel, trade exploded, and my father became greedy. Her father realized, oh, if I play my cards right, I can easily make a lot of money. Let's change the conditions of the treaty. The cost for allowing access to Gluckman Road isn't just a set amount of magical ore, but 10% of the entire amount traded. She scolded her father in her mind. You're a total bully. For the past 50 years, Livovny had received 100 magic ores per payment. Now, father was basically demanding 1,000, with no prior agreement. Realizing all of this, she asked her father, Aren't you afraid of Belcourt retaliating? He waved off, unconcerned. No matter how much of a powerhouse Belcourt is, we're all part of the Rigor Peace Treaty. There's no way they'll attack us. She realized that her father is the reason why the peacekeeper of this continent, Belcourt, lost patience. She was at her wit's end. She asked again, Are you really not going to reopen Gluckman Road? Why should I, sweetheart? He asked with a smile. She stormed away, frustrated beyond belief. Earg, is this guy for real? She failed before she even had a chance to get started. Later, while walking in the garden, she felt defeated thinking about it. She was fuming. Teresa asked while concerned, Eurenica? Is something wrong? You're sighing so much. She tried to brush it off. No, nothing's wrong. Teresa asked again. If anything's bothering you, you have to tell me, she replied. It's nothing. She thinks, I don't want to cause undue concerns while she's pregnant. Teresa said, Whatever happens, you can count on your big sister. I'll do anything to help my Yenny. Eurenica considers, Teresa, you're an angel, she said, grabbing Teresa's hand. No, you count on me. I'll make sure nothing happens to you, Teresa. She thinks, if Plan A failed, then I'd have to resort to Plan B. Plan B, stop the King of Belcourt from abducting Teresa. While feeling determined, she thinks, if I couldn't stop the invasion, I could at least keep her from being taken. But when exactly does Belcourt invade? She quickly made her way to Duke Levin's castle, to meet his younger brother, Sergei Levin, her childhood friend. He asked, What in the world are you doing here? Why aren't you at the palace? She replied, Did he have any idea of all the things going on in my mind? He replied sarcastically, No, I doubt you have much going on in there. but she knew the only way to prepare for the future was to stay by Teresa's side and protect her. A few days ago, she was wondering as to remember when does Belcourt invade. She read it but couldn't remember. She resolved that she can't keep Teresa at the palace. She's a married woman. Sergei sighed. Not that you were ever really ladylike, but you've been acting out of control the past few months. Sergei shook his head while saying, Who'd believe that I was a princess? She replied, If you don't shut up, I'll make you. The people around her didn't notice anything's off, because Urenica and the current Urenica had similar personalities. She wonders, why couldn't I have become some random nameless background character? She thinks, if I knew this would happen, I would have paid more attention to the background story. As she faced Sergei, she said, Sir, promise me, when the time comes, you have to come save me. He raised an eyebrow. Why would I have to come save you? She replied as she giggles. A time will come when you'll have to, knowing what the future held. That's exactly what happens in the first scene of the novel. She recalls the scene from novel. Urenica, we have to go. Let go, sir. What about Teresa? She concludes. All I have to do is make sure Teresa hides somewhere. Of course, I have to hide someplace safe too, but in case things go wrong. Then looking at him, she said, I'm counting on you, Sergei. He rolled his eyes, saying, There you go, saying strange things again. But there was one thing I had forgotten: the king of Belcourt would abduct a princess, and Teresa wasn't the only princess of Livovny. Back at the palace, her mother asked, What did the royal physician say? Teresa replied, He said there's nothing to worry about, while assured her mother said, Oh, that's good to hear. As they were talking, Urenica was feeling nervous and anxious. A strange feeling crept over her. Something felt off. She wonders, what's this bad feeling that suddenly came over me? She thought, maybe I'm just being sensitive from being on guard the past few days. But the nervousness only grew. She tried to shake it off, but it wouldn't leave. Her heart started racing. She thinks I'm nervous, but something's making me really nervous about today. Her heart wouldn't slow down. As she was busy thinking worries, her father said to Teresa, Make sure you look at and listen to good things for the baby. Teresa said with a smile of chaos. Urenica jumped to her feet. I gotta do something. She grasped her arm and said, Teresa, let's go back. You shouldn't be outside for too long. Teresa said. But Yenny, we've barely been here for 2 hours, she insisted, pulling her gently. 2 hours is more than enough. Her mother and father were surprised by her actions. He asked, What's wrong? Urenica responded, Teresa gets tired easily if she's out and about too long. She said to Teresa, I'll get you home. Let's go. Hearing that, her mother said, Oh dear, I thought you were all right, Teresa. While leaving, Urenica waves and said, You should all stay in the palace today. Promise, her father said as she hurried away. Get home safe. As they were leaving, suddenly they heard a voice. Find her, she wonders. What's going on? As they heard marching of soldiers, a guard shouted, We're under attack. Urenica was still wondering. No, is it the Belcourt army? I should look into becoming a fortune teller. Her heart pounded even harder. Yenny, what is this? Teresa asked, her voice shaking. Urenica pulled her along. There's no time. This way, Teresa calls. Yenny! As she was being dragged. But Urenica wasn't listening. She was in a hurry to hide Teresa. Teresa said, Yenny! Urenica, please. Mother and father are. They'll be fine. Urenica interrupted her. She thinks, indeed in the story, absolutely nothing happens to them. King Eurydion takes Teresa and leaves. They reach the hidden passage just in time. She peeked around the corner before explaining quickly. Teresa, she pointed to the floor. Go in here. She tells in her mind this is the secret passage that Bridget discovers as a kid. Showing her the way, she said, See that small knob sticking out of the floor? When the soldiers come in here, quickly press that. Then you'll slide all the way down to the basement. As she went inside, Teresa calls Urenica. Urenica told her, Stay in there and don't come out, okay? Teresa asked while tears dropped down from her eyes. At least explain what's going on. What is this all about? She concludes. There's no way the both of us are fitting in there. I'll just have to go find the second secret passage. As she closes the secret passage, she said, Just worry about Bridget right now. Teresa calls one last time. Urenica! She shoved her in. After that, she thinks, I need to hurry before the soldiers rush in. Peeking through a small gap, she sighed in relief. There. Now Teresa is safe. I'll see you later, she whispered as she turned to leave. Tears were falling from Teresa's face. The sound of swords clashing echoed through the hall. Eurenica panicked. Oh no! They're already in here? Holy crap, this is totally serious. She was hiding from the soldiers behind the pillars. She needed to go to the east wing of the palace if she wanted to get to the second secret passage. She was wondering, should I even go there? Or should I just wait here for Sergei? She hesitated, torn between running to the east wing to reach the second secret passage and waiting for Sergei to find her. She remembers, what could Sergei possibly do to save me? He doesn't know where I am. Late in the game, she realized that breaking from the original plot means she can't trust things to work out like it did in the web novel. As she was sobbing, she resolved that it's not that far. I should just make a run for it. Wiping her tears, she gathered her courage. Alright, no one's looking. She cautiously moved forward, thinking the coast was clear. I don't think anyone's looking now. While she was hoping from pillar to pillar someone was looking at her. Suddenly, she froze, realizing that the person was looking at her. His gaze was sharp. She stops and tries to cover her breath with her hand and wonders, what? How long was he looking? The person went towards her, and she trembles as he gets close. She sits down while trembling behind the pillar as her heart raced. She prayed that he just walk by. She thinks, Sergei, now would be a good time for you to come save me. If you show up, I'll give you 100 kisses. Please show up. The person gets close to her, and both of them looks at each other. Standing before her was a man with shiny silver hair and red bedroom eyes glinted with amusement. The person said, looking at her, pink hair and light blue eyes? Got you, Princess Eurenica of Livovny, he said smugly. Her heart sank. The King of Belcourt. No! Sergei, you jerk, she thought desperately. The King of Belcourt abducts Eurenica and lifts her up on his shoulder. He put her on his shoulder and starts walking. Eurenica thinks, I'm screwed. Why is the ground above my head and the sky below my feet? She starts counting, 1 brick, 2 brick. When their soldiers saw the king taking her, they shouted from behind, Princess Eurenica, unhand the princess, you brute. The soldiers came rushing to them and attacked them. The King of Belcourt kicked a soldier, while the other were confronted by his soldiers. TSK, such a nuisance. Eurenica's stomach was hurting. She thinks, I said I wanted to stop Teresa's abduction, not take her place. Suddenly Sergei came running, calling her name, Eurenica. Seeing him running towards her, she shouted, Sergei, what took you so long, you big jerk? Eurydion was fighting with soldiers while carrying Eurenica. Eurenica sniffles and said, Excuse me? Mr. Belcourt, sir? Hey, could you put me down, please? Eurydion asked. You want me to let you go? She shouted while tears fall from her face. I'm not even asking for that. I just want to be put down. I'll walk on my own 2 feet. Or could you at least hold me right side up? She added. It's just that, HNGH. It really hurts. It hurts. Your armor hurts. Eurydion put her down, but on a horse. She got shocked while seeing that she's on a horse. She hit her head on the horse's neck. What's happening? Put me down. I'm scared. Eurydion hushed the horse. Hush, hush. He rode the horse beside Eurenica and said, Keep your back straight and lean against me. Eurenica did as he said and asked. Like this, he replied. Yes, like that. He then ordered. Army of Belcourt, we ride. Then the horse lifts her legs and then starts galloping. We'll pass through the magic circle. Don't fall behind. Eurenica wonders. A magic circle? She saw the circle, it was bright. My eyes. Eurydion covered her eyes with his hand and orders. Don't stop. Keep going. We won't stop until we're on Belcourt's soil. After a while, Eurenica was unconscious. She opened her eyes while Eurydion was talking with Mage. He said, I had no idea her body wouldn't take to magic this strongly. Eurydion asked him, So, you're saying you can't wake her up? Hearing that, Eurenica thinks, It's all so noisy. She opened her eyes and first thing she saw was Eurydion. He said, You're awake? She said, Whoa, a hot guy. A hot guy talked to me. That's nice. Eurydion called. Princess, he asked the mage. Is something terribly wrong with her? He replied. Allow me to examine her, your majesty. He sat close to her and said, Your highness, if you'll pardon me. He activated a magic circle on his hand. Eurenica felt nauseous. He extends his hand towards Eurenica and said, One moment, your highness. Eurenica thinks, What's this? Did I get motion sickness? And a headache. As he touched her head, she felt a surge of pain in her head. she thinks. It feels like my head's going to explode. It hurts. It's torture. She was in pain. She tried to reach out to someone to save her. She was praying. Please, someone, anyone, help me. As she touched someone's foot, her pain disappeared. What? The pain disappeared. A foot? It was Eurydian's foot. He was looking worried for her. He asked, Princess, are you alright? She replied while sobbing, I'm alright. She shouted, Wah, what the heck? She recalls, I was on full alert the past few days to protect Teresa, only to end up kidnapped and slung around like a sack. And then I was on a galloping horse, and I've never even been on a horse. Then I was tormented by a pain I never felt before in my life. If I knew all of this would have happened, she again shouted, no, I still would have done it all again. That's what makes it even sadder. Eurydian calls, Princess. She complained, you mean it? Horrible. If you couldn't get my sister, why didn't you just go home? Why'd you have to take me? She thought, on top of that, of all the things to grab, why did I grab his foot? Eurydian then lifts her up, and she was surprised. Huh. She looks at his face and thinks, so, handsome. Tears were falling from her face. Eurydian asked, what are you so sad about? Then she realized that she was floating in the air. Her foots were not touching the ground. After that, Eurydian put her down, and she was sitting on a Belcourt's flag. Eurydian wipes her tears and said, I did not know you were sensitive to magic. I'm sorry. Did it hurt a lot? She replied. Why yes, he added. And for the sudden abduction, seems like it was quite the shock. She thinks, ugh, this is humiliating. She snatches his handkerchief from Eurydian and said, I'll do it. She then tries to understand. But what was the pain I felt earlier? Not that I feel it anymore. Then Eurydian asked, were you sensitive around magic or magical ores before? She replied, I have no idea. A magic sensitivity? He again asked. You don't know? She shakes her head and said, I've never had something like this happen before. She then said to herself in her mind, though when I say before, I mean just the past 8 months that I know of. Eurydian then asked, Rolf, what happened? He turns his head to look towards him. Looking at him, Eurynica recalls, one moment, Your Highness. The guy who touched me before? The pain got worse after that man touched me. I know it, Rolf explained. If someone is more sensitive to magic than the average person, something like this can easily happen. Eurydian asked, could the person with the sensitivity not know about it? Rolf takes a glance and said while thinking, maybe if one grew up in an environment with little to no exposure to magic. Eurydian again asked, then why is she fine again? Rolf replied while anxious, I'm not quite sure myself, Your Majesty. He bowed and said, perhaps I can find out if I examine the princess a bit more, but it seems difficult to touch her. Eurydian takes a sigh and said, I see. Anyhow, I guess this means it's impossible to use a magic circle again. He stands up and instructed, we've crossed the border, so from this point on, we go by horse. The soldiers replied, yes, sir. Eurydian then said to Eurynica, you also seemed unfamiliar with horse riding. Eurynica quickly replied, I can ride a horse, he said. You look too scared to be saying that, she said. I can't ride one on my own, but, she thinks in her mind, for some reason, I feel like I'm being a huge bother. Wait, hold up. I'm the one who's kidnapped here. Why am I worried about bothering the kidnapper? The reality struck her, he said. Then you'll come with me. If we ride all day, then we'll arrive the day after tomorrow. Eurynica thinks in her mind. Yeah, it's all because that guy's being too nice. No matter how I think about it, he's way too considerate for a kidnapper. DeKalb as a character easily became obsessive because he felt deprived of love and affection. I thought his father would be a lot colder. Asterisk. Eurydian extends his hand to offer her. Get up. Eurynica grabs his hand and said, thank you? She asked. Do you have any intention of returning me to Livivny? Eurydian doesn't speak for a moment. Eurynica thought, I knew it. No matter how nice he looks in the novel, he's the guy who kept Teresa captive for 10 years. Eurydian spoke. Once I reach a settlement with Livivny. Until then, I'll guarantee your safety and comfort. I swear on the name of Belcourt. Hearing that, Eurynica recalls, this is a man who will be brutally slaughtered by his own son before he turns 40. This is probably what it feels like, to be the only person in this world who knows how his life will end. He asked, so may I request your cooperation, princess? Eurynica thinks, I feel a similar sense of responsibility that I did for Teresa. he continued. Thought there's not much I can do if this comes across as a threat. Then a sudden thought hit her. Now that I think about it, I don't even know this man's name because he doesn't appear in the novel. She mumbled. Mr. Dad, father of... Eurydion was shocked. Father? She asked. May I ask for your name, sir? He said. Eurydion. Eurydion Lewis Soldad de Belcourt. She also introduced herself. As you already might know, I'm Eurenica Sophia Livovny. She smiles and said, Nice to meet you, he replied. The pleasure is mine. After that they started traveling by horses. Eurenica was tense riding the horse. Eurydion guided her. Relax your body, princess. If you keep your upper body too stiff, your back will hurt, she shouted. No, it doesn't hurt at all. She thinks in her mind, did he take his armor off because I whined about how much it hurt? It is a bit more comfortable. But, my butt, without the armor, our bodies are too close together. I can feel his tight muscles through his clothes, and with this movement, I'm feeling everything too well. She was blushing as she was single her whole life because she's shy. Mentally, 25 years old, plus 8 months. She looks at his face and thinks, also, does this guy not sweat? He smells clean and cool. I think it's actually making me feel better. It's almost like I feel energized. She starts taking heavy breaths. Then she realized, oh my god, I had no idea I was such a thirsty woman. She was about to fall but Eurydion catches her. She said, Sit still, princess, she replied. Yes. She thinks, yup, this all feels too embarrassing. A few hours later, Eurenica was feeling pain and was lying on the ground. She thinks in her mind, now what's going on? Humph, all I did was watch Rolf make a fire. I'm dying. As Eurydion picks her, she thinks, now's not the time to be embarrassed about him touching me. As he pulls her close, she thinks, the pain's definitely subsiding. Eurydion embraced her and said, how strange. Isn't she a little too sensitive, Rolf? Eurenica was still trembling. Rolf replied, all I did was start a fire. Eurenica recalls, this is already the third time I had this strange reaction. First, when we went through the magic circle. Once, when they tried to use healing magic on me. And just now, all Rolf did was use magic to start a fire for the camp. Rolf said, it seems that the princess is a person unadapted to magic. Eurydion asked while patting her. Unadapted to magic? Rolf said. Yes. It's very rare, but every now and then there are humans who are unable to physically or mentally handle magic. Eurenica thinks, no, there's a more basic reason. She recalls Rolf saying, maybe if one grew up in an environment with little to no exposure to magic. She thinks, to be someone who has not been exposed to magic in this world where magic exists obviously can also be interpreted as me not being a person of this world. I may be wearing Eurenica's body, but I'm still Su. Eurydion instructed. Refrain from using magic for now, Rolf. It seems she can't handle even the smallest of magic spells, so be careful. She mind raced, however. What I don't understand the most in this situation is, why does it hurt enough that I feel like I'm going to die? But then the pain disappears as soon as this man touches me. Eurydion lifts her up to his face and asked, are you sure nothing like this happened before in Livovny, princess? She thinks, for the past 8 months. This is the first time I've even seen a mage since I first came to this world. Compared to Belcourt, Livovny is a weak country. Magical ore, only used to protect the borders. Magic users, mostly hires foreigners, as there are no royal mages. Tower of magic, none. Meanwhile, Belcourt, magical ore, imports tons. Magic users, systematically developed. Black magic is widely used in secret. Tower of magic, has one. My body rejects magic, and that's the kind of kingdom I'm being taken to? No joke, but I might actually just drop dead, she said. Could you just knock me out instead? Eurydion asked. What? She said. Just whap a real quick one in the back of the head. You should be able to quickly make it to the palace while I'm out, he asked. So you want me to hit you? She said. At least that pain is momentary. It'd be nice to open my eyes and be in a bed, he said. I reject your request. He put her down and said, I won't allow the mistreatment of another kingdom's royalty. She asked, why do you have to be such a considerate kidnapper? She then pointed and said, that guy over there has an arm that's sliced open, and look at that guy's leg. You can't even light a fire without magic. That means we can't eat, and you can't heal them either. And I cannot continue to detain you any longer. If you feel bad about raising your hand to me, you could just go through a magic circle like before. I'll probably pass out from that. He asked. What if I do that and something terrible happens to you? She takes a glance at his face and said, if something goes wrong, you could just hug me, like you did just now. She giggles as she said that. She thinks in her mind, I am absolutely not saying this because I have feelings for him. Absolutely not. Then Eurydion takes a sigh and sighed. That wouldn't be hard to do. But once again, I refuse your request. We can always manually build a fire. And you are an unarmed woman who cannot even hold a sword. You definitely are terrible at hiding yourself. Those men are seasoned troops of Belcourt. You cannot compare yourself to them, Eurenica admitted. That's true, but, he added, I asked you for your cooperation, not your sacrifice. Did I not guarantee your safety and comfort? Unless you want to make the master of Belcourt a liar, it's best you quit this conversation. But just in case, stay close to me. The borders of Belcourt are protected by magical ore. Eurenica felt touched and was almost about to cry. She then resolves herself and thinks, no, I cannot allow it. I can't let a man like this die at a young age because his son uses him as a test subject for black magic, she said. DeKalb's father. I'm going to save him, Eurydion asked. Why do you keep saying so-and-so's father? Eurenica said. You can count on me. While sitting near the campfire, Eurenica thinks the air in Belcourt is heavier than Livigny. It's so imbued with magic that I felt like I could hardly breathe. Yet, just being next to him makes it easier to breathe. This man definitely has some kind of miracle cure coursing through his body. Eurydion asked. Is there no treatment then? Nothing has been discovered yet, Rolf replied, keeping his distance for her safety. Eurenica thinks this is a serious situation. Rolf explained. The established theory is that those who are maladjusted to magic usually don't survive past the 5th year of their life. I'm not exactly sure how Princess Eurenica survived this long. Eurenica was shocked hearing that. Huh! She shouted. Did you say the 5th year? 5 years? Rolf replied. Yes, that is usually the case. It doesn't matter if they lived somewhere with as little magical influence as possible. Magic isn't something that only flows in the earth. Magic is one of the 2 powerful forces that make up this world. It's in the very ground we walk on and the air we breathe. It's obvious that it would be difficult for someone maladjusted to magic to survive here. Don't give me a death sentence with such a calm look on your face, she exclaimed to herself. Rolf replied. I'm simply stating that you're an exception, Your Highness. You made it totally fine into adulthood. She thinks that's because the real Eurenica was fine until now. Since I've been here for almost 9 months at this point, that means the time I have left until my 5th year here is, she blurted out, 4 years and 3 months. Eurydion heard and asked, Princess? She quickly stands up with shock and thinks, I'm terminally ill? She said, this is crazy. Eurydion grabs her hand and pulls her down and said, Wait. Calm down, Princess. Continue, Rolf. Perhaps the blood of the gods that flows through you helps neutralize the effects of magic. If I may carefully offer my conjecture, that is... He clears his throat after saying that. Eurydion said, divinity and magic. I can see that. Eurenica thinks while remembering the novel. Oh, right. This is a world where gods exist. The divinity of the Belcourt royal family was extensively discussed in DeKalb's side story. Belcourt is the seat of the Holy Empire because the royal family descended from Loris, the god of peace and prosperity. He's literally the descendant of a god. He's basically like the Jesus of this world. Rolf continued. With your divine lineage, the princess can be assured she will be safe in your presence. Even without you calling upon your divinity, there is an energy that surrounds you. Princess Eurenica is probably reacting to that energy, Rolf explained to them. After hearing that, Eurenica thinks, oh, so the king's divinity can help save me and my useless body? Rolf then shouted, Princess Eurenica, have you been blessed by the god Loris? Eurenica was surprised. Blessed by Loris, as she doesn't know it. Eurydion asked her, have you been baptized? She said, baptized? Oh, she recalls, as soon as Teresa knew she was pregnant with Bridget, she received a blessing, didn't she? Since royalty tends to receive Loris' blessing even before they're born, I'm sure Eurenica was too. She replied, I probably did. Eurydion was surprised, probably? She said, I did. She thinks while remembering, he's probably not going to ask for my baptismal name since that's a little rude. In this world, you do not tell anyone your baptismal name unless they are your parents or your spouse. It's considered insulting to the holy name given to you by God. That's why in the original novel, Alexio tells Bridget his baptismal name when he confesses his feelings for her. Now's not the time to be thinking about that. She shakes those thoughts, Eurydion said. If you were baptized, then it's a possibility, since Livovny is one of the kingdoms where Loris is the patron god. Ralph laughs and continued. Yes, and maybe the princess was able to survive until now because of God's blessing upon her. Eurenica thinks, haha, Ralph did nothing wrong. If anyone's at fault here, it's me for being an interloper in this world, Eurenica said. Then I'm relieved to hear that, since the capital is on holy ground. Ralph added, I also think that will be a good thing. Eurenica summarized, I'm a person from another world, so I have no immunity to magic, making me maladjusted to magic. But luckily, Eurenica's body was blessed by Loris, so as long as I stay near someone with strong divine energy, I should be alright. Her plan B was stop the king of Belcourt from kidnapping Teresa. The plan was almost a success, but I stupidly ended up kidnapped. On top of that, I'm absolutely useless since I unexpectedly found out I'm sensitive to magic. She takes a sigh and thinks, my survival is most important, so now's not the time to be worrying about someone else. She takes a glance and thinks, but I can't believe that the supporting character who dies a tragic death in the original novel is now the person who'll save me. As Eurydion looks towards her, she mumbles, I guess. Plan C. Ship the side characters together. It's a win-win. This leaves only one conclusion. Life definitely requires a plan C. She devised a plan C at that moment. Until I find a way to exist normally in this body, I need to stay right next to Eurydion. And to prevent Eurydion from being murdered by his son must not learn black magic. DeKalb learned black magic from his mother, so to stop DeKalb from learning black magic, I just need to stop Eurydion from marrying that woman in the first place. Then, all he has to do is marry me. As she was busy thinking, Eurydion calls, Princess? She jolted and said, ACK, yes? She looks at him and thinks, it seems a little disrespectful to think about that when he's right here in front of me, but this is perfect. The next day, as they were preparing to leave, Eurenica kept looking at Eurydion and thinks, marrying a kind, handsome man. I don't care if I'm suffering from delusions of grandeur. It's nice just thinking about it. Eurydion smiles and asks, what are you thinking about? I was thinking, you're pretty hot for a dad. She giggles as she said that. She thinks inwardly, no, I'm thinking about marrying you. Eurydion doesn't speak, as he was surprised to say anything. Eurenica thinks, looking at him, why is he staring at me like I'm some strange creature? Memories flashed before her eyes, like a slideshow. She remembers, sure, he saw me in some unseemly moments, but I don't think I was that much of a pest. She then remembers all the embarrassing moments, and said to herself, no, stop thinking about it. She felt defeated and in despair. Looking at her, Eurydion said, you're quite extraordinary. Eurenica interpreted as extraordinary? Does that mean he thinks I'm very strange? She thinks as thunder were rumbling in her mind. This is so humiliating. That's it. There's no way he'll marry me now. This might be a matter of life and death for me. But why would the king of Belcourt marry a princess from a tiny kingdom? Eurydion calls, Princess Eurenica, come here. She walks to him formally. He lifts her up and put her on the horse. She sat down on the horse and thinks, I'm slowly getting used to this sort of thing. After that, Eurydion ordered his soldiers, let's go. We'll make it to the capital today, so keep your spirits up, men, he commands. Yes, sir, they reply. Eurenica thinks in her mind, even if it's impossible for me to marry this man, I need to stop him from marrying a dark magician. I know from the original story, she recalls the novel. Her mother said to him, DeKalb, you're a monster born of the strongest divine power and the most evil magic. If you want, you can have everything in this world, even the distant world of the gods beyond the Udetta, as long as you desire it. What do you think? Do you want to hold all the power in the world in your hands? She concludes she's at fault for DeKalb's corruption. She led her own son down the path of black magic. She must be out of her mind. She thought, then how do I stop this marriage? A sudden thought hits her, wait, hold on. When does Eurydion get married? I know Bridget will be born in 2 months. No, since Teresa didn't get kidnapped, maybe it'll be 3 months from now? Bridget and Alexio are the same age, and DeKalb is 1 year younger. DeKalb is 1 year younger than Bridget? If I'm being generous, I have only a year to stop this. Your Majesty? She asked hesitantly. He replied, What is it? She thinks, how should I ask him this? He calls, Princess? She blurted out, Your Majesty, are you unwed? Or are you expecting a child? What? He exclaims. She thinks in her mind, I know this is ridiculous. He replied, First, I'm not married yet. She asked, Yet? He continued, Therefore I obviously don't have a child and I am definitely not expecting one. After hearing that, she thinks, unmarried with no kids is a good thing. But why did he say yet? Why do I have a bad feeling? He said you ask peculiar things, Princess, and with no provocation. They finally arrive in Belcourt. The city looks old and historical, while Livovny looks more charming in comparison. She was glancing all around. Eurydion puts her robe on her and said, The crowd's gaze might be uncomfortable. Irenica looks at the Corrid. The crowd cheers. Sire, long live Belcourt! Eurenica thinks, this is a huge crowd, and if it wasn't for this cape, I would have been completely overwhelmed. He's so kind-hearted, the perfect husband material. After reaching the palace, Eurydion puts her down the horse. She thinks, if I could, I'd kidnap him myself and make him my husband. Not that I really could. But a girl can imagine. Suddenly someone came running to Eurydion and said, Your Majesty, I'm so relieved you made it back safe and sound. You have no idea how worried I was. Eurenica was surprised looking at her. Lady Elodia starts the conversation with an emotional declaration. I miss you, Your Majesty. Her passionate words immediately grab attention, but Eurydion's calm and distant demeanor contrasts her fervor. The protagonist watches the interaction, stunned, thinking, whoa, no freaking way. Lady Elodia continues dramatically. Every day, my tears wet my pillow. Do you understand how that feels? The protagonist is speechless at the scene unfolding before her, observing Lady Elodia's stunning beauty and noting, she's gorgeous. Her voice is beautiful. The way she talks, it's absolutely bewitching. Even though the protagonist is a straight woman, she admits, I can't help being drawn to her. I wonder how Eurydion. Her thoughts are cut short when Eurydion responds to Lady Elodia's emotional plea with a flat. It's only been 3 days, Lady Elodia. Lady Elodia isn't deterred and counters passionately. Those 3 days felt like 3 years to me. Eurydion, however, seems unmoved, and the protagonist notices this, thinking, what's with that look on his face? How can he look so uninterested with this beautiful woman in front of him? She observes his reaction, or lack thereof, and muses. He says he's thinking of falling in love, but he looks like she barely registers on his radar. Making a pretty lady cry like that, so cruel. The least he could do is say something to reassure her. The protagonist debates intervening herself but ultimately stays quiet. Lady Elodia presses on, saying, Oh my, don't you think you're being a little heartless, Your Majesty? I might live in this very palace one day, so why should I not be here? On top of that, she pauses dramatically before adding, The man who might become my husband has returned. Who else would come out to greet you? Eurydion gives a short, polite response. Yes, thank you. This leaves the protagonist reeling, her mind racing. She might live here one day? The man who might be her husband. What? Does that mean this beautiful woman is the Calb's mother? The protagonist pieces together more clues, thinking, the one who will be the queen of Belcourt and Eurydion's wife. The evil black magician and necromancer who can control corpses and summon souls from hell. The true nemesis of the protagonist's parents' generation in the original novel. So Lady Elodia? Eurydion finally clarifies. I'm not married yet. The protagonist, however, misinterprets this as confirmation that he's already betrothed. Her thoughts spiral into despair. When he said he wasn't married yet, he just meant that he was betrothed. Lady Elodia asks softly, Are you hurt, Your Majesty? The protagonist reflects bitterly, it's hopeless. No way could I compete with that pretty lady, not a chance. She even considers absurd ideas. I'd probably have a better chance flirting with the villain's mom and convincing her to not teach DeKalb black magic. She labels this her Plan C, shipping the side characters as a win-win. The emotional tension builds further when Lady Elodia says, Enough crying, Lady Elodia. I don't have a handkerchief right now, Cuas. I have all of his handkerchiefs. Covered in tears and snot besides. Eurydion shifts the conversation, saying, It's probably best if you go back home right now. I can't keep my men standing around like this any longer. I also have an important guest. Lady Elodia is taken aback but doesn't relent. Meanwhile, the The protagonist observes Eurydian's rigid demeanor. I knew Eurydian could be a rigid guy, but he's not falling for her charms at all. She compares her own position to Lady Elodia's, concluding, considering that he doesn't treat her any differently than me, and they're engaged, my plan definitely doesn't have a chance. The protagonist is still deep in thought when she notices Lady Elodia glaring at her. Suddenly, her head begins to spin, and her body feels heavy. She panics, thinking, this feels different from anything else I've felt. This is strange. My body feels heavy. I feel like I'm sinking into the ground, deep into the ground, deeper and deeper, down into the underworld. The realization hits her. The underworld? Wait, did the pretty lady? Before she can piece it all together, Lady Elodia makes one last plea to Eurydian. Then at least promise me we'll see each other again soon, so that I can look forward to something while waiting. See you next time. Meanwhile, the protagonist struggles with an overwhelming sensation. It feels like the blood is being drained from my body. I'm being dragged down. The guards and onlookers notice her distress, shouting, Princess Eurenica! Your Majesty, the princess, she gasps, struggling for air. I can't breathe. I feel like I'm going to die. Eurydian steps in, saving her from the brink once again. The protagonist looks at him in awe, thinking, once again, this man saved me. But Lady Elodia's presence looms heavy, and the protagonist hears someone say, I don't know who you are, but it looks like you're being haunted by the damned. The protagonist's thoughts race. That feeling I just had. She definitely tried to kill me with black magic. Invisible hands of the damned that can drag a living person into the underworld. That's exactly how DeKalb's magic was described in the novel. Eurenica's mind races as she pieces together her predicament, silently screaming, What the heck did I do to you, lady? Eurydian's commanding voice interrupts, addressing Soliae Elodia directly. Lady Elodia, she responds with a composed, Yes, your majesty. His tone sharpens as he continues, You speak imprudently to royalty of another foreign nation. As a vassal of Belcourt, you should not embarrass me. Soliae immediately shifts her tone, offering an apology. I was simply worried for you, sire. The tension rises when Eurenica stammers internally, what? Soliae now turns her attention to Eurenica, adopting a diplomatic front. I see that you're royalty from Livivny. I'm sorry if I insulted you. You seem very unwell. If you'd like, as an apology, I would like to show you to your quarters. Would that be alright? The offer, however, sets Eurenica's nerves on edge. Her thoughts run wild. What? Sorry if I insulted you. She wants to show me to my room. I would have fallen for that pretty face if it wasn't for the attempted murder. I'm not an idiot. No way I'm following. Feigning illness, she collapses dramatically, gasping. Princess? I'm dying. Eurydian sighs with exasperation. Your Majesty, you don't give me a moment's rest. Eurenica inwardly grins. Nice, just as I planned. I'm not much of an actor, but I was the queen of faking illness back in the day. Eurydian dismisses his knights with a simple command. Men, good work. You may go rest now. They bow and respond in unison. Yes, your Majesty. He then turns to Soliae, his voice firm. Lady Elodia, you should go home as well. Soliae hesitates, her voice trembling slightly. Why, your Majesty? Eurenica's thoughts burst with defiance. You tried to kill me. You villain. You patricide enabler. You big meanie. You think I'll let a man like this marry a woman like you? DeKalb's dad can marry any other woman in the world besides her. She glares at Soliae with all her might, mentally taunting. Go ahead. Keep glaring at me like that. What you gonna do? Eurydian observes her expressions with amusement, remarking, You know, you're terrible at hiding things. Eurenica retorts, I don't think so. Eurydian counters, I do. Her internal monologue falters. I know it's easy to read what I'm thinking on my face. Her memory flashes back to her old life, where her boss would constantly chastise her for her transparent expressions. She cringes internally. What the? I can't believe I'm hearing the same critique from my real job in this fantasy world. So embarrassing. Eurydian continues, his tone light. The first time was for real. But the second time, you probably faked it. Eurenica freezes. Eep, he knows. Her fear intensifies as Celia's ominous presence looms larger in her mind. She scares me, she whispers. I thought as a black magician, she'd keep that hidden. There's a type of dark magic that snatches away souls that need to return to God and turns corpses into puppets. If you are caught practicing this, it's execution. No question. That is why black magic is secretly passed on, from teacher to student, and from that student to their student, and so on. Urenica reels as the pieces come together. Yet the fact that she openly holds the spot of second in command at the Tower of Magic is... Her thoughts trail off as she considers Celia's immense power. Oh, she must be very powerful, but she gives me a strange feeling. A sudden realization strikes her. I think I messed with the wrong person. Eurydion addresses Urenica, his voice calm but resolute. I'll speak with Soleil so that she doesn't use magic in your presence. Urenica protests weakly. No, what I mean is, I felt cold, damp, invisible hands. Eurydion reassures her. But it might be best if you two avoid one another. Magic is like a second skin to her. She did a lot of work to help develop Belcourt's Tower of Magic. She wields a great deal of magical power. That's probably why you felt the way you did earlier. Urenica's internal panic intensifies. I'm screwed. I can't even try my luck here. She's struck by the futility of her situation, whispering internally, that woman you trust so much is a black magician who should be executed right now. I found out because I read it all in a book. It's not like I can tell him that. She glances nervously at Soleil, thinking, besides, if I don't watch what I say, I feel like that scary lady would totally slaughter me. Euridion's commanding presence returns as he asserts, she will no longer freely enter the palace as she did today. Urenica's heart flutters unexpectedly. Whoa, DeKalb's dad is so cool. Her composure falters as she stammers, thank you? She catches herself, embarrassed. I almost fell for that handsome face. The scene shifts as Urenica's attention is drawn to a palace in the distance. She marvels at its architecture. The onion-shaped white domes, the big windows, the ivory curtains. A little palace that looks like the royal palace in Livivny. As realization dawns, she gasps, is this? Let me down, please. Her thoughts flash back to the original novel. Therzia held her pregnant stomach as she looked up at the white onion-shaped castle in a daze. It was an exterior that reminded her of her home, and tears poured down her face. Did the king of Belcourt arrange this for her? She realizes. This is where Therzia and Bridget lived in the original novel. Beryllia Palace. Urenica stood in awe, thinking, it looks exactly like how it's described in the novel. She was interrupted by a polite greeting. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Urenica. Confused, she replied with a hesitant, huh? The maid, with light brown hair, approached her with a warm demeanor, pulling back the curtains gracefully. Your Grace, how are you feeling today? She asked, her tone gentle and precise. Urenica observed her attentively, recalling the novel. This particular maid looked after Teresa with the most care out of all the maids in Beryllia Palace. Trying to mask her familiarity, Urenica responded, I'm all right. But the memory of the novel lingered. Teresa and Bridget were closest to this maid, Marianne, during their time in Belcourt. This is my first time meeting her, yet I feel like I know her already. What the? This feels strange. Walking through the palace, Urenica noticed every detail. The grand staircase, the radiant sunlight streaming into the room. This is where Teresa and Bridget lived, where Bridget's story began. The vivid sunsets described in the novel. It's all here. The world that had once existed as words on a page was now tangible. Standing in the room, Urenica felt conflicted. Even though I confirmed a long time ago that this was the world of the novel I was reading, why do I suddenly feel this way? Is it because this is where Teresa spent 10 painful years? She steeled herself. No matter what, I did the right thing. It's a good thing I stopped Teresa from being dragged far from home while pregnant. Her thoughts were interrupted by Eurydion. Is the castle to your liking, princess? He asked, his tone formal yet gentle. Startled, she quickly replied, yes, it's nice here. Internally, she mused. Did he want to provide a place that reminds me of Livivny? Eurydion seemed relieved by her answer. I'm curious about something, princess, he began. Why do you keep calling me father or dad? You've mentioned it several times now. His directness flustered her. She laughed nervously. Because you kind of remind me of my father? Her thoughts betrayed her. That's a lie. But I can't tell him the real reason. When I read the novel and he died, I shouted, Father, and cried so hard. Oh, DeKalb's dad. How could they kill you off like that? Eurydion narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced. You're not a very good liar, he remarked dryly. Urenica protested weakly. It's true. His piercing gaze didn't waver. You're only good at being insistent, he added. Embarrassed, she tried to redirect the conversation. I won't do that anymore. I'll be careful, I promise. Eurydion nodded, his tone softening. Good. It is disconcerting, after all. Rest well, and if you need anything, call a maid immediately. As he turned to leave, his parting words carried weight. You're an important guest of Belcourt. If there's anything you want, don't hesitate to ask. As long as you remain here. Eurenica watched him go, her thoughts swirling. This guy. The way he naturally oozes consideration makes my heart flutter. She recalled how he had spoken harshly to Soliai earlier. Maybe he's not always so kind. Maybe he's the type to cut someone off immediately if they cross a line. Before she could stop herself, she called out, Your Majesty, are you going to marry that woman? Eurydion paused, surprised. You mean Soliai Elodia? He asked. Well, I suppose that is what will happen. She's not lacking in qualities befitting a queen. Eurenica felt frustration rise. What does that even mean? It's not a matter of lacking qualities. She's not fit for the position at all. She's a powerful mage who uses outlawed black magic, and she tried to kill me. And more importantly, she'll encourage your son to kill you. But I don't have evidence to prove any of this. She clenched her fists. I must make him trust me more than Soliai Elodia. I have to do whatever I can to protect him. Eurydion's final words echoed in her mind as he left. You're a princess of Livivny. You should be more cautious. Determined, Eurenica resolved to act, her exhaustion giving way to newfound resolve. Eurenica finds herself in an unexpected lesson as Eurydion begins to lecture her about being cautious. Eurydion advises firmly. Be more cautious. First, in private places like your bedchambers, you should not allow just any person inside. Eurenica responds cheekily. But you followed me in here, sire. Ignoring her comment, Eurydion continues. Secondly, if anyone follows you in, you should immediately order them to leave. Eurenica tilts her head in confusion. What do you? Eurydion doesn't stop, stating his third point. Thirdly, do not hold on to any man who willingly leaves. Eurenica is taken aback. Why'd he have to specifically say man? Is he talking about this situation right now? Deciding to push her luck, she considers this a chance to test his boundaries. What if I have feelings for him? How far can I push this? She resolves to use her charm to gain the upper hand over Soliai Elodia. Trying her best to be alluring, Eurenica boldly asks, What if I were to say I have feelings for you, sire? Would I still have to be cautious? Euridion's expression doesn't waver. He responds calmly. And fourthly, don't say words like that to just anyone anywhere. That's not... He sighs, glancing at her antics. You really should not try to fool me, princess. Eurenica freezes, but her thoughts race. He thinks he notices things well? Yet he has no idea how evil the woman he trusts is. She quips aloud. So you don't see me as a woman? Euridion's expression hardens. Why are you not a woman? And that sort of thinking does not justify your reckless behavior, princess. He pauses, then adds with a sigh. You truly are unpredictable. I leave you to your rest. As Eurydion leaves, Eurenica slumps. Dang it. I failed. So not just any old trick is going to work on seducing this man, huh? Fine. Just you wait and see. In Euridion's thoughts, he reflects on the curious princess. What in the world does that young princess of Livivny wish to do? Such an interesting woman. Nothing about the cute way she looks says she's strong or determined, yet I can definitely sense that inside her. He recalls the reasoning behind his recent actions. I never intended to harm whomever I kidnapped. The attack was supposed to be a warning to Livivny, nothing more. I thought stepping in myself would send a direct message. I even ordered my elite unit to cause minimal damage. Yet, somehow, I feel like I've brought back something quite troublesome. His musings are interrupted as a subordinate reports. We've removed anything that might have magic within a 200-yard radius of Berillia Palace. Eurydion nods, but after a moment's thought, he orders, Make it 500 feet. The subordinate hesitates. Sire? That will reach the royal garden. Eurydion remains firm. That's all right. Go ahead and do it. I promise to guarantee her safety, and I wouldn't want to find her harmed by accident. Later, Eurydion observes Eurenica from afar, smiling faintly. She's like a kitten who doesn't know anything about the world. Turning serious, he commands Ferric. Don't allow Soliai Elodia to enter the palace grounds for now. Let the staff know. Ferric is taken aback. But, Your Majesty, Lady Elodia may not take this kindly. Eurydion brushes off the concern. Until now, I didn't concern myself with Lady Elodia, but with such an important guest to protect, I cannot allow her free reign. Her unchecked magic is a risk. The next day, Eurydion reflects on his decisions, only to slightly regret one of them as unexpected developments arise. Eurenica wakes up and stretches groggily. That's strange. You must have been exhausted from your long journey. You slept almost the entire day, a maid informs her. The whole day? Eurenica gasps. She feels her body, noting, my body does feel a little lighter after sleeping for so long, but I don't feel any more refreshed. Her thoughts swirl as she considers, wonder if I'll feel better once I wash up and eat. Also, it's strange that I slept almost 24 hours without waking up once. I definitely felt like I was recovering when I was standing in front of Eurydion. With a shrug, she rationalizes, I guess I was just exhausted. I did sit on a galloping horse all day. As Eurenica accepts her situation, a maid enters to speak. Your Highness, I was given special instructions for looking after you. Oh? And what might those be? Eurenica asks. You are sensitive to magic? The maid inquires. Yes, quite a lot actually. Eurenica admits, quickly adding, but I'm alright, so don't worry. She waves off the concern, determined not to let her weakness define her. After all, the treatment for being maladjusted to magic is the king himself. Despite her reassurances, the maid looks at her with pity. Eurenica mutters to herself, that's the face of someone worried for a terminally ill princess who's putting on a brave face. She raises her voice to clarify. No, that's not me. No need to feel that way, the maid then shares. All the magical ores in Beryllia Palace have been removed, not just here, but also within 500 yards around the palace. So you can put your mind at ease. Eurenica considers this, trying to calculate the distance. How far is a 500-yard radius? She notices the maid looking at her amusedly. She probably thinks I don't know the palace layout at all. And she'd be right. The maid suggests, would you like to go out and walk the grounds? There are markers as you reach 500 feet, so it won't be difficult to spot. Markers? What markers? Eurenica wonders aloud. She decides whether I flirt with Eurydion or chase off Soliae. I'll be staying here for the time being, so I might as well get a lay of the land. Better to see for myself than ask a bunch of questions. As Eurenica begins her exploration, she marvels at the scenery. She really meant it when she said the markers wouldn't be hard to spot. She mutters. She notices a garden in the distance. It looks like a garden of sorts over there. Is that the palace garden? The maid confirms. Beyond those markers is the royal garden by the main palace. The 500-yard radius goes to the main royal garden in the east, Chiarda Palace to the west, the drill hall to the south, and the northern gate of the palace grounds. That is what makes up the boundary, the maid adds. Within those boundaries you are safe, but if you were to go beyond them, it's dangerous because there's no way of knowing where and how magical ores are used, Eurenica finishes. She reflects, overall, this is much better treatment than any typical hostage would receive. But I'm still trapped. I can't exactly complain since the source of the problem is my own body's reaction to magic. The maid continues. The king ordered that if you wish to leave the boundary, to inform him immediately. Eurenica perks up, thinking, does that mean he'll come see me himself? She then sighs. Maybe I was just imagining it when I thought he was being weirdly guarded yesterday. Still, I'd like to go beyond the garden. Where should I take you, Your Highness? Before Eurenica can answer, a new voice interjects. I was assigned by the king to escort you wherever you wish to go, Your Highness. And you are? She asks. I am Thierry Schumart, a priest at the Temple of Loris. He introduces himself with a bow. Eurenica's thoughts race. I can't believe this king. He actually assigned a priest to me. Is this his way of saying he doesn't even want to see me? Thierry gives her a brief tour, explaining. The garden we just passed is Verishad Royal Palace's central garden. It was a special place for the late king and queen. Since there is no queen at the moment, the gardener manages the grounds, Eurenica pries. Does the king ever take a walk there? Thierry responds. The king's personal residence is Belcourt Palace, which faces the garden. He walks there frequently and also has tea time with Lady Elodia there. At the mention of Soliae, Eurenica's interest sharpens. Are they betrothed? They are not officially engaged, but there are considerations to make her the next queen. Thierry replies cautiously. Eurenica frowns. So it's not official. Lady Elodia is the one clinging to the king. But Thierry's next words throw her off. In my opinion, they might be engaged before this year passes. Eurenica reels. I'm back at square one. If he's not refusing outright, that means he doesn't dislike her. Does the king have feelings for her? Thierry clarifies. It seems more like he doesn't particularly dislike the idea of the union. Lady Elodia is a great strategic match as his partner. She's to be the next master of the Tower of Magic. Eurenica thinks bitterly. For a weakling like me, Belcourt Palace is basically the final dungeon. How am I supposed to seduce the king if I can't even get close to him? She steels her resolve. Then I'll wait until he comes out here. I have time, and I'll focus on the garden first. From that day forth, Eurenica makes the central garden her base of operations, keeping an eye out for the elusive king. She marches off to the garden, where she spends day after day, waiting. But no matter how long she waits, Eurydion de Belcourt is nowhere to be found. On the fourth day, Thierry approaches her cautiously. Your Highness, Eurenica glares at him. Did you lie to me? Thierry looks perplexed. Lie to you? As a priest serving Loris, I cannot lie, Your Highness, she groans, throwing herself onto a bench in defeat. Then what in the world happened? 4 days wasted. Sob. I'm so tired. Her frustration spills out. Doing absolutely nothing all day long is exhausting too, she cries, clutching her head. She begins to reflect. I thought my condition would only get worse when magic was being used, but that's not true. Just walking on the grounds of Belcourt itself takes its toll on me. If only I could hold Euridion's hand just once, she laments dramatically. Just sitting here, I feel my energy seeping out of me, Thierry gently explains. His Majesty must be busy these days, Your Highness. Usually, he comes out for a walk at least once every 2 days, but work has piled up since his expedition to Livigny. This doesn't reassure Eurenica. In fact, it makes her feel worse. Still feeling sad, she thinks bitterly. Does he just not want to see me? Was I too clingy? Her mind spirals. Was he annoyed with how I'd hang on to him all the time because I wasn't feeling well? She shakes her head, her thoughts growing more absurd by the second. I knew it. All the weird things I did totally made him see me in a bad light. Or maybe I'm just not his type at all. And then it hits her. Eurydion must like sexy and voluptuous women. Almond-shaped fox eyes, ruby-red lips, someone like Soliae. That's it. That's why he married Soliae in the novel. A dangerous bad romance. The thought sends her into despair. It fits them so well. If I tried to squeeze my way in there, she pictures a dramatic scenario unfolding in her mind. The genre totally changes. Determined to shake off her self-pity, Eurenica stands up. No. Taste can always change, she says to herself. Starting today, I'm your type. But reality sets in again. Is what I'd like to say, but I can't even go into his palace. No, she declares, shaking her fists. Deliberately retreat. No such thing in my vocabulary. If you won't look at me, then I'll make you look at me. Day 5, 2 p.m. Eurenica crouches behind a bush. I think he's not coming out to the garden because he knows I'm waiting for him. Marianne whispers, Your Highness, why are you sitting there? Quiet, Marianne. Eurenica hushes her. Perfect hiding spot. If he doesn't see me, he can't avoid me. She waits in her hiding place. Your impenetrable wall versus my stubbornness. Let's see which one wins. From above, Eurydion watches her antics. If she'd just quietly stay in the garden and leave, it'd be fine. He sighs. But it's already the 5th day. Did she really not anticipate that I'd see her from here? He shakes his head. It's more than obvious that she's hiding and lying in wait. A princess of Livigny wouldn't have any business at my palace unless she was waiting for me. Eurydion had initially ignored her, thinking she'd give up. But no, she's not the type to give up, is she? He reflects, observing her sulking demeanor. It bothers me. She's like a kitten who's lost her mother. I shouldn't let this distract me, and yet, it seems like I'm interested after all. His gaze lingers on her for a moment longer before he quietly admits to himself, interested in her. Eurydion grew up as an only child. His few cousins had earned their titles and left the palace a long time ago. After the late king passed away, Eurydion was the only member of the royal family left in Belcourt Palace. From a young age, he had grown accustomed to peace and quiet. His life was ruled by strict routines, and very few things could disturb him. However, 2 things had recently been testing his patience. First was Livigny's constant impertinence, and second, the more exhausting issue, Soliae Elodia, the woman who proclaimed herself his fiancé. Soliae played her part well, acting as if she adored him. But Eurydion could see through her act. She loves pretending she's the one who knows me best, he thought. Despite her sweet facade, she always felt like a snake waiting for the right moment to stab him in the back. It's probably best to keep her at arm's length, Eurydion mused. If it weren't for the political necessity of keeping the Tower of Magic under his control, he would have cut ties with her long ago. He added, she knows this too. That's why she intentionally shows up, using her beguiling face to try and deceive me. I always need to stay cautious around her. There's definitely something else she's after. The tension with Soliae often disrupted Eurydion's desire for peace. Yet, when he compared Soliae to the Princess of Livovny, it felt strangely different. Despite how Eurenica also disturbed his daily life, he didn't feel annoyed or bothered by her presence. In just 5 days, Princess Eurenica has achieved something Soliae hasn't been able to do in 5 years. She lured me out of my routines. While he acknowledged the princess's charm, Eurenica, oblivious to her success, was struggling with her own battles. I'm eating and sleeping better than ever, yet my energy is low. I feel like the land of Belcourt is squeezing the life out of me. Eurenica tried to piece together the cause of her condition. Was it the magical or imported from Ezekian? Or was it the sheer number of magicians in Belcourt? Or worse, was it Celia's black magic still affecting her body? If this continues, I might not wake up one day, she worried. Despite her worsening state, Eurenica couldn't bring herself to ask for help. I can't demand a maid like Marianne to fetch Eurydion for me. And I can't just barge into the palace either. Frustrated, she shouted internally. I'm about to die here. This is cruel, cold-blooded. I should have known. He's not DeKalb's father for no reason. She started to rationalize her needs. I don't even need him to hold my hand or hug me. Just seeing his face or standing next to him might make me feel better. As if answering her prayers, Eurydion appeared, his voice cutting through her frantic thoughts. Princess. The sound of his voice was like a refreshing breeze washing over her entire body. Eurenica could barely keep herself upright but thought, he's the only thing that can save me from this suffocating land. Desperately, she reached out to him, her body suddenly feeling lighter. Eurenica collapses from exhaustion, her knees giving out. Eurydion steps forward quickly and catches her before she can hit the ground. She leans against his chest, clearly weak but relieved to have support. A soft glow begins to emanate around them, suggesting a magical connection or something unusual. Eurenica's face softens with relief, her tension fading. The scene ends with Eurydion holding her, the surrounding atmosphere calm and still. Eurydion, noticing Eurenica's weakened state, softly calls out, Princess, your condition. Eurenica leans into him, thinking to herself, I can feel my depleted body slowly being re-energized. Desperate, she clutches onto him tightly, mentally pleading, I don't want to let go. If I do, this heaviness I feel from the earth will squeeze me again. She looks up at him, her thoughts racing. I don't know when this man will come back to me again. Eurydion, looking calm but slightly exasperated, comments, You looked like you were entertaining yourself just fine, so I left you alone. Eurenica, utterly appalled, snaps, Did that seriously look like I was entertaining myself? Her eyes widen in disbelief. As Eurydion holds her, Eurenica becomes entranced by his presence. There's a certain scent that surrounds this man. I wish I could take it all in. Then I wouldn't feel sick no matter where I went. I wouldn't feel so tired and weak. Eurydion begins patting her gently on the back, his touch reassuring. Eurenica lets out a small sigh of relief but frowns. If he was going to be this nice to me, why'd he play hard to get like that? And if he wanted to keep up that wall of his, why'd be nice to me now? She grumbles inwardly. It's not fair. Eurydion finally speaks, his voice steady. It seems like you've calmed down. Eurenica panics and quickly wipes her face, thinking, No, I don't want to show him that I'm crying again. I can't let him see me crying all the time like a little kid. Eurydion, leaning slightly closer, says firmly, I need to see your face to see how you're feeling. Turn your head. Flustered, Eurenica hesitates, thinking about how Marianne had worked so hard to brush her hair earlier. Now it's a mess. But maybe I look better than I did before? She awkwardly shifts, trying to compose herself. Eurydion scans her face, his expression unreadable. Eurenica, suddenly feeling lighter, realizes the exhaustion that was pressing down on me just a minute ago has disappeared. Eurydion asks casually, So, have you been really busy? She replies with a pout. Well, a little. A little? He repeats, raising an eyebrow. Her voice rises. A little? If you were a little busier, then you would have totally. She stops herself, catching her breath. Eurydion tilts his head slightly. Totally what? Eurenica flusters, calming herself down. I can't just start griping at him. He's a king. Of course, he'd be occupied with his duties. It's not strange that he's busy. And there's no reason for him to abandon his obligations just to take care of me. She waves it off with a nervous laugh. Never mind. But Eurydion presses. Totally what? She diverts the topic, grumbling. Why, has Shumart not been helpful? Her voice grows defensive. He's nothing like you. And it's not like I can latch onto him and drain him of his divinity. I'm not a leech. Eurydion smirks faintly. Then what does that make me? Eurenica's face flushes as she blurts out. You're different. She grabs his hand impulsively. Honestly, all you have to do is hold my hand like this. She reflects inwardly. People say affections grow gradually, like getting caught in a drizzle. One moment you're dry, then suddenly you're soaked. Maybe that's my only chance now. If love at first sight didn't work, I'll just have to rely on that drizzle. Eurydion pulls his hand back slightly and says, If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to talk to Shumart. What else would a priest use his divinity for, besides helping those in need? Eurenica pouts, muttering under her breath, that wall of his is not coming down. She clenches her fists in frustration. But that's not what I mean, dude, she finally says out loud, looking straight at him. Alright, look at me, sire. If I receive the priest's divine energy, I'll be fine. But won't the priest be drained? Eurydion shrugs nonchalantly. Probably, she pleads. But I fully recovered just from standing next to you. So not only does it benefit me, but you're doing a good deed saving a person's life. It's a win-win for two tragic supporting characters. She clasps her hands together and begs. So could you come see me every 2 days or so? Please? I promise I won't bother you or take up too much of your time. Her voice grows more desperate. If I die in a foreign land, I'll come back as a ghost and haunt you. Eurydion sighs. Once every 2 days? I will be very busy for the next few days, princess. Her heart sinks, and she's about to lose hope when he adds. Let's say once every 4 days. Same time, right here, for 30 minutes. I can commit to that much. Eurenica gasps, her eyes wide. You will? Eurydion nods. And even if I can't make it once every 4 days, I'll frequent the garden. Just don't sit in a strange hiding spot like you did today, princess. Her jaw drops as she stares at him. He didn't find me by accident? He knew I was there the whole time? Eurydion smirks faintly. My office windows are quite large, you see. She groans internally. I knew it. He was avoiding me on purpose. And here I thought he was endlessly gracious and kind. Seriously? She clenches her fists, glaring at him in frustration. You're a villain, just like DeKalb, you big meanie king. Eurydion begins with a calm but firm tone, reminding Eurenica about Shumart. I've said it before, he says, his voice carrying a gentle authority. Shumart is a high priest who handles funeral rites. You don't need to feel guilty about receiving divine energy from him. He pauses briefly, glancing at her. If you ever find yourself too weakened, go see him. Eurenica blinks, confused, her head tilting slightly. Listening, for now? She thinks, her internal voice dripping with sarcasm. She narrows her eyes as she processes his words. The more I listen to him talk, the more it feels like he's quietly nagging me, but in a nice way. Still uncertain, she cautiously asks. But a high priest? Eurydion raises an eyebrow. Have you never heard of the name Shumart? I'm sure it's well known even in Livivny. Eurenica flounders, caught off guard. How would I know? Livivny might have more priests than magicians, but that's not saying much. She hesitates, her eyes widening. Wait, why? Eurydion smirks slightly, almost amused. Shumart is the leading candidate to be the next Archbishop of Verishad. I nominated him myself. Her jaw drops. Ha! He continues nonchalantly. I'm the only one directly in line for the Belcourt throne, and he's one of maybe 5 people on this entire continent with as much divinity as I do. Her internal monologue screams, What? Thierry, so he really is an incredibly high priest. Realization hits her like a lightning bolt. And I made such an important person sit around and chat while drinking tea with me? She clasps her cheeks in horror. Eurydion watches her reaction, his voice softening. I wasn't lying when I said I'd guarantee your safety and comfort. But then she remembers her earlier thoughts about him. Cold-hearted, cruel, insensitive, evil villain's dad. She internally shouts, flustered at the contradiction. His expression shifts into something almost playful. Although, what you said earlier wasn't entirely wrong. Eurenika's eyes widen in surprise. Thank you? She murmurs, almost disbelieving. Eurydion continues unbothered. Meeting for 30 minutes every 4 days isn't much time, but at least it's something. Let's stick to that plan for now. Her thoughts spiral into chaos. Oh, I'm so touched. Just a little while ago, I was crying my eyes out, but this guy is like a walking, talking healing potion. She glances up at him, and her breath catches. Wow, he's so handsome. That face, it's unfair. How am I supposed to seduce someone who could make women fall for him with a single glance? Unable to stop herself, she blurts out. You're really handsome, sire. His eyes narrow slightly. What did I say about that? She immediately corrects herself. I mean, sire! But her mind is already reeling. He must really hate being called dad. Her thoughts drift as she studies him. There's still so much I don't know about him. The things he likes, the things he hates. Where is his line? How far can I go before he pushes back? But then, determination floods her. I need to be careful. Slow. I'll hover around and wait for my chance. Find every weak point in that impenetrable wall of his and attack them one by one. As if sensing her scheming, Euridion's voice cuts through her thoughts. I see you're thinking of something ridiculous again. Her cheeks flush. Not at all, she insists. But inwardly she panics. No, I can't let him reinforce that wall. Please, your majesty, let your guard down. Despite her internal battle, her plan takes shape. She reflects with satisfaction. From that day on, I visited the garden every 4 days. His presence alone melts away my exhaustion. He's like a miracle. Yet, she notices something different about him. He seems more on edge lately. Even his normally calm demeanor can't completely hide it. Is it exhaustion from his duties? Her heart softens as she catches glimpses of him relaxing. That expression, it suits him better than any of his usual seriousness. Breaking the silence, Eurydion asks, Princess. She snaps out of her reverie. Why yes? His voice drops, almost hesitant. Do you think you could write a letter to Livivny? Her confusion is evident. A letter? Why? He hesitates before explaining. Your father threatened to demolish Gluckman Road if he didn't receive a handwritten letter from his daughter. The shock on Eurenika's face is palpable. Demolish it? What? Oh my god. Father! Her thoughts spiral into panic. Don't tell me Euridion's been on edge because of Livivny? Eurenika's thoughts spiral further as the realization sinks in. It's already been 3 weeks since I was kidnapped. She clasps her hands together, guilt gnawing at her. I was so relieved that Teresa wasn't the one brought here, but I didn't even think to worry about anything else. Her expression softens as she recalls her past. In my real life, my parents passed away when I was young. I don't know much about filial love, but Eurenika, the youngest daughter of the king and queen of Livivny, was so deeply loved as the baby of the family. Her imagination kicks into overdrive, picturing her family's reaction. Give me back my baby girl. Yenny! Yenny! Her hands tremble slightly. I can totally see how the royal family would react. They must be frantic. Tears prick her eyes as she berates herself. What's wrong with me? Sure, keeping myself alive is important, but how could I forget about my family? I completely forgot all about Livivny. Eurenika reflects on her situation, guilt bubbling up. I really should have thought more about the family I left behind. My father probably thinks I'm locked away in some dark room without water or food. But then, her perspective shifts. To be fair, Eurydion has provided me with dresses, 3 full meals a day, snacks, and a safe place that even reminds me of home. I'm practically living in luxury. But still, guilt. Her thoughts turn to Livivny and the family she left behind. I didn't even think about them properly until now. How could I have forgotten? Determined to reassure her father, Eurenika thinks about writing a letter but hesitates. It would be easier if my father could just see me through a magic sphere. Then reality hits. But that wouldn't work. Livivny doesn't even have a magic sphere to connect to. Livivny is a little bit of a backwater kingdom. Resolving to write a letter, she carefully drafts the contents. I'm doing well, father. The king of Belcourt has not been untoward to me. Please don't worry too much. Is Teresa alright? I hope nothing happened to her, especially with her delivery date approaching. As she's writing, Euridion's calm voice interrupts her. Write whatever you like. I won't check it. Eurenika freezes, her mind racing. Oh really? Maybe I can sneak in a clever hint to stall negotiations about Gluckman Road. But before she can implement her plan, Eurydion adds, "Actually, I'll read it after all." That look on your face made me nervous. Flustered, she sighs inwardly. How does he always see through me? When Eurydion eventually sends the letter without checking it, she feels a mix of relief and regret. If I knew he wasn't going to check, I would have written whatever I wanted. I hate him. Why is he being so mean today? Her thoughts grow more desperate. If my father opens Gluckman Road, Eurydion will send me straight back to Livivny. I can't let that happen. If I go back, I'll die an untimely death within 5 years, and Eurydion will marry a black mage instead. She silently prays, "Father, I hope you can sense what I'm really trying to say in my letter. Please take it as a clue to hold out as long as you can." Eurydion, observing her intently, suddenly speaks, "You're hard to figure out. Do you want to go back to Livivny or stay here?" Eurenica hesitates but sees an opening. If I tell him I like Belcourt better than Livivny, would he let me stay? But Eurydion doesn't seem convinced. Even if you wanted to stay, your body rejects this land. You don't have any real connections here. What good would staying do? Frustrated but determined, Eurenica decides to play it safe. I still have time. I just need to wait for the right opportunity. As they continue talking, she notices something odd. Wait, he said I only had 30 minutes, but it's definitely been much longer. He seems more relaxed than usual today. Cautiously, she asks, "Your Majesty, could I have a little more of your time?" To her surprise, Eurydion responds warmly. "Would you like that?" Flustered, she blurts out. "Hold my hand." Eurydion obliges, sending divine energy through their touch. Eurenica gasps at how effortlessly he does it. Hey, that's cheating. Priests have to go through rituals and effort to pass divine energy, but he can do it so casually through direct contact? Eurydion smirks. I don't have to hold you for long to transfer energy. This way is more efficient. But princess, it would be wise not to provoke me with careless words. Confused, Eurenica stammers. What do you mean by that? His expression returns to its usual stoicism, leaving her wondering if she imagined his earlier warmth. As he prepares to leave, Eurydion drops a final warning. Just so you know, it's best if you don't leave Berylia tomorrow. Soliae Elodia will be visiting the royal palace. Eurenica freezes. Soliae Elodia, the black mage? Eurenica hearing the ominous name of Soliae Elodia repeating in her mind, sending shivers down her spine. She sits, visibly distressed, with her thoughts spiraling. Your Highness? Is something bothering you? Mari, her maid, notices her troubled expression and tries to comfort her. Eurenica's internal monologue reveals her turmoil. What should I do? Soliae Elodia is coming to the palace tomorrow. A woman who's capable of using black magic to bury people alive. Mari, unaware of the gravity of the situation, cheerfully suggests. How about you have some warm milk? It should calm you down. Eurenica reluctantly agrees, sipping on the milk. She's right. Drinking something warm did help calm me down. As she drinks, Eurenica's mind races. What does Soliae Elodia want? Does she really love Eurydion? She's supposedly been by his side for a long time. But why would a woman who is so powerful be threatened by little old me? I'm just the princess of a small kingdom. Images of her first meeting with Soliae flashed before her eyes, when Soliae tried to drag her into the underworld. As soon as she saw me, she tried to drag me down. Was it simply jealousy? Eurenica shivers at the memory, the chill palpable. Her thoughts shift. Whether or not she loves Eurydion isn't the point. What's important is that she obviously has a goal. Why would she want to marry a man who's the exact opposite of her? The realization dawns. And if she gets caught plotting anything, she'll be executed. Eurenica's knowledge from the novel resurfaces. DeKalb, you're a monster born of the strongest divine power and the most evil magic. If you want, you can have everything in this world. Even the distant world of the gods beyond the Udeta, she speculates. Maybe her true plan is to see beyond the Udeta, the border between heaven and earth. She dares to gain the world of the gods using black magic? Eurenica continues piecing it together. If she was hoping to attain that through her son, then that explains everything. But that horrible experiment of hers ultimately fails, because in the novel, DeKalb loses his divinity when he learns black magic. Still puzzled, Eurenica ponders. Why would she use her own son to try and obtain the power of both worlds? Is there a hidden goal? She remembers how little Soliae appeared in the novel. Though she made a strong impression every time, she actually doesn't appear a whole lot. Determined, Eurenica resolves to follow Eurydion's advice. Maybe it's best for me to hide out in Beryllia Palace as Eurydion suggested. But then she second-guesses herself. I can't spend the whole time I'm here trying to avoid her. Even if I get sent back to Livigny, I need to make sure those two don't get married. She contemplates her options. Do whatever I can to interrupt whenever they're together. Willingly sacrifice my own body to prove that she's a black magician. Her thought spirals further. Wait, if I use option 1, then it'll immediately bring about option 2. That's right. If I try to get between them, and she kills me with black magic, then Soliae will get caught red-handed. She imagines the outcome. Through my death, Eurydion will avoid an untimely death, and he'll live a long, long life, happily ever after. Eurenica shakes herself out of it. But I can't die. That's a bad ending. I'm doing all of this so I can live. Her resolve strengthens. I'll just act like how I usually do tomorrow. It's not like I was much of a planner to begin with. A life unplanned is one lived with energy and gusto, right? Meanwhile, Eurydion reflects on his decision to limit Celia's visits to the palace. It's been 3 weeks since I last saw Soliae. I can't push back meeting with her any longer. I already limited visits from twice a week to once a week, he sighs, thinking about her role. She's the mage in charge of giving me regular reports on the Tower of Magic. Though I can't trust her, she's still an excellent magician. And she's symbolic of the crown's relationship to the Tower of Magic. His frustration grows. Who knows? If nothing happens, maybe she can be my companion for life. But that means living the rest of my life being wary of my own queen. It's exhausting just thinking about it. He steels himself. I can't let this shake me. I don't want to show any weakness. It's suffocating. I can only imagine how clingy she'll be since I kept her from the palace for 3 weeks. Troubles upon troubles, it truly is. Eurenica peeks outside her window. She spots Eurydion standing tall, looking distracted. She rushes to open the window and teases him. I got you to open it. I thought you'd stay inside Beryllia Palace all day today. Eurydion watches her with a knowing expression. Did I forget to tell her about Soliae visiting? No, I definitely told her. Not that she seems like the type to ever listen to anybody. He shakes his head in amusement. You really are incorrigible, princess, she said. I'm not a predictable woman, you know. Looking at her, Eurydion thinks, for some reason, she looked more delicate today, almost translucent. It was as if she would disappear. Was it because of the white dress? It would be better if she didn't wear white. He raised his and caressed her hair, thinking, it's strange. I felt like I know this princess in front of me even less than I know Soliae. Yet maybe it's because she seems to move so freely, unrestrained. Simply watching her makes me feel just as free. He asked. Yes. But what brings you here despite the obvious danger you're putting yourself in, princess? She hesitated. Well, today, he pressed. What about today? She clasped his hand and said, well, a brief pause. Then, I plan on kidnapping you. And how do you plan on doing that? He asked. She continued, because of the circumstances I'm in, I was hoping you'd cooperate with me. She wriggled slightly, as if testing the waters. She laughed. Would you prefer to allow yourself to be abducted by me or, he asked, or, she added, or would you rather have me bother you all day? He was taken aback for a moment, then asked, what are you unhappy about today to do this? She said, your schedule for today. I'm thinking about thoroughly interrupting it. He wondered, does she really mean that? She continued, you're not engaged to her anyway, so I figure she and I are in the same position. I'll guarantee your safety and comfort. I'm confident I can do that. So, will you cooperate? She winked playfully. Though I guess nothing can be done if you decide to take what I said as a threat. He replied, I didn't know. He thinks in his mind, I have about half an hour to an hour until lunch with Soliae. She knows I was particular about punctuality, so she'll arrive exactly on time. I can't help but think about how Soliae dealt with any noblewoman who tried to approach me. She'd spin her web of rumors and involving them in scandals to get rid of them. Though this princess looks like someone who could never be implicated in a scandal, still, even without Soliae directly getting involved, if it even looks like I'm getting close to a princess I abducted from another kingdom, it probably wouldn't look great for me, or for her, she asked, shaking her head playfully. What do you think? Come with me, your majesty. He chuckled. I can't say no. He thought, it's as if she knew I wasn't looking forward to my meeting with Soliae. Eurenica was shocked. Your majesty? Eurydion jumped outside from window and said, go on, tell me, princess. She blinked. What? He asked. What do you plan on doing with me once you abduct me? She was in shock. What? It worked? He pursued on confused while she was in shock. Princess? She thought, did I actually manage to lure him in? She had tried to flirt subtly before, and he had avoided every attempt. Maybe being direct had been the right choice all along. She rolled her eyes slightly, then said, well, first, how about we run away? He's strangely going along with everything today. She extends her hand towards him. He agreed, accepting her hand. Then they walked while Eurenica leads the way. Her mind was jumbled, thinking, he's strangely going along with everything today. Did he decide to humor me? I mean, thanks. If Soliae were to see me stealing Eurydion away, I wondered how she'd respond. She might literally bury me alive with her own 2 hands. I need to get back to Beryllia and lock him up with me for the day. But why did I feel like I was the only one distressed about this situation? She stopped and turned towards him, thinking, I'm doing this so the both of us could live. She pouted, saying, one day, you'll be grateful to me, Your Majesty. He smiled. Perhaps one day I will. There's no telling the future. She felt annoyed, then resolved. We need to hurry and get out of here before Soliae sees us. After that she started walking again, holding his hand. Suddenly Eurydion stopped abruptly, pulling her towards him. He hides behind a tree, avoiding Soliae. She was in the garden looking for something. Eurenica was shocked for a moment, then understands the situation and thinks, what the heck? What's Soliae doing in front of Beryllia Palace? Celia's here, in front of Beryllia Palace? This is literally the worst situation for me. She tried to speak. But he stopped her. He mumbled, this is a problem. Eurenica thinks, if Eurydion leaves me to go to Soliae, that's going to be the real problem. She looked at his face that was watching Soliae and observed something strange. This isn't how people look at someone they're thinking about getting engaged to. What's he looking at? Soliae is the only thing he could see from this vantage point. What is she doing? But it was pointless to struggle, as Eurydion squeezed her tightly. She thinks I can't get out. Actually, it's strange that Soliae would be here to begin with. Any way you cut it, the most logical conclusion is that she's here to see me. As she shivers thinking about it, he whispered to her, Princess. She panicked. What? Her heart raced being so close to him. He asked, would you like to go look at Verishad? She nods back. She said inwardly, I'll go anywhere where Soliae isn't. Meanwhile, Knight Ferric approached. Lady Elodia. She halted and turns to him. Ferric. He walked to her and said, His Majesty has personally ordered that no one can enter here. She replied, Oh dear. Is that so? I'm sorry, I should have been more careful. Soliae thinks in her mind. I didn't know that. He directly made the order himself? Where'd he pick up that girl who rides at the slightest bit of magic? He gave her a whole palace, and either got rid of or blocked anything with even the hint of magic from getting near her. Though I have a feeling she won't last long despite his best efforts. Then she snapped her fingers, thinking, I'll need to nip this in the bud. He's already made it obvious that he's leery of me. It'll be a problem if his heart were to fully turn against me. She said inwardly, Eurydion Belcourt has the strongest and purest of divine powers coursing through him. The only woman he can marry is me. With the snapping of her fingers she pointed something towards the palace in which Eurenica was staying. Ferric then said, No need to apologize to me, my lady. Please return to the main palace. His Majesty is waiting for you. She nods and said, All right, let's go. She said in her mind, following Ferric. Liar. That man measures time down to the exact minute. There's no way he'd show up 10 minutes early and wait. It makes no sense. As she was following him, she asked, Was it His Majesty who told you I was here? Ferric flinched and stopped. No. I saw you here, and knowing this area is restricted, decided it was best to warn you, she replied. I see. She thinks in her mind, I'm not detecting anything in particular. Divinity and black magic. The two are opposites, and the only thing that can cancel each other out. Yet paradoxically, they are undetectable to each other. That is why they are able to exist in the same world without much problem. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to detect his presence. But that also means Eurydion wouldn't be able to detect me here. Then, I wonder where my king is watching me from. The path on which she walked, the greenery withered away as to something ominous passed. After she left, Eurydion asked Eurenica, Princess, do you have some kind of blood feud with Soliae Elodia? She averted her gaze, thinking, No, I didn't know better is all. I didn't think sticking my tongue out at the most powerful black magician in this world would bring about such severe consequences. He continued, I truly do not understand what this is all about. Eurenica blurted out, I don't have any ulterior motives. I simply wanted to keep you captive today. He was stunned for a moment, then said, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Soliae. But what you just said makes me suspicious. She retracted. I misspoke. I just need to shut up and stay still. She looked at her as he was busy thinking. What in the world could he be thinking about? Then he asked, what are you scheming this time? Her heart raced, feeling guilty. Surely, he's talking about Soliae again. After they planned to leave, Eurydion ordered his servant. Looking at him, Eurenica thinks, it's strange how unfeeling he is towards someone he's supposedly considering making his fiancé. I guess Eurydion is a lot more wary of that woman than I thought. Then, does he really wish to show me around the capital city? Or is that just an excuse to get away from Soliae? The latter does seem more plausible. Does this officially make this the getaway sequence? Then she cleared her throat and began. Your Majesty? Are we running away right now? He said. No. You're abducting me. What am I supposed to do with such an inept kidnapper? She was shocked. What? Is he messing with me? Looks like he's trying to evade explaining himself any further. He continued. At this rate, you'll lose me as soon as we walk the streets of the city. She asked, lose what? Then he turned to his servant and said, give me that. The servant brought robes. Eurydion puts the robe on Eurenica. He bundled her up. Every button buttoned, ribbon tied tight. She felt, I'm choking. Then he said, this is much better. She spined around, observing, is there a reason to wrap me up like this from head to toe? I guess it would be dangerous for a pretty girl like me to walk around the streets in an obviously expensive dress. But I'm not the only one who'd stand out. Eurydion would definitely stick out like a sore thumb more than I do, he said. I wonder what you'd like to see the most, princess. The Temple of Loris? The wolf statue in Yugo Plaza? Or maybe the mural that depicts our nation's founding? She said. Oh, the temple. I'd like to go there. Then she snapped. No, wait. But what about you, DeKalbs? I mean, Your Majesty, he assured. Oh, you won't lose me so easily. She agreed, that's true. You really stands out in a crowd. She shouted after realizing, wait, no, she thinks, that's not what I meant. Has he lost his mind? He can't walk around in public dressed like that, with that face. I thought we were trying to get away from Soliae, he asked. What's the problem? She said inwardly. There's a lot I want to say, but I don't have the space to list it all here. She flapped the robe and said, you have to wear this too. He hesitated. I don't think that's a good idea, but if you want me to, she said, you have to put the hood up too. After putting it on, she giggled. Hee. All done? He asked. Do you enjoy wrapping things and covering them up? She dead seriously said. No. My tastes lean more toward taking things off, but that doesn't really work in this situation. Also, you're one to talk, Your Majesty. She thinks he's the one who wrapped me up in this robe so only my face peeks out. He then remarked, it's almost scary how naive you are. She asked, startled. What's that supposed to mean? I'm a grown woman. I know lots. He smiled playfully. Yeah, right. Then he grabbed her hand so her heart raced. He said the palace might be quiet, but Verishad itself is a busy city. There's also the Tower of Magic and the Magic or Market. She thought to herself, I've held his hand many times before, but why is my heart pounding like this? He continued, all sorts of magicians and magic practitioners walk the streets too, so make sure you stay by my side. She smiled. Don't worry, I'll stick to you like glue. She thinks in her mind, my plan kinda went off the rails, but this is a way more effective date than what I had planned. I should be proud I managed to make this much progress. As long as I stay with him, nothing bad should happen, and nothing in the world scares me as long as he's beside me. She then said, shall we go, Mr. Hostage? He smiled looking at her. Yes. As they went outside the gates, a knight brought a horse and greeted. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Eurydion nods to the knight. He then said to the horse, Rud, it's been a while. Hearing that, Eurenica thinks, Rud, that's the horse we rode the whole way to Belcourt. He's not as scary as when I first saw him. I should try to learn how to ride a horse when I have time. It's not a problem now, but there might be a situation where I'll have to escape on horseback on my own. He then turned to her. This way, princess. He lifts her up and puts her on horse. She grasped the horse and said, thank you. Looking down, she thinks, I'm so far up. Yeah, learning horseback riding might still be difficult for me. He gets on horse and said, posture, princess. She straightened up and said, yes, sir. He then said to the knight, take care of everything before I return. And, Raiden, make sure you and the other three follow unnoticed, understood? The knight bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Eurenica wondered, what? Follow who? Then he pulled horse ropes, pushing it to run, and that's how she finally got to go outside the palace for the first time since she arrived at Belcourt. She was amazed to see the empire. Belcourt's small streets were so different from Livna, the capital of Livni. Just like the roads she had seen on the way here, they reminded her once again of how small and rural Livni truly was. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that people were staring. Murmurs filled the air around her. She wondered, was I imagining things? Suddenly Eurydion tugged her, saying, "Princess, your hood," she asked. "What?" he said. "It's best if you don't take it off. You'll draw attention," she pouted. "I didn't take it off," he said. "I'll let you down soon. You can do your sightseeing then," she thinks. So I wasn't imagining things after all. I didn't particularly like people staring at me. "Yes," she mumbled, slumping slightly in the saddle. He asked, "Who do you think you are, raising your voice at me?" The city bustled around them, lively and full of energy. "Extra, extra! Read all about it!" The chatter of townspeople, the rustling of newspapers, and the sounds of the busy marketplace surrounded them. It had been a long time since she had heard the sounds of other people like this. A little change of pace was nice. She thinks, I'd been too busy worrying about things all on my own. I should enjoy this. We are away from Soliae, and most importantly, I'm with the most trustworthy escort in the whole world. Then they stopped, and he left her back down. She slipped her robe from her head, saying, "Your Majesty." Eurydions pulled it, saying, "Be careful what you call me when we're outside the palace." "Ah," she blinked. "Then how about?" He refused. "No, I don't even want to hear it." "Humph." She crossed her arms. "I can't do anything." "Don't call me anything," he instructed. "You'll be next to me the whole time anyway. Actually, you won't even need to get my attention." She narrowed her eyes. He was so oddly standoffish. Fine then. She was going to call him Your Majesty, just to spite him. "Come on, don't be so immature," she sighed. Then he said, "From this point on, riding a horse will draw too much attention. Besides, walking is better if you want a general look at the city." "That's fine," she said with a nod. "I like walking." The truth was, Eurydion had no obligation to show her around Verishad like this. She felt a little guilty making him walk with her, especially without his usual guards. "I have to inspect the capital anyway," he said as if reading her thoughts. "No need for you to look so down like this." He hesitated before adding, "And there's something I wanted to check in on. Don't let the hood fall off," he reminded her. Sometimes, it was almost like he could read her mind. She hoped what he said was true, though she would be grateful even if he was only saying it to make her feel better. She couldn't figure him out at all. Sometimes he was kind and considerate, but then he would suddenly be cold and distant. He made her let down her guard, only to hit the wall he had built around himself. And yet, how could she not fall for even the smallest bit of kindness when he had a face like that? As her heart raced, she thinks, "First, I need to calm her heart down," she said. "Thank you in advance, Your Majesty. Since today, you'll be my health elixir, my shield," he said. "I just hope I don't lose you." "Pardon?" she asked, looking at him. "No, nothing. As long as you have fun, I'll be satisfied," he said smoothly. Hearing that, she thinks, there he goes again. "You're flirting. Admit it, you're flirting with me," she thought, exasperated. He then extends his hand and said, "Come." He kept messing with her feelings. As her heart raced, she said, "It's all because of that face of yours." "What?" he asked, puzzled. She said, "I'm saying you're seriously handsome, Your Majesty." He looked completely taken aback. "What in the world are you? Let's go," she said quickly, grabbing his hand. Her heart started beating really fast. Her face turned red. She thinks, what was this? It feels like I shot myself full of caffeine. Did I overdose on his divine energy? She avoided his gaze. She was blushing so much her face was going to explode. Verishad was a large city, with the royal palace at its center. 4 main streets stretched out in different directions from it. To the east and west were the noble estates Phila and Hyalan. To the north was Anaxa, where the commoners lived. And to the south, they entered Elijah, the arts district, known as the high streets of Verishad. "Oh, we're here," Eurydion said. "This is considered the second heart of Verishad," he explained as they reached the bustling Elijah Plaza. "Wow," she breathed. "So this is that famous." She was about to dash away, but he grabbed her hand and said, "Don't go off on your own, princess." "Oh yes," she said, returning to his side. He was glancing around, observing. Seeing that, she thinks, something feels off. He looks more on edge than usual. "So you've heard of Elijah Plaza?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes." Or maybe it was just the shadow of his hood giving her that impression. I heard it's a place worth visiting, she explained. It was recommended to me, he asked. By who? She smiled at the memory. You must visit Elijah Plaza, Thierry had told her excitedly. It's the fruit of centuries of Belcourt culture and arts coming together in one place, she said. Thierry did. Eurydian's expression was unreadable. I see you two have gotten close, she blinked. Why is that your response? Am I not allowed to make friends? He replied. Of course you can. Wouldn't it be stranger if we didn't get along? She wondered. I spent much more time with Thierry and Marianne than I have with Eurydian, after all. Then, he asked, does Thierry Chamard allow you to call him by his name? She frowned. Wait, are you jealous? He was at a loss for words. He said. Who? Me? Jealous of you? She said. Don't look at me like I'm talking absolute nonsense. You're hurting my feelings. And yes, Thierry and I have gotten to know each other, so of course, we're on a first-name basis. He said it's fine if I call him Thierry. She thinks, though that's only because we came to a compromise after I kept calling him by his proper title. Marianne had a similar experience, Eurydian said. Yes, well, if you mutually agreed to do so. But surely you're not allowing him to call you by your name, she hesitated. Yes. Well, I am royalty after all, he replied thoughtfully. I see. He looked a little disappointed, seeing that she thinks in her mind. Huh? What? Would you like to call me by my name? What is it? She asked. What is he so unhappy about? He asked. What? She said. Ureninavika. It's kind of a long name, so people shorten it however they like. Urenica, Yenica, Yeni. Any one of those three are fine by me. Those are pet names that only my family uses, so I'm making a special exception for you, Your Majesty. Hearing that, he thinks, it looks like she has no idea that in Belcourt, names are only used between extremely close people, and that shortening names to make nicknames is never done. Though the real issue is, I doubt she'd care even if I explained this to her. She's not really the type to be cautious around people. He spoke. There's still a lot that you don't know about Belcourt, Princess, she asked, confused. Like what? He replied. I'm saying that I refuse to call you any of those names. Anyway, do you remember what I told you before? She pewed, thinking. That's not the reaction I wanted, she asked. What was that? He sighed. You leave me no choice. I suppose I'll just have to be vigilant for you. She was confused. What's that supposed to mean? He keeps saying things I can't understand. Then the realization hit her. Oh no. Does he not like the fact that I'm friendly with a priest that he puts a lot of trust in? That sounds like his problem, not mine, she frowned. I don't see what's wrong with me and Thierry being friendly. It's your fault for not appearing in the garden often. You were more than happy to make me wait, he clearly replied. I was busy. She felt annoyed. Arg, no. That makes me sound like a bored little kid throwing a tantrum because I want him to play with me, she said. I was only joking. I'm grateful that you agreed to be abducted all the way here. It's not like I can nag you to keep me entertained, he replied. Glad you're quick to accept things, she snapped. Arg, seriously? Suddenly she felt a sudden surge of energy behind her. Someone was running and crossed near her. Eurydian guarded her, pulling her close. Careful. The person doesn't stop and a marble rolled back from him. Seeing that, Urenica wondered, a black marble? Did that man drop it? I felt a sharp pain like something just scratched me, but it's gone now. What was that? Due to Eurydian's divine energy, the pain vanished. Coming to her senses, she giggled. I guess he has someplace to be. He was in a rush. Oh, thank you for catching me, he smiled and said. It's times like these that make me glad you're careless, she asked playfully. Haha, are you mocking me? He replied. No. Like I said, I'm relieved, she said. I don't understand how that's supposed to make you feel that way, he said inwardly. It'd only scare her if I told her what it was, he replied. Heh, you don't have to do anything out of character. She was confused. Really, what is it? Did I totally miss something? But I don't notice anything in particular. She glanced around thinking. Then he tapped her forehead and said, Shall we go? She nods back. Looking around, she observed, just as Thierry said, the entirety of Yugal Plaza was like a work of art. You couldn't ignore a single thing, from the tile work on the ground to the howling wolf statue in the large fountain at the center of the plaza. And then, there's the mural on the massive wall surrounding the plaza. She ordered 2 grilled skewers at a stall. Unknown to her, another black marble rolled near to her. Eurydian averted her attention, saying, I feel like the cotton candy over there is more fitting for you to eat than what you're holding now, she complained. Are you teasing me again? That's not nice, he pressed. Do you not like your hair? She replied. That's not it, but, she said in her mind. I don't like the idea that Eurydion might compare my hair to Celia's. Shiny, healthy, beautiful hair, she turned while chewing her food. Anyway, I don't want to eat cotton candy. I'm going to eat something else. Another marble rolled to her. Eurydion quickly hides it before her and said, Sure, you can do whatever you like. He crushed another with his foot. Then he looked ahead and she was standing still. He asked, Why? What would you like to eat this time? As she chewed, she said inwardly, What? That question just popped out of his mouth reflexively. Looking at him, she thinks, Something seems to be distracting him from the street food we're eating. He then said, Actually, maybe it's better if you hold on to the money. She panicked, thinking, I'm not asking you to buy something for me. She quickly stopped him. That's not it. Don't treat me like a child. She pointed. I wanted to ask about the wolf. It has a cross on its back, he said. What? She said. That statue of a howling wolf. I didn't notice it when we were further away, but now I see there's a cross on its back, he replied. The wolf and the cross are symbols of Belcourt. That's because Loris, the god of peace and prosperity, is known to frequently appear on Earth in the form of a wolf. So the wolf is the symbol of the Belcourt royal family, who descended from Loris. The cross on the wolf's back symbolizes the one in the royal family who inherits most of Loris' divinity. That is, the king, she began. I see. So it symbolizes you, father of… He cut her off. Watch it, she retracted and smiles. So the statue symbolizes you. As he stared at her, she thinks. Finally, he's actually looking at me. He doesn't seem particularly different from how he usually is. Yet, every now and then, I notice he looks like he's on edge. Or am I just imagining that? Then he asked, Why do you keep looking at me like that? She replied, How am I looking at you? He said, You're looking at me like you're trying to figure something out. She replied, No, I'm not. Then he said, That's good. She annoyingly asked, What do you mean, that's good? He said, Because whenever you look at me like that, something unexpected happens. She laughs to herself. Is it imprinted in his brain now that I'm a troublemaker? Then she said, I admit I can behave a bit unpredictably, but I'm being totally serious right now. I feel like I'm being neglected somehow. He shrugged it off. Neglected? That's not fair at all. Well, if that's how you feel, I can't really argue with that. What would you like to see next? She stared at him for a moment, then giggled. I want to go look at that wolf statue up close. He agreed. All right. Looking at him, she thinks, all he can see right now is me. Maybe in this moment, it's as close as I'll get to what I want. He followed her, thinking, I can't let my guard down around her at all. They went close to the statue and Eurenica was amazed. Wow, look, this is the perfect spot for a picture. She pointed with his finger, just like this, with the wolf in view. Click, she blurted, Oh, I guess they don't have cameras here. Looking at her all playful, Eurydion thinks, she must have been pretty restless, cooped up in the palace. She said, This is so different from Livivny. We don't have a big plaza like this. Our royal palace is small. The houses are small. Even the roads are small. Everything is small. I guess you did get to see that for yourself, huh? Our royal palace is tiny compared to the one in Belcourt. What did you think? He replied. It looked bite-sized, she responded. How rude! Bite-sized? Our palace isn't that small. It's just that Belcourt's is ridiculously large, he replied. Sure, let's go with that. She turned her head. Wow, that was a total turn-off. Then another marble rolled near them. Eurydion was cautious of another boundary stone. Looking at it, he thinks, I've never seen a boundary stone that gives off a swirling dark aura like that. Yet strangely, today I've seen quite a few. I wonder if these are being used for black magic. Then as Eurenica was sightseeing, she said, Let's go over there now. Observing the situation, Eurydion thinks in his mind, boundary stones have one of two uses. Either they're used to trap something inside, or they're used to teleport something trapped in their line of sight. Soliae was in front of Berylia, and as soon as we left the palace, it was like we were being surrounded by boundary stones. And then there were all those magicians who accidentally bumped into us. But this is all speculation. No matter how vigilant I am, there's a limit to what I can detect about magicians. In a similar vein, a magician can't know whether or not I possess divine power because of the negating effects of dark and divine power. And in a crowd like this, it would be even more difficult to pick out. But right now, I have the distinct feeling that we're being pursued. Where is this bad feeling coming from? Then another stone rolled. Looking at it, he smiled. I do have enough evidence to at least determine their intentions. I know which one of us that malicious woman is going after. He grasped her hand tightly. Eurenica turned confused. Your Majesty? He thinks. Who does she think she can abduct? She asked. Why do you have that look on your face again, huh? He pulled her close, saying, Careful. The stone disappeared behind her. She was still confused. He said, I told you not to call me that in public. You should watch where you're walking. She glanced back, saying, But nothing's there. He changed the topic. Anyway, where did you say you wanted to go? I see over there they have a display of Belcourt's traditional crafts. Would you like to look at that? She gets excited. What's that? Yes. Let's get a closer look, she asked the vendor. This is so pretty. Is this something you wear in your hair? The stall owner said. Yes, miss. Take your hood off, and I'll put it on for you, she excitedly replied. Okay, yay. But Eurydion stopped her. No, don't take it off, he thinks. Her pink hair already stands out, since it's rare in Belcourt, she insisted with sparkly eyes. Just this one time, real quick, he refused. No, she pressed again. Then I have no way of knowing which one looks good on me, he whispered. I'll have all of them sent to Beryllia Palace for you, so no need to take your hood off. The stall owner heard his words. The palace? He said. I'll take them all? Eurenica questioned. Such lavish consumption. Don't you think you're overspending? He nodded. I don't know if you could say I ever overspend anything. I probably have the most money in Belcourt, the owner said. Oh my, thank you. Hearing that, Eurenica said that might be true, but she rolled her eyes and added, Yeah, I guess money is one of those things where what goes around comes around. After hearing that, he thinks, that's not really how the saying goes. What does she think that means? Suddenly she noticed a black marble lying in between the accessories. She wondered, what's that? It looks just like the weird marble I saw rolling around on the ground earlier. Strange coincidence. As the marble glows, she got pulled towards it. As soon as she touched it, she felt pinching pain. She stammered, Huh? Ow, that stings. She turned to Eurydion and said, Your Majesty, there's something wrong with this one, he asked. Which one? She pointed. This stone here. She was confused. What? But I wasn't trying to reach for it, she said. It feels like it's pulling me in. Eurydion quickly stopped her. Don't touch it, princess. He pulled her towards him and said, Looks like somebody forgot these. They're all over the streets. Eurenica was startled. I definitely didn't imagine it this time. His demeanor totally changed. He instantaneously went cold. Eurydion picked up the strange marble. She said, Don't touch that. She gets shocked to see that it does nothing to Eurydion. He was totally fine, but her finger was swollen. Eurydion crushed the marble, saying, Such silly tricks. Then he grabbed her hand and applied his divine power. She was thinking, I didn't even touch that strange marble. How'd this happen? After he applied his divine energy, swelling vanished. Then he mumbled, Raiden, Ruglier, Selvier, Illiger. She wondered, that name. I haven't heard those other names, but are they also knights who directly report to Eurydion? She then turned towards the horse, thinking, Rud? Is that man standing next to Rud one of the knights? I see. He's been on guard about something this whole time. He even had 4 knights secretly follow us. She asked, worried, What's happening? He said, We need to get away from this place. She questioned, What? He smirked. I see a lot of rats today. She wondered, Rats? I doubt he's talking about actual rats. She shudders, thinking, No, it couldn't be. Either Soleil followed us. She felt chills down her spine and quickly hugged Eurydion in panic. He asked, What's the meaning of this? As the crowd was bustling around them, she said, This means I like you, Your Majesty. She thinks in her mind, It's probably not a good thing that I keep wanting to depend on him. But maybe it's because my body instinctively knows this is how I can feel better. I'll count to 3, then let go. 1, 2, 3. As she backed away, she felt, now healthy in both body and mind. Then she said, Okay, we can go now. He murmured to himself, Seal off the plaza. Raiden, contact the Tower of Magic. Hearing that, she thinks, his voice sounds so cold. But where are his knights? She glanced around to find them. Then he picked her up and started walking. He said, Didn't you say earlier you wanted to go to the temple? She asked. What? She remembers, the temple. She realized, Hold up. That's not what's important right now, she shouted. Your Majesty, I think that's enough sightseeing. Maybe we can just return to the palace and… He doesn't stop and quickly gets in his horse. Giddy up, she panicked. You're speeding. As they reached the temple, one of the clergy saw the approaching horse and said, Horse riding is not permitted here. What's your name? Tell me who you are and why you're… Eurydion uncovers his head and said, Move. The clergy panicked. Why, Your Majesty? But Your Majesty, Who is that with you? He replied coldly. None of your business. Urenica flinched, thinking, what? I've never heard him talk like this. He sounds so angry. Why is he acting like this? As the priest felt pressured, he was speechless. Then Eurydion said, This is my guest. She is someone who happens to be under Belcourt's protection, he replied. My apologies. I did not mean to be discourteous to an important guest. Then she replied, Thank you, Ak. But Eurydion raced the horse. Later, while getting off, she said, Did you really have to race off like that? I don't know why you're in such a rush, he asked. Are you all right? She replied. Pardon? Yes, I am. He looked worried and said, Is that so? She wondered what's going on. As she gets off the horse, she slumped. He caught her and said, I knew this would happen. He patted her back and said, Take a deep breath and then slowly breathe out, princess. It's not uncommon for people who have never stepped foot on the temple's grounds to feel this way. You'll have to get used to it. She thinks in her mind, It's an overwhelming amount of divine power. I feel like a catfish that lived in the dirtiest riverbed their whole life, and then one day suddenly finds itself dropped into extremely clean water. He said, You'll feel better soon. Breathe. You have to breathe. After a few moments, she felt refreshed and totally fine. She said, Oh, that's strange, Eurydion said. That's because you're feeling pure, unadulterated divinity. Can you walk? She replied. Yes. He slipped the robe from her and said, I'm sure this felt stuffy. She replied. A little. After a slight pause, she said, But now I feel fine. He stared at her, looking worried. She thought, feeling blushed. It's embarrassing how he keeps staring at me so intensely, as if he's examining me from head to toe. She asked, What are you doing, Your Majesty? Then he grabbed her hand and said, Your hand. Looking at it, she said, My hand's all better now from before. She thinks he's not listening. Fine, go ahead and look at it all you want. Then he dropped her hand and said, I should have warned you not to go around touching just anything that you see, she complained. Huh, I didn't go around just touching everything. That thing drew me in. It felt like it was begging me to touch it. After hearing that, at first he smiled, then sighed. Yes, I see how that could happen, she asked. You don't believe me, he replied. Of course not. She looks at him, thinking, There's no doubt about it. That is a face that says, Sure, if you say so, I guess. It's like he thinks I'm some 10-year-old kid. He asked, It drew you in, you say? She realized, though he looks like his usual self, something's different. She called out, Your Majesty, he said, Go inside the temple. Princess Thierry should be around at this time of day, so you'll have a familiar face to talk to. She questioned. What? What about you, Your Majesty? He replied. There's something I need to check on. She grasped his arm and complained. But you said you'd be my hostage, she asked. What are you going to go check on? You've been acting strange all day. The way you suddenly said we needed to get out of that alley was strange. And how you kept looking around, like you were checking for someone or something, was also strange. Now, the look on your face, even the look in your eyes. She thought, there's no denying that he's been on high alert ever since we left the palace. Even when he jokingly announced he'd be kidnapped by me, he didn't look this tense. Then, the reason for all of this. She was freaking out inwardly, but she still asked, Your Majesty, are you suspecting? But she stopped there. The word Soliae doesn't come out from her mouth. He replied, I've never seen him look so serious before. She asked, confused, What? He continued, Ha, it's a shame you only notice things in moments like these. You're usually quite careless. She glared at him, thinking, I'm trying to be serious here. He continued, I simply noticed a few things while we were out that shouldn't be there. I've decided to patrol the streets to crack down on some unsavory things. It's been a while. For example, that magic ore that you almost touched earlier. There were quite a few, so it's dangerous for you to be out there. And it's probably safer for you to be here at the temple rather than go back to the palace, since I won't be there. After hearing that, she resolved, maybe he isn't suspecting Soliae after all? But I'm sure this is all her doing, but I can't tell him that. I still don't have any proof. I can't carelessly go outside, and I can't come out and say Soliae is a black magician. I don't have any special skills that can help me catch Soliae red-handed either. Someone like me would just get in the way. I'm more help if I step aside and sit still. Meaning, there's nothing that I can do, she said inwardly. This is so frustrating. Then she asked, When will you be back? He replied, By the end of the day, she said. Don't be late, he replied. You have my word, she said while fidgeting. I'm serious. You don't know what's going to happen. If you don't make it back on time, it'll make me nervous. He asked, What exactly is it that I don't know? She smiled nervously, thinking, I dunno. Like, the plot of the original novel? The thing is, nothing's certain in life. What if Soliae changes her mind if things don't go her way? If she can have the son she wants, she might decide to harm Eurydion instead. She spoke. Nothing, just make it back safely. What I mean is, don't get hurt or anything like that. He brushed her hair, saying, I see now that you like to worry over nothing. At first she looked unhappy, then she smiled, thinking, seriously? I wish he'd understand even half of what I was feeling. After he left, she said aloud, he left me alone. He did say Thierry should be around. I guess hanging out with Thierry is better than being all by myself. She turned towards the steps and thinks, the real problem right now is, are there this many steps so you can atone for your sins? She complained, how am I supposed to get all the way up there? She was wearing heeled shoes. As she started going, she thinks, Eurydion will probably return before I make it up these steps. Then someone called from behind, Princess? So she turned, then the person said, oh my. I wondered why His Majesty was looking for me. What are you doing up there? Looking at Thierry, she felt relieved. That staircase is only used when we make an offering to Loris. The altar is located at the top, Thierry explained. Loris walks there, so entrance is forbidden, she said inwardly. Eurydion Belcourt, you forgot to tell me the most important thing. If Thierry hadn't shown up just in time, I would have irreverently set foot on holy ground where Loris descends. Of all the places here, why did Eurydion have to drop me off in front of those steps? Blushing slightly, she turned to Thierry. Oh, but how'd you know I was there? He replied. His Majesty told me so. He did? She frowned. How? He was with me the whole time. Those of us ordained to serve Loris can communicate even if we don't directly speak to each other, Thierry explained. King Eurydien's divine powers are the strongest and purest in this land. Therefore, he can effortlessly communicate with us. She recalled. So he wasn't just mumbling to himself earlier. All those nights must be the holy nights of Loris. Are you feeling better, Your Highness? Thierry asked. Yes, I'm great. She stretched her arms. It's been a long time since I felt this full of energy. Thierry smiled. You probably feel better here than you did at the palace. There's nothing dangerous here for you to be on the lookout for. Unfortunately, there were a lot of areas in the temple restricted from outsiders. I would appreciate it if you'd keep that in mind, Thierry said gently. Of course, I'll be on my best behavior. I promised. She thinks he knows better than anyone that I can't stand being bored. Before I knew he was a nominee for the next archbishop, he had been exclusively my guide at the palace. She hesitated, then sighed. I'm sorry to be such a bother when you're a busy man. Not just today, but also before. I probably was very rude to you, Thierry chuckled. What do you mean? No need to apologize, Your Highness. Truth is, I'm not that busy, she said inwardly. Thierry is so nice. I wish Eurydion could be half as nice as him. She blushed, suddenly thinking of Eurydion. He'd probably tease me if he heard me apologizing like this. Now I'm thinking about him again. Something just didn't feel right. Eurydion tried to act like nothing had happened, but it felt like something definitely did. What if Soliae placed some black magic on the palace I'm staying in? My head ached. Thierry gestured toward a roped-off pathway. Your Highness, this path marked with gold rope leads to the priest's prayer room. Civilians cannot go past this point. The prayer room for outsiders is marked with red rope. It's located right over there. She blinked. What? I see. So the gold rope leads to the prayer room for normal people, and the red rope goes to the priest's prayer room. Got it. But it was opposite. If you go further in, past the prayer room, you'll find a public area for believers, he continued. She looked around, noticing the nobles gathered there. Looks like a lot of nobles visit here. Yes, of course, Thierry said. That's because this is the only place in the capital where one can pray directly to Loris. Class has no meaning in the temple. Commoners and nobles both use the same spaces. Now, if you'll come this way. There are a lot of people here today. She followed him, but she could hear murmuring. One girl said, That pink hair, the one that His Majesty. Other asked, Oh, is she? She tensed, thinking, what? Are they whispering about me? I really didn't like being the center of attention. If DeKalb's father were here, I'd at least hold onto his robe or something. She sighed in relief when Thierry finally led her inside a quiet room. I use this room as my study, he said. I wanted to take you to the worship room, but there are a lot more people here today than I expected. Please come in, she replied. Thank you. She sat down, finally relaxing. He inquired, Would you like some tea? Yes, please, she said quickly. She flaps her hand, thinking. They kept staring at me. I thought they'd stare a hole into my face, Thierry asked. It looks like you went somewhere today, she replied. His Majesty and I went out into the capital today, but something unexpected happened. Thierry raised an eyebrow. You mean, His Majesty accompanied you himself? Yes, well, it somehow happened that way, she trailed off. One thing had led to another. Thierry served her tea and said, when His Majesty contacted me directly, I thought something terrible had happened. I'm relieved to hear you're all right. Nothing really happened, she said, though she wasn't entirely sure. However, it seemed like His Majesty was very concerned about something. Thierry's expression grew thoughtful. I see, she sipped the tea. Oh, this tea is nice. After a slight pause, he said, it seems as if His Majesty really cares for you, Your Highness. PBBT, she choked. Who said that? He replied. Oh no. Nobody really told me anything directly. More like I noticed some things, and people have been talking. She looked worried. Are rumors? Yes. It's simply idle chatter that's been floating around, he admitted. I only overheard the conversations of some nobles recently. I don't know anything for sure myself. She leaned in. So what are the rumors? Thierry hesitated. It just seems like there are rumors, tying you to King Eurydion a little. Her eyes widened. In a good way or a bad way, he replied. I don't think I should be the one to judge that. If they say there's something between those two, that's good. But if they say some strange woman appeared in the palace, then that's bad. Is it the former or the latter? She asked, waving her hand. He hesitated, then recalled the conversation. A noble woman said, I heard His Majesty wanted to teach Livavni a lesson, so he captured their princess and has her locked away in a dungeon. Other replied, What? Not at all. My husband told me he saw the princess around the palace. Another noblewoman had apparently said, I heard the king brought his true bride from Livavni. Someone else had murmured. Another said, If that's the case, I'm all for it. I don't know what this princess is like, but she has to be better than that snake of a woman. He then said, I think it's closer to the former. She grinned. Hee. That's fine then. She felt relief. I don't know who saw or said something to get those rumors going, but this meant the public's behind me. Then she asked, Thierry, do you think there's hope for me? He asked. Pardon? Hope for what? She asked. For things to work out between me and the king. Thierry nearly dropped his tea. What? She began. Thing is, with my body the way it is, I figured remaining close to the king is the best thing for me. Don't worry so much, Your Highness, Thierry reassured her. If things don't work out, you could always just come live here at the temple. She shakes her head. I'm not a member of the clergy or an acolyte. I haven't been born with a single speck of divinity, and in fact I need it like a leech. Besides, a layperson can't use the holy temple as their own personal residence. Don't you think so? He got flustered. That's true, but if you're really having a hard time, you should try talking to the king. No, she said quickly. Honestly, I personally like being close to the king. She smiled. Speaking of, Thierry, could you help me out? I need you to do something so His Majesty will like me. You know better than anyone else that I'm desperate here, Thierry. My life's on the line, she said to herself. Of course, it's not just my life, but Eurydian's too. Thierry hesitated, avoiding her gaze. You really need this. Please, she pleaded. He then said, I don't think you really need my help, but I'll see what I can do, Your Highness. Then let's shake on it, business partner. She grinned, reaching out her hand. She echoed, Be my emissary of love. Deliver my love to him. Thierry took her hand, giving it a firm shake, but then said, But really, Your Highness, I don't think you need my help at all. I'm certain His Majesty cares a lot about you. She blinked. Of course, he has to. I might be a hostage, but I'm still foreign royalty. Thierry smiled. No, I don't mean His Majesty cares about you for that reason. Eurydion cares about me? She murmured, uncertain. I'm not exactly sure what Thierry is basing this on, she said. I can't think of any other reason. Well, I'm sure I told you before that he's not a man who's easy to get close to. Thierry continued. I know that quite well too, she admitted. He is kind, but just when I think I have an in, his walls go up. He's a monarch through and through, but he doesn't seem to have a lot of personal relationships, he said. I've served His Majesty for almost 10 years, and he keeps me at arm's length too. Oh, really? She asked, slightly surprised. He continued, He's the only one directly in line for the throne. Because of that, he's always been bound to duty. He only seems kind and magnanimous because he's used to court affairs and his role as king. I see, she murmured, deep in thought. But perhaps, Thierry continued, watching her closely. You're exactly the type of person His Majesty needs. Someone who breaks down his walls and loosens the tension. Someone who can let him relax and be more free. That's why I don't think you particularly need to worry, Your Highness, he said reassuringly. Keep doing what you're doing, and you should be fine. She pondered his words. I don't know if I'm special enough to do all of that. Anyway, Thierry said with a small smile. I'm happy that it seems you had an enjoyable day. She brightened. You're right. I had a lot of fun. I got to explore outside the palace grounds for the first time since I arrived here. I see, he said. Did you get to see Yugo Plaza? She replied, smiling. Yes. It was huge, beautiful, and so lively. Then we went into a side street, she continued, and there was a market. They continued chatting for a long time. After some time, I see, he said again, this time glancing at the time. I need to lead the afternoon prayer, so I have to go. I was going to ask if you wanted to come with me, but you look like you're tired. She laughed awkwardly. I think I'll stay here for a little bit. He stood up and opened the door. All right. Then get some rest, Your Highness. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Yes, see you later, she replied. See you later then, Your Highness. She watched him leave, then gazed at the setting sun. The warmth of the day still lingered, but something felt missing. She squeezed her hands together, trying to pinpoint the feeling. Is it because I missed the warmth I felt holding his hand all day today? Thierry's words replayed in her mind. Anyhow, you might be just the type of person that His Majesty needs. Thierry said I could be someone Eurydian doesn't have to be so tense around. She thought, is Eurydian really that relaxed around me? I can't be sure of that at all. Especially when he throws up his iron walls and thwarts all of my efforts. She sighed. Anyhow, whatever the case, while thinking she leaned on sofa. I wish he'd hurry up and return. Even if the Temple of Loris helps me feel better, at the palace, there's a man who makes me feel like I can breathe just by being around him. I prefer that a lot more. At Yeladeta, the boundary between heaven and earth, someone said to himself. What? Something's not right. There's a strange crumb floating around on earth. More specifically, it's in my temple, an unknown voice whispered. She felt an eerie chill. It's very small and frail, and it feels out of place. The voice hummed thoughtfully. Now I'm curious. Later Eurenica opened her eyes. It was night. Her eyes fluttered open. How long was I sleeping? She sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes. What the? She frowned. It's dark. She yawned, stretching. I think I slept for about an hour and a half since Thierry left. Her eyes adjusted to the dim light. He might still be leading prayer. She glanced at the clock. I probably have about another 30 minutes until Thierry comes back. What should I do until then? She looked down at her options. Option 1, wait 30 more minutes. Option 2, go to the prayer room. She nodded to herself. Yeah, I'm at the temple, so I should go see the prayer room. She ruffled her hair, making a face at the mess. Maybe I should just wear it down. She brushed through it with her fingers. Still messy. Then she walked to the garden. She exhaled and stepped into the quiet hall. It's empty. I feel like I've taken the place over. She froze. A strange noise echoed. Her heart pounded. What was that noise? She turned, glancing around. I'm the only one here right now. She shudders. What the heck? Now I'm scared. She swallowed hard. Maybe I heard wrong. She remembered as she walked. The prayer room. Thierry said he'd be in the public prayer room. She strange beep sound continued. Just as she was about to rush forward, a voice called, Hey! Her breath hitched. What? Who is that voice inside me head? A voice echoed inside her head. You! Come over here. Her blood ran cold. Am I going crazy? She laughed to herself. Ha ha ha. I must be hearing things. She cried to herself. Ach! What's going on? She tried to convince herself it was nothing, humming a song to shake off the creeping fear. The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be, the voice said. I said come here. A chill ran down her spine. Goosebumps erupted on her arms. I wasn't hearing things after all. She started running down the stairs. She said to herself, the red rope leads to the priest's prayer room. The gold one to the public prayer room. The voice added, that's it. Good girl. She squeezed her eyes shut and covered her ears. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. While running, she called out everyone. Thierry, Marie, Thezebia, anyone. Finally, she saw the prayer room. She grasped at the door handle, her voice rising in panic. Thierry, there's something evil that dares to lurk in this holy temple. The room was silent. She glanced around and said aloud, No one's here. She gasped. What? Is prayer time already over? I think I came to the wrong place. Then the door locked by itself. The voice in her head said, Where do you think you're going? She freaked out. She grabbed the handle and yanked. No way! It wouldn't budge. Her pulse pounded in her ears. Why is this happening to me? The voice echoed in the head. Geez, you seem like a total cutie. No need to be so shy. Just come over here, child not of this world. Are the children of humans these days all as fearful as you are? My child is so sassy. Who are you? She whispered. Her voice was trembling. I won't harm you, the voice assured her. Come closer, child. I'm curious, that's all. Urenica looked around, but she saw nothing. She thinks, I must look like an idiot, talking to nothing at all. But the voice, it's coming directly into my head. She swallowed hard. If you're a ghost, go away. If you're human, say something, the voice replied. A ghost? You should watch what you say, little one. If you won't come to me, I'll go to you. Though it'll be a lot less scary if you come first. Humph. Who said I was scared? She forced myself to sound braver than she felt. Sir? Ma'am? I'm coming. I'll come, okay? Sir or ma'am? There was something about the energy in the room, it felt pure to Urenica. Unthreatening. Familiar, like Eurydian. She resolved herself, right. This is a temple, a safe space. Nothing evil can enter here. She took a deep breath and walked towards the wolf statue. The voice said, I don't know why it has to be such a production to see your face. Urenica squared her shoulders. I'm not sure who you are, but you're committing a crime. You're holding someone against their will and haven't identified yourself. You're not supposed to do that, the voice replied. I thought you were a scared little thing, but I guess that's not entirely true. Your soul and your body are separated, the voice mused. I haven't seen a child like you before. Where are you from? She flinched, thinking. My soul and my body are separated? That's totally right, she asked while confused. Seriously, who are you? The voice replied. If I told you, you'd be scared. Urenica shudders in fear. I'd be scared. Is this one of Celia's cursed spirits? How dare an unclean spirit make a mockery of the temple? Her voice wavered. Who are you? One of Soliae Elodia's familiars? She stumbled back. The voice asked. What? Who's that? A what with a grudge? She shouted. A zombie who died with a grudge. Go away, evil thing, the voice replied. Hey, I told you to watch what you say. A sharp punch hit her head. Ow, she clutched her head. Why'd you hit me? The voice replied. You'll really regret acting so impertinently to me. Poor child not allowed on this earth. Urenica quickly grabbed the statue to take cover. She thought, they used physical force and threatened me. Maybe it really is the ghost of someone who died unfairly. She glanced around to see. Where are they watching me from? Then the voice said. If you keep holding on to me tightly like that, you're going to make me blush, she screamed. Baking away from the statue. She stumbled back and was about to fall, but she doesn't fell to the ground. She was floating, the voice said. Such a clumsy child. But it's cute, she gasped. Huh, what in the world is happening? Then the voice said. Oh dear, I need to go now. Hearing that, she shouts. What? I have to go listen to my prayer, the voice said lightly. I mean, I am supposed to be good and merciful after all. Goodbye, child who speaks so rudely. I'm leaving. Good luck with your life. With the sound of whoosh, the voice stopped. Urenica fell to the ground. She groaned in pain, her body frozen in disbelief. She wondered what. You have to go listen to a prayer, she mumbled. But you're not a god, so why would you need to? Then realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. Are you a god? No way. They didn't exactly sound godlike. She shakes her head thinking, no. There's no way a god who never appeared in the original story would suddenly appear now. She complained to herself. Today felt so long, like 4 days instead of 1. Her gaze snapped to the locked door. She said aloud, First, I need to get out. She tried to open the door but couldn't. Nah, no way, she muttered. Hey, at least unlock the door before you go. After a while someone came and unlocked the door. She was looking pale and defeated. When Thierry saw her, he was shocked. Oh my goodness, your highness, why are you coming from that direction? He asked. That's the prayer room for clergy, he added. It's where we hear from Loris. It contains more divine energy and is holier than anywhere else. Are you all right? She replied. I'm fine. But stopped in the middle and asked nervously. Wait, what happens in that prayer room? She thinks in her mind. They hear from who? Thierry replied. Oh, you mean the priest's prayer room? It doesn't happen often, but sometimes we hear Loris's voice in there. After hearing that, Urenica reflected on what had happened earlier. She stammered, No way. Then that was really God. She was stunned and bewildered, still in shock. He asked her, "Your Highness?" She replied, "What in the world have I done?" She remembered all the bad things she said to the voice. She struggled keeping her calm. "Why you try to talk to me like that? How was I supposed to know?" Thierry grasped her arm asking, "Your Highness, where are you going?" My voice came out weak. "Thierry." Then she tried to remain calm and asked, "Thierry, do you hear the voice of Loris often?" He replied, "I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, but hearing Loris' voice on Earth is something that only happens once every couple of years." He studied her. "Your Highness, did you do something?" She said in her mind while panicking, "I think I did, Thierry. Something definitely bad. I didn't cling to the all-powerful of this world and beg for help. Instead, I watched as my only lifelines slipped away." She spoke worried. "My life is hard as it is." He asked, "Your Highness, please tell me, what happened?" She replied, "The thing is, Thierry." As she was talking, she stopped, feeling a familiar presence. She thinks, "I just felt something similar to the divine energy that fills this temple. But it's strangely different." Then someone called out, "Princess?" She jolted towards the voice, and her expression changed. He was Eurydion, looking at her standing at a distance. She called, "Your Majesty!" He asked, "What are you doing over there?" She asked. "What?" He replied, "Come here." Eurenica started walking towards him, saying, "You don't need to tell me twice. I was going to go over there anyway." She went close to him and giggled. "Since it's nice to see each other again, how about a hug?" She stepped up and embraced him and thinks, "His scent puts my mind at ease." He patted her and said, "I'm glad you're happy to see me, but is this a habit for you or something?" She asked. "What is?" he asked. "Running into the arms of just anybody." She pouted. "What kind of person do you take me for? I'm not unscrupulous like that." Then this excessive welcome. He narrowed his eyes. "Must mean you caused trouble again?" She felt busted and thinks, "I hate perceptive people like this," he said. "I wonder what that look on your face means, Princess. I wasn't even gone for that long. Don't tell me you've been going around making a mess again." Feeling guilty, she thinks in her mind, "You see, the thing is, I went in the wrong prayer room. Strangely, I think because I'm a child not of this world, I heard the calling of God." She resolved, "That sounds insane. I can't tell him that." Suddenly Eurydion grabbed her face and said, "Go on, tell me the truth." Her heart raced. How about you let go of me first?" She stammered. "You're too close," he countered. "You're the one who hugged me first," she said inwardly. "Obviously because I wanted to get some of that divine energy before your steel walls went up again." She mumbled, "Nothing happened. I'm not some troublemaking kid." He released her and said, "All right, that's a relief." She gave him a piercing glare. "Were you just messing with me?" Then he looked towards Thierry. So Thierry said, "You're back, Your Majesty." Eurydion asked him, "Yes. Did anything happen, Shamart?" Hearing that, Eurenica gasped. "If he lets Eurydion know that I went into the priest's prayer room, I'm going to be so embarrassed." "Don't tell him, Thierry," he replied. "No, nothing happened at all." She felt relieved. "Phew," she looked proud. "See, told ya." Suddenly someone called, "Oh my, is that His Majesty?" People were coming back from prayer room. Another said, "Do my eyes deceive me, Lady Hisario?" Other replied, "Not at all. I see him clearly with my own eyes too." Hearing them, Eurenica gets nervous. "What? How long have they been watching us?" She froze, stiffened. Eurydion, noticing a change of her demeanor, asked, "What is it, Princess?" She shifted uncomfortably. "There are other people here." He looked towards them and said, "Looks like people leaving the prayer. What about them? Just, you know." She fidgeted and tugged him. "When are we leaving?" she said to herself. "I really don't like unnecessary attention or a lot of people looking at me." After a slight pause, he replied, "Yes, it is getting late. Shall we go now?" Eurenica nods back. She thinks in her mind, "I have the energy, but I don't know if I have the mental capacity. I want to go back and lie down. So tired." She said her farewell to Thierry. "See you later." Both Eurydion and Eurenica walked away. Thierry said, "Good night, Your Majesty. And you too, Your Highness." When they reached to the horse, Eurydion asked her, "But where's your robe?" She tried to remember and said, "I left it in Thierry's room." He asked again, "Where?" She replied, "Thierry's room. I took it off for a bit, but I forgot to grab it." She asked, "Should I go get it?" He replied, "No, it's fine." Then they rose horse under the heavy night sky, blanketed with stars that seemed as though they would fall down to the earth. Instead, they settled into the silence of the night. She fell asleep on the way back while on horse. Eurydion carried her and puts her on her bed. She only remembers the soft blankets on her skin and the kind touch that brushed against her. Elsewhere, in the shadows, Soleil said. So we failed in separating the woman from him. The person standing outside at the edge of the tower replied. His Majesty blocked off the plaza, and even Master Rolf went out there, so, she filled in. I see, the person added. I am sorry, they were too much for us to handle, Soleil replied. I understand, she thinks, with someone who has the most divine power in the world protecting her. I didn't expect them to succeed, she asked. What did Master Rolf say? The cloaked person replied. He said there was a limit to how much he can condone, she replied. I see, she said inwardly. That old fool. He thinks he's the one in control. Humph, she then said. You may go now, the person replied. Why yes. Then he left, jumping from one floor to other. He quickly disappeared into the night. She was impressed. They really know how to make a quick getaway. I didn't have to teach them a thing. For those like us, being evasive is necessary. If we're ever caught, it's a death sentence. Then she said aloud. He blocked off the plaza. He shut down all of Yugal Plaza just to investigate a few tiny boundary stones, she thinks in her mind. He never lets down his guard. Suspicion written all over his gentlemanly face. Have his walls finally cracked? That princess, who looks so frail and weak, managed to accomplish this. Not bad. Then someone ominous present there said to her, Why are you hesitating? Just kill her, she replied. I'm not hesitating. There's no need to complicate things by getting my hands dirty. The voice cracked. Coward, she shrugged. Caution, rather. It's the results that matter, not the process, she thinks to herself. Yes, as long as I marry him, as long as I'm able to accept that divine energy into this body, it doesn't matter whether I win his heart or not. All I need is his brilliant blood full of divinity. That body of his contains the purest form of divine power on this earth. There's no greater thrill of the hunt than pursuing him. Of course, I won't give up so easily on that. Then she said, Just you wait and see. I'll take good care of it all. I need to make sure this princess slowly withers away. Make it so that she crumbles on her own, the ominous presence said. I shall eat away at her mind. For now, it is night, the time for cursed souls. At night Eurenica found herself in a past dream. What should we do about that child? Whispered one voice among the murmurs. Do you want to take care of her? Another responded quietly. The first replied, You know my situation. I've got 3 kids to support, the other said. You think I don't have a family to take care of? One said. Honestly, at 15, she should be able to take care of herself just fine. We can gather some money and send it to her each month for necessities, someone suggested. Eurenica recalled. It was a very old memory. It was one of those memories I didn't like to think about. It was my father's funeral, and I was 15. I felt their pity. Yet, at the same time, their eyes looked at me as if I were a tiresome burden. I didn't care what they had to say about me, but I would have preferred they said it to my face, not whispered behind my back. Now that I think about it, maybe my aversion to having many eyes on me, and people whispering about me, came from that moment. But that's the only impact my father's death had on me. His death itself didn't hurt me that much. My mother had passed away so long ago that I barely remembered her. And my father was too busy with his love life to be home for even a month at a time. I was always alone, with no one to lean on. Because of that, even my name, Un Su Su, had no meaning to me. Probably because that name was never spoken with any affection. Then she found herself in her classroom, where teacher called, Roll call, everyone. She remembered there's that poem too. When I called them by their name, they came to me and became a flower. She wondering, but why am I remembering this now? Again she was at her father's funeral. The people there decided, let's do that. She's got a house to live in. She'll get some money. And she'll be going to school anyway. She'll be fine on her own, one said. It's unfortunate, but hey, what can you do? She thinks. It felt uncomfortable, but it wasn't exactly threatening. What a stupid dream. I should go back to sleep. Then she opened her eyes and thinks, what a strange dream. What was that? I feel like I dreamed about something that happened a long time ago, but I don't remember. I thought I felt strangely damp and uncomfortable. Looks like I broke out into a cold sweat during the night. I feel like someone beat me up in my sleep. Even though I'm now used to waking up weak and listless every morning. She rises up and said, surely I can't be feeling this under the weather just because I went out for a bit. She was feeling aching pain in her body. After that day, her life didn't look all that different from the outside. But if there was one difference she noticed, it was that there were more and more days where she'd fall asleep sitting by the window. Later she found herself sleeping at the window. She smacked herself thinking, Is it the warm weather making me sleepy? Then the voice of Loris again rang in her head. You're quite the lazy one, child, she replied. My name's Urenanovika Sofia Livovny. She thought to herself, when did this voice start talking to me in my head? The voice replied, Yes, child who does not belong. I already know your name. Urenica felt annoyed as the voice was not listening to her. She thought, so this is how Eurydion feels whenever I accidentally call him DeKalb's dad. I'm sorry. I won't do it anymore. She closed the book that was on her lap. Then the voice said, Hey sweetie, are you going to meet him again today? She flopped on table and doesn't reply. The voice said, So you won't answer me now? Urenica thinks in her mind, that flippant tone. Guess this decided to abandon all decorum back in Udetta. My abduction to Belcourt, the strange affliction I now have, even inexplicably earning Celia's suspicions, those were all things I could understand. But this sudden appearance by the god Loris? She looked at the book and continued, It's silly to say this now, but the coexistence of 3 different planes of existence feels real. Udetta separates the human world from the world of the gods, and Remordera separates the underworld from here. This is actually a universe where the boundaries between the realm of the gods and the underworld all exist. I heard even high priests may hear Loris' voice only once in a lifetime. So why is Loris always trying to talk to me? At the same time, they don't answer any of my questions. Then the voice said, I wonder how a small, inconsequential thing such as you came here. Hearing that, she jolted and questioned, Inconsequential? She felt annoyed. Arg, this god seems a lot more capricious than how people here depict him. That dude, God, probably sees me as a bit of a distraction. She said in her mind, Thierry, run away. This is the god you're serving. Meanwhile, Thierry suddenly jolted. Seeing that, his companion asked, What is it, Archdeacon? He replied, I got the feeling that someone was talking about me. Besides that, everything's business as usual. Since that day, Soleil didn't set foot on palace grounds. That's why it's just been one peaceful spring day after another. Another day the maid checked up on Urenica. She said, You don't look too well these days, Your Highness. Another maid asked. Your Highness, you look so pale. What? Later Thierry also asked. Is something wrong, Princess? If anything is bothering you, feel free to talk to me. After hearing everyone asking about her, she thinks, Am I the only one who thought everything was quiet and peaceful? She replied, showing no fatigue. I'm totally fine. I feel great. I've just had some bad dreams, Marianne said. It's stress, Your Highness. She turned to Thierry. Archdeacon, should we inform His Majesty so he can summon the royal physician? If she's having trouble sleeping, maybe a sleep aid herb would be good too. He gave the maid a serious nod. I was just thinking that myself. I'll speak with His Majesty. Urenica was confused. What? Why should I be stressed about anything? Or is that how it looks? She thinks, lack of magic tolerance. A high-profile hostage. Basically, a princess who is homesick? It's true I had some strange dreams, but otherwise, I don't feel any different. Does it look that bad to other people? Though I have been feeling tired a lot more these days. I feel better when I'm outside, but inside the palace, I'm exhausted. I just want to get under the covers and go to sleep. But it's not like I have a job or anything to keep me busy, so that just seems natural. Actually, it's already been 4 days since the last time I had my regular tea time with Eurydion. She concluded, All right. I know what will get rid of all these pesky symptoms. Time for me to go look for my all-natural cure. Then she went to Eurydion. He asked, looking at her, Are you all right? She was confused. Even you're saying that now, Eurydion said. Sounds like you've talked to other people, she replied. Yes. To the people in Beryllia and Thierry. Everyone seems to be so worried about me lately. She seriously asked. Do I look strange to you? She thought to herself. Am I dying from something? He took an examining look at her and said, Your complexion doesn't look good. You look pale. After a slight pause he mumbled, But I'm sure I got rid of anything that could cause this on that day. After hearing that, Urenica wondered, that day? She remembered Marianne telling her, While you two were out, we reorganized Beryllia Palace. You should be more comfortable now, Your Highness. She thought, is that what that was about? Eurydion stared at her for a moment, then said, Your hair looks especially dry too, she grumbled. My hair is fine enough as it is. If it's dry too, then we've got a problem. He grabbed her hand and said, But your hair isn't what's important right now, Princess. Are you eating enough? What about sleep? She gets confused. Is he actually concerned? She smirked and asked, Why? Are you worried about me? She giggled as she said that. He replied, What nonsense are you going to say now? She teased, If you're so worried, I think a hug would be nice right about now, he rejected, turning his head. I see you're still as lively as ever though. Seeing his reaction, she said in her mind. So cold. Then she poked him and said, "Ah, you caught me. I was trying to appeal to you by appearing frail," he replied. "Don't try to wiggle your way out of this, princess. If you're not feeling well, you should tell me right away." She walked to a little distance, then turned and said, "I'm fine. Besides, Marianne and Thierry are already worried enough about me. You don't have to do that." He also walked towards her. She continued, "Were you able to take care of the nuisance you previously mentioned?" He replied. "Well, there's more than one nuisance, really," she asked. "What about the rats from before?" He replied. "You don't need to know about that." She pressed again. "You said that there was something that shouldn't be out in the streets. What was it? And what were those strange clear marbles?" She thinks to herself, "Was it really Soleil chasing after us?" It was revealed the young acolyte of the Tower of Magic was responsible for those boundary stones. Eurydion recalled the scene. The person begged, "Your Majesty, please forgive me," Rolf the Magic Tower Master said. "It was negligence on our part at the Tower of Magic. These objects weren't meant to be available so easily. We'll be sure to manage such matters better from now on." 4 more stones were found in Elijah Plaza. Eurydion asked him, "Are these really just your regular barrier stones?" Rolf replied, "Yes." After hearing that, Eurydion thinks in his mind, "Am I being paranoid if I assume that Soleil Elodia is behind this?" "Now," he said to Eurenica, "we simply found out that unauthorized magical items were out in the open streets. We searched the entire plaza and retrieved all of the stones, so that's the end of that. We don't need to discuss it further." After getting explanation, she thinks, the fact that they reorganized Barilia that day, and the way this man is wary of Soleil confirms my suspicions. But even if I want to find out more, he thoroughly cuts me off at any attempt to dig for information. I can't even bring it up, let alone ask any questions. "I can't," then she said. "Your Majesty, I feel like you should have softened up a bit more by now. Let's get closer to each other. How about we have a deep conversation?" After hearing that, he smiled. "Get closer, huh? I feel like the distance now is good for the both of us." She stepped closer, saying, "But I think it would be better for us if we were closer." She gets up close and said, Like this?" she said inwardly. "Come on, fall for it." Both looked at each other for a moment. Then Eurydion sighed. "Sure, do whatever you want. It's not like I can stop you anyway." Hearing that, she thought, "What kind of response is that?" Then she stepped back, saying, "Forget it then." "I won't," he replied. "To be frank, aren't you keeping things from me too? I feel like we're pretty even there," she said. "I'm always honest." He leaned closer, asking, "Really? Then tell me what kind of trouble you caused at the temple. Why were you clinging to Thierry for dear life?" "I know you have no intention of telling me." Her heart raced, and she felt flustered. She said to herself, "That face is too ridiculously handsome for my health." She stumbled while her heart was racing. She said, That's cheating. You can't attack me at such a close distance with your face like that." He chuckled. "Wouldn't you say this makes us even?" Then she thinks, "Ugh, seriously? He's totally fine. Meanwhile, I'm the one who flinched first. This is embarrassing." Then he said, "So let's stop talking about that day. It's not really an important topic of discussion." She wonders, how is it not important? If Soleil was the reason why you were so anxious that day, then it's my business too. I guess I am keeping more secrets than him. So yes, we are even. Her soul is not from this world. She went into the wrong prayer room, and Loris spoke to her. In fact, Loris is still talking to her. She thought, "We're even in a really annoying way." Eurydion interrupted her thought. "In fact, I think there are other, more pressing matters that you should pay attention to." He pulls out a letter and showed it to her. "For example, this letter that came from Livivny." Seeing it, she quickly said, "Give it to me." Then they sat down at a table. He said, "Read it, and if there's anything referring to the Gluckman Treaty, let me know. Don't leave a single detail out." She replied, "Okay." She looked at it. The first page is written by Father. After reading it, she gets shocked. She grasped the letter tightly and said, "No way. What is this?" Eurydion asked her, showing concern. "Princess?" she said aloud. "No way," he asked. "Why? What's wrong?" she said. "Everything," she recalled. "It's been about a month and a half since I arrived in Belcourt. Her due date isn't for a while, but Teresa gave birth to Bridget already? She was born a few weeks earlier than in the original novel. Teresa should have been fine and healthy, without any physical or mental stress. Or was my abduction actually a source of stress?" Eurydion again called her Princess. She was still bust in thought on top of that. Fernando. I can't believe it, but he went and knocked someone up. He's getting married next month, and the woman he's about to marry is already 3 months pregnant? Okay, this is the correct course of events for Bridget and Alexio to be the same age. But still, looking at the letter, she thinks, the Gluckman Road Treaty would have been resolved in a month or two, but now it seems like it'll remain unresolved, just like in the novel. I thought I really changed the story by getting abducted instead of Teresa. Does this mean that no matter what I do, the birth of the main characters and the basic plotline won't change? Then the third main character. Again she said aloud, DeKalb. Eurydion asked her. Who's that? She said in her mind. Your future son. She was feeling heavy pressure from all the events happening. Then Eurydion stood up saying, You must be really unwell. She jolted and said, That's not what's important, he said. It is important. Then he leaned forward and placed his hand on her forehead. He added, Your Highness, do you have any idea how you look right now? She felt flushed and said, It's because I'm in shock, he asked concerned. Why? About what? What's in the letter? She replied. My niece was born, he said. Isn't that something to be happy about? She looked sad. Yes, I should be happy, but, she said inwardly, Bridget, why do you have to be born so early? You're making your aunt nervous. The good thing is the letter says Teresa is in good health. I'm guessing she at least escaped her original fate of a horrible death. She said to Eurydion, I'm concerned because she was born a little early. After a pause she added, I totally went down the wrong path. Now's not the time for me to calculate what I can get out of this or not, but Eurydion doesn't say anything. Then she added, DeKalb's dad. Upon hearing that he said, There you go again calling me. She quickly puts her hand on his mouth and said, You marry me, she said to herself. At this rate, he really might end up marrying Soliae and fathering DeKalb. He frowned, then pushes her hand and said, Princess, I think you're really unwell. I think I'll have to have Beryllia inspected again, she replied. No, your majesty, I'm serious right now, he sighed. You should go get some rest. I'll walk you to Beryllia, so don't worry. Few moments later she was left alone in front of Beryllia Palace. She said aloud, Wow, I can't believe this. Does he really think I'm sick and delirious? While leaving, Eurydion told her, If you're sick, call for the imperial physician. He really escorted her to the door and left her. She said to herself, Wow, he totally shut me down. Suddenly Loris's voice rang in her head. Ha, you're a lot more rash than I thought. She jumped in surprise. Oh my God, please be quiet. I'm mortified, the voice added. I can't help it, it's too funny. You're just too cute. You were so serious that I thought maybe humans propose marriage differently these days. She thinks, maybe I was a little too direct. Then a sudden thought shaked her. Not at all. I know too well that beating around the bush won't work with that man. She remembered the example of her kidnapping him. And who cares if he rejects me a few times? If things really continue according to the original novel, there's barely a year left until DeKalb is conceived. The voice asked, Little one, do you wish to change what has been set? She said in her mind. If by what has been set, you mean the original novel, then of course. However, if I change the course of things by a little, would it really affect the course of the general storyline? Just as Bridget and Alexio's births aren't that far off from the original timeline, DeKalb might be born and learn black magic from Soliae. Even if he doesn't meet Bridget, he might end up killing Eurydion all the same. The voice replied, Cute, stupid child, that's fate. Fate is created by so many connections coming together. Even I can't get involved. Then she said aloud, Be quiet. How can you say that as the god of peace and prosperity? You actually want me to submit to a cruel and tragic fate? The voice asked her. What do you do if I won't submit? How will you accomplish what a god cannot? Especially as one who does not belong in this world. She felt anger. So you're saying a mere side character can't change the original story? But that's if I was really Princess Urianovica. She smirked to the voice. You don't know what you're talking about. I know a lot more than you do, the voice asked, intrigued. What do you plan on doing? She stood and brushing her clothes and said, I plan on making your distant descendant mine. If you're not going to help, don't talk to me. She said in her mind, I'm the only one who knows what will happen in this world from this point on. I'm human, but I might know a lot more about fate and connections than the gods who live beyond the Yedetta. Later Urenica went inside, still talking to the voice. The voice was saying, Little one, you are such a naive and foolish child. I cannot directly get involved with what happens on Earth. That is forbidden by the Yedetta and Remordia. Besides, you're also not a child of this Earth. Then the voice asked, Little one, debris on this Earth, do you want my help? She quickly turned, asking, "Are you really going to help me? Really? Why'd you change your mind?" The voice replied. "You said don't talk to you if I won't help you," she asked, confused. "That's it," the voice continued. "I find it quite entertaining to watch you. You're quite the cute little piece of debris." "All right then. So you plan on making him yours, little one? I can help you as long as I don't directly do anything. At the least, I can tell you where he is and what he's up to. He is the closest thing on this earth in my image, after all." Upon hearing that, Eurenica quickly changed her attitude. She replied, "Okay, I respect and honor you, oh great Lorwis. Please forgive me for how rude I was previously," the voice said. "Little Crumb, at least try to sound a little more sincere," she replied. "I mean it," the voice said. "Yes, then go ahead and try to make him yours, the one with the most divine energy on earth." Meanwhile, Ferric was carrying books that Eurydion ordered him. The books were on topics like boundaries of the world, Udeta and Remordera, of matters that touch darkness, chaos upon the land, the age of the dead. Ferric thinks it was hard to know what he was thinking at times, but these days, I had absolutely no idea what was going on with him. Why did he suddenly want to read books like these? Upon reaching, he knocked the door. Eurydion said, "Enter." He stepped inside, balancing the weight of the tomes in his arms. He said, "I found the books you asked for, Your Majesty. Leave them there," he replied curtly. Ferric obeyed. "Yes, Your Majesty." A pause. Then, he asked, "Did Ezekiel refuse the terms again?" "Yes," Eurydion confirmed. "Now that things are finally settling with Livivny, Ezekiel is causing trouble," Ferric said. "I had no idea they'd announce an increase in tariffs for magical ore. The way they tried to sway Livivny, I wonder if they're trying to bury talks about the passage. It seems they look down on us because we didn't retaliate," Eurydion said. "They're underestimating Belcourt." Eurydion thinks in his mind. The good standing of being a protected nation under the Ryger Peace Treaty was destroyed with the raid on Livivny. It might be a good idea to just take down Ezekiel too at this point. He let out a deep sigh, brushing a hand through his hair. "You may go now. I'll call you if I need anything else," Ferric complied. "Yes, Your Majesty." As he turned to leave, Eurydion was deep in thought. "Though I don't plan on going to that extreme just yet, for the sake of the Livivny princess." But there was something else that troubled him. The Tower of Magic had been unusually quiet. Someone else had placed the boundary stones in Yugal Plaza, yet there were no threats in Berilia Palace. The entire palace had been inspected in secret without the princess's knowledge, but nothing out of the ordinary had been found. And yet, that only made things more suspicious. Soliae, who would throw a fit if another woman so much as walked past him, had remained silent about the Livivny princess. That day, she had been loitering around Berilia. Based on everything Soliae had done before, it would be normal for her to have interfered in some way. But her hands were strangely clean in all of this. Then, there was that thing. He recalled Eurenica telling, "That thing drew me in," as if begging me to touch it. Reflecting on everything he thinks, until now, I had thought Celia's goal was to become queen to exercise full authority over the Tower of Magic. He then recalled himself asking Rolf, "Is there magic that could enchant people?" "No, Your Majesty," Rolf said firmly. "There are no spells that can control people's minds. Even in all my years of magic, I'm incapable of that." He concluded, "If I can't trust what Rolf told me, does that mean I can't trust the Tower of Magic itself? Has an unknown darkness taken root in Belcourt's Tower of Magic?" He shook those thought. "No, that seems unlikely. What am I thinking? That's impossible. Magical or was simply a rock surrounded by magical power. How could it possibly have any pull on a human being? I shouldn't let what the princess said get to me. It's all nonsense." Then he remembered Eurenica saying, "I'm fine now," he thinks, yet her face was strangely pale. "It bothers me she looked like she had lost a lot of energy lately. How did it come to this? Since when did I care so much about that princess?" As he was flipping pages of the book, he saw a flower in the middle. Then a sudden ringing broke through his thoughts. "Hey, Dad!" He quickly rose up and opened the window, shouting, "What?" A bright voice chimed. "Wow, looks like I got your attention." This was the best way to get Euridion's attention. Eurenica waved his hand, saying, "Your Majesty, how about you give me some of your time?" After that, Eurydion went down to her and called, "Your Highness," she said eagerly, "I've been waiting for you." Then, without hesitation, "Your Majesty, marry me." So, to cut to the chase, "I'm totally in love with you, ever since I first saw you." "But I don't love you," he replied deadpan. "Don't you think I'm pretty?" she asked. He tilted her head. "I don't know. I'm not so sure." I'm not particularly interested in a loveless marriage. I want to try loving her the best I can. And so, this was how she came to be rejected. In the most direct and cruel way. She let out a scream. Arg. She was mad and complaining to herself. Unbelievable. He's going to try and love Soliae? What in the world is that man thinking? She was practically fuming. I thought he didn't trust that woman. Surely he doesn't mean that. How little does he think of me that he has the gall to tell me that he'll try to love another woman? Rushing forward, Marie asked. Your Highness, what were you thinking? She was shocked. Oh my word, I had no idea you had feelings like that for His Majesty, Marie groaned. Actually, I did expect something like this would happen, but how could you do that with no hesitation? You're foreign royalty. Eurenica felt embarrassed. Does being royalty make any difference? Marie pressed. But what about maintaining your dignity? More importantly, what if Lady Elodia hears about this? Rumors are already spreading within high society. Oh, that's good news, she mused. It's not, Marie shouted, looking pale. You have no idea how bad this is. Lady Elodia is not one to show any mercy. I know that too, she admitted, she said in her mind. In fact, I don't think anyone knows that as well as I do, but she replied cheerfully. Don't worry, Marie. Even if things go wrong, Loris will watch over me. When did I say I'd do that? The voice whispered. She turned to the voice whispering. You said you'd help? Don't tell me you'll just sit there and watch if I get dragged to hell. I told you I cannot get involved in human matters, little crumb. Loris sighed. Especially when it involves magic. You need to find your own way out of this. She trembled. Wow, I feel so relieved that you have my back. She muttered sarcastically. If anything happens, you can come hide at the temple, the voice offered. It is holy ground where those that fear me cannot go. She sighed. Yeah, that's a good plan, I guess. She thought. I have no way to protect myself, so I would just have to avoid Soliae like my life depended on it. But maybe I have a chance since Soliae wasn't allowed to freely enter the palace grounds. At least, there was a time when she had deluded herself into thinking that. Later she found Soliae standing in front of her. A chill ran down her spine. She said inwardly, AGH, what are you doing here? I knew I had a bad feeling about today, and I was told that Eurydian wouldn't be at the palace either. Were the black, withered flowers I saw when I left Berylia Palace this morning a bad omen? A wave of dizziness hit her. Ugh, that can't be good luck. She began nervously laughing. Aha! Hello, nice weather we're having, yes? The sky's so clear, too. At that moment lightning rumbled as the weather was cloudy. She said to herself, crap. Stay calm, stay calm. Yes, it is a lovely day, Soliae responded smoothly. I like days like these. It looks like you do too, Your Highness, she said in her mind crying. No, the day's been going bad from the beginning, and now I'm stuck here. She replied. Yes, it's always a good day, when it rains. She wondered, what kind of nonsense am I babbling right now? Soliae said. You don't look so well, she flinched. I've heard that a lot. She wondered, am I even answering correctly right now? Weird, it's like I can't think straight. Am I losing it? I should be running away. So why am I walking closer to Soliae? Then Soliae said, it looks like you're not getting much sleep these days. After hearing that, Eurenica recalled. The imperial physician said there wasn't anything wrong with me besides my sensitivity to magic. But for the past 2 weeks, I've had to rely on sleeping pills which weren't even that effective. I'd wake up before dawn, soaked in cold sweat. Now, it's a daily event for me to sit in hot baths just to bring my body temperature up. But how does this woman know that I'm having trouble sleeping? Then Soliae stepped up and leaned close to her. She said, Are you still being tormented by the souls of the damned? Upon hearing that, she thinks, I'm pretty sure she had said something similar to me before. Her heart raced with fear. No, don't tell me. She's the reason I've been having nightmares lately. I can't let her know that I know she's a black magician. Souls of the damned? She forced a puzzled expression. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but I'm surprised. I have been having bad dreams lately. How did you know? She thought to herself. If she finds out I've figured out who she really is, I'll be dragged to hell kicking and screaming. I heard you were a powerful magician, she continued, feigning admiration. I guess that's why. She gave her a thumbs up thinking, please, just think that I'm nothing but an airhead princess. Please, Celia's gaze lingered on her. You seem fine, she replied. Of course I am. A shiver ran down her spine. She thinks, yeah, right. I feel like I might collapse any second. Besides, there's a strange sensation I can't shake off. A prickling feeling. Then a hunch creeped in. I've definitely felt this before. Then Soleil said, I wish for your continued health, Your Highness. Upon hearing that, Eurenica thinks she doesn't mean that at all. Please, please, go away already. Then Soleil said, well then, and started walking. After she left, Eurenica was standing there. She squeezed her arms close and flopped to the ground. Her hands were trembling. After a brief moment she said aloud, oh wow. Then Laura's voice rang. You should be careful, she replied. I know. She thinks in her mind, I thought Soleil couldn't enter the palace grounds, but I was stupid to think I was safe because of that. Maybe this was all part of her plan. As Soleil left Berilia Palace grounds, she said to herself, that's unexpected. I thought she would have withered away to nothing by now. She smirked. I cast a nightmare spell on her, black magic that calls up the worst memory a person has, amplifying it 100-fold to eat away at the mind. It's a spell that requires not that much magical energy compared to its effectiveness. But if she's sensitive to magic, she should have succumbed by now. In fact, her mind should have broken under the spell a long time ago, but she seems fine. It's quite strange. She tapped her fingers against her arm, considering something. Maybe I should increase the intensity? Her eyes flickered with a dark amusement. Her body is probably like cracked glass. It can't hold on much longer. Her face, and the way she acts, are lovely, so maybe it'll be worth it to cleanse the body entirely and keep it for myself. A slow smile stretched across her lips. Maybe that body is just the thing I need to make Eurydion mine. She sat in the carriage smirking to herself. He might care for her deeply, but I wonder if he would be able to accept a corpse? Her smile widened. Yes, very good. And then the carriage left the palace. Then Eurenica went back to her room. Pacing back and forth, she thinks, yeah, it was stupid of me not to piece it together. Holding Euridion's hand once every 4 days used to be enough. There's no other reason why I'd suddenly feel worse like this. That feeling of being pricked by needles even though I didn't touch anything, and that same strange power that draws me in. Why didn't I immediately think of that? She remembered DeKalb's specialty was black magic that bewitched people. Bewitching, where else could he have learned that? Those magical ores, and even the grounds around Berilia itself, were all ensorcelled by Celia's black magic. She looked in the mirror, patting her face. Is my body still properly working? What if some part of me that I can't see is rotting away? How pitiful, Laura's voice murmurs. I know I said you were pitiful before, but I didn't think you were this pitiful. Though you don't belong here anyway. Simply think of it as an inevitable future happening sooner than expected. Is that supposed to be some kind of consolation? She muttered, asking. The voice added, Child, do you want to continue living on this earth? Gritting her teeth, she glared at the voice. Of course. It's not like I want to die. That's not what I meant, little debris. The voice continues. I know that you are from another world. Do you not wish to return to whence you came? She repeated, whence I came? I barely stay alive in this one. If I go back, I'll end up with an even more pathetic fate. I don't even know how to go back, and my body there is probably already dead. The voice asked. Then, child, do you wish to become a priestess of mine? She wondered, a priestess. I have been watching you, the voice states. That body your soul is wearing now is one blessed by me. Eurenica said, sure, because this body was baptized. The voice continued. Yes, so the only thing that does not belong here is your soul. Your soul is from a world that I have no authority in, so it is impossible for me to bless your soul to give it permission to exist here. However, if I accept you as my priestess, I can give you the power to act in my stead on earth. It might upgrade your existence from debris to a pebble. After hearing that, she thinks, so that means blessing my soul is difficult, but he can impart enough divinity in me so that I can take care of this body. I actually wanted to become a priest of Loris even in my past life. I'll do it, she said quickly. Right now, I'm in. But there is a problem, little one, the voice sighs. If I am to impart my divinity on you to make you a priestess, I must descend upon earth, and I only appear on earth once every 10 years. She nearly choked. Ayak, I might not make it to year 5. What do you mean 10 years? Her maids were listening to her from peeking through the door. They get startled at her sudden confirmation. You won't have to wait 10 years, the voice soothes. The last time was when my descendant became king, so you'll only have to wait 5 years. Eurenica argued. 5 years, 10 years, there's hardly any difference. A maid sniffled after hearing that. Poor Princess Eurenica. Later at night, Eurenica sniffled sitting outside in the garden. What did I expect? I could die today or tomorrow, so it doesn't matter whether I have to wait 5 or 10 years. She tapped the withered flower, sighing. It's spring, you should be in full bloom. Flower, Yet here we are, both withering away, she said in her mind. If only Eurydion were here today, then I could call him immediately for help. Just my luck. Her body was aching. Then a maid approached. Your Highness, she tended to her. You'll catch a cold sitting out here like this. You're already unwell. Let's go inside, she said gently. Eurenica thinks, I don't know if I'm just imagining it, but I still feel that prickling sensation all over me. I really don't want to go back inside. But if I do catch a cold while I'm in this state, I might leave this earth, so I should go in. The maid put her on bed. Then Eurenica said, Oh, Marianne, I'll turn the lights out, she replied. Get some sleep, Your Highness, she said inwardly. I can't sleep. If I do, I'll go through hell in my dreams. She gets off the bed. I just need to stay awake until tomorrow somehow. And once it's light out, I'll march straight to Eurydion to send an SOS. She sat on a chair slapping her face. I just need to stay up for a few hours. A short while later, again she found herself in the dream. As the people were talking to each other on her father's funeral, she wondered, what's happening? Did I fall asleep? I don't remember doing that. I don't even remember closing my eyes. But more importantly, I'm lucid. I guess I was trying so hard not to fall asleep that I'm awake and aware in my dream. She looked around thinking, is this the nightmare that's been bothering me this whole time? How old was I when this happened? This was it. Honestly, I'm sick and tired of it. Why do I have to dream a dream I haven't had since I was in high school? I stopped having this dream when I grad. Then suddenly her mother's ghost started haunting her. She called, Elinsa, Elinsa, where are you going? She gasped seeing her. Mom, her mother shouted. Answer me. Oh, okay. Then, sweetheart, how about you come with? Yes. You go on with your mother. Another voice whispers. Other chimed in. Yes, yes. That's for the best. Her mother kept calling, come with me, Elinsa. I won't leave you alone ever again. Her heart started beating fast. She resolved, don't fall for this. Her heart pounds violently in her chest. She said, wow, what a stupid dream. Don't be fooled by this. As her mother called, come with mommy, sweetie. She pushed her away and started running. As the voices of her mother and other chased her, she covered her ears and kept running. She said, I'm not falling for your crap. I'm going back to my room, she said aloud. Soliae, you're scary. Just cast some kind of spell on me. Why don't you? Instead of hiding behind dreams. You think you can get away with this because you're pretty? When am I going to wake up? I don't want to get devoured by some silly dream. Then Eurydion reflection called, Princess, where are you off to in a rush? She was startled for a moment but didn't stop. Then she said, You big meanie, you think I'll fall for this because you're using his voice? Eurydion never calls me Eurenica. You creepy witch. She thinks, I finally get it. What I don't want others to know the most this nightmare is going after my weaknesses. The things I hate the most. And especially, what I don't want taken away from me the most. She imagined Eurydion. She called out, DeKalb's dad. Your Majesty, Eurydion. She wondered while running, what in the world could possibly keep you away from the palace all day? I don't understand. It's his voice that I want to hear the most right now. I can call for him all I want, but he won't come to rescue me in my dream. But I can't get out of this dream on my own. Then she saw a bright flash at a distance. She thinks, an exit. It's an exit. I can finally leave this crappy dream. She jumped from the flash and opened her eyes in her room. She gasped, raising her hand up. I'm alive. Her body was looking faded. She thinks, my voice sounds strange. Then she rustled to check, who's in my bed? She saw her body lying on bed. She gets shocked. What's happening? HNH. She saw her body and thinks, this is nuts. I thought my body felt lighter, but it turns out I'm a ghost outside of my own body. She sobbed, what the heck is this? What did I do to deserve this? All I did was stick my tongue out at her. This punishment doesn't fit the crime. Suddenly Loris's voice called. I knew this would happen. She quickly turned to the voice. Loris, the voice continued. What are you doing, little debris? Go back into that body. She asked. Go back in? How? The voice said. Don't they see? You're a soul without a receptacle. Sometimes a soul ceases to exist, and the body draws in a similar one. That's what happened to you. If you don't go back soon, your body will die, and you'll be cursed to wander as a lost soul. Her body was groaning in pain. She crawled to her and asked, but how? How am I supposed to go back in? She brushed her hand through her body's hair. Before she can process it, her soul is pulled back. She opened her eyes and started coughing. She coughed and gasped. Suddenly back in her body, the voice scoffs. You made it in just fine. I guess this body fits your soul well. She almost cried. Ugh, seriously? I've never had anyone so unreliable watching my back before, the voice said. I showed you the exit. What do you think got you out of that terrible dream? She wailed. Damn, this whole situation is crap. If those lost souls had caught me, or if I had remained a lost soul, I would have died. My body can't take having these nightmares every night. This is ridiculous. I need to get out of this cursed palace right away. She stumbled out, trying to clear her head. As she reached outside, she was humongous flowers in front of her. They were withered. She wondered looking at them, are these flowers from the one that was dead yesterday? She gets creeped out from them. She started running. No, I can't think about that now. I need to snap out of it. I need to get away. She was sobbing while running. I have to if I don't want to die an untimely death. After running for a while, she reached outside the Berilia Palace. Looking around, she wondered, where am I? I was so desperate to escape that I didn't pay attention to my surroundings. What if I accidentally went past the protective barrier? She then remembered, wait. His Majesty always starts his day training before dawn. That means. She looked at the building. There, at the drill hall. She went inside. Eurydion was there swinging his sword. He looked towards her and gets shocked. Eurenica was crying and sniffling. He called out, Princess? He turned at the sound of her voice, tears already welling up. Your Majesty, she sobbed, barely able to speak. He dropped his sword and quickly strode towards her. She quickly embraced him, tears were dripping from her face. She sobbed for a while in his embrace. Then he asked, What are you doing here at this time of day? She replied, I had a dream. A dream? He asks. She stammered. The palace. Berilia. There's something wrong with it. He frowns. The palace? What is it? She trembled, squeezing her arms tightly. He said, Wait, Princess. She said no. She thinks, I can't let go of him. If I let go, I might really die. Let me see your face, just for a second, he says gently. She continued thinking, if I separate from him, even for a second, I might not survive, if I let him go. But then Eurydion called out, Eurenica. Her mind raced upon hearing that. Did this man just call me by my name? I won't go anywhere. Just for a second, he reassures her. She exhales shakily as he pats her head. Then after a moment she loosened her grip and stood up. Then he sighed gently. What's going on? He rubbed her face to wipe the tears. She was still crying and wobbles. As Eurydion's divinity started taking effect, she began. Your Majesty, Berilia Palace. There's something wrong with it, he replied. That's why I told them to look everywhere. Then she felt a little relieved. She thinks his divinity, pure and untainted, is seeping into me, she said, tapping him. Your Majesty. As his divinity was calming her down, she grasped him hand and said, How strange. She thinks in her mind, usually, I feel better the moment I touch him, but this time, it's different. Maybe I really was worse off than I thought. With nightmares tormenting me every night, maybe seeing him once every 4 days wasn't enough. It should have been obvious. Something is draining me faster than Eurydion can heal me, and it still is. Her hand started slipping from him, and she started losing consciousness. She wobbled and stumbled backward, thinking, Is it all right for me to faint like this? What if I'm swallowed by nightmares again? She fainted. She heard his voice calling for her. Eurenica. After she fainted, Eurydion carried her to his palace. The maids were shocked to see the Eurydion carrying Eurenica. Ferric and royal physician also followed him. 2 maids whispered to each other, wondering, Princess Eurenica? Oh my, what is going on? What in the world? Eurydion puts her on bed and came back. Ferric was guarding the door. After Eurydion came outside, the first thing he said was, Find him. Find whoever dared to use black magic in Berilia Palace. Ferric gets bewildered. Your Majesty, he said inwardly. We've already turned the palace upside down twice for inspection. Nothing will turn up. His hesitation was clear, but the command was absolute. He bowed. At your command, Your Majesty. Then turning to him, Eurydion scoffed. Actually, I'll do it myself, he ordered. Seal Berilia Palace. Make sure not even a rat can escape. And bring that woman Soliae Elodia. Bring her before me. Now, after saying that, he left. Ferric complied. Yes, Your Majesty. Later, Eurydion went to Eurenica's room. He sat beside her bed and looked at her. He said to himself, She's so small. While recalling, he thinks, I should have taken measures right then and there, regardless of what she said. How can she forget her shoes? What chased her away in such a hurry? She remembered her telling him, Dream. I had a dream. He thinks she did say she had a dream. But the princess would not have run out of the palace just because of a bad dream. Then he recalled Ferric telling him, Lady Elodia departed to the southern region on a mission last night by order of the magic tower. Then he activated his divine power. It's starting emitting in air, he said in her mind. She is surely hiding something. What an opportune time to be away. Then Eurenica shows signs of waking up. His divine power vanished. She slightly opened her eyes. So he called her. He leaned in and gave her a shoulder. She blinked and asked, "Is this a dream?" She embraced him while asking. He replied, "No." She said, "Is that so?" After a few moments she asked again, "Did I dream again today?" He replied, "No." He thinks in his mind, she's talking about her dream again. Then he asked, "What kind of dream was it? You're not the type to be so startled by a dream. What did you see in it?" She blinked and doesn't reply. He wondered, is she not fully awake yet? "You're really mean, Your Majesty. Such a mean it," she mumbles. He asked, "What did I do to make you so upset?" She replied, It's all because of your fiancé that I'm going through this." He flinched upon hearing that. She continued, "But you're still saying you're gonna try to love that woman." He replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just upset." He thinks to himself, "It's true that I'm glad to hear her voice. She is adorable, every little thing she does. I admit my heart is leaning closer to her, and I want her to have everything she wants. But," he recalled her saying, "marry me, because I like you." He concluded, it was obvious she wasn't being sincere. "But still, I'm no teenager, I shouldn't have said something so hurtful," she said again. "You're so mean," he admitted. "Okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, even as a joke." He tugged him close and added, "You don't even know anything." He flinched again thinking, I hope she doesn't run into just any guy's arms. He recalled her saying, "I was in Thierry's room. I took them off to take a nap, and I forgot them." He thinks, I'm sure she doesn't, but she's definitely got a knack for driving someone mad. But she's only following her instincts, doing what makes her feel better physically. She again mumbled, "Why don't you just marry me? I wish I could just win you over now." He thinks, she's not actually in love with me. I know she's not completely being sincere, but still, rejecting her so coldly is difficult. Eurenica added, "If you knew how scary she can be, you wouldn't say those things. You're a dummy, so just marry me," he admitted. "I know. Stop," he thinks, "that's not what I wanted." A light-hearted proposal, a light-hearted acceptance, then jokingly rejecting the offer. "I don't want that. She won't remember any of this when she wakes up. I'll end up being the one hurt from this." Eurenica insisted, instead of solely "I marry me." He thoughtfully replied, "It's better for you not to get involved with me. You have no idea what kind of man I am. You have no idea what you will have to go through." As she doesn't insisted again, he checked she was sleeping. He smiled and puts her back to bed. He thought, I carry the kingdom on my shoulders. The burden is heavy, and it's not easy. This is the perfect distance between us. I can't reach out to grab you, but I don't wish to be farther from you. He said aloud, there's no reason for you to keep living here, where your body is suffering so much, even fearing for your life. At that, he tapped her forehead and brushed his hand through her hair. So this is perfect. And I shouldn't want to get closer to you. Well, you won't remember any of this anyway. The next day, Eurenica was asleep thinking, my favorite kind of fragrance. A person's scent so clean, refreshing, and soft. A comfortable blanket and bed. I love how this feels. Realizing everything, she opened her eyes and quickly straightened up. She thinks seeing herself in a bed, am I back at Brillia Palace? She looked around wondering, where am I? She tried to remember, where am I? How did I get here? What's the last thing I remember before I fell asleep? She remembered I had a nightmare as soon as I drifted off. I broke away from it, and my soul escaped from my body. Then I barely managed to crawl back into it. Recalling the garden, she felt shivers in her body. She puts the blanket around her while trembling. What a terrible night. I'm lucky I didn't lose my mind. It seems I ended up fainting. Then she recalled, that's right. I went behind the palace, to the drill hall, where she saw Eurydion. She laid down to bed again thinking, that's why I feel okay now. I thought it was a miracle. I better thank him when I see him again. I was lucky he came out to train that morning. Suddenly she heard a beep sound. After hearing that, she rises up from bed thinking, this sound again. It's like a dial tone. Loris's voice called. Hey you little crumb, you okay? Eurenica replied. I'm not sure, the voice said. Yeah, I'm not so sure either, Eurenica sarcastically said. Considering the fact that someone incredibly useless didn't help me at all. I'm fine, alive and kicking, the voice asked. Are you talking about me? She replied. Who else? The voice said. From the way you talk, it seems like you're all better now. Oh, here he comes, she asked. Who's coming? Then the voice doesn't reply. Eurenica reaches to the curtain wondering, is it the maid? But someone else pulls the curtains aside. It was Eurydion. He asked, are you up? Who are you talking to? Due to bright light she blinked, saying, it's too bright. He pushes the curtain all the way, saying, you'll get used to it soon enough, she asked, hiding in the blanket. Really? He then removed the blanket from her, saying, you've slept plenty. It's time to get up. Averting her eyes, she said, not really, but he replied, yes, really. You slept for a day and a half straight. How can that not be enough? It came as a shock to her. He added, you should eat, even if you go back to sleep afterward. You can't be skipping 3 meals in a row. She panicked, thinking, a day and a half? So what happened in the early morning was a whole day before? Not this morning? How much damage did my body suffer? Then she asked, wait, where is this place? He replied nonchalantly, my bedroom. Well, to be more accurate, you're sitting on my bed. After hearing that, she panicked and quickly gets off the bed, thinking, oh my, I slept in his bedroom? It was difficult for her to walk. Eurydion helped her and said, you can't go out like this, princess. Where are you going in your pajamas? She replied, It doesn't matter. I just need to go back. Her mind was puzzled. Go back? Go back where? He then said. You can't go back to Beryllia Palace anymore. Hearing that, she sat down on bed. He added, you don't want to go back there, and I won't let you either. She replied, that's true. She felt embarrassed, thinking, but still, the king's palace? Eurydian's bedroom, at that? Well, it's not that I dislike it, he continued. We haven't prepared a room safe enough for you yet. You can't be out and about, especially not dressed like that. I understand this can be frustrating, but I ask for your patience. How you were that early morning? I don't want to see you like that again, she asked nervously. Me? You were worried about me, he smirked, saying, was I worried? Of course I was. What kind of question is that? She giggled. Hee. You were worried about me, he replied. I can never take my eyes off of you. Never, she continued, smiling after hearing that. He pinched her cheek, saying, don't smile as if nothing ever happened. Ouch. You wouldn't be able to say that if you knew how startled I was. He continued pinching. She replied, I'm sorry. He then looked at her for a moment, then smirked. So, do you want to eat first or wash up first? She gets shocked, feeling embarrassed. How can he say something like that so nonchalantly? She gets flushed and replied, I'll eat first, he said, turning. Okay, I'll have it prepared right away. She then asked him, how about you? He replied, I have something urgent to take care of. Make sure you don't go anywhere, at least until I'm back, princess. She nodded, thinking, well, I don't have that kind of strength anyways. He again said, do not, ever, go around by yourself. She thinks he doesn't believe me. Later she went out of the room. A maid guided her to her new room. Would you come this way, your highness? The maid asked, leading the way. It's just a couple of rooms down from the king's bedroom. You can enter now. Though we were in a hurry, so it's not completely ready yet. Eurenica stepped inside, eyes widening. It's way better than my room in Beryllia Palace. The king has ordered for you to stay here for a while. The maid continued. We couldn't completely get rid of security around the palace, so only the 3rd floor has been cleared. After hearing that, Eurenica remembered, you'll have to be careful, especially about Belcourt Palace. That's right, she thinks, recalling. Thierry told me the king's palace is strictly secured with magical materials. Then she remembered Eurydion telling her, just stay put, at least for a few days. I had forgotten about that. A realization struck her. That must be why he asked me to be careful. It's not like I just poke around everywhere. Then the maid added, so His Majesty understands that it may not be the most comfortable, but he requests that you stay in this room for a while. She replied, all right, I'll do that. But then, a thought struck her. She wandered the room deep in thought. The dead grass and flowers in the garden, they must have acted as magical conduits to initiate the dark magic that caused all those nightmares. I have to get rid of them somehow, but I can't go snooping around Beryllia Palace like this. She turned to the maid. So, what's going on in Beryllia Palace? The maid nervously replied. Don't even mention it, your highness. It's utter chaos right now. The king's been so adamant. What? Her eyes narrowed. What has he been so adamant about? The maid hesitated, realizing what she blurted out. Why, your highness? She questioned the maid. What kind of chaos? Then, a sudden thought struck her. Did he already figure out that it was solely I who used black magic in the palace? Their heart pounded. That's the best news I've heard in a while. If that's true, the maid looked uncomfortable. It's just that every person who has access to the palace is being interrogated. Her eyes widened. What? That's not right. Upon hearing that, Urenica quickly rushed to leave. No, Your Highness! The maid stepped forward, blocking the way. You shouldn't go downstairs. It may still be dangerous. She questioned the maid. If you can get the king to come here, I won't go downstairs. Other maids cut her way, one added. He'll be here soon, Your Highness. Please come this way and wait for him here. She scoffed, thinking. They're really making me feel like an immature kid. A voice in her head chuckled. An immature kid, you little crumb. She blushed, replying in her mind. I know. It's not like I want to be like this. If you can just come down and help me, everything will go smoothly. The voice replied. Stop asking for something that's unattainable, kiddo. It's beyond my powers. Her irritation flared. What kind of a god are you? You're useless. She looked towards the stairs, thinking, I can't go down there, nor do I want to. Will he come if I throw enough of a tantrum and threaten to walk downstairs on my own? A voice broke through her thoughts. His Majesty is where we dare not approach, she asked. What is he doing? Marianne and the other maids did nothing wrong. As the commotion was going on, Thierry also came there. He called out, looking towards Urenica. Your Highness, I heard you lost consciousness. What are you doing in front of the staircase? Seeing him, her eyes lit up. Thierry! But then, the voice in her head said, Oh, it's Ridier. That kid I really like. Ridier what? She gasped, stopping herself. Her thoughts scrambled. Is that his baptized name? He asked. What? She smiled nervously. Oh, it's nothing, she said to herself. Don't let him find out you know something so personal, she said to him. I want to go back to Barilia Palace, but I can't go downstairs. I was told there are many magical devices in Belcourt Palace, Thierry replied. Yes, that's correct. You shouldn't go around by yourself. Then she asked. Yes, so, can you come with me? He nodded to her. A wave of relief washed over her. Yes. I knew I could count on you, Thierry, a voice huffed. What about me? You, be quiet. She snapped at the voice. He chuckled. Heh. Then, Thierry said, extending his hand. Shall we? After she reached the Barilia Palace, she looked around. But something was wrong, she thinks. It's not here. She scanned the area. The black grass and flowers. I'm not sure if I should feel relieved or nervous. As she reached inside, her expression darkened. She heard Eurydion commanding the servants and maids who were bowing down to him. I've placed the workers with access myself, and we've searched the palace twice over. Yet, how could someone dare attempt to harm a guest of the king under the king's watch? He questioned them. Do you still expect me to be so tolerant? He turned sharply. Marianne Levasila, answer me. The maid trembled. I never dare to allow the princess to be at risk. Seeing that, Urenica said to herself. Wait, Marianne didn't do anything wrong. She stepped up, her shaky voice interrupted. Haha. Hello? They turned towards her. She approached with Thierry, looking at her Eurydion side, and said, Princess. She nervously stepped closer and turned to Mare. Her eyes twinkling with worry. Are you alright? Tears were dropping from Marie's face. Princess, she gasped, her voice trembling. Princess, I got so scared when I heard you fainted. Are you all better now? I'm okay, she reassured her. I'm sorry, Marie said, tears forming in her eyes. I should have taken better care of you. This is all my fault. My apologies, Your Highness. No need to cry, Marie. It was really nothing, Urenica said with a gentle smile. His Highness was there to help me, and I feel fine now. You always say that. Mayor sniffled. I heard you were asleep for a day and a half. Hearing that, she bit her lip. I was already being overprotected, and now they'll never stop treating me like a poor, sickly princess. Then Eurydion stepped closer, saying, I don't think you should be worrying about a maid right now. You really don't listen to anything I say. The irritation in his voice was clear. I'm sorry, she murmured, standing up. But Marianne really didn't do anything wrong, Your Majesty. I've been meaning to tell you the truth. It was actually, he cut her off. I know, she blinked in shock. What? I know who did this to you, he said coldly. It must be the beautiful and cunning Lady Elodia, the sorceress of the magic tower. She questioned, if you knew all this time, then why? He again interrupted. How will I know if her spies are still in this palace? She was speechless. That's true. But still, she clenches her fists thinking. Of course, I want to trust everyone in Beryllia Palace. But it's not like the world works according to what I'd like to believe. His words held a weight she couldn't argue against. Regardless, this is a case of attempted murder of foreign royalty. And inside the royal palace, at that. It's understandable that Eurydion is sensitive about this incident. Wicked magic requires a medium for it to work, he continued. I need to find out who that medium was, no matter who it is. She gasped. Wicked magic. A medium, she asked him. Your Majesty, did you already know? I need evidence, he said firmly. Evidence, or a witness, so that I may seek to punish whomever dared use forbidden black magic in an attempt to harm a personal guest within my very own kingdom. Hearing that, all the maids and servants felt chills. Eurynica also felt his cold demeanor. He then turned towards the servants exuding his divine power. He said, I'll be conducting the interrogations myself. You understand what that means, right? His voice carried an unyielding authority. If you don't want to be burned alive, one of you should start thinking about opening your mouth. He activated his divine power. Eurynica gasped, grabbing his sleeve. No, wait! Wait a second, Your Majesty, he said. Step aside, Princess. You might get hurt. Please! There's no need to hurt anyone. Her voice trembled, but he didn't stop, and she gets pushed back by his divinity. She thinks, I didn't know the power of divinity could be this terrifying. I thought it was all about purification and healing. If you have nothing to do with black magic, you'll only feel some temporary pain, he explained coldly. But if there is any trace of black magic, you'll be burned to death immediately. Looking at his face, she thinks, I knew this wasn't going to be just some temporary pain. Not like this, she pleaded. Don't hurt people who had nothing to do with the incident. If you're looking for a way to find the spies, I'm sure there's a better method. If it's someone who works for Lady Elodia, it must be a wizard. I don't know if you noticed, but I can sense magic powers pretty well, especially that type of magic power. Well, she hesitated. Of course, there's some risk to take, but I disapprove. His tone was final. Have you gone mad? Out of the question, she laughed. Come on, it's not as dangerous as you think. She reached for his hand and held it firmly. Here, I keep holding you hand like this. What? He stiffened. You can trust me. My life depends on it, so I wouldn't do this recklessly, she assured him. You said you can't sense black magic with divinity anyway, she said in her mind. I'm sure that's why you didn't suspect Soleil until now. She took a deep breath. And she probably didn't plant her own people in Beryllia Palace. If she did, she wouldn't be using such an indirect method as nightmares. That must have been the only way she could try to destroy me, she continued. Anyhow, this is more efficient. On top of that, I think the real issue is actually in the garden, not inside the palace, she added. So stop looking so mad and scary. I feel like I can't even get a word in with you because you look so fearsome. Then the servants were relieved. A maid sobbed. Princess, you have no idea how startled I was. Tears welled up in maid eyes. Eurynica replied. I know, I'm sorry. Then Eurydion pulled her away from them. She turned to him. See? She said, giving his hand a reassuring squeeze. I'm totally fine, he sighed. Would you mind not using this method in the future? She grinned. Hehe. I knew you were worried about me. Princess, please, he groaned. Allow me at least a moment to feel at ease. She laughed softly. Yes, sir. I promise to be more cautious. Now, shall we try to comb through the garden? She asked. There's no need, he said. I'm plowing up the entire garden. She gets shocked. What? Just 1 second, she yelped. Let me first tell you what's in the garden. As he was speaking, Eurydion scooped her up, Princess carrying her. He turned to Thierry holding Eurynica. Chamart. Yes, Your Majesty. Thierry obeyed. He commanded. Purify the entire garden. With all due respect, Your Majesty. Chamart hesitated. I'm not entirely sure if my body can handle it. Never mind the garden. Stop whining. Eurydion ordered. I'm not just whining. Thierry muttered under his breath. My order stands. Get it done, before I do it myself, Eurydion said, his voice unyielding. As you wish, Your Majesty, Thierry stammered. It sounded a little over the top. Eurynica didn't realize at that time what it truly meant to purify all of it, or how that made her returning to Beryllia a much more remote possibility. After that, Eurydion came back holding Eurynica. As he entered his palace, the nobles started whispering to each other. Realizing that Eurynica felt embarrassed, he said to Eurydion, Excuse me, your majesty, he asked. What is it? Can you put me down now? She asked, though it sounded more like a plea. She nervously laughed, thinking, it seems like his divinity energy has subsided compared to before. The sensation is strange. What a strange feeling. I am glad he seems to care more about me. He was always so cold before, but, she gasped, realizing. Glad? Am I enjoying the fact that he's so mad over what happened to me? Then a voice calls hesitantly. Your Majesty? Eurydion turns towards it. Who is? His tone shifts. Count Ivan, I clearly remember ordering no meetings today. The Count bows deeply. I bow before the Supreme Lord of Belcourt. His words are clipped. Keep it short. Make it brief, Count said. Yes, sir. It just seems that we can no longer delay the agreement with Ezekiel. It is an urgent matter, your majesty, Eurydion responded. Who are you to determine what's urgent or not? I thought that was my job. Seeing that, Eurydion gets confused. What's going on? Was he just seemingly caring and kind only on the outside? But on the inside, he's always this cold and ruthless. She glances towards the Count, thinking, he can be nice now, but you never know when and how. He may be merciful and tolerant at times, but he is still a ruler and a monarch. The Count was also staring at her, seeing that she thinks, is there something on my face? Why does he keep glancing at me? She checked herself. Then Eurydion puts her head close to him. She blushed, seeing that the Count said, so it is her, the one who's been rumored. Eurydion replied, unwavering. I don't have any immediate matters to discuss with you. You may leave us, Count. I hope I never see you disobeying my orders like this ever again. Saying that, he turned the other way. Eurydion said to him, please take care. So Eurydion glared at her. She thinks, why? What did I do? Then he came to her room carrying her. She said, thank you for taking me, ba. He doesn't stop and went close to bed. Seeing that she felt awkward, he left her on her bed and said, I think it'd be better if you went to bed, actually. She protested. But I'm wide awake now, he insisted. No, you're sleepy. She stubbornly pouted. How can I fall asleep when you're staring at me like that? Then getting ready to sleep, she said. Maybe I am getting a little sleepy. Then he said, it's probably better for you to go back to Livni as quickly as possible. She gets in shock. What? She said inwardly. How did you come to that conclusion from our conversation? She shouted. I don't want to. I'm fine here, he replied. I'm not fine. Since it's impossible to keep you by my side and watch you all day, it's better for you to go back. She thinks, am I supposed to be glad? Or be sad? It does sound like he wants me around though. The decision lingers. Then she tugged his robe. He sat beside her. Then she said, then, keep me by your side. He flatly refused. What's the point? You just keep sneaking out, she quietly mumbled. I wasn't doing that on purpose. She pouted. Honestly, you were just being so harsh and scary today. You have to at least admit that. He extends his hand towards her to caress, then stopped. She said, right now, you don't seem all that different from how you normally are. He smirked. I'm not. If I seem different, well, I'm sure 80% of it is because of you. Hearing that, uncertainty lingers in her thought. I just can't tell what he's thinking. Is he worried about me? Or is he mad at me? Should I still try to get closer to him? Or should I just sit quietly for today? Asterisk. Then she hesitantly questioned. Do you really mean that? He tilts his head. Mean what? She asked. You really want me to go back to Livni? He replied. To a point, I'd probably worry a little less if I didn't see you at all. Flip. She felt sad. She thinks to herself, twitching. Maybe I should have just stayed quiet. Well, I'm the weird one who won't even consider leaving Belcourt after all that I went through. She giggled. Hee. That's a little harsh. Then a thought crossed her mind. She asked, when did you realize Lady Elodia uses black magic? He replied. Recently. However, I still don't have any solid proof yet. He asked her. How about you? Averting her eyes, she replied. Just kinda guessed? He repeated. Just guessed? She nervously said. You know how sensitive I am. I just guessed it was possible just like you did. Ahem, so you must have no intention of marrying Lady Elodia now, right? Right? As he doesn't reply, she added. Was that too much of a question? She thinks in her mind. Using black magic is a grave crime punishable by death. There's no way he'll marry her now. Then they won't be having that evil villain of a child. I really don't have any more reason to stay in Belcourt. It's a good thing, but, well, I did finish my work here. And he's telling me to go back to Livivny too. Maybe he's right. I should leave this place before Soleil hunts me down. But for some reason, I don't want to look up and see his face. As he was staring at her, she thinks, What is this strange emotion I'm feeling? She then glanced at him and said, I'm sorry I keep making you worry. Maybe all I do is cause you trouble. It's not like I'm doing it on purpose. Just somehow, things keep turning out this way. And I'm grateful you were there in the early morning. I know I said I was fine, but I was actually really scared that day. It felt like a nightmare that would never end. She explained to him, and he quickly listened. There was no light. There was no sound. It was filled with people who were dead. I tried running, but there was no way out. I screamed, but there was no one there to hear me. I felt like no one would help me. That's how I felt. As she stopped, he quickly hugged and asked, Were you that scared? Her heart started beating fast. He added, I thought I could at least protect you here at the safest place on earth. But it doesn't seem like I'm able to. You should be where you can be safe and well. Her heart kept racing, she replied. I'm fine. He brushed throughout her hair and said, Maybe you keep saying that out of habit. But like I told you before, I'm not fine, princess. Then he stood up and said, You should get some rest. After he left, she sat there stunned. She wondered, What was that? What did he mean by that? After that day, she started to avoid seeing Eurydion. Later, Eurenica was lying on her bed dazed. Loris's voice rang. Tis TSK. If there was ever an award for being lazy, you deserve it, she replied. I know, right? I feel like roots are gonna start growing out of my body down into this bed. It hasn't been just a day or two. It's been a week since I've even stepped foot outside of this room. This is no way for a person to live, the voice said. At least get some fresh air out on the terrace. You might turn into a mummy at this rate, she thinks. I know I shouldn't just be out and about, because it still might be dangerous. But this is just too much, right? The voice replied. Yes. You're no better than a hibernating cocoon these days. Then she resolved herself and rises up from bed. She then walked to the door and peeked outside. All the servants and maids straightened up seeing her. She greeted them. Good morning, everyone! And then closes the door. Inside the room, she slumped, feeling defeated. She thinks in her mind, I'm being so overprotected. How can they be standing there every time I'm out? Isn't this too much? Later she thinks there's nothing better to do. It may still be dangerous outside, but maybe I can write a letter to Livivny, she asked. Roxanne, is there a pen and paper I can use? The maid replied. Would you like me to take dictation, princess? Hearing that, she said inwardly, my hand works just fine. She was being overly protected by the servants. At one moment she picked up a flower pot thinking, I can use this to exercise. Seeing her, a maid shouted, Princess, we can move stuff like that. At other moment she tried to do push-ups, but another maid shouted worried, Oh my princess, you're soaked in sweat. What have you been doing? Eurenica was shocked. It's just light exercise, the maid replied. You're still not fully well yet. Avoid doing strenuous activities. The words of the servants started haunting her as she was stopped to do anything. No, princess! Stop, princess! Princess this, princess that. Finally she concluded, I guess I'll just sit still. It'd be great to have someone to talk to at least. A few days ago, she asked Eurydion, Your Majesty, is it possible to bring the maids from Beryllia Palace here? Well, the ones here are great. I have no problem with them. I'm just more comfortable with the maids from Beryllia Palace. We've already verified none of them were involved with black magic, he replied. No. They failed to serve you properly last time by putting you in danger. It doesn't make sense for them to work at the king's palace after what happened. They should be grateful they still have their jobs. I hope you understand. She thinks he turns so cold once someone crosses the line with him. She remembered his words. I thought I could at least protect you here, at the safest place on earth. But it doesn't seem like I'm able to. Her heart started beating fast upon remembering the scene. She blushed thinking, My heart starts to race at the mere thought of him. This is a serious case. My heartbeat goes out of control whenever I start thinking about him. Marianne is banned from entering this place. Princess, Archdeacon of Vereshad is probably too busy, and Eurydion doesn't come unless I go out looking for him. Realizing, she thought to herself, You're the one who's been avoiding him. How can you be hurt that he doesn't come to visit? She slapped herself. Are you stupid? That man works like a clock, never deviating from his daily routine. I can probably figure out when he's free. Then Loris's voice called out, Why don't you try getting out of the room, you crumb? She thinks, it's probably better if I at least try to do something instead of just being locked up in this room until I'm sent back to Livivny. She said, I'm going. When she gets outside and was roaming the palace, a bunch of maids followed her. She felt irritated. I know they've been following me every day for the past few days, but this feels so burdensome. Did Eurydion order them to do this? Because, with the previous maids, I threatened to escape the central palace. I'm restricted to the 3rd floor anyway. Suddenly she saw Eurydion talking with Ferric at stairs. She called out, Your Majesty! He turned towards her. Princess. Then he went up while Ferric followed her. Upon reaching to her he said, I haven't seen you in a few days. She flinched, saying, Is that right? I didn't really notice. Then he asked, So what brings you out? You've been really good at avoiding me, she replied. That's not true. I haven't been avoiding you at all, he smirked. Really? I saw you run back into your room whenever you saw me down the hall. A few times. She gets flustered, he saw me. My heart keeps racing whenever I see him. It's driving me crazy. I can't exactly tell him that. She kept smiling to avoid suspicion and said, What a lie. That wasn't me, he accepted. Okay, let's just say I was mistaken then. How about lunch? She replied. I ate already. He asked again. Tea? She repeated. Tea. She was surprised. What is this? This is so unfair. He got me all weirded out. But he's feeling completely normal and peaceful. Then I'll be completely normal and peaceful too, she then said with a big smile. Why, if I said I haven't had tea yet, would you have asked me to join you for afternoon tea? He was taken aback for a moment. Then he said, Yes. She gets confused. What? He smiled and asked. Would you like some tea? She said to herself, This is so unfair. Then she followed him to his office. After getting inside she said, So this is where you work. He opened the window replying, Oh, is this your first time here? She said while looking around. Yes, it is. Well, I've been inside your bedroom though. She felt awkward realizing as to what she had blurted out. She thinks, that sounded kinda funny. No, it's perfectly normal. I'm just thinking too much, she then said. It's not like I'm allowed to see many places inside the palace. He thinks for a moment then said, You're right. He looked outside at the garden and said, But why does it feel like you've completely taken over this place? She asked, confused. Sorry? He replied. Nothing. You can take a seat. I'll tell them to bring out some tea. She walked to the sofa and said, I never imagined your office to be like this. I thought it'd feel more comfortable, but it feels kinda suffocating. He sat down and asked, Is that how you see it? She replied. Well, a little, yes. Don't overwork yourself. He laughed at the remark. She then giggled. I wish we could mix it up. You and I, half and half, he asked. What? She replied. My life is just so mundane and boring now. It's too relaxing. I'm getting lazy. Suddenly someone knocked the door. Eurydion said, Come in. The door opened and a servant came with a serving cart. Eurydion instructed him. You can leave it there. The servant bowed. Yes, your majesty. Enjoy your tea, princess. Then Eurydion stood and poured the tea. Seeing that, she said, I could have done that, he replied. I don't mind, she thinks. Wow. The king of Belcourt is serving me tea himself. As he presents it to her, she said, Thank you. He also sat down and started drinking tea. Then she observed looking at him. He hates wearing a cravat or a tie, but he's dressed so formally today. He must have been seeing high-level officials or had important meetings. He's always thinking about something. I can never tell what's on his mind. Is this when he turns cold and sensitive? If he gets a little more annoyed? Then he smirked and asked her, What do you mean by getting lazy? She replied, I'm just not nearly as active anymore. Everyone thinks I'm like a hibernating cocoon. His expression gets serious. A cocoon? That's not a nice thing to say about a person. Who said that? She smiled. The voice inside my head? She thinks it was a slip of the tongue. But I can't tell him it was Loris, she then said. It's just a figure of speech. Maybe I should do some exercise inside the room. It's been over a week, and I'm itching to move around. As he doesn't reply, she pressed on. I'm not complaining or anything though. Then he said, It does make me feel like it's my fault. She laughed. That's not what I meant. I'm sure you know that. Then he said while remembering, Well, I promise you wouldn't need to hesitate to ask me for anything. I guess I'm not good at keeping promises. Hearing that, she thinks, I didn't mean for him to take it so seriously. Then a thought crossed her mind. She said, Oh, actually, there is something you can do for me. Your Majesty, could you call me by my name from now on? He gets stunned for a split second but quickly responded. I can't do that, she questioned. Why not? You did it fine just the other day, he replied. I don't recall, she said. You're the only one I'm asking to call me by name, but you're rejecting it without even thinking about it for a second, he replied. Yes, but I've been curious about this since last time, she pouted. What about it? He asked. Why am I the only one? Do you know what that signifies? She said inwardly. What do you mean, why? It's because I want to be closer to you. I don't feel like explaining everything for him. She hesitated because you're handsome, and because I like you. She felt blushed after saying that. She thinks in her mind while her heart was racing. I've told him this before, but I feel so awkward and shy as I confess my feelings for him. Upon hearing that, he smirked. You keep saying that. I don't like it when people say stuff they don't mean. She gulped as she was speechless. Then he said gently, sometimes, I wonder what you're thinking about. Sometimes, actually it's rather often, she replied. That's what I wanted to say, he continued. Allowing someone to call you by name is a bigger deal than you think here in Belcourt, princess, she replied. Is it not enough of a reason if I said that I just wanted to hear you say my name? She thinks in her mind, I wish he was clearer about what he's feeling. If his intention is to build a wall between us, he should just hurt me and be cruel, so I won't even think about approaching him again. He then said, Don't try to get closer to me. We're fine where we are. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? This kingdom is not a very friendly place for you. You shouldn't get too attached here. It'd be a shame to lose your precious name here before leaving. Her heart was throbbing, she concluded. This is how he is, and he will never change. He'll keep hiding his true feelings. He'll hurt me, then get my hopes up, and just push me away ever so nicely and kindly until the very end. Eurydian Belcourt will not call me by my name. After a few days, Eurenica was sitting at the balcony bust in thought. Loris's voice called. Lost in your thoughts? She turned to the maid who was serving her tea. Thank you, Roxanne. This tea is so aromatic. Is it lemon or lime, perhaps? The voice interjected. Are you really thinking about going back? But again she ignored it. Roxanne smiled. Yes, princess. It's lime tea. I'm glad it's to your liking. Eurenica took a sip thinking. Objectively speaking, Roxanne's teas were better than Marianne's. The voice asked. Hey, you Crumb! Are you just ignoring me now? Crumb. She felt irritated. My mind's been wandering off as it is. Come on, she whispered to the voice. I told you, I don't know, Loris asked. You said you wanted to have that man, didn't you? She whispered again. When did I say that? I never said that, the voice asked. I thought you really meant it, she hesitated. Well, I did mean it, but, the voice repeated. But, she continued, I guess there's no need for that anymore. The Roxanne bowed and left. The voice asked, Why? Because he won't call you by your name? She replied. That too. Well, you know the situation. She then sighed. I'm sure he won't be marrying that woman anymore, so I don't need to beg him to marry me instead of her. I should be worrying about myself instead, the voice replied. That's true. You're like a little twig that can be blown away with the wind at any moment. She laughed. Ha! First you call me Crumb, and now I'm a twig? The voice replied. It suits you. Then she picked a cookie and started munching it. She added, And do I really have to wait 5 years to become your priestess? 5 years? Can you come down here just for a bit? It can just be for a little while, the voice replied. That's not up to me, Twig, she complained. Ah, so strict, the voice replied. I already told you it's against the rules in Yeladeta. I can't step foot on Earth just because I want to, kiddo. After hearing that, she thinks, maybe I should just go back to Livivny to make sure I stay alive. I should lock myself up in the temple there and wait for 5 years. If I stayed here, I'd just fall prey to that woman. It's not like I really expected him to marry me. Life's tough as it is. I don't need death threats on top of that. I should be glad to have stopped the worst marriage decision of the century. Well, that's what I want to say, but it just means he turned me down once again. Then she said aloud, I did want to hear him call my name, though. Then she slumped down shouting, I got a headache. Then the voice said, you're not as persistent as I thought you were. I thought you were more of a bold and courageous type. She thinks in her mind, you're just making things worse. Then said, seriously, that's what I thought too, the voice replied. Well, if you were to ask me, I'd say he's not being all that truthful either. Her mood changed a little, she asked. What? What do you mean? The voice added. I do wish he clung onto you a little more. She again drooped. What's he talking about? Yeah, right. I'm the one who's swayed by his every move. My heart starts to race like it's broken, several times a day. I'm still shocked he won't call me by my name. She blinked, asking, when did it all start? It's probably when I came across him at dawn, and then the morning when I woke up in his bedroom. She questioned herself, what do I want? Then she picked up the pen and paper that were on table and started writing. Plan A, stop Belcourt from invading Livivny. Plan B, prevent Teresa from being kidnapped by Belcourt. She scribbled, realizing, darn it, all of these plans have already failed a long time ago. Then she wrote, and Plan C, flirt with Eurydion to stop him from marrying her. She thinks this was successful to some degree. Now for Plan D, she wrote, Eurydion Belcourt, divinity plus human, vitamin plus rapid charger, an ironclad wall that hurts like hell. I don't want to run into it and get hurt. Her mind was wandering off, but strangely he can be unexpectedly kind. That's not it. It all started the very first moment I saw him. Then, what does it mean that? Several days have passed since then, and even now, I still can't look him in the eye. She wondered, what does that mean? Then the voice giggled, asking, hee hee. Do you think writing down that stuff will help, Crumb? Then she crumpled the paper and throws it. Forget it, the voice said. Hey, I'm not sure if you should just toss that anywhere. She stood up, saying, what does that really mean? Why does he confuse me like this? I should just barge into his office now. And she gets flustered and sighed. I was already having trouble sleeping, and it's gotten even worse since that day. I haven't had any decent sleep for 3 days now. I can't figure it out right now. I should get some sleep first. I should be able to think better after that. She then turned to go inside. Meanwhile, the paper she threw fell on Soliae's head. She looked towards the balcony and said, that precocious princess. She picked up a paper and read it. She smiled, saying, ha, I know he's been suspicious, and I know why he summoned me to the palace. I've been looking for a chance to flip the situation around in my favor. And look what just fell into my lap. She folded down the paper. Then the ominous presence with her said, she gets on my nerves. There's something about her that bothers me, constantly. He insisted, she's nothing, just kill her. I can't quite put my finger on it, but she gives me a bad vibe. Soliae said to him, ha, it'd be a waste to kill the princess now. I know how she can be useful. The presence replied, things always go wrong when I get this kind of a vibe. Soliae replied, you're just being moody. Then he said, hurry, Soliae. She thinks in her mind, I've invested 5 years into this. I won't rush into something and ruin it. Plus, I just came across something that gives me an advantage. Meanwhile, Eurydion was in his office reading the documents. His mind was racing, thinking about all of the Gluckman Treaty. This war of nerves over power is finally nearing its end. I wasn't planning on taking such a firm stance originally. I've already breached Livivny's borders once, breaking the alliance treaty. He sighed, thinking, I should have held myself back then. Even if I couldn't, I should have at least refrained from abducting the princess. If only I had just agreed to Livivny's request. Ezekiel, following Livivny's example, has also demanded a renegotiation of our treaties. And if I hadn't brought the princess here, she wouldn't have had to endure several near-death experiences. And Soliae wouldn't have started causing me this much trouble either. He smiled, thinking, but despite all this mess, I am relieved to have met her. He puts back the documents on table and stamps it. I don't want to be bothered by things like this treaty anymore. I don't have the energy to deal with it. There is something even more important for me to handle. The document reads, I have nothing more to say on this matter. If they have further requests, they should come speak in person, he resolved. If they are still acting this arrogant even now. I've never dreamed of conquering the whole continent, but it's not such a bad idea to go through with it. Then he straightened, thinking, I sent a message this morning, so she should be arriving sometime soon. Then after a knock at the door, Ferric came in and said, Your Majesty, Lady Elodia is here, he replied. Send her in, Your Majesty, she greets with a smile. He greeted her. Hello, Lady Elodia. As she walked to him, she said, You don't know how happy I was to hear that you asked for me. I thought I'd never see the day. It seems you've been asking for me for several days already, he replied. Yes. It's funny you had no trouble coming here as often as you could when I didn't need you here. But when I actually do need to see you, you are an incredibly difficult person to get a hold of. I was just busy, she says lightly. Please forgive me, he asked. Forgive you? Well, Not coming here fast enough isn't what you should be asking my forgiveness for, she stepped up asking. Then, for what should I ask you to forgive me? He began. A few weeks ago, I saw you in front of Barilia Palace, she replied surprised. Oh, I had no idea you had that much interest in me, he said sternly. Don't interrupt. You really did a number on Barilia Palace. You used magic I have personally banned on my palace grounds and upon a person under my protection. What do you think I should do about this? What do you have to say for yourself? She remained silent for a moment, then mumbled. You've never trusted me. You've always been guarded, always pushing me away. But you've never actually stopped me from doing something. Just like now, and you're wrong again. She extends her hand towards him, saying, If you were certain that I'm an evil sorceress, you wouldn't have called me here. Instead, you would have ordered my immediate arrest and punished me with death. Isn't that right? So if you called me here instead of doing that, it means you're not completely sure. You're still not sure if I'll be a benefit to your kingdom or a liability, he smirked. A benefit. Your confidence is fitting for someone who rules over the Tower of Magic, she countered. And that's why you're keeping me close. I am the ruler of the Magic Tower, and every mage in Belcourt works for me. When my aged master dies, all authorities related to magic will officially be handed off to me. But your majesty, do you know what I find so strange? It's your attitude. He was caught off guard for a moment, but he doesn't reply. She tilts her head slightly, watching him closely. Had I not attempted to harm the princess, would you still have reacted this way? Isn't this a little excessive? She continued. Your Majesty, I know you better than you think. I've been by your side for a long time now. You would have sent me off to be killed right away as soon as you realized that I am a black magic sorceress. Under normal circumstances, that is. She asked. What are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? He thinks to himself, then said, You're right. I am the lord of this kingdom. I shouldn't be afraid of anything. But now, the thought of what you might dare to do so fearlessly is what makes me fearful, she asked. Do you have any proof I am a black magic sorceress? She exhales lightly, saying, There are no cards in your hand. All you have are weaknesses. No matter what, I'm the one who comes out on top. You get it now, don't you? She leans closer, voice soft but firm. It's so easy for me to reach out my hand and touch the one I love so dearly. And of course, all of this is assuming that I really am an evil, black magic sorceress. Then he exudes his divinity, asking, So, what is it that you want? She smiles, stepping closer, exuding ominous aura that dueled with his divinity. She said, Well, your majesty put a leash around my neck. Marry me, as planned. Then, no harm will come to your kingdom or your princess. Meanwhile, Eurenica was outside at the door listening. Her breath catches. She gets shocked. Just what is happening? She stepped back, trembling. She thinks, no matter what I do, I can't alter the course of the original plot. Eurydion Belcourt will not refuse her offer. Ferric was worried for her. He called, Princess? She turned to him, gasping. She mumbled in fear, mad. She's mad. Meanwhile, Soliae thinks, looking at Eurydion, he needs to think like a king because he is one. He can't afford to be at war with that woman who's got the entire magic tower in her hands. Eurenica clenches her fists and said to Ferric, Please, don't tell his majesty you saw me here. And then she started running back. After she returned, the maids called for her, worried. Princess? Princess! Are you all right? What happened? She doesn't stop and listen and closes the door. While inside, she slumped to the ground. Then Loris's voice said, I told you, child, there are things even I can't change. She plopped, saying, You're right. She thinks in her mind, Is there really nothing I can do here? Even this godlike being must have been created by the author of the original novel. Then there's no way for a side character like me to change this plot. I'm sure something's changed when I came into this world, but the ultimate direction remains the same. I never thought she'd hold the whole kingdom and me hostage for her own gain. It's no longer just about stopping them from marrying each other. Now it's a war against me and her. Weak and easy to kill versus untouchable power. She screamed. This is hopeless. The maids outside her room get startled by it. Loris said, You scared me. She asked, terrified, What do I do now? I'm no match for her. Then Loris replied, Hey child, why don't you come to the temple first? She blinked. The temple? The voice said. Yes. You're just defenseless bait sitting in that palace. She felt defeated. That's undeniably true. Damn, the voice giggled. You know, just as a strategic retreat. She felt irritated. Ugh, don't be so nonchalant about it. Then she resolved, he's right. I heard their entire conversation myself. The decision I need to make has already been determined since the beginning. I can't cause him any more trouble than I already have. Later at night she tried to sleep but couldn't because of all the tension. She rises up thinking, it's still hard to fall asleep at night. Maybe I'll get some fresh air. Then she went to the balcony. She went outside and observed, it's not cold, but it's pitch black. It's so dark. Suddenly she was reminded of the nightmare. Night time. She shakes her head to clear those thoughts. Come on. It keeps coming back to my mind at night. Even without black magic, I'd been feeling weak, and it's affecting my mind too. She mumbled, Get away, you evil thing! Get away, you evil thing! Get away, you evil! As she was saying that, Eurydion heard her. He was at the other balcony with the next room. He called out, Princess? She gets terrified and screamed. Her heart raced with fear. She stammered, Who goes there? Looking at Eurydion, she calmed down a little. He was having a glass of drink. After rubbing her eyes, she asked, Are you a ghost? He repeated. A ghost? She called. Your Majesty? Then he said, What are you doing up at this hour? She replied, I couldn't fall asleep. How about you? What are you doing up at this hour, Your Majesty? He replied, Well, let's just say I had trouble falling asleep too. She thinks, I'm sure it's because of what happened earlier today. I'm still confused because that conversation got me all tangled up, and I'm sure it's even worse for him. She said, That's understandable. He swirls the glass and said, But why can't you sleep? She giggled and said, Maybe my mind hasn't quite recovered yet. He asked, You're not saying you're fine today? She said, I don't lie. If I'm okay, then I am. And if I'm not, I'm not. He sighed. I see. Princess, take 3 steps back. She asked, confused. Sorry? He said. Now. She stepped back a little, still confused. He tried to jump from that balcony to hers. She stammered, Wait. But he came around. He then asked her, Why aren't you okay today? He came down from ledge. She thinks, looking at him, he looks so calm, as if nothing ever happened. She said, It's nothing. Just a bit of a headache since I haven't been sleeping. He asked, worried. You haven't been sleeping? He puts both of his hands at her cheeks. She thinks, staring in his eyes, I'm the only one in his eyes. There used to be a time I wanted nothing more than this feeling. Then she smiled and said, Don't you think it'd actually be strange for me to fall asleep easily? Think about everything that happened to me in my dreams, but I take lots of naps to make up for it. I'm okay. He asked, But your eyes are so red. She rubbed her eyes and said, My eyes feel fine. The hours pass slower at night, but it's actually pretty nice. I like the quietness, he said. So your days and nights are switched around, she replied. You can say that, he asked. So if it's not because of lack of sleep, what's bothering you? She felt caught. She averted her eyes and doesn't respond, and he looks at her suspiciously. As he stared at her, she said in her mind, I heard your conversation with Soliae. So, she swallows hard before speaking again. Can I stay at the temple for a bit? He asked, surprised. What? She said. I know it's a lot to ask, since only priests are allowed to stay there long term. But I won't stay for long, he repeated. Not for long? She thinks in her mind. I'm sure he thought about this too. Then said, I plan to go back to Livigny. You promised. You said you'd send me back as soon as the king of Livigny opens up Gluckman Road again. I think it's time. You know Livigny is ready to open up Gluckman Road right away. Ezekiel is still a problem for you, but the promise you made with me was only about Livigny. As long as Livigny is showing a favorable attitude, holding me hostage isn't very useful. Isn't that true? So there's nothing stopping me from going back to Livigny. As he continued staring at her, she asked, Your Majesty? What's wrong? He then asked, How long has it been since you first came to Belcourt? She replied, Maybe 2.5 months by now, he said. 2.5 months already. Time flies, she smiled. Right? I think so too. A lot of things happened while I was here. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like I've been here that long. Anyway, I'll go back to Livigny as soon as I get your approval. He asked. What if I don't approve? She blinked. Sorry? He clasped her hand. She gulped and asked, You won't approve. Why not? He retracted, averting his gaze. I misspoke. she asked, flustered. You misspoke? What do you mean? How could you say that? He asked, confused. What are you? He asked. Should I not go? There's a faint shuffle. He gets shocked at her sudden march. Prin, she said. My name. Call me by my name again, he said. Princess Urenica, she said. Not like that. He puts his hand on her shoulder to calm her down and said, Princess, I thought I already told you not to try to get any closer, she said. You shouldn't push me away anymore, she pressed on. Be clear about how you feel about me, and tell me if you don't like me. Tell me you want me to go back to Livni. If you keep dodging my question again, she thinks in her mind, if I go back to Livni, I might not ever see him again. Then Eurydion pulls Urenica towards him and hugged her. He began, Urenica, don't speak like that. I can never push you away anymore. If you ask, should I not go? I'll have to answer, don't go. If you say, you don't like me, I'll have to say, that's not true. I can't deny it. But you still have to go back. Nothing good can happen to you if you stayed here. It'll only make me a selfish man who only cares about what he wants. So you should stop here. It's impossible for me to push you away with my own hands, so all I can do is ask you to do it. She felt relieved, thinking, I don't want to go back either. I want to get closer to you still. But this afternoon, I learned that I can't, she said. You're cruel, he said. That's what I wanted to say. She sniffled. What did I do? He said. You're the one who made me say these words. Tears came to her eyes, she said. You should have told me these things from the beginning. He again called. Urenica. She thinks in her mind, no matter what my name is, or even if I don't have a name at all, there's someone who addresses me with love. I finally feel like I actually exist here, in this place. This is my reason for being. She wailed in his embrace. Then she blinked, saying, This is odd. I feel sleepy now. I slept a lot today too. He patted her as she fell asleep. He laughed gently, then picked her up, carrying her to bed. After he puts her to bed, she asked, Shouldn't you go back? He said. I should. She blinked again, thinking, He's not leaving. He's still so selflessly kind. The next day Urenica was about to leave for temple. Thierry came to guide her. Standing in front of the carriage, he said, The temple was made for the sole purpose of worshipping God. It's simple and plain by design, especially compared to the palace. I'm not sure if you'll find it pleasant enough, she replied. It's totally fine. The palace was actually too big for me. Then he asked, Shall we? So both of them gets on carriage. As the carriage drove past by Berillia Palace, Urenica thinks, I wonder how Marianne's doing. Suddenly she jumped in shock, looking outside. What? Did something happen here? The palace garden was disoriented and was dug up, Thierry said. It's been purified per His Majesty's command. No evil spell can remain there, that's for sure. I had to put in quite a bit of work. It was done over and over again until His Majesty was satisfied. She was shocked, she said, but still, isn't that a bit overboard? She thinks in her mind, he's normally calm, but he gets out of control if something bothers him. I better be careful with him too. He can be kind and gentle, but... Then again she was shocked to see the Yugal Plaza completely empty. She asked again, What happened to the plaza? Did something happen here too? Thierry replied, Oh, that. It's because His Majesty ordered the plaza to be shut down a few weeks ago, she repeated. A few weeks ago. She got reminded of the incident with the marbles. She stammered, Isn't this a little too much? She thinks, that was a month ago. I knew he was worried about me, but I didn't know to what extent, even back then. He didn't say anything about what he ordered to be done in Berillia and here. Thierry smiled. His Majesty was definitely worried, she replied. Her cheeks were red. She said, He's definitely strange. He replied, That's quite possible. Wasn't I right about him? She felt irritated at his remark. After they reached at the temple, Thierry guided her. Please come this way. As they were walking, Loris's voice rang. You've finally come to a place where I can watch you more closely. Little crumb, she whispered back. You're sure I'll be safe here, right? The voice said. It's one of the safest places for you, away from those you should fear, she replied. You can watch me more closely from here? Does that mean you have more freedom in this temple? Can you come down here sooner then? Loris answered. That's just as absurd as me saying, Go down under Remodira right now, kiddo. Hearing that, she thinks I knew it. I didn't expect any reincarnation buffing or side character buffing, but I don't even get any extra help from the absolute being? She felt glum, thinking, When am I gonna stop being the weakest character here? As she was following Thierry, suddenly someone called out, "Princess?" She turned to the voice. A woman came saying, "It is you! It's so nice to see you again, Princess." She introduced herself. "I'm Clarice Ivan. This must be your first time seeing me." Urenica tried to remember. "Ivan? Why does that last name sound so familiar?" Then she remembered. "I don't have any immediate matters to discuss with you. You may leave us, Count." "Oh." Her eyes light up. She then asked, "Are you the wife of Count Ivan?" She replied, smiling. "Oh my, you remember him. My husband did mention you. He said he saw you at the palace. I actually saw you from afar last time you came to the temple." After hearing that, she thinks, "I had no idea I was such a public figure." Countess stepped forward saying, "They say it's fate when coincidences repeat. I've been wanting to meet you, Princess. Loris must be helping us." Loris replied, "Well, that's not true." Urenica giggled. "Ha! That might be true." Then Thierry came running. He said, "Princess, are you trying to give me a heart attack?" He stopped seeing. "Countess Ivan?" Countess said. "Oh my! You're with Priest Thierry again," Urenica said. "Oh yes. I'm planning to stay here for a while." She then turned to him. "I apologize, Thierry. I got distracted," he replied. "No need to apologize, my lady. I should have paid closer attention." The Countess asked her, "What's making you stay at the temple? Why not stay at the palace?" Urenica replied, "Oh, things just turned out that way," Countess said thoughtfully. "Oh, is it because of Lady Elodia? Did she cause you any harm?" After hearing that, Urenica thinks, "Oh my, Soliae, you really have a bad reputation around here." "Well, Soliae isn't exactly trying to hide her personality either," the Countess continued. "Don't worry too much about her attitude. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. On top of that, you have a great shield to rely on. The shield of divinity." Urenica laughed. "Ha ha, true, but only until I leave for Livivny," the Countess added. "But this is surprising. I thought His Majesty would keep you by his side at all times, and now you're suddenly at the temple?" Then Thierry interjected. "Countess Ivan, would it be possible for you two to catch up some other time? I must finish showing her around the temple." Urenica thinks in her mind, "Oh, that's right. My physical reaction to magic and the reason for my moving to the temple are supposed to be a secret." The Countess said, "I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. I was just so glad to see Her Highness. Can I look forward to another day to have this pleasure again, Princess?" Urenica replied, "The pleasure is all mine." She thinks, blushing, "I shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but for some reason, I think she's okay. Thierry seems to know her as well, and she's pretty. Maybe I'll get to learn more about the nobles of Belcourt. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to since there probably isn't much to do at the temple. I'm sure I'll be going back to Livivny soon anyway." Then she slapped her face. Stop thinking about it." And so, her life at the temple started that day. A few days later, Urenica was happy and her complexion got way better. She was cleaning the statue of said Loris. Voice in her head asked, "Don't you feel much better here? I told you, you should have come here to begin with." She thinks, "Wow, I can't argue with that." She recalled the days when she was sleeping almost the whole day. She thinks, recalling, "I was telling everyone I was fine, but that was not the case at all." While wiping the dust, she said aloud, "I can't remember the last time I felt this good. Did I feel this good when I was in Livivny?" Then Thierry remarked, "Your complexion's definitely better, Princess." She giggled. "Right? I've been noticing it every morning. I feel like the beauty I once lost is making a comeback." Then Loris said, "Clean it well, Crumb, clean between the hairs too." She whispered to it, "Sure, I am cleaning it well." While she wiped the statue's eyes, the voice in her head said, "Hey, be careful with the eyes. Don't you know they're the windows to one's soul?" She felt irritated, thinking, "Should I poke its eyes out?" Then she stretched her arms, saying, "Ha! I'm done." Noticing that, Thierry said, "You don't have to work so hard, Princess. I really mean it," she replied, feeling energetic. "Don't worry, I'm full of energy now, and I need a way to release it," he agreed. "Ha! I'm not sure what His Majesty would say to me if he were to see you doing this," she replied. "It's okay, I volunteered for it. I should help around here while I'm staying at the temple, just like the other priests." She thinks in her mind, "It feels so good to have energy. This would have tired me out by now." Then she glanced around, wondering, "Let's see, is there anything else to clean?" Then her gaze fell on a big red curtain. She was intrigued by it. Loris's voice asked, do you want to take a look? She asked. What is it? Voice replied me. She gets confused. Sorry? The voice replied. It's me. Go take a look. Aren't you curious what the god who plays with you every day looks like? She shows suspicion at first, then agreed. Sure, I'm so curious. She went close to the curtain and then looked around to see if anyone is watching. Then she peeked inside. There was a big portrait inside. She gets amazed. Whoa, that's what you look like, Loris? You're gorgeous. I didn't know you took a human form, his voice said. It's one of my many appearances. To go down to earth in a familiar form to the humans is an extension of my unlimited grace. She laughed to herself. He looks so holy and solemn, yet speaks like a commoner. What a mismatch. Then her gaze caught something. What's that? Something's engraved there, the voice said. There's something over there too. Look for it, Crumb, she asked. Look for what? The voice told. The one who's in your heart. The closest one to me on this earth. His name. She thinks. His name? He's got another name I don't know. She went close to it to read. She gasped reading, the voice said. It's the name I gave him myself. Rakaith Lu Elithard Adria Belcourt, she said. A baptized name. It's the full name of the very first emperor of Belcourt, the voice said. It was Adria. He was my first child. Do you know the meaning of that name, Crumb? She thinks for a moment, then said, A name you used to confess your love? How would I know that? The voice asked. Is that all people think about in the world now? She asked, oblivious. How would I know that? The voice replied. One's baptized name can summon me to earth. Didn't I tell you there's something considered taboo in Yedetta, kid? She replied. Yes, you said that's why you can't just come down whenever you want to, the voice said. When I do go down to earth, once every 10 years, my children summon me with the names I gave them. Hearing that, Urenica flinched and asked, What? Why didn't you tell me this before? Does that mean I can summon you too? The voice denied. No, it doesn't, she questioned. Why? I was baptized too, the voice asked. What's your baptized name? You can't do it anyway, Crumb. You don't have enough divinity to keep me on earth. You're more likely to have the little divinity in you taken away. You'd be lucky to survive. After hearing that, she sighed. I have no choice but to just wait then, Loris said. I told you. Then she thinks in her mind, while I'm here, should I take a peek at Eurydian's baptized name? Then the voice said, But I think you should hide first, she asked, confused. What? The door opens and she panicked. She wondered, Who is it? Loris allowed it himself, but I doubt anyone would approve of the fact that I peeked at the baptized names of the past emperors. What terrible timing! It's not fair. I didn't even get to see Eurydian's name, which is all I care about. Then she tried to rationalize. Why yes, it's a good thing I didn't. I haven't done anything wrong yet, right? The sound of the footsteps came closer. She thinks, The sound of these footsteps, they sound like they're coming straight toward me, as if they know where I am. Then the voice in her head giggled. Heh. Come out, wherever you are, she replied, irritated. You're not helping. Then Eurydian pulls aside the curtain, and she was shocked a little to see him. He looked at her, asking, What are you doing there, princess? But she asked him, How did you know I was here? He replied, You stand out wherever you are. You're not so good at hiding to begin with. She thinks to herself, Perhaps he saw me. In response, she laughed. 3. He then reaches out his hand towards her and said, Your complexion's much better. Her heart started beating fast. She replied, I've been hearing that a lot. Then he said, Maybe I should have sent you off to the temple a long time ago. She laughed it off. Ha! Don't say that. That makes me sad. She was freaking out in her mind. How awkward. Is it because it's our first time seeing each other after that day? Then she asked, smiling, What brings you here, Your Majesty? I didn't hear anything about your visit to the temple. He hesitated. Well, she asked him, concerned. Is everything all right? Then she said, Come to think of it, this is strange. He asked, What's strange about it? She said, There's no way Your Majesty would come to see me without a reason. He chuckled. That makes me wonder what you think of me. She smiled and said, A liar? Then added, A king who plays incredibly hard to get. Someone who builds a wall half voluntarily and half forced. Do you want to hear more? I've got at least 50 descriptions. He was speechless for a moment, then he smiled and said, I can't deny any of those things, she said. See, I know you better than you think. What brings you here, then? It can't be because you've missed me. Or is that the biggest reason you're here? He said. Who can stop you? Then he lifts her up and puts her on the altar behind her. She was surprised for a moment, a feeling of déjà vu. She freaked out thinking, this is the holy altar, he said. Loris is merciful, she said inwardly. Merciful? Yeah, right. Her mind went blank. What? She turns her head saying, who knows? Loris might just be more petty and immature than you think, he said. You sound like you know him personally, princess. Then she thinks, why is he always so sharp? He looks tired. Is he unable to sleep? Or is he overworked? Then she extends her hand and caressed him. So what's been going on for the past 5 days? I haven't been around, he replied. My life is always the same. Still feeling frustrated and tired from lots of work. But I'm used to it. There isn't anything significant enough for me to say, this is what happened. As he was saying, she remembered. There are a lot of things tying him down, she then said. I see. You must have felt so stifled. It's a problem that annoying things keep popping up to torture you. I could have comforted you if I were there. She smiled, caressing him. Then she said, smiling, I'm glad you're here today. I'm full of energy these days. I think I can transfer my good energy to you. He smiled gently. I see, she said while thinking. I guess we've traded places then. Then she extends her hand saying, yes, let's trade places. I'll be that person for you today. Human vitamin, or fast charger in other words. As he leaned and she hugged him and said, you did good today. She patted him thinking, and that night, Eurydion had told me I should stop. He said he wouldn't be able to push me away if I came any closer. But does that mean I should hold myself back and never express how I feel about him? Her heart was beating fast, and she was blushing. Then she said, I've missed you. I've really missed you. She thinks in her mind, emotions that were so hard to define take clear shape once they are spoken out loud. I'm not just sympathizing with someone fated for tragedy. And it's not because I need him to survive. I am deeply in love with this man. And now that it's clear, it's hard to understand why these emotions have just been circling around in my head all this time. Her heart wasn't calming down. After listening to her, Eurydion also gave in and said, I knew I couldn't push you away. Then he squeezed her tightly. After that they went to a room to talk. As he was fiddling with her hair, she said, so, what really brings you here? He replied, I told you. I was feeling frustrated. She acted as she already know. That can't be all of it. There's no way you didn't even make up an excuse to come and see me, he asked. Were you always this keen? She replied, irritated. Come on. I must assess the target's characteristics before I start hunting, right? He smiled. Hunting a target. You have a knack for making sense out of words that actually don't. She asked. Wouldn't you say that's what makes me so charming? But stop changing the subject. Why are you here? He said. I have something for you. Then he pulls out a letter from his robe and showed it to her. She said, oh, a letter came for me? He replied. Yes. She opens it up and said after noticing, is it not a letter? She unfolds the paper, then gasped looking at it. This is a list of Livavny's delegation? And the head of the delegation is, and my brother-in-law? He asked. Your brother-in-law? She replied. Fernando, and even Sergei is coming? They're all coming to Belcourt? He said. They're all men. She fell in thought. I'm not sure about Sergei, but it worries me that people like Levan and Fernando are coming to Belcourt. All the tragic characters from the original novel. At least Teresa isn't coming. I hope they're not following their fate in the novel. I'm sure that's not it. Then she asked him, they're a peace delegation, right? He looked at her and then hesitated before saying, well, I'm sure they're a peace delegation if they cooperate with Belcourt. She laughed it off. Come on, don't make it sound so scary. You don't have any other intention? He asked. Any other intention? Like what, for example? She nervously said. Well, like swiftly conquering the tiny kingdom of Livavny. You wouldn't do that, right? At least for my sake? She said it playfully. Then he replied, thinking, now that you mention it, it makes me want to consider it. He said, how Belcourt deals with its neighboring kingdoms depends on Livavny's attitude regarding the Tri-Kingdom Treaty. She said, there's no way Livavny would do anything rash while I'm in your hands. You know that. And even if I go back to Livavny, my father wouldn't be so stubborn like last time. she said to herself. Something's making him feel annoyed and cynical. After listening to her, he remains quiet for a moment, then asked, "Who's Sergei?" She replied, "He's my childhood friend. He's also the younger brother of my sister's husband. Well, he still feels more like a friend rather than family," she thinks. But it is a little odd that Sergei's coming. Sergei Levon. You little punk! It's not Sergei's fault, but it still makes me mad. I trusted his advice, and I ended up getting kidnapped. Then she looked at Eurydion and blushed, thinking, well, I guess things turned out all right in the end. Or not? I'm not so sure. Then she giggled, patting him. I'm sure it's good that it happened. Her mind was not at ease. A delegation from Livovny. He came here to tell me that my time to leave is approaching. Is this really the end once I leave? Then she said, this must be what kept you so busy these days. If it's a Tri-Kingdom treaty, I guess Ezekiel will be coming too. She smiled, saying, I heard they have a lot of magic stones there. How scary! I can see why there was so much work for you to do. Renegotiating the terms of the Gluckman Treaty hasn't happened in 50 years, right? He nods to her. She was panicking in her mind as the mood was not getting light. And no! Change the subject! Change the subject! Then she blurted out, how's Lady Elodia these days? Again she panicked, thinking, that's a landmine. You idiot! Why would you bring her up? He replied, showing disgust. I wish I never had to think about her. But I still have to follow her traces, until the day I lock her up in the dungeons for good. She said, this puts me in a bad mood too. She thinks in her mind, I shouldn't have brought her up. But we do need to talk about this eventually. Then she puts both of her hand across his face and said, by chance, Your Majesty, I'm sure you already know that you should never ever marry her, right? He frowned. Do I look crazy to you? She pressed on. Never! Don't marry her or be engaged to her. Do you understand? He gets stunned for a moment but doesn't reply. She continued, don't even say something ridiculous like she's dangerous, so I need to keep her close to me. I refuse to witness that as long as I am alive. Your answer, please. He stared at her, then said, is that what you've been worrying about from the beginning? She flinched, confused. Sorry? He said. I knew it. I thought it was strange that you asked me to marry you out of nowhere. She laughed, thinking, you got it all wrong, Your Majesty. That wasn't the first time. It was a while back before that. But she insisted. Anyway, please do answer, he replied. That's easy. Agreed. I have no desire to do what she wants. I'm not even sure what it is that she wants from me, but still. Eurenica remembered a line from novel. You can have anything you want in this whole world. Even the far, far away world of the gods beyond Udeta. She said to Eurydion, I'm sure it's because of your good looks. But in her mind she said, she wants to reach beyond Udeta, to possess even the distant world of the gods. And you have the most powerful divinity on earth to make that possible. Then a thought crossed her mind. Come to think of it, is Loris aware that someone on earth wants to take over what is beyond Udeta? He said. I wish that were the case. Then he grabs a lump of her hair and kissed it. She remains quiet for a moment, then melted down. Loris. Udeta. Someone wants, aware? Her mind went blank as she was blushing. Then she quickly hugged him. Later Eurenica was having tea with Countess Ivan. Countess asked, His Majesty didn't come today, Princess? She replied, thinking, he was here a couple of days ago. Maybe he'll come tomorrow? Since that day, Eurydion came to visit her at the temple every 3 days. She thinks in her mind, he continued visiting her without a clear reason. He still hasn't brought up anything about my return to Livovny. We'd probably get to see each other just a few more times before I have to leave Belcourt. But I'm happy to see him at least intermittently, since I thought I'd never get to see Eurydion anymore when I left the palace, the Countess said. Wow! I heard he's incredibly busy preparing for the Tri-Kingdom Treaty. I knew it, Eurenica wondered. Knew what? As the Countess was looking at her playfully blushing, she continued, I'm scared to hear your answer. I won't ask. After she took a sip, the Countess said, Oh, by the way, you'll be at the welcoming ceremony for the delegation, right? She gets confused. The welcoming ceremony? Will I? She asked. Do I have to? The Countess replied. Oh my. Yes, of course. So many people are curious to see you. I mean. Suddenly she stopped herself. Oops. Seeing her expression, Eurenica thinks, I won't go. So many people will be staring at me. I might melt. Countess continued. I heard Livovny is sending a delegation too? A foreign delegation can't come inside the temple. You'll have to go to the ceremony yourself, don't you think? Eurenica gasped then said. That's true. His Majesty hasn't mentioned anything yet, but I guess I'll have to go if I want to see my brother-in-law and Sergei. The Countess nodded. Yes. And you don't have to worry too much about the social world. Most of the noble ladies are on your side, and His Majesty will be watching you the whole time. Lady Elodia can't harm you in any way. My husband and I will be in attendance, of course. I'll sit with you when you come. She gets flustered then awkwardly said. I'd be grateful, but… Clarice? Countess said. Yes, please go ahead. She hesitated. Why are you so nice to me? It's just that. You've been very kind to me from the very first moment I met you. Oh, I'm not saying it's burdensome or anything. I mean, technically, I'm just a hostage. Surprised, Countess asked. You're going back to Livivny? She nodded. Yes. I plan to return to Livivny with the delegation. Countess was surprised. I thought you'd be staying here a little longer. That's so soon. She laughed. It just happened that way. Countess asked. Did His Majesty approve this too? She nodded. Yes. Probably. I see. Not much time left then. The Countess sighed. I'm saddened. I was hoping to be closer to you. I've been wanting to befriend you ever since I saw you from afar. You just seem so lovely. And you just give off a very different air compared to the ladies of Belcourt. Because, in Belcourt, well, it's known to be overly strict with decorum and class. I understand there's a certain level of respect and elegance the members of the noble family should carry. But sometimes it can get a little too much. There's just no room to breathe in this rigid lifestyle. It feels a bit suffocating. Oh, she murmured thinking. Eurydion used to say the same thing from time to time. The Countess added. I heard Livivny is much more open and free compared to Belcourt. I imagine it to be like you, perhaps, she replied. That's because our kingdom is so small. Then she remembered. But it's true Livivny is described in the novel to be more liberal than other kingdoms around. They even allowed the only daughter of the kingdom's princess and a duke to marry a knight of the guard, she replied. You're probably right, at least compared to Belcourt. Countess was happy. Right? That's what I like about you, princess. That must be why His Majesty is head over heels for you. She gasped, blushing. Head over H. She took a sip of tea, feeling embarrassed. I think he was just a little surprised. I did many things that could be considered rude, but he's still very kind to me, the Countess said. Oh my! He must be very kind to you. And to tell you the truth, Lady Elodia has been trying to win his heart for such a long time. It was to a point where everyone thought he just let her marry him, Eurenica said. I see. I guess Lady Elodia was more aggressive than I thought, the Countess said. Yes. I can't even keep count of how many ladies suffered in her hands. After hearing that, Eurenica felt chills thinking. She must have never been shy about hiding herself, even in the social world. I guess you could say she's a feisty one. What a scary lady. If I make any wrong move, she might really kill me this time. Or does she just want to marry Eurydion that badly? Even if she's after his divine power. Come to think of it, this doesn't make a lot of sense. She fell in deep thought. What could a mortal possibly gain from what's beyond Udetta? What could she possibly do with that power she can't even rely on? Isn't it more realistic for her to wipe out Belcourt's current system that oppresses black wizards? Or force an agreement not to oppress black wizards? The more I think about it, the more it puzzles me, she mumbled thinking. Does she know a certain weakness about him or something? The Countess tilts her head. Pardon? She replied. It's nothing. She wondered what could it be. Meanwhile, Soleil was looking outside the window as heavy rain was pouring down. She recalled the scene where she talked with Eurydion. He asked her seriously. Why would you do such a thing? What do you want from me? She said to herself. It's because I want your divine power, of course. If it's impossible for me to have it in my hands, I'll get it through a child I'll have with him. On that day, it rained just like today. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The purification, to burn the evil things away. She remembered the day. The knights were raiding a manor. Knight Captain said. Search thoroughly. The soldiers complied. Yes, Captain. Soleil was hiding in the bushes. She looked at the manor from a distance. The captain was shouting. Purify everything, don't leave anyone behind. She recalled, I saw my parents and their friends get swallowed up in a bright silvery light, clearly seen even in the pouring rain. That was the day my old family perished. She called out for them. Mother! Father! But someone stopped her by putting his hand on her mouth. Shh, don't go there. She turned to him. Sir Russell, he said. It's too dangerous for you to be here. You need to get out of here as quickly as possible if you don't want to die. You can hide with me. Her family had been the leading force behind the secret study of dark magic, and their end seemed inevitable. She was 10. That's when she became Marquis Elodia's adopted daughter and stepped foot inside the magic tower for the first time. And that winter, when she was slowly getting used to my new life at the magic tower, when she saw Eurydion for the first time. As she was walking in the tower, she heard someone talking. Just like my ancestors, I believe your drive and intelligence will bring prosperity and abundance to Belcourt. I will support you with whatever you need, the master said. Please do not worry, your majesty. We won't rest until we meet your expectations. She remembered that they were the ones who commanded the knights that burned my parents, teachers, and classmates alive. Their powers were the polar opposite of mine, and their mission was to ensure my kind was exterminated from this earth. And that terribly beautiful boy was destined to be the next emperor, wielder of the greatest divine power on earth. She clenches her fist thinking, my archenemy. You'll kneel under my foot one day. Back to his conversation with Eurydion, he asked her, So you're saying, you'll hand over your own leash to me, and you'll be my obedient dog? She replied. That's not so far from how I describe it, she said inwardly. I'm willing to do anything you want if it means I can achieve my ultimate goal in the end. I'll bark like a dog if that's what you want. And once my powers reach beyond Uodetta, my mission will be complete. At an early event, she approached an ominous figure by using magic circles and asked, If I bring you the greatest divine power on earth, if I fulfill this request of yours, promise me you'll wipe out the silver light. I want to create a world of my own kind, the Black Mages. We've been oppressed for centuries. It will be the final act of vengeance for my parents who died at their hands. Those were the conditions she proposed to her master. Back to present, she was busy thinking, I'm sure Eurydion won't reject my offer. Even if he doesn't accept everything I'm offering, he'll find a way to compromise. It'll be Eurydion who kneels in defeat at the very end. Considering that outcome, I have no problem wearing his leash for now. But, suddenly a voice crackled. She asked aloud, What is it this time? You've been acting so sensitive and strange, especially as of late. The ominous presence replied, There's no time. Soliai asked, What do you mean? Our plan? The presence said, I don't have a good feeling about this. Things will be complicated if we're caught. The forbidden rule of Uodetta and Remodira, before they find out, she replied. It's already been 5 years since you crossed over to Remodira, Hideth. It's a bit too late to mention what's forbidden or not, the presence said. This time, kill her. It rolled a skeleton bone on the ground. She sighed thinking, I don't understand. She'll fall into my hands if I just sit and wait. Why is he in such a hurry? As if someone's after him? He just needs to wait a little more. Why is he rushing me? He continued. Kill what gets in the way, and take what you need, she called out. Hideth. He approached near, tapping her face. Soliai, you're always telling me to wait when our goal is right before our eyes. How long should I keep dancing to your tune? Kill what gets in the way, and take what you need, as soon as possible. If you don't, I'll do it myself. You do wish to keep that flesh of yours, right, Soliai? Then she think to herself, it's not like him to get so messy and aggressive. I've been carefully building up my plan all this time. She looked at the letter at table thinking, well, it is a path I was prepared to take, anyway, if that man rejected my offer. After a few days, Eurydion called for Eurenica. As she reached the palace, she asked Thierry, who was with her, Why is he calling me to the palace all of a sudden? What's on his mind? Have you heard anything, Thierry? He replied, Well, I'm not so sure either. She thinks in her mind. He didn't make his usual third-day visit yesterday. I've been thinking about so many different things all by myself. I'm the princess of Livivny. Can I just refuse to attend the ceremony when my own people are coming? But Soliai will be there. I don't want that woman next to Eurydion. And now he summoned me to the palace? It's always him who comes to the temple. I thought he'd never call me to the palace. Did something happen? Is it something related to Soliai? As the door creaked open, someone came running towards her calling, Yuri and I ka. He quickly hugged her. She remembered the voice. She called out in surprise, Ak, as Sergei? He sobbed, asking her, Eurenica, you're alive and well. She was still surprised. It's really you, Sergey. But what are you doing here? He complained. That's the first thing you'd say to a friend you haven't seen in 3 months? Do you know how worried I've been? I thought you had at least a broken arm or leg. He again hugged her, sobbing. She said, Hey, calm down for a second. I understand how you feel, but let go. She patted him, saying, I'm totally fine. I've been as comfortable as I had been in Livivny. I've sent you letters, haven't I? He then asked her in surprise. Both of your legs and arms are attached? She replied. Of course they are. I told you. I'm fine. He noticed. But you've lost so much weight. She averted her eyes. Well, there's a reason for that. She thinks he's still so quick to notice things. Then she noticed both Fernando and Lebanon, who were almost teary. She called out, Ferdy and Duke Lebanon? She asked, surprised. Livany's delegation is already here. Both of them rushed to her. Princess Urenica, my lady, Fernando asked. Are you all right? You're not hurt anywhere? She replied. Ferdy, I'm fine, but got cut off by Lebanon asking her. Your sister, my wife, threatened to kill me if you were hurt in the slightest. Are you really all right? She thinks everyone must have been worried sick. Now I feel bad, she said. It's been a while, Ferdy. You too, Duke Lebanon, Fernando cried. I'm not qualified to be your personal knight. I'll resign as soon as we return to Livivny. She tried to comfort him. Oh no! It's not your fault, Ferdy. And I'm really fine. His Majesty treated me like a guest of the kingdom rather than a hostage. I've been living here comfortably ever since. I went sightseeing around Belcourt, ate a lot of delicious things, stayed at the temple, and met many good people. There's really nothing to worry, Abio. Then Sergey interrupted. You've definitely gotten skinnier, our little Porky, she gasped. Shut up, Sergey. Who are you calling Porky? He said. It's true. You were so plump just 3 months ago. She pushed him, saying, Get away from me. Go away. You're no help at all, even after not seeing each other for a while. He then said, She seems the same, judging by how she's acting. Then she noticed, I feel like someone's staring. She looked towards Eurydion, who was staring towards her, sitting on his throne. She gasped, thinking, Oh, right, this is the throne room. Eurydion asked, Are you satisfied now, Duke Lebanon? How dare you come to the king of Belcourt and demand to bring her immediately? Urenica got taken aback while he continued, Didn't you demand me to send you a handwritten letter by the princess last time too, while threatening to blow up Gluckman? Urenica felt bewildered, thinking, Oh, yes, they did do that. My father and brother-in-law, they don't know how scary Belcourt could get. Then she turned to him. I apologize. I think they were more worried in Livivny than I, though. Eurydion cut her off. Does the Lord of Belcourt look like a joke to you? After hearing that, she wondered, why is he throwing a tantrum? He's definitely upset about something, judging by his facial expression and words. Then all three of them came in front of her as to shield her. Then she realized and giggled. Sergey said, Something must have happened here. She replied, feeling pleased. I know what this is, and it feels pretty good. He replied, Let's just go back to Livivny right away and forget about the ceremony. She's definitely not normal. She then punched him, saying, Shut up, my friend. Then she turned to him, saying, I was wondering why he called me here instead of coming to the temple. She then introduced them. He's just a childhood friend, a buddy. This is my personal knight, and that's my brother-in-law. They've just been really worried about me. Little did you know, I was very loved in Livivny. Eurydion repeated. Worried, she replied. Yes, I'm really sorry. I apologize on their behalf. She was looking expectant. Seeing that, he said, You don't need to apologize to me. She mused, thinking, It's so clear what it is. Jealousy. She felt happy and confident in front of him. She said, Well, now that I'm already here in the palace, can I talk to them for a bit more before I go back to the temple? Sergey whispered to her as she was talking. Hey, Eurydion asked. Talk? She replied. We need to catch up. I haven't seen them in 3 months, after all. She said to herself, I have lots to ask. Bridget, about Teresa, Alexio, and whoever becomes Ferdy's wife. It's your turn to know what it feels like. I'm sure Eurydion will be so jealous. Instead, he smiled and said, The servants will show you where to go. I'm sure you can use some rest after your long journey here. Duke Lebanon began. We're fine. But Eurydion cut him off sternly. No, you're not fine. Then he flicked his hand and a servant came and said, Let me show you the way. The Duke agreed. Yes, of course. Eurenica also turns to go, but Eurydion stopped her. You stay right there, princess. Her heart skipped a beat, huh? She was shaking while wondering. I should, right? She shook her head, debating with herself. I should stay here since I haven't seen him in 4 days. Wait, no. I should put my foot down now. Another shake, more resolute this time. It's my chance to see him so desperate for once. A soft laugh escaped her lips. She said, I'd like to spend some time talking with my family since we haven't seen each other in a while. She started, hesitating. Well, perhaps. I do have a little bit of time to speak to His Majesty? Eurenica! Sergei called out, grabbing her hand. She turned, barely believing what she was seeing. Him? Jealous? She stole a glance and was jumping with joy inwardly. He's jealous! Then Eurydion sighed and said, Come to me. Then he changed his attitude and again said, Can you please come to me? Her heart raced. How could I say no when he talks to me like that? She took a deep breath. Go on first, Duke Lebanon and Ferdy. You too, Sergei, and let go of me. They were shocked to see her denying to come. Sergei frowned, pulling her back. Hey, what's going on between you and the King of Belcourt? Please let go, she insisted, trying to shake free. She thinks, why is he clinging to me so much? It's not like him. Then Duke Lebanon took a glance towards Eurydion, then turned to Eurenica. He said, We'll be waiting for you, princess. Please promise me you'll tell us everything that happened to you so far, in detail. Of course, she reassured him. With a gentle push, she added, I have some questions of my own, actually. Sergei interjected. Hey, hold on. But she said, smiling, I'm sure you're tired from your long journey here. I'll see you in a bit. She tried to close the door behind her, but it wouldn't budge. Ugh, why won't it close? She muttered. Then an idea. A teasing smile crossed her lips. Hee hee. Shall I come to you, Your Majesty? He smiled and said, No. I'll come to you. His voice was firm. The sound of footsteps filled the space, steady, determined. Wait, what's with that face? She stammered, thinking. Eurydion gets close to her and leaned in. With the push of his hand, the door closed. Her back was at the door. He asked, A friend? Is Sergei that childhood friend you mentioned before? Well, yeah, she admitted. We grew up together. He's also Duke Lebanon's brother, you know, my sister's husband. So, he's my in-law. We're family. You guys seem a lot closer than that, he murmured. You think so? But, she eyed him carefully. You are jealous, right? His silence was enough of an answer. Then, finally, what if I am? Her eyes widened. Wow, you even admit it now. Aren't I so amazing? I've disarmed a fortress like you. She puts her hand to his face. He said, leaning in. I don't want to admit it, but I can't deny it either. She grinned. Oh my, look what I got you to say. His gaze darkened. So, do you plan to stay that close to him? Didn't you say he's more of a friend to you than family, princess? She glared, asking. Why are you calling me princess again? Eurenica, he said, his voice softer now. She said, he must have been really worried about me. We used to fight all the time, she reminisced. We were practically enemies before, but it's just been a long time since we last spoke. Belcourt and Livovny aren't exactly on good terms right now either. She met his gaze again. You practically invaded our kingdom and kidnapped me, Livovny's princess. Of course, they'd be worried about me. But you both are too close, he muttered. She replied. Come on, we're just friends. Still, his expression didn't ease. She sighed inwardly. Maybe I was too mean to His Majesty. While I have him wrapped around my finger, I want to punish him a little for pushing me away so much before. She winked, saying, a little hug between long-lost friends should be fine, right? Suddenly he kissed her forehead and said, Fine, right? Her heart pounded. How about something like this? He teased, inching closer. He again kissed and said, Definitely not something like this, right? That's ridiculous, she stuttered. Nonsense, he asked. Of course not, right? Her face burned with embarrassment and slumped. Wow, I'm so embarrassed. He lifts her face up and kissed on her cheek. She wasn't able to calm herself, and her heart was racing fast. Her cheeks were full red. She stammered, Really? I always lose out. This is so unfair. She huffed. Lose? He tilted her head up, asking, To whom? His eyes locked onto hers. Who's the one that has me wrapped around her finger? Who's the one that made me step over the boundary I've set myself? She froze. I don't think you have the right to say such things, he continued. Her mind raced, blushing. Who really has the upper hand between us? It's probably useless to think about that, she admitted to herself. I'm just not the type to worry about the future and push it away. His fingers tightened around hers. She smiled and said, Then, let's do it once to be fair. Do what? He asked, surprised. Then she puts her hands across him, pulling him closer, and kissed him. He was taken by surprise but gave in. She thinks, rather than feeling down about the imminent goodbye, I'd much rather be immersed in this sweet feeling and live in the moment. He's definitely the only man under the sky who can make me feel like this. After that, Urenica went to the garden, where Sergei asked her, So, what is going on between you two? Nothing, she snapped. He's my kidnapper, and I'm his hostage. He's the lord of this kingdom, and I'm his guest. That's all, she said inwardly. Well, of course, we're more intimate than that in secret. Ahem. She cleared her throat hastily. A secret relationship. A grin spread across his face. Seeing that, Sergei said, It's so obvious when you lie. Did you know that? Then Fernando chimed in. But princess, shouldn't we go inside the palace? Why are we out here? Look how nice it is out here, she stammered. It's the perfect weather. There are limitations to where she can go in the palace. She doesn't tell them, thinking, I'm sure the entire kingdom of Livovny will turn upside down if they find out about us. Anyway, she shifted the subject. How are my father and mother? They're fine, Fernando responded. His Majesty did lose a lot of weight, and Her Majesty has had some stress-induced digestive issues. Is he guilt-tripping me? She thought with a gasp. Everyone's been worried about me so much. I can't believe I totally forgot about them. She fidgeted, hesitant. Duke Lebanon, how's my sister? The Duke replied. She's healthy now, almost completely recovered, and she has no problem getting around. Her daughter is well too. I'm glad to hear that. She breathed in relief. I was so shocked when I read the letter. She's much better now, he assured. There's nothing to worry about. Then she turned to Fernando. So, Ferdy. Yes, princess. Ferdy looked startled and averted his gaze. She asked, So, when's your baby due? He stammered. This winter, probably near the end of the year. That's right, she mused. Alexio's birthday was in winter. Once he's born, I'll soon get to see the original novel's main character couple in their childhood. She was feeling proud, thinking, They must be so cute, my main characters. So, Sergei interjected, When's he sending you back? I'll be going back with the delegation, she mumbled. He scoffed. Oh, really? I guess the Lord of Belcourt isn't a complete bastard, Urenica said while gulping. You should watch what you say here, Sergei. We're in his palace in Belcourt. Then she fell in thought. I do have to go back to Livovny. It's not healthy for me here. And Soliae is still after me. On top of that, I don't want to make everyone worry about me more than they already have been. If I can just last 4 more years in Livovny until Loris comes, it might be possible for me to return to Belcourt. Oh, about that king of Belcourt. Sergei trailed off mischievously. He's young and good-looking, just like the rumors. Yeah, that's true, Urenica admitted. He's the best-looking man I've seen in my life. But what excuse can I give to come back to Belcourt later? She thought anxiously. He does come off condescending though, Sergei added. But at least he hasn't ordered us around or anything, she concluded. I have no reason to come back here unless Eurydion asks me to marry him. You're right, she murmured. It was just a little difficult to win over his heart at first, but he's actually really kind-hearted. And, wait, what? She stopped and blushed, realizing what she had blurted out. All of them stared at her in shock. What was hard? Sergei pressed. To win his heart? That sounds awfully suspicious. What do you mean? She stammered. Look at me straight in the eye, Urenica. I can see through you. Whatever. She shoved his face away. Get your face away from mine, Sergei. Stop saying strange things. He's never laid a finger on me, and he's the reason I've been so well taken care of here, she added firmly, glaring. Don't say anything strange to mother and father. Got it? He looked at her suspiciously while she added, You better keep your mouth shut. Wow, such temper. Sergei whistled. Anyway, we better feed you something nice once we're back in Livovny. Look how skinny your arms are now. Eurydion was listening to their conversation while standing in his office. Fernando chimed in. He's right, princess. You definitely look much thinner than you did in Livovny. You think so? She blinked. Maybe I did lose some weight, Sergei remarked. It's true. Your cheeks used to be much plumper. Shut up, she huffed. While listening to their conversation, Eurydion thinks, I can't focus, but I'm too curious to shut the windows. It'd be too selfish of me to have her stay here, Eurydion thought, watching her from a distance. I've already made my decision. It's so lovely that she's so vulnerable and careless, but I can't stand seeing her being that way to other men. But what about after she's back in Livivny? He pondered. He remembered Urenica explaining to him. He's my childhood friend. Well, he's more like a friend rather than family. He's also Duke Levanon's brother. You know, my sister's husband. So, he's my in-law. We're family. I don't care what he is, Eurydion muttered. He's still a man. What? I have absolutely no interest in that one. Never. Really? These were Sergei's genuine remarks about Urenica. While their conversation was going on, Eurydion thinks, but I do need to send her back. I really need to let her go. Eurydion clenched his fists. Do I really have to let her go? Do I have to? Really? Is there no other way? What am I saying? He rubbed his temples. I need to send her back, at least while Soliae Elodia isn't locked up in prison yet. But even without Soliae, Belcourt's a difficult place to be for the princess. Her body rejects this land, and my position is burdensome. His mind was racing, thinking about possibilities. I know I shouldn't be selfish. I love Belcourt, Urenica suddenly exclaimed. I wouldn't mind settling down here if my body could handle it. She's so adorable when she says things like that, he thought. Maybe I can have Urenica stay by my side once Soliae and her Tower of Magic are resolved. My divine power is strong enough to protect her. Her body rejects the land, but I can keep her near me at all times if she stays here permanently. And if it's necessary, I can pay 10 or even 20 times what they're asking me for Glupman. That's a reasonable price to pay to bring another kingdom's princess as my queen. But really, what am I thinking? He looked at the documents and said aloud. He rubbed his forehead again. I told her I love how free-spirited she is. It's not like I can lock her up in this palace forever. I should just get through the Gluckman Treaty for now. I'll deal with Soliae after that, then get rid of the Tower of Magic. Yes, it needs to be done in that order. How many magic stones have they been siphoning off this whole time? His gaze darkened. It hurts to imagine what these magic stones have been used for all around the kingdom. There's no way Roselle wasn't aware of an operation this size. He must be a black magician himself, or at least an accomplice who allowed his disciples to commit a crime. Maybe I shouldn't have trusted him so much, he muttered to himself. The daily record of every activity done in the Tower of Magic, and a report about Soliae Elodia and all the other disciples. I'll send Urenica back to Livivny to keep her safe, then purify the entire kingdom. How long will it take to get rid of black magic from this kingdom? If I round up every priest and knight of Belcourt for it, will it be safe enough for Urenica then? I can't guess how things will turn out, but I'm not letting her leave me forever. I know this is selfish of me. Ultimately, it's up to Urenica, he sighed. I hope she understands how I feel. The Livigny delegation was guided to the Berillia Palace. The mess in the garden had been completely cleaned up. Looking at that, Urenica thinks, that was fast. I thought it'd take more than a few days. This is amazing. As they walked, Urenica suddenly started to leave the group, but she was caught on her way back to the temple. She had originally planned to stay at the Berillia Palace after being caught by Sergei, but Eurydion denied. No, you need to go back to the temple, she insisted. It'll just be for 2 days, he replied. Still, no. You'll see them every day once you're back. There's no need for you to stay with them now, she pressed on. That's true, but the ceremony, he said. You don't need to go to that. You've already seen them. You don't have to be at the welcoming ceremony. It could be dangerous for you. A gentle kiss was placed on her forehead as he said, Soliae will be there, and the Ezekian wizards are going to be in attendance too. If anything ever happens to you, the king of Livivny might blow up Gluckman for good. Don't go, she giggled nervously, thinking. That doesn't sound like a joke. To Clarissa's disappointment, she decided not to attend the welcoming ceremony. Later she was walking in the palace when Loris's voice rang. I think it could be fun, Urenica said. No, I'm not going. But please, watch him for me instead. Make sure that woman doesn't approach His Majesty, his voice replied. Yeah, sure. I'll keep an eye on him. I've been feeling a little itchy lately though. I don't have a good feeling about this, she asked, confused. You don't have a good feeling? About what? The voice replied. I just keep hearing annoying stuff these days. I hope it's not bad luck. But don't worry about it, kiddo. It's not like I can detect magic powers. There's no telling why I feel this way. I just thought relying on your sensitive body could be more efficient, she said inwardly. But you're making me worry, she thinks. There isn't anything I can do at the moment. I should just be careful and stay safe, she sighed, trying to reassure herself. Just a few more days, and I won't be in Belcourt for at least a few years. Just a little more to go. She had thought she could stay safely at the temple for the duration of the Gluckman Treaty meetings, but Sergei insisted, so she replied, You're really trying to kill me, aren't you? It hasn't even been 2 days since I came back to the temple, he asked, oblivious. What did I do? He grabbed her shoulder, saying, You're Livoni's princess, Eurenica. We barely got to see you in 3 months. If you knew how worried your parents and your sister have been, you wouldn't say I'm asking too much. She felt guilty, thinking, Ugh, I know that, but I can't exactly tell him that either. Then Fernando added, I also find it odd that you're staying at the temple instead of with us. I've been sent here to protect you. I think it's suspicious that the king of Belcourt has been trying to separate us. You'll be going to the welcoming ceremony tomorrow anyway. There's no reason for you to stay so far from us, she replied. Oh, I won't actually be needed at the ceremony. Then the Duke asked, surprised. What? Is that what that king's been telling you? The entire continent heard the rumor that the king of Belcourt invaded Livovny and kidnapped its princess. Even we weren't sure how safe you were kept. If you don't show up at a public event where many important people from different kingdoms are attending. Then Sergei interrupted. Hold on. Is he not planning on letting you return to Livovny? She replied, flustered. It's not his request. I told him I didn't want to, he asked, showing suspicion. Does he have some sort of dirt on you, princess? How do, she thinks. What do they take Eurydion for? Then she went to talk to Eurydion. After listening to the situation, he said, Yes, it's understandable they think that way. In the end, I'm the one who kidnapped you and brought you here. As he was flapping the pages, he added, I'm the one who started it all. I don't blame them. A long, pensive silence followed. Eurenica was stunned, she thinks. But you kidnapped me because of Livovny's unreasonable and arrogant attitude. And it's because of my intolerance to magic powers that you had to keep me in the palace. Then she said, I'm sorry, the people of Livovny are a little passionate. Eurydion filled in. I'm sure they feel I took their princess away from them. But you still can't stay at the Beryllia Palace, he mumbled. She blinked and asked, Sorry, he said. I won't allow you to be in the same palace as them, she insisted. It's only for 3 days, it's not even that long, he said. That's too long. He placed the papers back on the table and turned to her. He said, I feel nervous even when you're right next to me. You can be so careless at times, suddenly Loris remarked. He's really clinging on to you now, she whispered to him. You better not be looking. Eurydion gets confused, so she said, Oh, nothing. Anyway, so that's why I came here. You were ready to push me away not too long ago. Why did you wait so long to change? Just before I have to leave. You mean it? It would have been nice if you changed your mind a little sooner. He embraced her, saying, Well, you never thought about how much I'm holding myself back because you're leaving soon? She blushed, thinking, Gosh, how could I just leave this man here and go back? But it's not like I can just tell them I want to stay here. And even if I stayed, I'll have to be next to him all the time. That's just not practical. After a deep breath, she said, I'll attend the ceremony, just for a couple of hours, he said. You don't have to. But she cut him off. I don't want people thinking you're some sort of a criminal. I just have to show my face. Countess Ivan said she'll take care of me, she beamed, saying, I'll just go to show my face just for 1 hour. Then he sighed. I'll mention it to Shumart. He'll stay with you. Don't ever leave his side. Then she remarked, Look how kind you are. Her mind was puzzled. What should I do? I really can't do this. There's no way I can just end this relationship and go back to Livovny without any regret, she then said. 4 years. After just 4 years. Your Majesty, he tilted his head. 4 years? She said. Yes, 4 years. Well, assuming that my body can withstand it, he replied. There's a temple in Livovny too. Why are you saying stuff like that? She said. Who knows what'll happen? Wait, that's not what I meant to say. Anyways, do you think you can lock up Soliae in 4 years? He asked. What do you mean? She replied. If you can, Your Majesty. She had said these words many times before, but this time, it was so much harder. After a deep breath she added, "If you can, then, marry me," he said. "I didn't mean to make you wait this long," she accepted without realizing. "Fine then," but she paused and blinked. "What?" She wasn't able to believe and asked. Sorry, what did you just?" he replied. "That proposal of yours, you really mean it this time, right?" She thinks in her mind, he knows that all the previous times I asked him to marry me were just empty words, but I'm really being sincere this time. She nodded. "I mean it. I really do," he asked. "Then you understand, right?" She tilts her head. "Understand what?" He pulled her closer and said, "My being greedy, stubborn things like that." Then she puts her hands to his face saying, "Are you sure it's not the other way around?" She kissed him and said, "I can get really greedy too. You'll have to meet a few demands of my own," she thinks. "Once the issue with Soliae is solved, as well as the issue with the whole magic tower, then," she asked, "do you promise to give all of yourself to me?" She was thinking, "So I don't have to suffer here. I want you to hold my hand and hug me whenever I need you to. Do you understand? I want all of it. Every last breath of the divine power that surrounds you from head to toe." Then they kissed. She resolved, "Fine. I just have to get through 4 years, just 4 years. I can return to Belcourt after I become a priestess of Loris." Later Countess Ivan came to her. The Countess was beaming seeing her. She said with excitement, "I heard you decided to attend the welcoming ceremony. You haven't decided on what to wear yet, right?" "Leave it to me, Princess." She was shocked. "I made that decision last night." How did she know already? The Countess clapped her hands saying, "Come in, Madame Philadelphia," Eurenica stammered. "Who's Madame Philadelphia?" A woman came with maids who were dragging lots of clothes. She gets amazed. "Whoa. Countess Ivan, what is all this?" The Countess was determined. "Our goal is to make you the most beautiful person in all of Belcourt, Princess." Madame Philadelphia also gave a nod. She added, "Way more beautiful than Lady Elodia. Way more." Then both of them grabbed Eurenica saying, "Shall we pick out a dress now?" After putting effort when she gets ready, Eurenica was amazed to see how good she looks. She glanced at herself in the mirror. "Wow, it's like magic," the maid, feeling proud, said. "Your hair color is already so naturally sweet. We just gave it a little touch to make it even more adorable. What do you think? Do you like it?" Eurenica nodded happily. Then another maid asked, "Can I pick out your earrings?" Eurenica replied, "Yes. Please, Raelia." Raelia picked some. "Since your dress is blue, how about these sapphire earrings? I think these small and detailed cross earrings would go well with it too." Then Loris suggested, "Oh, that one. I like the one she's holding up now. The silver crosses. I like those ones. Pick those, Crumb." She took a look at them thinking, "A cross with silver and burgundy. It's the symbol of Belcourt. It's also the color that represents Eurydian. I feel like they'll somehow keep me safe today," she said. "I'll go with those." She puts them on, so the maid said, How pretty." Then she swirls around to take a look. After that, Eurenica left with Countess and Ferric. Raelia waved at her. "Have a good time, Princess." She was happy thinking. She was already pretty, but she's even prettier now that she's all dressed up. She chose the earrings I picked out for her too. Then Roxanne said, "Raelia, I'll clean her bedroom. Can you go down to the laundry maids? I gave them some blankets to be washed. They should be ready by now," she replied. "Oh, got it." Then she went laundry thinking about it. Washed blankets, washed blankets. Marianne told me I should be careful not to make any mistakes in the royal palace. She also asked me to take good care of the princess. I should go get the blankets first. Then after that. On her way back she was stopped by Soliae. Soliae asked her, "What is your name?" She bowed. It's Raelia." Then Soliae smirked and said, "Yes, Raelia. She uses her black magic and bewitched her." Raelia felt like blacking out, losing consciousness. Inside the banquet hall, Eurenica glanced around and fidgeted, concern flickering across her face. She said, "I feel like I'm putting you to work, Thierry." "Of course not, Princess." He quickly reassured her, smiling warmly. "It's my great pleasure to be of any help to you." She felt touched after hearing that. She then whispered to Loris, "You're the one who should get to work, Loris. You should be pouring down your blessings on a devout priest like him." "That's ridiculous," Loris replied with a lazy shrug. "I've blessed him plenty already. He was given so much the moment he was born," Thierry said. "But please, if there's anything you need at all, promise me you won't hesitate to tell me." Okay, she murmured, then she glanced around nervously. So this is Belcourt's main banquet hall, where major social activities take place. Her eyes found Eurydion seated at the far end. She mumbled, looking at him. He doesn't look so comfortable. Pardon? Countess asked, leaning closer. I just realized that His Majesty's human too, she said quietly. He looks so bored up there all alone. Everyone was stunned for a moment after hearing that. Count said thoughtfully. That's what he looks like when he's bored, he added, feeling hurt. I did notice. Whenever I bring up a suggestion and he makes that face, my proposal always gets rejected. Oops. Eurenica winced. Don't be distressed, honey. Countess comforted him. Try bringing something more interesting next time, Eurenica said to herself, feeling guilty. I didn't mean to hurt his feelings, but this isn't my fault. He could say what he feels instead of just smiling and hiding his emotions. Then the Count cleared his throat and added, But Princess? Have you two decided on when your ceremony should take place? Huh? She blinked. Ceremony? Count asked. His Majesty didn't mention anything to you yet? She repeated, eyes widening. Eurenica gets confused. Ceremony? For what? Does he mean a wedding ceremony? I mean, the Count continued, said, we need to know at least the general time frame so we can prepare properly. I know his father had his around late spring to early summer. Clarice! He gasped, flinching as the Countess pinched him. Hee. Come on, honey! You said too much. Countess giggled, playfully pinching the Count. Then Eurenica giggled and said, He did say, he won't make me wait long. As she said that, the murmurs arose in the audience. Murmurs spread across the hall. Wait, she stammered. I didn't mean to draw this much attention. Countess quickly stepped up, eagerly asking, Oh my, is that really what he said, Princess? She teased. I had no idea His Majesty was capable of saying something so sweet. But wait, she asked, didn't you say you were going back home with the delegation? Eurenica replied while hiding behind Thierry. Oh yes, things just sorta worked out. I knew it, the Count exclaimed. I mean, she's already been staying in his palace. Of course His Majesty's been thinking about it. I knew something was going on since a long time ago, the Countess excitedly added. Didn't I tell you at the temple months ago? Remember how he went through the entire Berelia Palace last time? You should have seen what he did to the palace garden, Eurenica snapped, looking at them. Focus! You're gossiping just like everyone else here now. Thierry turned to the princess, concerned. Are you alright? She replied. I don't think I'm a good fit for social activities like this, she admitted, shrinking under the attention. I really don't like all this attention. You think so? Thierry asked softly. She replied. Yeah. I don't particularly enjoy this kind of scene, Thierry suggested. Well, I think you should at least get used to it a little. Being the Queen of Belcourt is bound to attract some attention. Is that right? The princess muttered under her breath. Anyway, Countess said to the Count, did you hear anything about Lady Elodia not attending today's ceremony? I don't see her anywhere. I did see her name on the list, the Count replied. But maybe she's running a little late, come to think of it. The princess looked around. She's definitely not here. I would have noticed her right away if she were. One moment, Princess, Countess said, excusing herself. Let me go ask some of the ladies. Have you heard anything about Lady Elodia not attending? She asked around. The princess muttered under her breath. I hope she never shows up, at least until I leave here today. She pressed her temples, thinking. I just have to kill a couple of hours here and show everyone I'm alive and well. Suddenly the maid Raelia came close to her and called. Princess. She flinched at her sudden arrival and stepped back. Thierry guarded her. Raelia? She turned to the maid. Would you like something to drink? Raelia beamed. You look rather thirsty. Sure. I'd appreciate that, the princess replied. Raelia nodded, then paused. Sure. Please give me a moment. I'll bring it right away. She scared me, Eurenica thought. The Countess came and called. Princess. Eurenica turned to her. Countess Ivan, the Countess said. I've asked several ladies, but none of them really knew anything about Elodia. However, she added, someone did see a carriage waiting in front of the magic tower. I see, Eurenica replied. Well, I guess I'll just have to. Eurenica stopped in the middle as she saw Countess looking at something behind her. Princess! Raelia returned, slightly wobbling under the weight of the tray. I wasn't sure what you preferred, so I brought one of each. What would you like to? Suddenly the glasses toppled and few of the drinks fell on Countess's dress. I am so sorry. Raylia gasped. Urenica quickly asked, "Are you all right, Countess Ivan?" The Count also stepped up concerned. Then Urenica called out, "A maid, call another maid. It's no big deal, Princess," Countess said calmly. "My maid's probably waiting outside the hall. I can just change into a new dress." "It didn't splash on you, did it? I'll go with you too," Urenica offered. "I wasn't planning on staying long either." "But Princess," Countess objected, "you haven't even spoken to His Majesty yet." "It's fine," she said firmly. "I can just see him tomorrow. I have lots of time before I go back to Livivny now," she said in her mind. "On top of that, my arms and legs have been feeling numb ever since I got here. It's probably because of the Ezekian wizards. I'll just get worse if I stay here any longer. I'll ask your Dian how the banquet went later." The Count covered the Countess, saying, "Let's get you covered up with this first," he said, gently wrapping her. Then Urenica turned to a servant. "Could you let His Majesty know that I'm going back to the royal palace?" He complied. "Right away, Princess." Then she said, "Let's go, Thierry. Come with us, Raylia." "Yes, Princess," Raylia responded quickly, with blank expressions. Urenica looked at her and thinks, "What's going on? There's something strange about her. Is it just me?" As they left the hall, Eurydion was looking at them. Then they went to the waiting room. Thierry said, "I'm not allowed in there. I'll wait for you outside, Princess." "Ah, that's right." She glanced toward the door. "He can't come inside the ladies' waiting room," she said. "I apologize, Thierry," he replied. "No apology is necessary, Princess." Then she went inside where the Countess said, "I usually bring at least 2 dresses for an important event like this. Who knows what might happen, right?" She hesitated for a moment, then added with a sigh, "But still, she looked great in that dress." The Countess smiled, looking at her, and said, "You're so kind. Please wait for me a moment while I change." She stepped inside, with her maid following her. Urenica, who was standing behind, thinks, "I'm causing so much trouble around everyone." Her thoughts pulsed with guilt as her head throbs. Then she said, "You should have been more careful, Raylia. It's one thing to make a mistake around me, but it's another to do that to the Countess. She's a noble woman of Belcourt." But Raylia said nothing. That silence was strange. She usually responded whenever she was reprimanded like this. She imagined her saying, "I'm sorry, Princess. It's all my fault." Just like that, the princess thought. Then a sharp pull stabbed through her body, not unlike the pain from her dreams. She thinks, "This isn't like the pain I felt before, but I still feel like I'm being stabbed by mana all over, even after leaving the banquet hall. But there couldn't be any mana in this room," she said while looking away. "Well, I want you to apologize to the Countess properly once she's out. I was just planning on staying here quietly for a couple of hours, but look how big of a ruckus I caused." "You didn't have to bring all those drinks, Raylia. Honestly, you scared me ever since you just popped up out of nowhere." As she was talking, a thought crossed her mind. She thinks, wait, that's strange. The Countess's maid had to stay outside. I was told that only those who were handpicked by the king's chief aide were allowed inside the hall." She recalled Raylia. She was never approved to enter. There was only one entrance to the hall, aside from the king's private one. How did she get in without ever being noticed by the guards? "Did no one stop her?" she asked. "Raylia, how did you get inside the hall and walk straight to me? How?" Her eyes widened as Raylia opened her mouth ominously. She was not in herself. Urenica stepped back trembling. She thinks in her mind, "Clarice is behind me, and Thierry is outside the door. I don't know about Clarice, but to trick even Thierry, there's only one person I know who's powerful enough to do that, Soliae." Meanwhile, Soliae commanded Raylia from outside. "But don't cause too much damage, Raylia." Raylia's voice cracked. "Princess." Urenica gasped as the ominous energy exuding from Raylia approaches. She felt throbbing pain in her body. Suddenly the Countess called from the other room. "I'm almost ready, Princess. Please wait just a little more." Urenica panicked, thinking, "No, don't come out. What do I do? How can I?" Her back was at the wall while she trembled. "Loris! Loris!" she whispered frantically. "Loris!" She trembled again. Raylia came closer and closer while stumbling. She came close to Urenica and called, "Princess!" A foul stench filled the room. She recoiled instinctively. Urenica wondered, "What a terrible odor! How was I not able to smell it earlier?" Looking in Raylia's eyes, she realized, "She's dead. She's already. Come with me, Princess." The voice was cold. She grabbed Urenica by the neck and started choking her. Meanwhile, Soliae, who was in hallway, was talking to her master. He said, Hurry! Some disgusting energy is nearing us. Sure! Her voice was faint. While walking she thought, I guess this is how it all happens. It's my lord's command, there's nothing I can do to stop him. He'll swallow me up whole if I don't bring all this to an end to his satisfaction today. Her master again pressed, hurry, hurry, hurry. Now, hurry! Before he finds out. She went up to the guard who was guarding the banquet hall. A lady. Soliae? The guard murmured. Soliae muttered, smiling. You're a nice boy. She shuffled forward and tapped the guard. Open it! The guard fell under his spell and opened the door. She saw Eurydion sitting at the far end and started walking towards him. She glanced around as she walked and murmurs arose. She went to Eurydion and said, Have you given any more thought to my latest proposal, Your Majesty? Her tone was sharp, direct. He replied, I'm sure you're already aware what kind of ceremony this is. She pressed. Don't change the subject. I'm not leaving without your answer, he said. You're asking for a personal conversation in an official setting? This is a very official matter, Your Majesty, Soliae said with a calm, pointed grin. The next queen, and the continued existence of the magic tower itself, depend on this. There was a low murmur in the hall as her presence began to draw attention. Soliae Elodia, came a murmured warning. Eurydion used his divinity and said, Is it not clear to you that I was giving you a warning? She stopped his divinity with her finger and said, If all the humans in this hall are holding you back. She turned to the audience in the hall and with the flick of her hand everything turned gray, as time stopped for everyone there. How about now? She challenged. Will you take this more seriously? Seeing that Eurydion stood up from his throne and said, I can't even count how many times you've illegally cast spells in my palace. What did you just do? She replied. You've got nothing to worry about, Your Majesty. All I did was stop their time temporarily, he said. So you want my answer? He activated his divinity and started walking towards her saying, You want my answer to your proposal of making you my queen and putting a leash on you? She asked. Don't you need the Belcourt magic tower on your side? He replied. Why would I need the magic tower when it's rooted in darkness? She added. The entire tower follows my command. I can promise you, it will loyally serve Belcourt if you have me by your side. Her tone shifted. But if you forsake me, it will prove to be just as you described, a force rooted in darkness. As she said that, she activated her dark magic and something emerges from her shadow. Eurydion can't see that as he can't sense magic. He thinks in his mind. The magic tower. Previous kings poured endless wealth from the royal tax coffers to create that huge organization that oversees everything involving magic. That magic tower. It's always been a thorn in my side. What's surprising, he continued, is that you're still trying to make a deal with me after causing such a mess. It'd be better to declare the magic tower an enemy of Belcourt, he said coldly, rather than let it continue existing until it stabs me in the back. He extends his divinity in the whole banquet hall thinking. It's a good thing the princess isn't here, he muttered, turning toward her. So, what other cards did you bring? You've dared to mention Livigny's princess before. If I put you away here and send her back home, he smirked. I guess you can't use that card either. Meanwhile, Eurenica was gasping as Raelia was grabbing her neck. She was trembling. Suddenly she felt all pain gone. She remembered. I've felt this before. My soul's leaving my body. Her soul left her body and her body limped. She wondered. What is this? My vision's getting blurry. Is it because I'm crying? No, that's not it. She realized. This means my body's dying. Her soul started fading a little. Suddenly someone called. Wake up. An astral image came and grabbed Raelia by her neck. The voice said. I was wondering where that annoying noise was coming from. I had no idea the forbidden rule of Remodira was broken. As he was grabbing her neck, flesh started rotting. Raelia screamed and groaned. Run, you little crumb, the voice said. Eurenica called. Loris, he said. Run like that early morning last time. Run as if your life depends on it. She was still confused. What do you? He said. I can't stay here for long. After hearing that, she started running towards the door. She went through the wall and stumbled. Thierry was outside looking dazed. Looking at him, she wondered. Thierry, can he see me? Is he still under her spell? What if I try to wake him up and beg him to help? That awful screeching noise echoed again. She thinks, I barely have enough time to save myself. Forget about begging. As she turned, Thierry called, Princess, why are you? Thierry's voice was faint and his head was not straight. He stumbled saying, And why's my body? Did something happen inside? She clenched her fists thinking. I'd better hurry up and run before Raylia comes out, Thierry said. Princess, please say something, she replied. I'm sorry. I need to get out of here quickly. Thierry, you need to wake up and hide somewhere. Or you should check on His Majesty. Then Thierry tried to stop the princess. What? Where are you going? He called after her but couldn't stop her because it was her soul. He staggers and plopped to the ground. Eurenica thinks, Thierry, they said he's the most powerful priest next to Eurydion. But is it really okay for me to leave him like this? But I had no choice. I'm in trouble myself. I just hope Thierry has enough strength left to save himself. She started running. I need to go to the temple. The safest place on earth for me. While running, she saw the door of the banquet hall that was open. She stopped, wondering, why is the door? She felt the ominous feeling coming from the banquet hall and trembled. She thinks, I need to get out of here and go to the temple. But the Livni delegation and Eurydion are inside there. She hesitated. No, I'm sure they're fine. Even Soliae wouldn't cause a scene in front of this many important guests from other kingdoms. But she still went inside the banquet hall. Inside she saw everyone standing froze. She wondered, what is this? They looked like life-size paintings, completely still. Where's everyone from Livni? Her gaze fell on Sergei, who was also froze. She called out, Sergei, sir. Looking around, she thinks, Sergei, is he alive? It's as if time has stopped. Just how powerful is this woman? She's practically inhuman at this point. As she walked forward, due to the clash of divinity and black magic, the ceiling glass of the banquet hall broke. Euridion's divinity was spreads everywhere. Looking at it, she thinks, Euridion's, the Emperor's divine power. Her body started looking more vivid than earlier. Then she saw Celia's dark magic, with which her body started fading again. This is Celia's magic power. Damn it. I feel like I'm going back and forth between a hot bath and a cold shower. My soul might disintegrate if I get hit by magic like that again. Then her gaze fell on something. But what's that thing in the middle of this thick spell? She saw bones of a hand emerging from the middle of the spell that Soliae activated. Her mind raced looking at it. That's no human. It's not Celia's power. This isn't a power any human can possess. Suddenly she remembered Loris's words. I had no idea the forbidden rule of Remodira was broken. She thinks, is this what he meant? I need to summon Loris here to fight that thing. But how am I supposed to do that? I have no divine power at all. She sobbed, not only that, I don't even have a body. But if those weird bones really are a force from beyond Remodira, who knows what'll happen now? Even with Euridion's immense divine power, is it even possible for any human to stop this? She looked at Eurydion and Soliae, who was engaged in a fierce fight. Soliae used a spell and it stroked a slight cut on Euridion's face. While terrified, Eurenica stammered, that woman. How dare she attack? She left a mark on my man. Then she resolved, determined. That's it. I don't care if I have no chance at all. I'd rather try something, even if I die. As she ran towards the temple, her soul floats with the gust of wind. Her soul doesn't have any weight, so she got transported by the wind. She thinks, it's great I can run straight through any, but there's no weight to my body. I'm swept away in every direction. All my bones would have been crushed if I had my body. After reaching the temple, she recalled Thierry telling her, Loris walks there, so entrance is forbidden. She thinks, if what Thierry said is true, there's probably no better place to call Loris than here. She went up and called for him. Loris! Loris! Can you hear me? She wondered, how do I actually summon Loris? Maybe this isn't how you do it. She remembered, when I do go down to the earth, once every 10 years, my children summon me with the names I gave them. She thinks, name. My baptized name, but I don't know my baptized name. Can I use someone else's? She began, Adria, Rakaith, Lou Elithard, Adria Belcourt. As she said, that letter appeared in the air and started floating. Eurenica was stunned for a moment, then she looked around. Then with the sound of rumbling a light appeared from the sky. Then Loris' voice replied, bring it to me. Eurenica flinched and asked, sorry? The voice said, I need a medium to stay on Earth. Bring something. A medium? She echoed. Loris' voice replied, a cross is great, but it can be any object that symbolizes me. She asked again, anything. She rustled through her pockets. I don't even have a body. There's no way I'd have something like that on me. Damn it. Nothing ever works out for me. Even if I do have something, I can't touch it. Suddenly the earring in her ear dangles. Then her soul turned into Eurenica's soul. She wondered, "Huh? What? My voice, it's back." She observed herself. I was still halfway transparent. But this is Eurenica's body. But my body should still be in the palace, right? Then she remembered. I think these small and detailed cross earrings would go well with it too. She quickly started taking off her earrings. "Loris, you said it could be anything, right?" His voice replied. "Yes, anything." But after he saw her earring, he said, "Hey, but that's just too common." Loris protested. "Be quiet! You already said anything works." She snapped. The voice mumbled. "But I still have my pride as a deity." She felt anger. This god's just wasting time. Every second matters. Then she clenched her teeth and changed her attitude. She beamed. "How about we think about stuff like that after you come down?" The voice replied. "You must be the first person ever who tried to summon me to Earth with something so lowly as that, kiddo." Then her divine power got sucked away and her soul turned back to original. Loris's voice said, "And you dared to use my first child's name too." Then rumbling began and she gets swept away. She fell down and think, "Arg, I feel like I've been tumbling around all day." Then Loris appeared in front of her and said, "Hello, Crumb." She turned to him. "Loris?" he replied. "I never thought I'd step on this earth with my own 2 feet again." She said, "Esu, succeed." But she wasn't able to complete and her voice gone. As she trembled, Loris said, "Here, take this first. The weight of my presence is too much for you. I guess you couldn't have known that before you summoned me." After catching it, she asked, "What's this?" She coughed, and her voice came back. "Wow, this is really no joke." Then she took a breath of relief. Then Loris tilts his head looking at her. "So that's how you used to look like. You're quite pretty," she said inwardly. "I don't think it's me who deserves a comment like that now," she said looking at him. "How beautiful," Loris replied. "I know I'm pretty, but..." He turned into a wolf and said, "This is my avatar. Using it is more comfortable for me. It's probably less burdensome on you too," she complained. "You could have at least warned me," he growled at her. "I don't think you have time to chat like this, Crumb," she asked. "Sorry," Loris said. "That child might completely destroy his own home if we're late." She gets confused. "Who's doing what?" Then realization struck her. "Oh, I forgot for a second. Celia." "Eurydian," Loris said. "Shouldn't you go back before he finds your body? He'll flip out if he sees you lying there in that gruesome way. It doesn't look like that bastard will go back down under Remodaira on his own. I'll have to deal with him myself." She quickly gets up and Loris puts her on his back. Then she asked him, "Under Remodaira," he mumbled. "He's the one who broke the forbidden rule first. It'd be a mistake to think I'd just sit here and not do anything about it. Especially after you've summoned me here like this." He began walking towards the palace. Eurenica wondered, "Who's he?" I knew there was something else behind this other than Soliae. Then Loris started flying with her on his back. Meanwhile, as both divinity and dark magic clashed, glass shatters. Soliae looked at Eurydian and bites her lip thinking, "I knew it. I knew that man would not react with reason if we rushed like this." She looked at her spell from where the bones were emerging and said, "See? I told you we shouldn't rush. I'll have to fight his immense divine power all by myself." She glared thinking, "Well, it's not an impossible task." Eurydian said, "I have no other cards left, but..." She called out, "Raylia." Hearing that, Eurydian clinched. She thinks, I'm sure he recognizes her name. He's probably memorized the names of all the maids who attend to the princess and their background information. She activated another spell and said, "Raylia, my beautiful child, bring her to me. Bring that lovely princess." Loris then went and sat on a higher place. He said, "Wow, this is... I know it's been a while since my feet touched the earth, but it wasn't this tiring before." Eurenica thinks, "This is tiring for me too, Loris." Loris had to hold her in its mouth because she kept getting swept away by the wind. He said, "It's because you're not in your normal state." He shakes his head and dangle. She asked, What are you doing?" he said. "Feel it, Crumb," she asked. Feel what?" he replied. "This murderous energy," she said. "But I can't feel anything." Suddenly her soul turned back to Eurenica. She screamed, "ACK! It hurts," Loris said. "Hey, it seems like you're going back and forth." Eurenica looked at the palace. Eurydian's divinity was covering the whole of the imperial palace. She was surprised. "What is this?" "The entire palace is filled with this energy," she asked. "Wow, really? What's going on over there?" Loris replied. "I told you, he'll destroy the whole place if we're too late." She thinks, Had my original body returned for a second because of all that divine power? He said. Try to feel it. Hurry, I'm not able to feel divine power, kid. She clenches, trying to focus. I have to feel it. Anything, please. She jolted after getting the realization. I felt it right away. I didn't even have to focus. Then her body gets more faint. She thinks, Raylia, what are you doing with my body? Loris asked her. Where's your body? She mumbled. In the Lucia Palace. Then a loud boom voice erupts from the palace. Loris quickly gets down and puts her down there. He said, Go, little crumb, she said. What? No way. I barely got to summon you, Loris said. Go and find your body first. I can't use my power because my summoner's body is too weak. Go find your body first. Then call me again from where you can feel that disgusting energy the most, she repeated. Disgusting energy? He replied. The dirtiest and most disgusting energy you've ever felt before, with all of your senses. The scent of death, the smell of dead bodies, the sound of dried up bones twisting around, things like that. She recalled the bones emerging, then started running. Meanwhile, Raylia was holding her body, carrying it with her. She was mumbling, Need to take her. I need to take her. Need to take her. Need to take her. She was walking towards Soliae. Eurydion and Soliae, who were clashing with each other, went outside while fighting. Eurydion grabbed her from the neck and forced her on the ground. He asked, What did you do? Soliae laughed loudly. He shouted, What did you do to Eurenica? He was pressing her neck. She replied, I had no choice, your majesty. He asked again. I asked you that, did you do to her? She answered, It wasn't my intention to cause this big of a mess, but I have no choice but to follow my lord's command. Eurydion released her neck and chained her with his divinity, saying, I guess you just won't answer my question. He thinks in his mind, feeling guilt. She was only going to stay in Belcourt for 3 more days. I couldn't even protect her for 3 days. He then called, Ladine, Legier, Shelby. The knights appeared as he called them. Then Soliae said, There she comes. Didn't I tell you already? You're better off putting a leash around my neck. You have no idea what's behind me, nor do you have any cards left. Ultimately, you'll be the one who kills that princess. Eurydion thinks Thierry was definitely with her earlier. She continued, There was something I thought of before. She's such a sweet and lovely princess. I thought maybe I should make her into a pretty stuffed animal instead of destroying her. She then slithers from the chains and chains broke. She gets close to him and said, So, you really should have listened to me. Raylia puts Eurenica's body behind them. Eurydion turns towards it. Soliae asked, What do you think? Doesn't she make a pretty corpse, your majesty? Eurydion looked at her. Her lifeless body was lying on the ground. He started walking towards her. He used his divinity, and chains again appeared at Solia's arm. He walked to her and holds her close, thinking, I shouldn't have left her alone. Suddenly her soul reaches there, and she returned to her body. She opens her eyes and coughed. She said, Thank Loris. She thinks, Wow, that was really close. I could have really died if I came a tiny bit later. I'm so glad. Eurydion quickly embraced her. She calls him, Your Majesty? Eurenica looked behind at Soliae, who was chained. Eurydion stands up holding Eurenica and turned towards Soliae. Eurenica said, while her voice was faint, Hold on. She felt throbbing pain in her neck. She wondered, What's going on here? What's wrong with my body, my neck? This just hurts way too much. Then Eurydion kissed her forehead, due to which the pain subsides. Soliae asked, Are you really trying to hang me out to dry? He activates his divinity more fiercely, spreading it everywhere. Eurydion then said, I should kill her right now. I do need her alive to find the root of all this, but I should just kill her now anyway. Right, Eurenica? Her throat was still hurting, but she spoke. Hold on, your majesty. I need to check something, he asked. Check something, he replied. I don't need to. Neither should you, she asked. What do you mean? I'm not dead, your majesty. I'm fine, so just think this through a little more, he countered. You don't sound fine at all, Eurenica thinks in her mind. But there's definitely something behind Soliae. What does it mean that the forbidden rule of Remodira has been broken? And why was Loris so mad? We need to find. Suddenly she felt shivers in her body. She remembered the one who touched foot on this earth by breaking the forbidden rule of Remodira. The one who's not human. This is it. This is the murderous energy Loris told me to sense, she called out while her voice trembled. Loris! She looked towards Soliae and saw something emerging from the ground. she mumbled. This is mad. She saw bones of a hand emerging with a surge of ominous energy. She freaked out looking at it, and started calling, Loris. Then she gets down and started shouting his name. She shouted, Loris, you told me to summon you back. Why aren't you coming? Hurry up. Her earring tings and Loris' voice replied, It's because you're too weak. Don't blame me. As he said that, the divine power escaped Eurenika's body and she gasped. She felt throbbing pain in her body. She staggers and Eurydion supports her. Loris said, Hold it, Crumb. Wait until I manifest my form completely. Then she looked at the emerging hand and thinks, What the hell did Soliae summon? Eurydion asked her concerned. She replied, Don't worry. I just need to check something. He asked, What is that? She kissed his cheek and said, I just need to ask her one question. After that, I won't say anything, no matter what you do with her. Just let me do this. She thinks in her mind, I understand why he's worried, but I won't have any other chance to speak to Soliae face to face like this. Soliae said, You're trying to kill me. You won't be able to, Eurydion. One day, you'll end up wishing that you had ended things with me. Then Eurenika began. Soliae, what is that? She replied. Well, my lord, the king of the underground, the ruler of the souls of the dead, the king of Remodira, the realm beneath us, the god of the dead, Eurenika asked. Since when? Soliae replied. My dear princess, do you see this hand? You're not fit for magic. I heard you're sensitive to magic. Eurenika quickly asked Eurydion. Your Majesty, do you not see it? She remembered. One who uses divine power can't sense magic power. She panicked, thinking. They can't see it. They can't find it. That's why they've been so calm this whole time, Soliae said. You can feel two separate energies that cannot coexist. The chains across Soliae were about to break. The hand grabbed Soliae's leg, pulling her down. The chins broke, and with a flick of her hand, Soliae pulls Eurenika towards her. Eurydion tried to grab Eurenika but couldn't. Soliae brings her close and said, My dear princess, did you say Loris, the absolute being beyond Udetta? She replied. That's what I said, didn't I? Then Soliae said, What do you think, Lord Hydeth? Why don't we take this princess instead of that man? He replied. Fine. I can clearly see which one's been bothering you more, Eurenika stammered. Are you insane? Soliae replied. Unfortunately, I'm completely sane. Call that name one more time. The greatest divine power in this universe, not just on this earth, she resolved at that moment. It'll hurt like hell if I use the divine power I received from Eurydion. I'd rather be in pain for a bit. I don't want to be dragged down to hell, she said. Loris, I don't care if you take all of the divine power left in me. So come down here right now. Then with a sudden burst of energy, Loris appeared and saved Eurenika from Soliae. He asked, holding her in his jaw. Is this how you always are, Crumb? You don't have much common sense, she complained. You took the tiny bit of divine power left in me, and now you're telling me, what? Then he turned towards the Soliae and growled. He asked, When did you cross Remodira, Hydeth? Well, I'm the idiot who never noticed how you've been scratching this earth so openly. Then Soliae attacked Loris's avatar. Lorua tossed Eurenika away to engage with Hydeth. Eurydion catches her, and she rests in his arms, recharging her energy. Then Eurydion also steps up to fight. He said, Wait for me here. I'll take care of this quickly. He went Loris's avatar and said, I don't exactly know what's going on, but get out of my way, Loris said. You're being completely disrespectful, Eurydion replied. You need to shut up too. Then he used his divine power and surrounds it around Soliae. Looking at the situation, Eurenika thinks, the divine power around me, it's too violent, too strong. I can't hold it any longer. Soliae will die if she's left like that. She already tried to kill me several times. And Raylia, who knows how many people she's deceived or killed until now. It'd be better to just get rid of her now. This is directly related to my own survival, so I should leave her to die. But if she dies now, will all of this really end? More of the bones emerges from the ground and surrounds Soliae to protect her. Eurenika grits her teeth, thinking, she's a black magic sorcerer who uses dead bodies and souls. She made a contract with the king of the underworld. But what will her death actually accomplish? Even if Soliae dies and the contract ends, the king of the underworld could easily find another contractor. He could approach me again, with a new smiling face. She resolved. You have to decide. What is more beneficial to you, emotionally and logically? Letting her die like that? Or letting her go? She turned to Loris. He asked. What is it? She said. Can we track her later? He asked. What? She asked. If we let her go now, can we still trace her whereabouts after? He answered. If she's connected to your senses, yes, she pressed. Is that really possible? He continued. You summoned me, and you're contracted with me. It's not impossible, but your body has to be able to withstand it. After hearing that, she thinks, even if Loris' avatar suffers while being on this earth, it'll be fine. He can always go back to Udetta once he runs out of power. My body just needs to be strong enough, she said. Let's follow her then, that bastard. Let's see what he's up to. Let's see what that Lord of the Underworld is doing to Solyae, and what ends up happening to her. Let's go see what's happening down there, with my own eyes. She stood up determined and went to Eurydion and kissed him. She thinks, the simplest way to create space for Solyae and the king of the underworld to escape from Eurydion, and to fill my body with divine power so Loris can properly chase after them. Eurydion also gave in to the kiss. She needed more divine power. At that time, Hydath dragged Solyae to the underworld and Loris's avatar followed. Eurydion tried to follow, but Eurenica stopped him with kiss. While going down to underworld, Hydath said to Solia, I should never have entrusted you with this task. Solyae tried to said, but I did tell you. She said, he's not a man you can take just by charging straight at him. Hydath asked her, is that your excuse for letting go of the woman who summoned Loris? It is her, not the Emperor, who can reach beyond Yeldetta. I should have known. She always gave me a bad taste in my mouth. They fell on ground. Someone comes shouting, Lady Elodia, are you all right, Lady Elodia? Solyae tries to said while turning up, but Hydath stopped her, putting his hand on her month. He said, sure, I admitted. I didn't know that little princess was capable of summoning Loris. He said, I never thought I'd see that arrogant face of Lalo's ever again. Solyae thinks, even with a tiny bit of magic power, she'd be in so much pain she'd feel as though she were about to die. I never thought she was capable of anything at all. With her naive smile. How did she summon the absolute being from beyond Udetta? No. More than how, what did she use to summon him? Hydath asked her. Didn't I tell you we need to make sure we're not caught? No one can know the forbidden law of Yeladetta and Remodira has been broken. Solyae gets shocked when she heard next words of Hydath saying, I can't just leave it to you anymore. She turns towards him asking in surprise, What are you doing? Hydath said, your body. I need your body. She said nervously, don't be ridiculous. You won't be able to adjust to being inside a living body. Hydath said, you have the most murderous energy on earth. You should be able to handle it, don't you think? She breaks his bones saying, that's absurd. Hydath said, it may take some time, but... Then she walked towards others from Magic Tower. She asked them, why did you leave the Magic Tower behind and come down beneath Remodira? Suddenly a thought struck her mind, and she realized. She said, Eurydion Belcourt. She thinks he must have planned all this. He must have given orders to lift the Magic Tower in case something happened. It seems like less than half were able to escape. She asked them, where is Master Mage Roselle? The girl starts crying and replied, he said, he's going to the south. The man next to her said, he told us he won't have anything to do with you anymore. Hearing this, she thinks, so he ran away. I guess he won't be joining the Emperor at least. She thinks, he must be feeling guilty about what he did to me before. I need to figure out exactly what's going on first before deciding on what to do. She tries to figure out thinking, the palace. Raylia. She said Ray. But the word didn't come out from her mouth because of a sudden interruption. She thinks, that madman. Is he burning the entire palace to purify it? Hydath asked her, don't you want to finish what you've started? A world where you and your disciples can live freely. Wasn't that your dream? You said you wanted to drive out the divine power from this earth and create a world run by the black magicians who have been oppressed all this time. Didn't you say that's how you'd avenge your parents' death? She clenched her fist thinking, but with just your power alone, do you think you can take on the princess who received Loris' divine power? Everything you've been building has crumbled to pieces. Suddenly she flinched by an unknown presence. She quickly turned asking who. She slithered while seeing sky. She thinks, no way, we're underneath Remodira. Why did I see her eyes just now? Hydath asked her, do you think you can do it alone, Solyae? She slithered again thinking, if I can't do it on my own, I should give my body to the contractor. She turns towards Hydath. He said, that's right, good girl. He moves his hand towards her. On the other side, Eurenica gasped suddenly. She thinks, my body. It feels like my body's being crushed. Her eyes started to close slowly while Eurydion shouts, Eurenica, Princess Eurenica, she thinks, is this really happening? When she woke up, 10 days had passed. She was on her bed while Eurydion and Richard were talking to each other next to her. She unconsciously thought, my body feels so heavy. Eurydion asked, so some went to the south? Richard replied, yes, by the same route the magic stones were stolen. Eurydion asked, has the palace been restored yet? Richard hesitated while replying, oh that's. He asked, what about it? Richard replied, it's been, thoroughly purified, and we only have about a quarter of the magicians left in the magic tower, and they are all under interrogation now. Sir Shumart has been conducting the interrogation himself, but it's going to take a lot of time and care. He can't sense magic power, so we can only know for certain once those magicians confess. Eurydion said, hearing this, useless. What a headache, she said to herself listening their talk. Why does he sound so angry? He asked Richard, is there any word from Ezekiel? Richard replied, yes, your majesty. They must have figured out the situation from seeing what happened at the palace. They notified us that they'll lower the fee on their own. She thinks, is he still mad? Eurydion said, I suppose exercising a bit of power inspires obedience most anywhere. Richard replied, your majesty, that's probably not the best policy. He interrupts him saying, so the fees have not been increased, and we don't need to spend tax money on the magic tower. We can use all the extra funds to restore the palace. She thinks, I like his voice better when he's being kind. After some time she heard someone crying. She thinks, what is this sound? It sounds like a ghost is crying. She raised her arm up in the air thinking, oh, shut up already. Sergei got hit by his hand. He said, Eurenica. She comes to senses and thinks, this voice is. He asked, are you awake, Eurenica? She said, just be quiet. He sighed, you're really awake. I thought you'd die like this. Suddenly she started coughing, causing blood shatters on bed. They both get shocked. Whoa. She gets asked nervously, did I just throw up blood? Sergei calls for the doctor, shouting, doctor. The doctor said after examining her, you seem to have strained your throat quite a bit, princess. She asked, I just need some rest before getting better, right? The doctor replied, it's already been 10 days, and you're still throwing up blood. The damaged organs must not have been healed yet. You need absolute rest, princess. And now that you're awake, I'll send up some medicine for you to take. Make sure to protect your throat, and eat soft foods like risotto and soup. Stay away from things that are too cold or too hot. And suddenly he noticed Eurydion glaring at him, and he started hiccup. Eurenica taps on his shoulder thinking, don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you. The doctor left, closing the door. She tries to smile while saying, it feels like it's been a while, ahem. She holds her throat thinking, wow, my condition's not good at all. She glanced at him thinking, he'll flip if I throw up blood in front of him like I did earlier. She picks the medicine jar and takes a pill thinking, I'll take medicine first. After taking medicine, suddenly she extends her arms towards him, putting him in a shock. She said, hug me now, come hug me. She realized something while noticing his face. She thinks he had those eyes when he was overworked. Has he not slept? Oh, that's right. I've been sick in bed for 10 days. He must have been worried. She winked at him saying, ahem. Are you not gonna give me a hug? Then I guess I have no choice but to keep talking like this. She tries to say, if I strain my throat even further and can't speak at all anymore, it's all your. But he stopped her, blocking her mouth with his hand. He said, stop. The doctor just told you not to speak so much. She thinks, then, how am I supposed to have a conversation with you? He lied her down on the bed. She thinks, no, I don't want to lie down. I want to see your face. She tries to swing, but he presses her down saying, no, you need to rest. She pouts while saying, but still. He stopped her again saying, don't talk. He said, I came by every day to make sure you were breathing, but seeing you awake like this makes me feel even more unsettled. He brushed her hairs with his hand. Then he gets close to her, making her blush. She thinks, it feels like he's checking for my breathing. She holds his hands and asked him, were you worried? He replied with a smile, how ridiculous. If you knew how I was for the past 10 days, you wouldn't be smiling like this as if nothing ever happened. He kissed her forehead. She said, so, I lost consciousness that night then got sick. He said, I'm kissing you right away if you say another word. She starts laughing. While trying to kiss her, he asked, are you still able to laugh when you're that sick? Your throat, arms, legs, there isn't a single part of your body that didn't get hurt. Even inside your body. She writes on his fist with her finger. I heard laughing brings good luck. He said, ha, I have no idea what you've brought out. She asked him, stopping him to kiss. Brought out? What do you? Suddenly she noticed something in blanket. The thing comes close to her and climbs on her. It was Loris, he said. Took you long enough just to open your eyes. It's all your fault for being so weak. I'm stuck this way because of it, Crumb. She was still in shock seeing him. Loris. Eurydion stares to Loris for a moment. Then he picked him and throws him away. Eurenica gets shocked seeing it. Loris said, Look what happened, Crumb. He has no idea who I am, how dare he? Eurydion said, That weird thing keeps popping out randomly. That night as well. Loris asked, Weird thing? Eurydion asked Eurenica, Are you the one who summoned that thing over? Loris gets frustrated and asked, That thing? He sits in Eurenica's lap saying, Children are all so ungrateful. She thinks you didn't raise him, but I can understand. Loris read her mind and replied, I've practically raised him. I'm the source of all his power. She gets shocked and thinks, He can read my mind now. She thinks, He's so sensitive. He replied, I'm not. She turns towards Eurydion saying, It's my pet. He asked, A pet? Did you just get it recently? She replied, Yes, I saw it wandering around the palace so I grabbed. He said, Who dares to let animals loose on the palace grounds? I'll need to speak to security. She nervously replied, Oh, no, I mean, ahem. I was outside the palace, actually. He asked, You went outside the palace that night? She thinks, I have no other way to explain what happened that night without sounding crazy. She points her finger towards her throat trying to say, voice not coming out. Eurydion said, You only smile like that when you're in trouble, but this time. Suddenly she embraced him in her arms. She kissed him. Just let it go with this. He said, No. I can't let some strange creature by your side. Before he can complete his words, she kissed him again. Then he tries to say, You kept dodging answering my questions that night too. I won't let. But once again she interrupts him, kissing him. She thinks, If I tell him now, it'll lead to an endless interrogation. Just this one time, please. I need some time to at least figure out what to tell him. I just can't do that yet. For a moment Eurydion remains silent. Then he said, I can't win against you. She laughed and said, Hee, I knew it. He brushed her hairs with his hand saying, No more talking. Then he kissed her. He said, You won't be keeping that thing constantly by your side, right? She asked, What do? He said, There are too many things wanting to be around you. It's annoying. She thinks, Too many things? What other? After some time Sergei visited her and asked, Why didn't you tell me? She asked, About what? He replied, What else? Your physical condition, of course. He said, Forget it, you don't need to explain. Let's just go back now. She said, I will go back, but only after my body recuperates a little more. He said, We would have stopped you from coming to the ceremony ourselves if you told us about your condition. Do you know how scared I was when I heard that you collapsed? He asked, Are you listening, Eurenica? She replied, Oh, yes. Meanwhile she thinks, I'm the new target of their dark scheme. Not only was I kidnapped in my sister's place, but I'm also about to be turned into a zombie by all the black magic around Eurydian's palace. I wish it had a clean ending, like Saved. The end. Why did I have to be dragged into all this? Loris said, If you want to change something that's already been said, you'd have to replace it with something else instead. Don't you think so, Crumb? She said to him, Can you be quiet? Sergei thinks she said to him and said, Why should I be quiet? Just know, we're packing up and leaving as soon as you feel better. She replied, Fine, I understand. She thinks, Hydeth can't track divine power, so I should leave Belcourt so it can't find me. She thinks, What's fortunate is that it'll take some time for Hydeth to completely take over Celia's body. Loris said, I've never felt this lazy and sleepy in my entire existence. You won't succumb to the magic powers since I'm here with you. But, can you do something about that body of yours? She thinks, I'll need to get stronger in the meantime. At least enough to keep Loris on Earth in a better form. Forget being strong. It'd be great to just feel normal. I feel so heavy and tired in Belcourt, there isn't much I can do here. I don't expect to be able to completely overcome the magic powers set against me, but I could at least defend myself more easily if I were back in Livigny. Eurydion also needs time to chase out the remnants of the magic power and purify this land. The timing is perfect for me to leave now. Suddenly she starts crying saying, Perfect timing to leave sounds too sad. Sergei asked, What are you mumbling on about? Is your mind not well either? She thinks Hydeth, the true force behind their dark scheme, has materialized, and the original plot is completely twisted now. There's no telling what will happen from now on. She clenched her fist thinking, I guess I've at least succeeded in changing the story. I'll keep everyone safe, everyone I've determined to protect. I am a little scared about what I might have to suffer in the future, but, she said, I need to survive on my own. She said, survive. Survive, Sergei said, hey, let me check your temperature. Come over here. She pushed him away saying, go away, Sergei. She thinks, it's extreme training time as soon as I get back. And my goal is to survive on. After some time Thierry comes to Eurydion and said, all the documents have been sent, Your Majesty. He asked, all of them? Thierry replied, yes, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I have checked them all, and the purification process will start at the end of the month. Eurydion asked, how long will it take? Thierry replied, about 3 years, he said, make it 2. Thierry thinks, does His Majesty think I have multiple bodies? He said, yes, Your Majesty. He thinks, but I can't complain and tell him I can't do it, since I've failed in protecting the princess. And more importantly, I saw her in that form. He glanced at Eurydion thinking, I haven't had a chance to tell him since he's been busy late into the night for the past 10 days. Should I tell him what I saw that day? But I'm not so sure if I should tell him something like that without first speaking to the princess. She was dressed in a strange fashion I've never seen before. Thierry said, we've also heard that the Lord of the Magic Tower, Roselle, has headed to the south. I've issued orders to rush the purification process along every southern Rolite to Calcutta. We expect to catch him by the end of the year at the latest. Hearing this, Eurydion said, damn it. He thinks, an unimaginable amount of money and time was spent on that magic tower over multiple generations. But that's where the evil darkness is most concentrated. Doesn't she make a pretty corpse, Your Majesty? He furiously thought she was going to turn Eurenica into one of them. But it did seem like they were after Eurenica for some other reason too. Why did Eurenica let that woman get away? How am I supposed to ignore that fact? I got sucked into those eyes and lost Soliae. And another thing. The baby wolf that fell from the sky. Loris. The way she called out to the god in such a purposeful way. What was that about? At night he went to Eurenica and she tells him, it's Loris Avatar. He asked, Loris Avatar? She said, I guess. He felt bad for me since I was struggling so much here. He remained silent for a moment. She said, and its name is, Laurie. Yes, it's Laurie. He thinks she just made that up. She said, I think I was able to recover quickly because of Laurie. You said your divine power wasn't enough either. I was relieved to have Laurie by my side. He asked, is there any proof this beast is indeed Loris Avatar, and not some demonic creature? She laughed and asked, could you be this disrespectful to the divine guardian of Belcourt? She said, I'm the living witness. I would have died if it weren't for Laurie. He said, don't say things like that. She replied, I'm just saying. Oh, and when I let Soliae go, Laurie planted the seed of divine power in her. It'll help you find her location. He gets shocked and asked, can she be located? She replied, as long as Soliae is on Earth, and the seed remains in her. And I think something's attached itself to Soliae just like how Laurie came to me. Laurie says it'd be best to find Soliae before whatever it is has completely blossomed. He said it should take a few years. Eurydion said, so at least a year, that's enough time. She said, and for me too, I'm not completely well yet. The real issue behind my condition has yet to be resolved. He asked her, so you're going back? She nods saying I should. He thinks, I was thinking that she should go back as soon as possible too. It'd be too selfish for me to hold her back. He brushed her hairs and stares at her. He recalls the moment when she passed out in his arms. Seeing her he thinks, as long as you're alive and well somewhere safe, I can let you go for a little while. I can be selfish later, after I clear out everything and anything that might be dangerous to you. She said, and one more thing. It's about the palace, Your Majesty. He asked, so when do you plan on going back? She replied, oh, in about 2 days. But more importantly, the palace. He interrupts her asking, in 2 days? He moves her head towards him saying, where do you keep looking at? She tilts her head asking, is there really a need to do all that? He said, you have a long journey ahead of you. She asked, what did I just say? Ignoring her words he said, how's your neck? She points her finger towards palace's garden shouting, no, more importantly, look at what you're doing to the palace. He glanced at it for a second and then said, oh, that? She asked, oh, that? I should have known when you turned Berillia Palace upside down last time. She said, do you know how many devices run on magic power in the palace? You're burning everything. You dug the whole place up and no one can walk through it. She starts coughing. He shuts her mouth with his hand saying, stop. I understand. She said, you don't look like you do. He replied, I do, trust me. He thinks while self-reflecting, if I knew the palace could crumble so easily due to heavy purification, I would have began major renovations as soon as I became the emperor. I was too complacent. He asked her, how about your throat? She replied, it's fine. He asked, and the bruises? She said, they're almost all gone. Do you want to see them? He thinks, there's no way she's completely recovered yet, but she's always laughing at things. She asked him, Your Majesty? Want to know something cool? He asked. What is it? She said, by now I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your face. He thinks, but I can't read your face at all. I thought she was the easiest person in the world to read at first, but now, I can never tell what she's hiding under her smile. She said, You're disgruntled about something right now. What's bothering you this time? He said, no, nothing at all. She said, come on, you can't lie to me. Something's definitely on your mind. He asked, is that so? He said, then why don't you try to guess what I'm thinking? She pretended to think something. Then with a smile she asked, do you want to kiss me? Hearing this, his eyes wide opened. He said, I guess you're not completely wrong. She said, see? He covers her with a blanket. She said, come on, don't be so overprotective. Then suddenly he kissed her. She asked, that's it? He smiled and thinks she can be so provocative. He said, it's better to leave things lingering a bit. She asked, lingering? He replied, because then you'll be more excited to see me next time. She thinks something for a moment. Then she asked, then how about this? She said with a smirk, I was gonna tell you something before I left, but I'll just hold my tongue. She moves her finger towards his lips saying then. She said, you'll come and look for me sooner, at least to satisfy your curiosity, right? She hugged him saying, I'll take care of the lingering. You just take care of the curiosity part. The moment to leave arrived and the doc said to Eurenica while she was ready to leave, please have a safe journey back, princess. Take this medicine right after every meal. And this one here is a nutritional supplement. You should take it once in the morning and once in the evening. He said, stay away from doing any heavy exercise for a while. And don't ever ride a horse. She said, I don't know how to ride a horse anyway. He said, and don't even think about getting near a magician or any magical instruments. He said, you may have gotten better thanks to His Majesty's divine power, but please don't forget that you're still a patient. She nods and replied, yes, I understand. Marie comes and said, Princess. Eurenica suddenly hugged her and asked, I heard you were sick. Are you all right? Marie said, I don't deserve to hear that from you, Your Highness. Tears fell from her eyes while she said, I shouldn't have sent Rayla away that day. Eurenica patted her and said, it's not your fault, Marie. I'm sure she went to a better place. Don't be too hard on yourself. She said, I'll see you again when I come back to Belcourt. Well, it'll be in a few years, but Thierry comes and Eurenica noticed him. He said, Princess, please be safe in your journey. She winked and tries to slight him. Sure. He said, Your Highness. Eurenica said, let's shush about what you saw that day, yes? She said, if you let out a single word about that day. He asked then. She said, then I'll pray to Loris every night to rain down plagues on the Verishad temple. Loris said, but I won't give them any plagues. She patted him saying, I'm gonna abandon you if you keep wiggling around like this, Laurie. Loris said, you, kiddo, what did you just say to me? How dare you? Where's your reverence for me? She said, anyway, Thierry, I'm sure it was difficult putting up with my tantrums all this time. Thank you, he said, please, Your Highness. I'm the one who should be thanking you. She asked, thanking me, Thierry? He said, yes. You'll come back one day and save me from His Majesty's grip. She chuckled hearing that. She tries to said, let me give you a hug, Thierry dash. Meanwhile Eurydion pulls her back saying, nope. She said, no need to be so rude, Your Majesty. He said, I'm not being rude. I have every right to intervene. He said, Eurenica, you shouldn't just hug anyone like that. She cuts him off saying, oh, come on. I told you I won't. Why won't you believe me? She said, I'll watch myself, I promise. I won't just lie down or fall asleep anywhere, or hug anyone. He said, don't let anyone into your room either. She nods saying, won't let anyone in my room. Noticing his expression, she thinks, he still doesn't look satisfied. She glanced at her surroundings, ensuring that no one is watching them, and kissed him. Eurydion said, this makes it harder for me to let you go. She said, come to think of it, you can have some lingering feelings too. I shouldn't be the only one who's left lingering. You should have a spoonful too. He said, I'll write you piles of letters. She said, good. He said, I'll be mad if you don't write me back. She said, of course, you will. She then giving him a cross said, and this, she thinks, is the other half of what I'll carry with me probably for the rest of my life, she said, is a spoonful of lingering. She thinks, it's got the perfect colors that represent Eurydian Belcourt. She mumbled, don't lose it. She thinks, it's a symbol of my well-being while I'm away, and also a symbol of the promise that we'll reunite again. She said, you can look at it every day while you miss me, and maybe regret how long it took you to accept my love. He said, that's not what you said last night. She said, everyone's words changed from the night before to the next morning. He said, sure. I guess I'll be doing lots of missing and regretting. Sergei waved at her and shouted, Eurenica. She hesitantly said, I better go now. She starts walking towards Courage thinking, something's definitely changed, while I was on this land that constantly pushed me away. The future isn't so clear anymore, which makes me nervous and scared. But I'm sure I'll keep marching toward the unknown and infinite possibilities for both me and him. She puts Loris down and he asked, hey, Crumb, why are you putting me down? Then suddenly she rushed towards Eurydian. She hugged him tightly. She thinks, I'll remember this feeling until the day we meet again. His pure and clean smell I've grown to love so much. His heartbeat that tells me he's alive. He hugs her back. She thinks, our hearts intertwined as one, beating full of life. And feeling their beating from within my chest was such a comfort that I didn't need to cry on the day I left Belcourt. Two priests were talking to each other. Have you heard? Father Shumart is coming to the south. One voice whispered urgently. Father Shumart himself? Why? Came the surprised reply. There must have been an order to pay close attention to the south in particular, the first voice said, lowering their voice even more. I also heard Kelkita is the ultimate destination to be purified, the other replied. Kelkita? The southernmost place in all of the empire? But wasn't it the first region to be purified? The first explained. That's right. This is top secret, but I heard there was an order issued to repurify the entire region. His Majesty believes the Black Mage's base is. He stopped talking as he saw someone standing in front of him. A sudden interruption. Oh, it was Thierry with Holy Knights. He uncovers his head and said, oh, it's nice to see you, brothers. Are you two on your way back from Ciella's? One of them replied. Yes, we just crossed the moat after submitting our report. How about you, Vice Bishop? He asked hesitatingly. Did something happen? I see you're being accompanied by Holy Knights, Thierry replied. Oh, please don't mind us. After our current job, we're simply on our way to the south. There's no need to worry about us, brothers. Focus on tending to your duties, one replied. Yes, father. One of them stole a glance at a Holy Knight, uneased and thinks, why do I feel so intimidated by this Holy Knight? I've never felt this before. One more thing, brothers, Thierry said, his voice firm now. Yes? They replied, a bit startled. Thierry said, secrets should remain as secrets. It's fine between us brothers, but be careful not to let rumors spread among the civilians. There's no point in keeping something a secret once everyone starts talking about it. The first one nodded in embarrassment. Why yes, Father Shumart. We'll keep that in mind, then Thierry said. We need to get going now to offer a prayer to Loris. Please take heart, brothers. They bowed their heads and replied. Yes, Vice Bishop. May Loris will always be with you. Thierry blessed them back. May Loris always be with you. As the group departed, after a few moments Thierry sighed, turning to a knight. Phew. Even an apprentice priest will notice you if you make it that obvious. You couldn't think of a better way to disguise yourself? It was Eurydian, he replied. But I didn't do anything. Sure, you're right about that, came the sarcastic reply. Then Eurydian said, you only give carrots, but never use a stick. I like everything about you except that you're too soft, Thierry thinks. Does he want me to change my personality? Well, I'm not a ruler, came the soft reply with a chuckle. Every priest of Belcourt is my brother. How could I treat my brothers harshly? They're devoted. You've seen their purification progress report yourself, haven't you? Eurydian replied. Please don't pick on me. I wish you were half as strict with your brothers as you are with me. Then he tings the earring that Eurenica gave her. He was wearing it like a necklace. Thierry looks at it and doesn't reply. Then Eurydian started walking, so Thierry suggested, please practice some self-control this time, Your Highness. If you destroy everything around the region like last time, I'll be the first to go on strike. As they started walking, Thierry continued, must I remind you how you scorched the entire palace grounds last spring and tore apart all of the Reynard region? I can't even keep count of how many times I told you to never do that again, Your Majesty, Eurydian replied. I know. I certainly feel bad about that, Thierry added. The princess will not like this idea. After hearing that, Eurydion said, Then I'll just have to not tell her anything, Thierry said. She's quicker than you think. It won't be easy hiding it. Stop giving Lise more work to do, Your Majesty. I beg you, he nonchalantly replied. Sure. Then they went to their horses and Eurydion said, Regardless, coming all the way here better pay off. Our information should be accurate. It took us several months to track him down. According to the information, the person they were looking for was hiding inside a cave. Later, inside a cave, they were chasing him. He was running away from them, but Thierry restrained him by using his divinity. He stumbled and said aloud, Ugh. What is this? Thierry reached there and said, I suggest you don't fight back. Do you know how hard it will be to deal with the aftermath of this underground cave collapsing? He looked at Thierry and said, Schmart. Thierry uncovers his head and said, Long time no see, Master Roselle. How long has it been? A year and a half? A little longer? Roselle replied. I knew I was being followed, but I had no idea it'd be you, he replied. It's an important matter. Then he glanced towards Eurydion, who was disguised as a knight. Roselle asked, Schmart. Am I to be executed immediately? I'm not a black mage, Schmart. I've never even attempted to perform any evil spells like that in my entire life, Thierry asked. Is that right? Then why have you been on the run this whole time? He replied. I had no choice. I was scared, Thierry asked. Shouldn't you have thought about that before you decided to betray His Majesty? He shakes his head and replied. No, that's not what I mean. It wasn't the King of Belcourt I feared, he trembled, saying. It was the child. The girl I've practically raised. The beautiful and insidious black mage. You don't know what she is, Thierry cut him off. Don't waste your breath, Roselle requested. You're the only one who can help me. Please let me go, Schmart. I promise never to return to Belcourt if you do. No one will ever know if you just keep quiet. Thierry thinks for a moment, then turned to Eurydion and asked, What should I do? Immediate execution, Your Majesty? Eurydion stepped up and said, I have too many questions for that. It'd be a waste to kill him now. He uncovers his head. As Roselle saw Eurydion, he gasped. Eurydion said, It's been a while. Roselle called. Why, Your Majesty? Then he turned his head down with guilt. How have you been? Eurydion asked. I thought about bringing you to the capital city first before interrogating you. But that'd mean I'd have to wait twice as long. And I just don't have as much time as I used to. He stepped forward, voice cold and heavy. I hope coming all the way here for you has proven to be valuable. He lifts Roselle's heads up with divinity and leaned to him and continued. You're the one who turned Soliae Rizad into a daughter of Marquis Elodia, aren't you? But 15 years ago, you were the one who reported that evil family to the former emperor with your own mouth. She was the only survivor of Rizad's purification. But, Your Majesty, that was, Roselle stammered. Whether it was out of guilt or something else, you sneaking her out of the purge is none of my concern. I'm sure you must have had your reasons when you decided to let that evil mage run wild all this time. But as you know, that's not what's important. He stepped closer and with the flick of his hand tightened the chains of divinity on him. As Roselle screamed with pain, Eurydion added, The only thing I care about is, where the hell is that woman now? And what is her scheme? That's all I want to know. Roselle groaned in pain and trembled as Eurydion continued. What does Soliae Elodia want from my kingdom? Roselle collapsed to his knees, gasping. Ugh, Your Majesty, you wouldn't dare deny having any knowledge of it, would you, Roselle? The king's tone sharpened. She should have been executed immediately for her crimes, yet you hid her by your side and kept her as your apprentice for almost 15 years. Right under my nose, at that. Roselle finally spoke. The underworld. I believe Soliae went to the underworld. I do not know how she did it, but she never had any problems traveling to and from the world of the dead souls. I'd never seen a black mage more talented than her at reanimating dead bodies and souls. He looked down, pale, and continued. She desired to possess the most powerful divine power on earth, Your Majesty. Ever since she first came to the Tower of Magic, she mostly kept to herself as she grew up, but she did ask me once, somewhat nonchalantly. He recalled her asking, Master Roselle, what do you think it's like to reach beyond Udetta? If we could get there, if it were possible. She said those words as if to do so would mean the solution to all things under the sun. After his explanation, they readied him to teleport back to the capital. Mages casted the teleportation circle and other knights took Roselle while restraining him. Then Thierry went to Eurydion and said, "You drained mana from a mage! You've gotten a lot more fearsome recently, your majesty," he chuckled. "I've finally realized there's no use in being merciful, but you left him breathing at least," Thierry muttered. "I assume you've decided not to kill him right away?" he replied. "He's too valuable of a card to throw away right now. He's the greatest mage in all of Belcourt." He recalled the scene where he drained Roselle's mana and thinks, he would have burned to death anyway if he'd learned how to use black magic, but, he said to Thierry, "He should be grateful I didn't kill him." Thierry shakes his head and said, "If I were you, I would have." Then they went near the teleportation circle and Eurydion said, "I do need someone with ability to discern Soliae Elodia's power. The teacher should recognize his apprentice's force the best, don't you think?" As he went inside the teleportation circle, he recalled the scene a few moments ago, where Roselle told them, "That night, I felt the earth split open, and I felt it every time she crossed over to the underworld. So I knew it was her this time too." Eurydion thinks in his mind, "Beneath the earth, the underworld, under Remodira? I know she's a black mage, but a mere mortal breaking through into the forbidden realm? Impossible! Well, it's probably not a good idea to jump to that conclusion prematurely," he thinks, clenching his arms. Then he recalled Roselle telling him, "She'd target anyone who possessed a strong enough divine power." After that he thinks, "Anyone who has strong enough divine power. There's only a handful of priests, including myself and Shemart, with that kind of power." But then his expression twisted. "Why do those words bother me so much? Why do I feel so apprehensive?" He remembered Eurenica as he thinks that, and clenches her earring. He said to himself, "I hope she's not in trouble. She sounded happy in every letter she sent, but I doubt she'd tell me what's going on even if something bad did happen to her." Then he muttered, "How is it that it's only been a year and a half?" he thought, eyes darkening. "I've never been this worried about someone in 26 years. He frowned deeply. "Do we really have to wait an entire 2 years? It's too long." Thierry flinched after hearing that as he was following him. Then they went from one teleportation to another to reach their destination. After a few months, some people were talking to each other in the capital. One said, "I heard His Majesty was here during winter." The other asked, curious, "What are you talking about?" "I did hear that someone saw the Vice-Bishop of the very Shad Church here. And he wasn't alone. I heard His Majesty came in secret because some of the traders are hiding here in Hajid." "What?" one scoffed. The other added, "It was the head of the Tower of Magic. He went into hiding." "I don't like that look on your face." "You don't believe me?" one replied. "How do you expect me to believe a story like that? Might as well say he was a black mage all along." "That sounds more convincing than your story," the other said. "I wouldn't make up something that far-fetched." "What do you take me for?" one replied. "I think the rumor about His Majesty getting married this spring sounds more credible." Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, nobles were pressuring Eurydion to get married. He complained to the Count, "Do they think I'm trying not to get married? It was Marquis Berezin today, and Duke Raymond yesterday." The Count Ivan replied, "Duke Raymond? I didn't know he had a daughter," Eurydion said. "No, he was talking about his in-law's niece." "How absurd. Don't they get tired of saying the same thing over and over for 2 years? After thinking for a second, the Count asked, "Is there still no word from Livivny?" Upon hearing that, Eurydion grits his teeth in anger. The Count realized, I guess not. I didn't know the King of Livivny was so brave. He's been ignoring His Majesty's request to marry his daughter for 4 months. Is this what it feels like?" the king muttered. The Count asked, confused. "Pardon? Feels like what, Your Majesty?" he replied. Being dumped, it came as a shock for the Count. He stammered, "What? What do you mean? Haven't you been writing to each other this whole time?" Eurydion replied. "Yes, until last month," the Count asked, surprised. "You mean there hasn't been any contact at all this month?" Eurydion looked at the Count with cold eyes. Seeing them, the Count flinched. Then Eurydion murmured, "This isn't your way of getting back at me, is it, Eurenica? She's hanging me out to dry." After hearing that, the Count thinks, a princess of a small kingdom ignoring the Belcourt king's handwritten letters? It doesn't sound possible, but it's oddly convincing. Eurydion thinks to himself, is she really punishing me for declining her proposal for 2 years? What's on her mind? Did she have a change of heart? There was no sign of that. Was she not being completely honest in her letters? Then Roselle's words ran in his head. Soliae would target anyone who possessed a strong enough divine power. Then he started walking while the Count followed him. He fell in deep thought. Something's off. This is exactly why I sent a letter to ask her hand in marriage right after I came back from Hajj. I've already been feeling anxious about not finding any trace of Soleil for 4 months now. And now I have to worry about whether Eurenika's feelings for me have changed. It's hard enough not to see her face or hear her voice. How does she expect me to survive if she doesn't even write me? He recalled Soleil and thinks, or has that woman already stretched out her demonic hands to Livivny? Did something happen in Livivny? There's no way to find out unless someone writes me back. If that's the case, he said aloud, why don't I go see it for myself? The Count who was following him gets startled. Pardon? But Eurydion doesn't pay mind to him and continued thinking. Except for Kokita, the purification process is almost finished anyway. I'll go there after I wrap up some urgent matters first. Then he smirked and said aloud, she'll have to answer me if I'm standing in front of her. The Count again nervously called, why, Your Majesty, and thinks, is he really thinking about going to Livivny himself? Meanwhile, in Livivny, Teresa asked the king, Father, are you sure you can just keep ignoring him? They're letters from the king of Belcourt himself. But her father tore down the letter furiously and throws it away. Humph, the father huffed, brushing dust from his hands. He said, it'd be one thing if he were sending these letters as a king, but they're from a thief who wants to steal my youngest daughter, Teresa repeated. A thief? She thinks in her mind. He's the #1 bachelor in all of the continent, the king of Belcourt. No matter how I look at it, I think you're kicking away a huge ball of fortune that came our way, her father snapped. My Yenny is living with her daddy. She's not going anywhere, and it definitely won't be that dangerous kingdom. After hearing that, Teresa sighed. I do understand where he's coming from though. She was abducted to Belcourt only to return with a strange condition, feeling ill when coming into contact with any sort of magic power, unable to endure even the slightest trace of magic. Contrary to her letters that said I shouldn't worry about her, she came back to Livivny looking as skinny as ever. And now, as if she were notified of the day of her own death, she prays at the temple of Loris daily, even though she never had an interest in being there her entire life. I would have stopped Yenny from going to Belcourt myself, but for someone who's gone through so much hardships in Belcourt, she seems awfully close to the king. Then her father said, no one can take my beautiful daughter away from me. You better believe it, Teresa replied. Even if Yenny stayed in Livivny, I don't think she'd be so safe. Her father clenches his fist, saying, I don't care if he says he'll give us 10% more for using Gluckman, Teresa cut in. He did offer up to 12% last time, but her father refused. Still, no. I can't send my daughter in harm's way because of money. After that she left the room. While leaving she saw her father sobbing, calling his 12%. But he refused because of his love for her daughter. Then Teresa returned to her room and puts Euridion's letter in a drawer, thinking, I'm really not sure about hiding these letters from Yenny, she said aloud. Is this the right thing to do? I don't think this is right. After a few days, Eurenica was furious as her letter again returned. She said aloud, I can't believe this man. Eurenica fumed, crumpling the letter, practically vibrating with frustration. He's terrible. Is he trying to pick a fight? How could he ignore my letters for 2.5 months? He better be ready. He's gonna get it, she muttered, while throwing the letter in trash bin. At this rate, it'll be 3 months soon. Then she paused, sighed, and tried to calm herself. No, Eurenica, let's calm down. A month, she thought. I could understand if he was too busy. Something could have happened in Belcourt. Then again she snapped. But 3 months? Isn't that too much? That startled Loris Avatar. He said, You scared me, you little crumb. Eurenica mumbled. He hasn't had a change of heart, has he? Did he completely forget about me already? She thought with growing anxiety. Laurie was confused for a moment, then he plopped down. She glared at him for not listening to her, then she walked to the window. After looking outside the window, she took a sigh and calmed down a little. She puts her head at the window's glass and said aloud, I feel nervous now that our communication's been cut off all of a sudden. She recalled her conversation with Loris's avatar. He said, Little crumb, the seed of the divine power disappeared from the earth. One of two things could have happened. Either he found the seed and got rid of it, or the seed itself died because it couldn't adapt to a body it found. She asked, Doesn't that mean Hydeth could come barging in at any given point now? She clenches her arm, thinking, We don't even know if Hydeth is targeting me, or Eurydion, and there's been no contact from him after he told me the purification process was nearing its end. she complained. He told me he wouldn't make me wait long. I'm not even asking to see him in person. He's making me wait just to receive letters from him. But the time we spent together wasn't even 4 months, and it's been over 2 years since I left Belcourt. I guess that's enough time for anyone to start feeling differently, she whispered. She slumped down saying, Damn it! I should have stuck around in Belcourt no matter what. Did he rebuild that wall I worked so hard to bring down? Do I have to start all over again then? Laurie chimed in. A human reed sways like a reed, child, she replied. That's true. They do say a man's heart is like a reed. A shiver crept down her spine. What if the next piece of news I hear from Belcourt is his wedding? Suddenly she heard a call. Auntie, huh? What? She flinched and turned around, confused. I wasn't told she'd be coming today. She rushed to the balcony and looked down. The voice continued calling. Auntie! Yenny! Auntie! Brisney! Urenica blinked. Where's your mom? It's dangerous to be out alone, the child said. Come play with me, Urenica instructed. Wait there, and don't eat anything off the ground, the child replied as she puts her finger near her mouth. Okay, Urenica stammered. Bree, get those fingers out of your mouth. As she said that, she jumped down from the balcony, and using divine energy she easily floated down. She went to the child and said, Come on, it's dirty to put your hand in your mouth, the child excitedly called. Auntie Yenny! Urenica swipes the dust from her hand and said, Why are you here alone? Where's mommy? The child replied. I didn't come alone, Urenica asked. Well, who'd you come with then? The child replied. Lexi? Then Alexio also came there, coming out from the bushes, calling her name. Bree! Alexio! Urenica groaned as the boy emerged, looking completely disheveled. Oh, you too. Then she washes Bridget, thinking, this isn't why I learned it, but I'm using my hard-earned divine power to watch kids. Urenica sighed. I guess at least I'm using it for something good. Then she turned to Alexio. Let's get you cleaned up, Lexi. Bridget went to Laurie and he sniffed her. Urenica asked him, What are you sniffing at? He replied, licking Bridget. I like this kid. She gives out a clean energy. As he licked her, Bridget rolled down on ground. Kaya! Laurie. Alexio also wiggles, saying, Me too. Me too. Don't play too rough. Urenica called out as they rolled with Laurie on the ground. Urenica sighed. Their parents are the ones who should worry about them. How did I become their nanny? They couldn't have gotten here on their own. She looked around at the peaceful surroundings. How peaceful. I wish Hydath would forget about me completely. And I wish Eurydion would finally write me back. I wish I could just go to Belcourt now. She became distraught thinking about it. Suddenly someone came there huffing, calling her name. Urenica! She turned at the sound of her name, and saw. Sergei! Sergei, keep your eyes open! She snapped. Didn't my sister and my brother-in-law ask you to pay attention? He replied, huffing. Sorry. I was putting the garden back together after they dug it all up, and… She cut him off. I knew it! They went into my father's garden again, didn't they? Where are my sister and Levan? Her replied. I think they're seeing your father, she asked. Well, what about Fernando? He glanced back. Over there. Seeing him, she felt relieved. Oh gosh. Later she handed Bridget back to her mother. Teresa asked her. You're leaving? Why? Are you going to the temple again? She replied. Yeah. It's already been a month since the last time I went. It's about time I go back. I'll be back in a week, Teresa asked. You're going alone again? She replied. I have no problem going there alone, Teresa insisted. Why don't you go with Sergei? I don't feel so safe knowing you're going alone. She turned to Sergei, as he was entertaining children with a monkey face. Look at your uncle, Lexi! And she refused. I'm positive I'll end up being his nanny. I have no interest in babysitting a grown man. And it's not like he's cute like Bree and Lexi, Sergei snapped after hearing that. Hey, what do you take me for? But Teresa sternly said. No, go with Sergei, Urenica. It's too dangerous alone. You may be in Livovny now, but things can still get dangerous at any moment, Urenica asked. Why is everyone overprotective of me wherever I go? I can take care of myself now. I know how to get around magical instruments too, Teresa replied. That's not what I mean. You just never know, Yenny. Then Sergei came and interjected. I feel the same, Urenica. I'll go with you. The Levon Knights happen to be training under the mountain where the temple is, Urenica asked, confused. What's with you, all of a sudden? You've been worrying about me even more lately. Sergei looked at her for a moment, then snapped. Look at yourself in the mirror, she replied. Why should I? I know. My beauty remains the same, He plopped down. Sure. I'm glad you think that way. No matter how I see it, you love yourself too much, she said, oblivious. It's an objective opinion of myself. Then she went to the temple, and was a little tired when she reached there. Laurie rushed to the temple building saying, Finally! I feel like I can finally breathe. How awesome is this? She called for him. Wait for me, Loris. Then she went inside where she was greeted by the head priest. Welcome, princess, she replied. Thank you, Father Julius. It's been a while, he then asked. Will you be going to the prayer room again today? She nodded, thinking. I've been hiking up to this temple for 2 years, but I've never gotten used to it. I know the divinity training can be draining, but still, the priest said. Your dedication is amazing. I'm sure Holy Loris will listen to your prayers. Upon hearing that, she looked down at Loris' avatar, who was rolling at the ground, and said, Yes, Laurie said. It's been a whole month since I've been out. I can finally breathe. Then they went inside, Laurie said. Well, now that there are no eyes watching us, shall I check on your progress? Then he transformed into his giant form and said, Now I feel alive. That tiny body is so suffocating. He nuzzled with Urenica, she said. My divine power, draining out. You may feel like you're alive, but I feel like dying, he replied. How far did we get to last time? Did we move on to defense skills after going through all the attack moves? She replied. Yes, we went over how to bounce off the attacks, he said. Let's see, then what haven't we covered yet? She replied. Well, you taught me how to bounce off magic with divine power, how to put a shield around my body, how to put some weight behind my divine power to cause physical damage, and other little applications like sharpening it like a blade, he said. It's probably a stretch to try tackling the flame of purification, right? The most difficult divine skill to master, she replied. I didn't know it was that hard back then. I'm not sure. Then he straightened up and instructed. Well then, shall we work on improving your self-healing powers? It's all about speeding up your cell recovery by filling the empty spaces in your body with divine power. While that boy was around you, cells all over your body naturally became more active since his divine power was limitless. But that only works when you're around that boy. She felt sad thinking about him. That boy, Loris continued. Bouncing magic off your body is a good way to protect yourself, but you also need to learn how to quickly purify and heal magical damage if it enters you, she complied. That's right, seeing her quick response, he said. You're listening to me for once. How refreshing. You're a cute little crumb, she gently replied. You're making it sound like I'm such a rebel or something, he replied. You don't treat me with much respect, that's for sure, she sighed. That's because Laurie keeps making a mess every day, he said. This is exactly what I mean. Upon hearing that, she pouted. Loris continued. If you're ready to be trained, you need to focus and move the divine power from within. Remember, you're not bouncing it off this time. You might bounce it off one of your own internal organs instead. And of course, don't sharpen your divine power into a blade either. Got it, kiddo? She thought. Eek, I'm scared. Focus, focus. Then she focused her attention and traveled inside her subconsciousness. She saw the cracks inside her consciousness and thinks, it's easy to sense other people's divine power, but there isn't enough power in me to feel it. An empty spot. This is where I need to fill with divine power. I'll start to die if magic power infiltrates there instead. Then Loris instructed. Don't use divine power that comes from the temple. Use just your own divine power to fill up the empty space. Her heart raced as she was contemplating. First, I need to focus and gather all the divine power scattered across my body into one place. I've felt this squeezing sensation in my heart before, each cell of my body being filled with energy. Her mind drifted as she recalled her interactions with Eurydion and thinks, what I felt back then. Suddenly he was stopped by Loris calling her, Urenica? She flinched, opening her eyes, and gasped. He tapped her head and said, I told you to focus. Don't bounce it off. Her heart was racing, she felt it. Huh, Loris said. You'll only hurt yourself that way, you crumb. Didn't I just tell you to focus? This won't work. Practice with your fingernails or toenails since they won't hurt too badly even if they bounce off of you. Then he sighed and asked, Do you still like that boy so much? She blushed and replied flustered. I told you not to read my mind, he replied. I never did. It was you who thought out loud. Later, while sitting in the garden. Ugh, this is too hard. It's too difficult to live like this, seriously, she groaned. That wasn't too bad for your first time, came the response from Laurie. I told you, you have some talent, She gave a sullen look. It's just that your body is too weak for it. Isn't that what you were about to say? Is this what it feels like to be a feeble genius? You're going a bit far with that one, kiddo, he replied. She pouted, then glanced around. The holy knights are still training. She shifted uncomfortably. I'll never get used to people staring at me and whispering behind my back. Then she started walking. What do you think, Loris? She asked suddenly. He asked. About what? She said, looking around. About this weird situation. It's because you're pretty, Loris said casually. But that's never changed, she exclaimed. Loris commented. Do you know how obnoxious you sound right now? She replied. I know I'm pretty, but that's not some new revelation. I've had the same face for 3 years now, ever since I became Eurenica. So why is everyone paying me so much attention lately? She paused for a moment, then sat down near a tree. Anyway, I don't think that's what's going on. She glanced around, then said in a lower voice. Loris, there's no one here to see us. Can you make yourself big again? He asked. Why? So you can use me as a pillow? She gave an obvious look, so he stretched and transformed. Forget about a pillow, it's a bed. She laughed, snuggling against him. He remarked. I've definitely spoiled you. Then she said. This feels so nice. After relaxing for a few moments, she said. You know, I've been feeling a little anxious lately. You say that all the time. It's a habit of yours, Loris said. It's different this time. She closed her eyes. You said you trust my senses, right, Laurie? He said. You've got the most accurate sense I know. I think time's nearing us now. She whispered. It's already been half a year since the Divine Powers seed was gone. She sighed. What's at least fortunate is that Hydath wouldn't exactly know where I am now. But he knows I'm the Princess of Livivny. He'll come for our royal palace first. Then she asked. Do you think I should leave Livivny? He questioned. And go where? Even if I can't leave Livivny altogether, maybe I should at least stay away from the palace. She muttered, half joking. I'd hate to see the ground underneath our palace crack open. There's no need to push yourself too much, kiddo. You're still a child, Loris said gently. I'm not Bree or Lexi. Don't treat me like a kid. She snapped back. With the gentle breeze of divinity, she thinks. I've used up all my energy. I feel so tired now. She blinked slowly. This brings back memories. The 3.5 months I spent feeling terribly lethargic, stuck in a body under the weight of the earth itself. I felt so relieved and free at the thought of being able to go anywhere ever since I've returned to Livivny. But I still miss the days in Belcourt where I fought every moment just trying to survive. Loris doesn't reply and silently listens. Don't read my mind, she murmured, while putting her face on his soft fur. She again blinked and said aloud, he won't just dump me and leave me like this forever, right? How could he be so mean? If he's gonna be like this, why did he sound so kind in his letters? She clenched her fist. He's always like this. He's gonna get it when I see him. She exhaled and fell in deep thought. I was taken aback when I was first reincarnated into this world. Why did I fall into this strange and foreign world all alone? But as time went on, I began to grow fond of this warm and beautiful place, the small but friendly kingdom of Livivny, and my family, who poured out their love for me endlessly, something I never experienced in my previous life. But no matter how much my mother and father love me, or how kind Teresa is to me, or how much Sergei takes care of me while pretending not to care, their love isn't for me, it's for the real Eurenica. It wasn't my idea to take over her body, she thought, her eyes growing misty. But the only way I can repay their love, I'll protect you, trust me, Teresa, is by getting rid of the looming, dark cloud encroaching upon them. I won't let them worry. I'll try my best to show only the happy and joyful side of myself to my family. The way I can repay their love for me is to live as Eurenica, happily ever after. There's no other way. That's how I spent the last 2 peaceful years, feeling like I'm drifting aimlessly in a big, open sea, without anything to lean on. I could have really been depressed if Loris weren't here. But then, he stopped writing me altogether. Sniffling quietly, she wiped her tears. Don't cry. You lose if you cry. I won't cry. I won't cry. Tisk tsk, Loris muttered. He must not be a good guy at all if he's making a little girl cry. Eurenica was almost asleep, blinking her eyes. Then she fell asleep. Then Loris used his tail and taps her earring. He added, I'm calling him over for you in such an obvious manner. Then why is he taking so long? He whispered, voice barely audible. After a few days at the temple. This is too hard, she cried out, collapsing with a thump. Loris said, You're just not used to it. It's only been a week. Stop fussing. She rolled on the floor and murmured. But still, she thinks in her mind. I want to keep going, but I keep using up all my divine power as soon as it's replenished. I can't keep up. She let out a sigh and rises up. Anyway, I guess today's not the day I finally succeed. I need to go back down from the mountain soon, Loris asked. Oh, were you going back down already? Yes. Sergei notified me when he'll come back to get me, so… She exhaled. If it weren't for that, she continued, I would have waited a couple more days and gone back down after I regained my strength. Will the timing work out? Loris asked with a glance. What? She blinked. Loris tapped her head and said, Oh, nothing. TSK, you little crumb. How will you handle it when I'm inside you? She said inwardly. Why's my body so weak? It'd be nice if Loris could manifest in full to breathe divine power into me. Then he said with a nudge. Get up if you're about done here. Let's go, she stammered. Jay, just a little more. It takes half a day on a horse to get back to the palace. I'll be tired again right away, Loris remarked. That was plenty. It won't take that long to get back either, she replied, sobbing. Hold on. 10, no, 5 more minutes, but he continued nudging her. Come on, let's go. Hurry. Outside, Sergei greeted her while holding reins of 2 horses. She replied, looking withered. Long time no see. He gets surprised. What's with your face? Are you not feeling well? It's proof that I'm living life to the fullest, she answered, her expression withered. He checked her forehead, saying, You're not making any sense. You must be really sick. After checking, he said, You don't have a fever though, she replied. I'm aching all over, but don't worry. I'm hungry. Let's get dinner before we go back, he asked, curious. What did you do at the temple that you're feeling this sick? You look so weak, like you haven't eaten anything for a week. Do the priests starve you in there? She punched him. Oh, come on, he complained, groaning. But you can still hit hard. Then she pulled her horse's reins and asked him. Anyway, you're not gonna tell Mom and Dad again, are you? He doesn't reply. She snapped. What kind of answer is that? I'll beat you with these reins if you don't give me a straight answer. He flinched. Fine, I got it. Then she gets on horse, saying, I still haven't forgotten how you blabbed to my parents and sister about my physical condition, he replied. How could I keep my mouth shut and pretend not to know about something like that? She thinks in her mind. I know, but it was too much. I don't know what he exactly said, but my family thinks I'm so old that I'm just counting my days. Now they think Belcourt's the land of the devil, and the king of Belcourt is somehow the king of devils. Her anger was rising in herself. Then she said, Forget it, you traitor. As her horse began, he said, At least put on your hood, Eurenica. Then they went to the town. They reached at night time. The streets were still bustling. Looking around, she said, Is it because it's a holiday? It's still pretty busy around here, he replied. Maybe. Are you going there again today? Arthur's Wine Barrel? She asked. Why? Is there a different place you've checked out? He said. No, let's go there. We had to eat somewhere else last time because there weren't any empty tables there. Then he stopped for a moment. Wait, hold on. Let me fix your hood, she said. It's nighttime anyway, do you have to? She stopped talking in the middle as she felt someone's gaze and looked back. Huh! She looked back and thinks, a strange sense of déjà vu. Her earring clinked as from a breeze of divinity. She wondered, was that the wind? Then Sergei pulls her hood abruptly. I told you to keep your hood on, right? She looked at him as in shock. He asked, Why? Did you see something? She began. The wind, then retracted. No, it's nothing. It was just the wind. Let's go. Her hunch was correct. Someone was hiding at the corner behind her in a hood. The person grits his teeth and said, How annoying. Then they entered an inn. With the sound of jingle, the owner greeted them. Welcome. Sergei looked around and observed. Why are there so many mercenaries here? Then they sat down. As the waitress came for orders, Sergei asked Eurenica. The usual, right? She replied. Yeah. Then he ordered 2 special meat stews and… Eurenica was hiding Laurie in a bag. He pulls his head out and said, I need to breathe, she said. Just a little longer. Do you want some carrots? He agreed. Yeah. Not understanding, Sergei asked. A wolf's eating vegetables? She replied. Come on, you've seen this before, he said. It still shocks me every time. Where'd you pick up that wolf anyway? Laurie frowned. Pick up, how disrespectful, she said to Sergei. How many times have I told you? This cutie was lost, so I brought him with me. See? Isn't he cute? He asked suspiciously. What kind of wolf never grows up? He's got the same eye color as you too. How could an animal have the eye color of the royal family? After hearing that, she thinks in her mind, our matching sky blue eye color is proof that I'm the summoner of Loris. I was told my soul's now tied to Loris since I summoned him. I guess the eyes really are the window to the soul. Then waiter came. Pardon me, here's your dish, Sergei remarked. Great! I love Arthur's wine barrel. Let's enjoy our meal. Suddenly Sergei was interrupted by one of his friends. He choked him almost jokingly and said, Sir Sergei, I thought you said you were going right back. Sergei frowned. Ugh, can't you see I'm eating? Leave me alone, Rix replied. What are the chances that we'd run into each other at a bar like this? Don't hurt my feelings. And who are you with? He replied, coughing. Don't worry about that. Go away, Rix. Let go of my neck first. Sergei agreed to go with them. He said, Fine. I'll go with you. He turned to Urenica and said, I'll come right back. Stay put and wait for me here, she replied. Don't worry, I'll be right here. Then Sergei said, Ignore anyone who comes to talk to. He was talking, but Rix dragged him away, saying, Let's hurry it up, sir. As he dragged Sergei away, two men who were sitting near Urenica's table glanced and nodded to someone, indicating something. Meanwhile, Sergei and his friends were enjoying themselves. Don't be so stiff, someone shouted. No, I really can't. I'm with someone, came the hesitant reply from Sergei as his friends were forcing him to drink. They shouted in unison to Sergei. Chug! He agreed. Fine. I'll drink it. Looking at them, Urenica said, Wow, I guess kids around that age grow up fast. Aren't you two the same age? Loris teased. She giggled. Yes, but still. Sergei feels like a little brother I should take care of. She's 27 years old inside, Loris remarked. You're both little crumbs, in your eyes I'm sure, came the dry response. But, Laurie crawled out of the bag. She rubbed his belly and said, The way he is, it comforts me too. Meanwhile, Sergei was chugging on his drinks. Hey, little pebble, Laurie called softly. She replied. What is it? He asked. Do you not sense anything? Then he hopped down and went under the table. She asked, confused. H-U-H? Where are you going? Nowhere, he answered. I'm just more comfortable down here. Well, this is new. She tilts her head. You're usually bugging me to hold you day and night. She thinks in her mind. He normally never wants to leave my side, saying that he's weaker when he's far from his summoner on Earth. What's gotten into him today? As she was about to take a spoonful, her earring clinked due to divinity. She blinked, wondering, what am I sensing now? She looked around. What am I seeing? She clenches her hand and thinks, is this a dream? She blinked again in disbelief. It must be a dream. Then someone tapped her hand and she was overflowing with divinity. She realized, no, it's not. Then Eurydion appeared in front of her. Seeing him, she quickly clasped his hand and squeezed it. She was almost teary and said, It's a lie. Eurydion replied, That's not it either. Then she pulls his hood and said, Follow me. Then they went outside. She pushed him against the wall. He smirked. You've gotten more feisty since the last time She cut him off. Be quiet. She was still in disbelief. She asked, Is this a prank? He kissed a string of her hair and said, No. You've asked me that 3 times already. I got tired of waiting for you to write back, so I came in person. Her heart raced after hearing that. She shouts, What? You're the one who never wrote me back, he said. Is it? She bites her lip in anger and asked, Is it really you, Eurydion Belcourt? He leaned close to her and replied, Who else could do this? Who dares to get this close to you? She asked. Are you an illusion? A phantom? A mirage? Or maybe I'm just so tired I'm dreaming while standing up. Or, he asked, leaning more close, or, another man who keeps bugging you to be in your arms day and night? She stammered. What? What do you? He continued. If it's not that either, maybe your childhood friend, who also happens to be your in-law as well? Either way, he seems overly friendly to you. Eurenica again tried to speak. I can't believe, but again he cut her off. I don't know if I still have the right to say this to you, but, she said inwardly. But say the words I want you to say. You know exactly what I want to hear, he asked. Can I kiss you? He squeezed her close, but she refused. No, are you kidding me? She said. I really hate you. And then they kissed. Then they went inside a room. This is ridiculous, she muttered. When did you come all the way to live with me? And how did you even know I was here? I just figured it out, he said plainly. She replied. That makes no sense. Well, I should have known when Laurie started talking funny. Oh, that's right, she gasped. I left Laurie inside. Her eyes widened. Eurydion asked. That baby wolf? Yeah. She nodded. Hold on, let me call him over. She was about to open the window, but Eurydion grabbed her hand gently and said, We don't need anyone bothering us right now. Her heart raced after hearing that. She said, But Laurie doesn't bother me, she admitted, flustered as she was blushing. Eurydion embraced her and said, He does. Then they have a lovely time together. Their misunderstanding cleared when she asked him that why was he returning her letters unopened from the past 2.5 months. He told her that he never received her letter from the past 4 months. Both were surprised to know that they sent each other letters, but they didn't make it to the receiver. Eurydion told her how hard it was for him to endure all this time. The next day morning, as Eurenica was about to leave, she asked him where he will stay. He told that he don't know, Count Ivan will manage that. She was surprised to know that the Count also came. Then Eurydion asked her. Marry me, she replied, flustered. No, wait, he insisted. Marry me, Eurenica, she asked. What would you do if I said yes right now? He blinked, then said. If you said yes, you and I would go back to Belcourt immediately, she then asked. And if I said no, then I'd kidnap you again like I did in the past, she said inwardly. Isn't that the same thing? Ha! Stop saying strange things. Actually, sit down first, Eurenica said, flustered. She looks at him and thinks, I can't seem to get a handle on what this man is thinking, she said. What are you thinking about right now? He looked at her with a smile. That I'd like to kiss you, she shot up, embarrassed. Not that. I'll propose to you properly once we get back, he said calmly. But right now, all I want is a yes from you. A simple nod will also do. He clasped her shoulders, looking more serious than she'd expected. I know you're not the type to say something like this out of nowhere, she said, puzzled. Did something happen? The Belcourt purification work is almost finished, he replied. And? She pressed. He continued. And? I just feel insecure for some reason. It came as a shock for her. Insecure? About what? He said. The sacred seed has disappeared, so it can no longer be traced. You already know this, right? Yes. She nodded. Laurie told me, that's why, he said. I just feel like you shouldn't be left alone anymore. I'll make sure to protect you this time. I won't let what happened 2 years ago happen again. She blushed, her heart was racing. As he was looking at her, she said in her mind, Don't stare at me like that and use that voice to beg me, she said. I feel like I'm going to get enthralled. No, get a grip, Eurenica, she whispered to herself. Then she remembered Loris's words and thinks, It feels like the calm before the storm. Is there even a point in going back to Belcourt now? Marriage would be nice, yes, but now's not the time. He nervously looked at her, then asked, Should I take your reaction as a complete rejection? No, that's not it. Your marriage would be a grand event, she explained, shaking her head. It's not something to be talked about lightly, as if it were a simple tea party. It doesn't matter, he said. It matters to me, she countered. Also, is it really all right for you to be away from the Imperial Palace for days like this? Yes, he said without hesitation. I took care of everything before coming here, she gasped. Everything? He explained. It's because I planned on staying here if you rejected me. Well, I expect things to be running fine without me for about a month. If you're worried coming back with me, he continued, then let me stay with you. I don't want to leave you by yourself. It makes me uneasy. What? She whispered. I want to stay by your side, no matter what. I came with that intention. This is the one thing I won't budge on. Though he cannot understand what I'm feeling, Eurenica thought, he has to know that marriage between the Emperor and a member of the royal family of another kingdom isn't that simple. Him pushing for this means he's feeling really anxious. I would love it if you stayed with me, she finally said as she kissed his forehead. But if the Emperor of Belcourt were to suddenly appear in the kingdom, my parents might faint out of shock. Can't you stay out overnight? He asked gently. I never thought you'd suggest such a thing, Your Majesty, she teased. She suggested. Shouldn't you send a letter asking for my hand in marriage first? He replied. I've tried, but I've failed to get a response. I don't think your father will accept me so easily. What do you mean by that? She asked. I feel like he already supremely dislikes me, he admitted. I won't be able to change his mind even if I send him hundreds more letters. I'd be grateful if he simply opened one, he added with a sigh. My father? But why? She asked. He replied. Because he's a father who loves his daughter so much that he'd ignore letters from the Emperor of Belcourt asking for her hand in marriage. What are you saying? She gasped. It came as a shock to her. Then she went down where Larry was waiting for her. He said, "Are you finally coming down? I thought I was going to die waiting for you." He looked at her face and asked, "You didn't have a good time, little crumb?" She asked him, "Where is he? Where's Sergei Levon?" "Damn it," she muttered, eyes wide. "I just know Mother and Father were intercepting my letters." She picked Larry up. He asked, surprised. "Intercepting?" she said. "Or maybe my sister's the culprit. Sergei, that bastard. He had to have known about this." She clenched her fists, teeth grinding. "He's going to die today." Then Eurydion came there, covering his head. "Eurenica. Wait. Calm down," she asked. "How do you expect me to be calm in this situation?" She glanced around, thinking, "He has to be around here somewhere. I know he'll be combing the area." "Yenny!" he called out. "Eurenica, I knew it!" she yelled, eyes blazing. "Damn him, he's going to die today." Eurydion tried to stop her, but instead she quickly covers his face and said, "I want you to stay quiet." "Why you? How could you just disappear like that?" Sergei snapped as soon as he reached to her. "Nothing happened to you, right? Hey, if I looked that drunk, you should have taken me with you, or at least let the Knights know. Once I woke up, you were gone. Nobody had seen where you went." He clutched his aching head, hungover and frustrated. "Do you know how shocked I was?" Sergei straightened as her glare bore into him. She said, "You better tell me the truth." "About what?" he asked. She asked. "My letters, what happened to them?" He flinched and averted his gaze. She shouts, "Don't look away, I can see you glancing around, trying to come up with an answer." "Answer me," he faltered. Well, why don't we return to the palace and talk about it there? His Majesty and Her Majesty." "Oh, so you can buy a little time to get your stories straight?" she shot back. He stammered, "Oh, of course not." She grabbed his coat and forced him. "Then tell me the truth. Right now. What happened to the letters I tried to send to Belcourt?" he asked. "Why are you asking me that?" she yelled. "What do you mean, why? I asked you to mail several of those letters for me." Then Eurydion comforted her with divinity, calming her. He kissed her ear, so she turned to him. What?" he said. "Don't get mad, all right?" she said, breathing in sharply. "I won't," he added. "Also, don't stand so close to him. I watched it happen a few times yesterday too. I saw you acting friendly with another man." Sergei was taken aback for a moment, then he asked, "May I ask who he is?" She glared at him and replied flatly, "He's my beloved friend." Eurydion repeated, "Beloved, he's a dear friend of mine," she corrected. Upon hearing that, Sergei stammered, "No, wait, just who is he? And no, before that. Eurenica, were you with him all night? You must have lost your mind," he shouted. "You spent the night with him? How could you?" "Don't interrupt me while I'm talking, friend," she snapped, cutting him off. "The letters I sent, and the letters written to me, who intercepted them? I was the only one who didn't know what was going on, wasn't I?" Her voice was quiet now, bitter. Sergei freaked out. "If His Majesty and Her Majesty were to find out about this, they'd disown you. This conversation is going nowhere. She thinks, I'd better go to the Duchy of Levon and talk to my sister." "Hey, I'm not done talking," Sergei called out. "Just who is that man?" A calm, familiar voice interrupted. I suppose I should say it's been a long time, Sergei Levon." "Damn." Sergei froze. Then she went to her sister's home. Inside, Sergei followed him. He asked, "So you're saying he came here to see you?" "Yes," Eurenica confirmed flatly. "Now stop asking me the same question," he asked. "So the Emperor of Belcourt really came here to Livivny? In person? And without any guards?" she replied. "Yes. I also think what he did was outrageous. But that's what he did." "But still," Sergei protested. "He's a man, and if you keep talking like my mother, I swear I'm going to pinch you," Eurenica warned. Sergei asked, "Don't tell me you're planning on bringing him into the palace?" "Yenny," she beamed so her realized her answer. She thinks to herself, "I can't leave the Emperor of Belcourt on the outskirts of a foreign kingdom. So yes, I should bring him into the palace. And then I'll find out why his letters asking for my hand in marriage were being ignored. Oh, before I forget," she added, turning back with a serious expression. "What?" Sergei asked warily. She said, "If you tell anyone about this, I'm never going to see you again. Even if the sky is falling, you better be the only person who knows he's here. Promise me. Right now." Do I really need to?" he groaned. "Sergei," she said coldly, "you saw how upset I've been over all of this. You, letter thief, If you have any conscience left at all, you better do as I say. Fine, fine, he grumbled. I'm going to pretend I don't know about any of this. If things go wrong, I won't be a part of it. He stared blankly, still stunned. I can't believe he came all the way to live with me, just because his letters weren't getting through. Then he thinks for a moment and said, No, wait. I suppose that is worth traveling for? But again he shakes his head in panic. No, what am I thinking? He shook his head, still trying to make sense of it all. Then she went to her sister and demanded her letters. Give them to me. Bridget was also looking at her auntie confused. Eurenica glanced at her and again demanded. I want my letters, Teresa replied. How did you find out about them? It doesn't matter how I found out, she said firmly. I heard a letter asking for my hand in marriage was ignored too. You knew about it, didn't you? Teresa hesitated, so Eurenica continued. I know what you're worried about. I get it. If Brisney knowingly tried to put herself in danger, I would do everything I could to stop her too. However, an official marriage proposal sent from another nation shouldn't be ignored like this. Her voice faltered slightly. I even heard there was an offer to increase the commission for the Gluckman Treaty. Is that true? You should have tried to stop father, Eurenica said, her tone strained. Yes, her sister admitted quietly. Eurenica continued. You went through a lot because of that stupid treaty. If he offered something like that, at the very least, don't you think it was wrong of you to ignore his letter in return? Just, what are you? Tears welled in her sister's eyes. She squeezed her hand and said, I wasn't thinking. I'm sorry, Eurenica. Eurenica shakes her head and said, if he had even a single mean bone in his body, he wouldn't have let things go like this. I didn't come here just to berate my sister, Eurenica thinks with a sigh. Teresa hesitated while saying, But Yenny, I can't bear the thought of sending you to Belcourt. Eurenica softened slightly. I came because I also wanted your support in trying to get father's approval for the marriage. She paused, reading the worry on her sister's face. If this is how my sister is reacting, she thought, then there's no point trying to convince mother and father. She smiled a little. I'll speak with father in person about responding to the marriage proposal, so I guess that leaves me with one option, she said to herself. Then she went back and tried to smuggle Eurydion in the palace. He said, So, this is what you came up with, I suppose. It's rather novel. Please be quiet, Eurenica whispered sharply. She thinks in her mind. I wanted father to approve the marriage first. She recalled her conversation with her mother, where instead of asking for letters she apologized for disappearing the night before. She concluded, it wasn't a situation where I could ask about the letters. Regardless of what I say, it doesn't seem like they'll listen to me, so there's no point in bringing it up right now. Inside the palace, Eurydion glanced up at the palace. He said, I've thought this before, but the palace of Livovny looks quite interesting. Ship, she hissed suddenly. He said, No one is listening, Yenny. She pushed him gently. The birds could be listening. She peeked from a corner to see watch out from anyone. As they walked hand in hand, Eurydion said, You're as bad as ever when it comes to hiding your true feelings. She asked. What? He replied. I think I'll be looking forward to gradually discovering the things about you that haven't changed. Suddenly he stopped near a pillar. She asked, confused. What are you doing all of a sudden? He leaned so she faltered. He said, I think it was right about here. She asked. What was? He kissed her and said, Maybe not. Was it over there? They both looked toward the two smaller palaces of the Livovny compound, and the long hall connecting the west and east wings. Oh, that's right, he whispered. This is where I was terrified at the time. She looked around slowly. It feels different looking back on that now, he asked. How long ago was it? 2.5 years? Wait, she gasped as he nudged her. What if someone sees? It hasn't been long since I told my parents I wouldn't do anything that would worry them. She muttered, guilt creeping in. A prick of conscience. No one will see. Don't worry, he said softly. She thinks, there's no one here, but that doesn't mean no one will see. Then she turned to Laurie. Laurie, are you sleeping? She smiled. I guess he's sleeping. Who is? He asked, blinking. Then both of them stared into each other's eyes. Then she said, You can kiss me now. Or maybe I should be the one to kiss you. She teased gently. But my hands are full right now. She stared at him. You always seem to say just what I want to hear. She whispered. That's how the man who snuck over the border ended up hiding in palace in Livovny. 2 days later, Eurydion said to her, Let's go back. She refused. You should go back. He glared at her. I thought you loved me, she replied flustered. That's different. If that's how you want to put it, I'm not going to follow you because I love you, he said calmly. But you can't hide me here forever. She thinks in her mind. He knows his face is my weakness. He's doing this on purpose. Anyway, hup, she sighed. The situation has completely reversed from 2 years ago. The guest has become the host, and the host has become the guest. The person who was trapped is now the trapper, while the trapper has become the trapped. And one other thing that had also flipped. This time Eurydion was the one pestering her to marry him. She snapped. Say that again one more time, and I'll run away. Why? He teased. Does me saying it make you feel bashful? 2 years ago, you used to say it to me quite a bit. In fact, all the time. Don't compare me to you, she huffed. Your ability to do damage is far greater than mine, he replied. Now do you understand how I felt back then? She felt embarrassment and anger at the same time. Then she tried to snatch the book from his hand using divinity. He gets surprised for a moment, then smiled. He used his divinity that was overflowing to protect the book from her reach. Not a chance. Wow, this is incredible. Wait. No. But still, this is fascinating. She stared, stunned. She thinks, observing the divinity. The strong and intricate flow of divine power. There isn't any room for any other power to interfere. He's practically a walking divine power factory. It's not like you were completely clueless, he said gently. I didn't know much back then, she admitted. I guess, the more you know, the more you notice. Can't you just give me half your divine power? She asked. If I had that, there wouldn't be a single thing in this world I'd be afraid of. You can have it all, he said without hesitation. Just marry me. She blushed, then turned her head, saying, You keep circling back to this, he said, looking at her face. Hold me, Eurenica. Kiss me. She was still blushing but refused. No, I don't want to. If I say yes, I know you're planning on taking me to Belcourt and keeping me hidden away. He became anxious after hearing that. She thinks in her mind. It was almost strange how uneasy he looked, but now I understood. He came because he figured out what I was hiding. He knew Hyde Th is the one pulling Celia's strings, and that I could become Hyde Th's target instead of him. If I follow him and stay under his protection, I wouldn't have to worry about dying anymore. However, I would have to worry about Hyde Th targeting him again and him losing his life. I've tried so hard to change his fate. I can't let things go back to the way they were. You cannot change my mind, she said firmly. Unless you give up on that plan, I won't follow you to Belcourt willingly. I'm going to read, she added, demanding the book. Please give that back. He stared at her for a moment. All right. I understand what you're saying, but I have to keep trying, he replied softly. I don't ever want you to fall into danger again, she said. I feel the same way, and I won't accept I'm fine as an answer from you any longer. After hearing that, he said, Then smile for me. He tapped her hand while giving her the book. She blinked and asked, I haven't upset you, have I? No, of course not, he said gently. She gets anxious thinking, why do I feel like I've wronged him somehow? Should I have ignored everything and just held him when he asked me to? Then she placed the book down and said, I'm not upset either. I just worry about you. I know. He smiled softly. I'd just rather see you smile. Then she looked in the glass at her reflection and asked, Have I changed in some way? He replied, You look even more beautiful now. Please don't say things like that, she blurted, flustered. At least warn me first. Then he went ahead and kissed her. She recalled her conversation with Laurie. Laurie explained, Your changed appearance? That's most likely influenced by your soul's state. What else could it be? The strange energy is still strong, but you were exposed to divine power for a long time. This probably means your unstable soul is assimilating back into your body. Since that shell of a soul has begun to melt into you, it's only natural to notice some changes. He added, If you were next to that child, you'd probably change even more, and faster too. She asked. I see. Does that mean my soul will no longer get flung from my body like it did before? He replied. That will depend on how much you train. She flinched as she remembered that. Oh, that's right. Why didn't I think of that, Your Majesty? She asked. Can you show me how to use divine power to self-heal? He asked. Self-heal? Why? Are you hurt somewhere? She replied, shaking her head. No, I'm not, but I'd like to prepare for the future. Just in case. I've learned how to deflect magic and counterattack, but I still find it difficult to use the divine power I have within me. I see, he said, thoughtful. It's something you need to feel for, so it's hard to put into words. I've never had trouble using divine power within me. Here, try and feel it for yourself. He clasped her hand, explaining. As she focused, she drifted into his subconsciousness. There was divinity all around. Wow, she whispered. The energy feels sharp and raw. It looks like the real genius has been in front of me all along. But is it always like this? She asked, overwhelmed. Yes. If I don't rein it in, he said. Is it overwhelming for you? Then he controlled his divinity and said, I'm sorry. I should have been more careful. It's all right, she stammered. He said, raw power is harsh and unstable. You're typically supposed to keep it in check since it's so easy to channel, she gasped quietly. I couldn't even begin to try and read it. You're incredible. It's not my power, he said humbly. It's just something that's been passed down to me by my ancestors. Then he checked her pulse. She laughed. I'm all right now, Your Majesty. I was just taken off guard like when I first went to the temple. I'm really all right now, he replied. Since it's a power that can't detect magic, it's not useful when it's really needed. I know that, she replied. It's something that even Loris can't. Even Loris? He raised an eyebrow. She beamed at him. So you probably can't either, he said. Well, I suppose. Then she said inwardly, nice save. She exhaled slowly. I've become keenly aware now that I'm able to fully feel divine power. Eurydion has the strongest divine power. That's why Soliae and Hydeth went after him. Then she huffed. I feel like I'm holding a great man back. I don't know, he murmured. It seems to me like you don't trust me. What? She asked, startled. How did you come to that conclusion? He continued. You don't have to learn how to use divine power if you stay with me. Oh, of course, learning how to use it is for your benefit. But somehow, it makes me think that you don't fully trust that I can protect you. She gets anxious after hearing that. He thinks I don't trust him. But that's not it. Well, maybe that was what I was thinking. I know that Eurydion is the only person who can keep me safe. But I still can't be sure that he can protect himself from Hydeth. Hydeth isn't someone a mere mortal can take on alone. She remembered Loris's words. Once every 10 years, when I rise up from the underworld, my children use the name I've bestowed upon them to summon me, she concluded. We just need to hold on for 3 more years, so that Emperor Belcourt can summon the vassal of Loris. Then she smiled and said, Of course you can. Don't say things like that, Your Majesty, she said quickly. And show me something else now. Like, the flame of purification, he said. I don't think it's that interesting, she insisted. But still, back at Livivny Temple, time continued to flow in that strange mixture of peace and anxiety. Soon, a week had already passed since she'd snuck Eurydion into the West Palace. One day Eurenica was freaking out in her room. Somehow, I'm more nervous because nothing has happened. I keep feeling anxious, restless, worrying over nothing, right? But no matter how much I try to push it away, the nerves stay, Laurie said. I see you're quite bothered, she turned to him. I'm just worrying over nothing, right? She thinks in her mind. Why am I the only one constantly worried about everything? Why do Eurydion and Loris seem so calm? She sobbed, thinking, maybe it's because they just can't feel. As for Eurydion, I've told the servants to keep quiet. Since the West Palace is far from the main palace, and I'm the only one who uses it, there's little chance of getting caught right away. But if a rumor starts to spread, it'll be wildfire. If that happens, I'll be locked up in a tower in the main palace. She imagined her parents questioning her. Is it true you brought an unknown man into the West Palace? My word. Please don't tell me you brought Emperor Belcourt here because we told you that you couldn't go to Belcourt, Eurenica. Eurenica? She shakes away those thoughts. That's not even what I should be worrying about right now. It seems like Eurydion really is going to stay until I accept his proposal. He also seems absolutely set on hiding me once we return, and then going off to fight Hydeth alone. I don't think he'll change his plans once he's made them. Maybe I should have tried to shock him into changing his mind? While brushing Laurie's fur, she said, maybe it would have been easier if I had just hurt him by rejecting his proposal and forced him to leave, Laurie said. I can hardly believe you'd do such a thing, she huffed. You're right, but still. She again freaked anxious. I worked so hard to change things. I went through all of that 2 years ago, just to save him. I can't let everything go back to the way it was. She was violently shaking Laurie. He stammered. Hey, Crumb, I'm dizzy, she said, but it's been 2 years. Things are still quiet. I find myself swinging back to hope again. She hoped, maybe that terrible skull has forgotten all about me, Laurie said while dizzy. I feel nauseous, she asked. Answer me, Laurie. Should I just go back to Belcourt? Truthfully, I'm the one who wants to go back to Belcourt more than anyone. That's something you have to decide, Laurie says simply. Now hurry up and finish brushing me. My fur is all tangled, she snapped inwardly and said while forcing a smile. Your talking like this has nothing to do with you. Do you think you won't be affected if I suddenly die? He replied. But I can't feel magic anyway. What's most important is how you feel, Crumb. He tapped her hand and said, Have you been feeling anything lately? There's a part of me that's relieved I still can't physically feel anything yet, Laurie advised. There's no need to overexert yourself, child. You can still play the baby for now. That again, she pouted. Laurie added, Well, truthfully, you're scared, aren't you? Don't try to hide how you feel from me, Crumb. It's easy for me to read your mind. He gets on her shoulder as he said that. She clenches her hands saying, honestly, maybe I just want to be in a safe place, to be protected. I think about it every time I long to return to Belcourt. If I could just hide under Eurydian's protection, maybe one day all my problems would go away. However, if Eurydian ends up dying because I did that, and the one person who loves me in this world no longer exists, I wouldn't last. At night while they were sleeping, she looked at him and thinks, I'm disgusted with myself. I can't believe I'm still worrying about myself first even while imagining the worst case scenario. She brushed her hand through his hair thinking, I want to go back. I wish I could go back. I really want to go back. She then mumbled, I need to hurry up and send him back. She nuzzled against him and said, I wish he'd just go. She closed her eyes thinking, I can't believe I said that. I didn't really mean it. What am I doing? What do I really want to do? Continuing to agonize over this, it's not good for him. Or for me. Suddenly his divinity surged. She flinched as she saw him awake. She asked, why you weren't sleeping? Did you hear what I said? He spoke her words, I wish he'd just go. That's not a nice thing to say, she nervously replied. Well, you see, She stumbled over her words, scrambling for an explanation. I meant it in an ironic way, but inside she freaked out. What am I even saying? Who would believe that nonsense? Of all the things he could have overheard, it had to be that. As he stared at her suspiciously, she began, It's not that I, Lim, don't want you here with me. It's just that. Suddenly he kissed her. She gasped, Ugh. I can feel the full brunt of his divine power pressing on me. Wait, you're Maj. But he didn't stop and kissed her again. After that he caressed her. Tears welled up in her eyes. He said, I don't understand why you can't trust me, she said. Her voice broke. He continued, I know you couldn't be happy if you were locked up somewhere. That's why I let you go 2 years ago. But during those 2 years, all I could think about was how much I regretted that decision. Won't you think of me this time? But she didn't respond as she was overwhelmed by his divinity and wasn't able to speak. After realizing that, he quickly gets her up and said, Oh dear. I'm sorry. I was careless again. Tears started dropping from her eyes. Eurenica, don't cry. I'm sorry. She shakes her head trying to stop crying. No. I'm sorry. I really wanted to be with you too. As she snugged close to him, he patted her. I know, yes, I was wrong. Did I hurt you a lot? Damn it, he requested. Don't cry, Yenny. Please, show me your face. She shakes her head in denial. She cried thinking, I really don't want to send him back. I want to stay here with him. Eurydian thinks, it feels like I've just kicked someone when they were already down. After that night, Eurydian treated her even more delicately, as though she was made of glass. He was careful during divine power training, too. After what happened yesterday, your inner divine power might have been disrupted, he said. You probably shouldn't be training right now, she thinks. It must have really shaken him to see me cry. He picked her up, so she said, I'm not sick. I'm fine. You aren't fine, he replied calmly. Do you still have that habit of saying you're fine when you're not? But it's true, she pouted. She thinks in her mind, he didn't look mad or upset, but he was being strangely gentle, almost too careful. Maybe I'm the one who feels guilty. There are definitely things to feel guilty about. Keeping things secret, being stubborn, ending conversations by crying, even when she didn't mean to. Later while having tea she began. Your Majesty? He replied. Yes, she said. It's already been a week. Don't you think Count Ivan will be waiting? He glared. Who? She played it jokingly. And never mind, you're silly, he said. She thinks in her mind, because of that, I've been tiptoeing around him too. This whole topic has practically become taboo. And on top of that, I keep sensing magical energy from somewhere. I'm on edge. Still trying to keep the servants quiet about Eurydion being here with me. Times pass quickly while she's been buried in these worries. 2 days later, Bridget reached West Palace while playing. She stared at the palace and wondered, where Ami? She was playing hide and seek with Alexio. Lexi! She peeked out. Where should I hide? She tried to find Alexio, but there was no one there. She was about to cry, but she remembered her aunt's words. Don't cry. Brave girls don't cry, right? She clenched and steeled her resolve. Bree isn't going to cry. Then she went to the garden while roaming there. She looked around and said, Am I the only one here? She was about to cry again. Suddenly she heard a voice. Why are you doing this? Come on, Eurenica shouts. Have I done something wrong? Bridget quickly turned to the voice. That's Aunt Eurenica's voice. Eurenica was shouting. Don't read it! If I've wronged you in any way, Eurydion said aloud. Please tell me. I'll at least try to be better. Bridget walked towards them. I told you not to read it. She tried to snatch the letters away. Give it back. I must have been out of my mind. I shouldn't have given him those letters. Why not? He asked, half teasing, half curious. Aren't these the letters you tried to send me anyway? That's why you gave them to me to read, didn't you? I didn't mean for you to read them out loud. Her voice cracked slightly. He read again. If I don't get a response this time, I'll stop writing to you altogether. He paused, then smirked. Your tone really changed over the course of a few days. Come on, she protested, trying to snatch them back again. He said, I could see you getting angrier even in your letters. She quickly snatched them out of his reach. If you keep doing this, I'm going to read them all out loud. I wouldn't have a problem with that, he added with a grin. Fine. I won't read them out loud. She relented, then softened. Come here. You're about to fall. Somewhere off to the side, Bridget was observing them. Who is Auntie fighting with? Auntie's acting strange. She fights, gets mad, and then laughs too, Eurydion replied. I don't want to. You're making that face again. He chuckled, pulling her close. I thought you'd become a bit more aggressive since the last time I saw you. I didn't realize you were showing signs of that in your letters too. Keep talking like that and I won't let you touch me again, she warned. Eurydion apologized. All right, I'm sorry. Bridget looked at Eurydion and said, Pretty. Eurenica said. You shouldn't be out here this long, she said, glancing around. Someone might see you. I didn't think I'd enjoy being locked up, he admitted. But it's not bad. Eurenica stopped him from talking by covering his mouth and said, My goodness, locked up? Is there anything you won't say? She scoffed quietly. Bridget wondered, looking at them. Are they fighting again? Eurydion then hugged her to calm her down. Bridget thinks maybe they aren't fighting. Are they playing then? She said, looking at them. Bree wants to play too. Then Laurie appeared near her and whispered, Children shouldn't be looking at such things. Bridget stumbled, suddenly seeing Laurie. He continued, You shouldn't interrupt adults when they're on a date. Let's go. I'll take you back. He dragged her away. The next day, she came back. She was extremely curious about the person with Eurenica whom she never saw before. At first she looked for her aunt, but after not finding her she decided to play by herself. She tugged the swing under the tree and said, I'm going to play by myself then. She gets on the swing, and it flounders. She was about to fall. But Eurydion caught her. A soft voice drew her attention. A child? Bridget looked at him and said, Pretty. He picked her up, she said. Pretty person. The small girl stared up at him, wide-eyed with wonder. A pretty person, a good person, he asked her. I wonder who taught you those words? From my auntie. She beamed. I wonder who this aunt is. He thinks, recalling Eurenica. He wonders, what are you supposed to do when meeting a child? He puts her back on swing and asked, What's your name? Bree. She answered proudly. He repeated, Bree? The child replied, Yeah. He noticed those sky-blue eyes. Wait, are you a Live-of-Me royal? He asked. She clearly replied, Bree is Mama's daughter. Then she stretches her arm and said, Please hold me, he asked. You want me to hold you? Yes. She chirped enthusiastically. He thinks in his mind, the only physical trait she shared with Eurenica was her sky-blue eyes, but her way of speaking, her mannerisms, they were so similar, I couldn't seem to say no. He picked her up and awkwardly said, I guess I'm pretty whipped. How did you end up here? She tugged his hair and said, Sparkle, sparkle. It's the same color as Laurie, Eurydion remembered. Laurie? Laurie! Ah, that wolf. He thinks, if this young child knows about Eurenica's wolf, then, he said, You must be Bridget, so that's why you called yourself Bree, he murmured. How did you get here all by yourself? I walked a lot, she said proudly. Ah, I see. Yes, he supposed she would have had to walk quite a bit to get there, he asked. How old are you? I'm 3. She beamed. Well, Bree would like to ride the swing. The swing. Sure. He nodded. Then he puts her down but noticed her hesitance, he added. I thought you said you wanted to ride the swing? No. Together, she declared. Together, he repeated, realizing she didn't want to ride it alone. Then while on swing with Eurydion she hummed. Climb the mountain and pick me flowers, she sang out, imitating someone. Pansies today, dahlias tomorrow, the day after tomorrow? After remembering for a moment she continued. The day after tomorrow is wild camomiles. Then she asked, Pretty mister, where are you from? He smiled. Pretty mister, now that definitely sounded like something your aunt would have taught you to say. How did you know? She asked, tilting her head. Just how much did she go around saying strange things in other places? He muttered. Then the question came out of nowhere, gentle but sharp. Are you going to take my aunt away? He paused, but his answer came quick and firm. Yes, she asked, curious. Where? He replied. Belcourt, but you can't, she pouted. And Yenny told me she was going to live with me, Lexi, and Laurie forever. Bree is going to live with Auntie. Auntie can't disappear. That stung more than he expected. She's never said anything like that to me, he thought. No. Why am I feeling this kind of emotion toward a 3-year-old and a young beast? You'll still be able to see your aunt often, he said gently. She beamed after hearing that, so she asked. Then will I see you often too, pretty mister? He sighed. Calling people by awkward nicknames must run in the Livevny royal family. If he'd married just a little earlier, he thought maybe he'd have a daughter around her age. And judging by how things were going, he'd definitely better not leave it to Eurenica to teach their future child how to address people properly. Can I really see you often? She asked again, eyes wide with hope. He replied. I'll try, yes. We'll see each other often, she exclaimed. Wow. You promised, he said. Why yes. What should I call you, pretty mister? She asked, still bouncing with excitement. He looked at her, and he didn't need anyone to explain. It was so clear how much love Eurenica had showered upon this child over the past 2 years. The silver wolf's name is Laurie, Bree added. So what should I call you, pretty mister? Bridget, he said with a sigh. At the very least, not pretty mister. Your Majesty? Suddenly came a voice from behind. What are you doing there? She asked. I told you not to come out here like this. I'd like to ask the same thing. He shot back, turning. Why'd you come out? It's hot today, she replied. I came looking for your Majesty, of course. If someone sees you, I'm DA. He stopped short. Huh! Her gaze dropped to the small bundle in his arms. Sorry. What are you holding? Then, recognition dawned. Oh, is that you, Bridget? Alinti, Bree squealed. Eurenica asked. Oh, Bree, how did you get all the way here? She exclaimed. Auntie Yenny, hold me. She kissed her and asked. Did you come here on your own, Bree? You've never been here before. How did you get here? She replied. I came yesterday too. I saw you and pretty mister. It came as a surprise to her. Eurydion groaned. Whom did you use that nickname on for the child to be calling me that? Bree. Eurenica quickly changed the subject. Don't you think your mother is looking for you? She'll worry if you wander around alone like this, she tried to deny. But, Eurenica quickly said. Lexi. Lexi would worry too. She looked sad and said, all right. Then she glanced towards Eurydion and said, Auntie Yenny promised to live together with Bree. She squeezed Eurenica close. Of course, Eurenica said gently, brushing the girl's hair back. Auntie will always be with you, your mother, and Lexi. Bridget looked at Eurydion with distrusting eyes and said, You promised. He smiled and then leaned to her. As long as you promise not to tell anyone that you saw me here, she asked. If I promise, will you let Bree sit on the swing with you again? Eurydion replied. Yes. After hearing that, she blinked, then leaned towards him and kissed on his cheek. All right, she cheered, satisfied. After a few moments, when Bridget left, Eurenica was on swing. She asked Eurydion, What did you talk about with Bridget? She's not shy around strangers, but she doesn't kiss them either. She barely even kisses her father. I've seen him get upset over that more than once, he replied. Really? That must not sit well with the Duke, she said. Yeah, no, wait, so what did you two actually talk about? Something about a promise, she asked. What promise? There was a pause, then Eurydion brushed his hand through her hair and said, there was a time you wrote more about your niece than yourself, wasn't there? She asked. Why are you suddenly changing the subject? He continued. It's just that. I can see why you did so now. She gets surprised. I didn't know you liked children, he replied. I wouldn't say I like them, Peresi. They just never really crossed my mind. I had never seen a young child like that up close before, Eurenica cut in. That's right. You mentioned you didn't have any siblings, he replied. Yes, she beamed. Isn't my Brie adorable? She's probably the cutest little girl in the world. She's the spitting image of my sister. Her divine power is extremely pure, too. I was told there aren't any Livni royals born with divine power, but Brie is clearly special. I adore her to pieces. Upon hearing that, Eurydion thinks. Did she receive a special blessing? I did feel that she had a particularly clean divine power, Eurenica continued. It'd be great if you had the opportunity to meet Alexio. Lexi is Fernando's son, but he's just as cute. Well, in comparison to Brie, he does have more of a devilish streak, so I am a bit worried. But, as she was rambling on, he said suddenly, I think I'd like to have a lot of children. I thought he was precocious as a baby, she continued, but he turned out to be just like the other children. But I think it's good for children to act like children. Then she realized what he had said. Wait, what did you just say? He grabs a string of her hair and kissed it, saying, I think it'd be nice to have a noisy palace. 6 sounds like a good number, doesn't it? She was taken aback at his answer. He continued, No. Maybe that isn't enough? She blushed, flustered. What? Why did the conversation suddenly head in that direction? He replied. Why not? I'm surrounded by a lot of people who are concerned about heirs on my behalf, she modestly replied. Well, I think having a lot of children is a good thing. It really is, but, he teased, why are you feeling shy? She was sweating. Just because. Suddenly he lifts her head towards him and said while she was blushing, Look at me. I think it would be really nice to see children who look like you running around the palace. What do you say? He kissed her. She replied, blushing. All right, then he said. So let's go back. Then he straightened and said, I'm sorry about what happened that day, she asked. Pardon? He continued. For not controlling my power better. I also didn't mean to push you. Well, she faltered and thinks. I didn't think Eurydion would bring it up first. How should I respond to him? However, he said gently, I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. You told me you loved me, she quickly said. I do love you. I'd be lying if I said those words didn't shock me. It's because I have a tendency to overthink things, she said. I just had a lot on my mind that night, after hearing that Eurydion thinks, but I have an inkling as to why she said it. I also know she didn't mean it. I know she said it because she was worried for me. But seeing her trying to come up with an excuse, she's just so lovable. As he smiled, she noticed and asked, You're enjoying this, aren't you? He chuckled. Maybe a little, she snapped. Ugh, seriously? Do you know how bad I felt these past 2 days? I felt like I had wronged you, like I had done something bad, he replied, trying to calm her down. You did do something bad. He leaned close to her, and he said that. She shouted, Yes, I suppose so, but wait, get away from me, he asked, saddened a little. Really? I can't kiss you, she replied, flustered. I feel attacked by you saying things like that with that face, he countered. I never attacked you though. Then he lifts her chin up and stared at her, thinking, I continue to want to keep her within my sight and reach. I want to make sure she's never put in danger. She asked him, Why are you looking at me like that? He answered, I'm fairly certain I have a fixation issue. Maybe it's a side effect from having stayed apart for so long? She asked, confused. What side effect? He replied, Don't worry about it. Then he thinks in his mind, she'd be terrified if I told her the truth. I also made her cry 2 days ago. I couldn't control my emotions. Instead of regretting it later, maybe it's better if I put up defenses, even if Eurenica doesn't want me to. But no matter what, she refuses to let me take on the danger all on my own. If we split the danger, would it really be halved? Or would it become doubly dangerous? Which choice is more selfish? Then he kissed her and said, I don't know either, Yenny. She looked at him for a moment, then said, What's this? He asked. What do you mean? She tilts her head. I didn't say I didn't want to, so why did you stop there? He gets surprised for a moment. Then she gets close to him and said, I'm sorry for saying what I said. I just want you to know I didn't mean it, he said. I know. Then he kissed her again. Later at the Duke's manor, Teresa said, Bridget, didn't I tell you not to wander around the palace by yourself? The palace is too big for you to go around on your own right now. Make sure you stay with your nanny. You're lucky Eurenica found you. You would have cried if you hid in a place where no one could find you, wouldn't you? Bridget pouted. Bree doesn't cry. Teresa kissed her and asked. How did you end up at the secondary palace anyway? She replied. Bree knows where it is now. It's the place with the swing, Teresa asked. The swing? She said. It's where Auntie lives. And where the pretty man is? Teresa tilts her head. Pretty man. She tried to recall. Is there a knight worthy of that title at the West Palace? I see. Right now. The only man nearby is Sergei, she asked her. Was someone with Eurenica? She fidgeted. It's a secret. Bree can't say anything because of the shush. I gave him a kiss too. I want to go again tomorrow. And the day after that. He sparkled like Laurie. She was feeling sleepy. Teresa patted her thinking. A secret? Something must be going on. Also, isn't Laurie Eurenica's wolf pup? He sparkles like Laurie. There was something off about my last visit too. I'd better visit the West Palace again soon. Suddenly someone called her from behind. Duchess Levon. Teresa turned to her. Oh, you're here, Miss Rissat. You're early today. The lady bowed, then Teresa continued. The Duke is likely in the study. If you wait a moment in the sitting room, he'll come down. Would you like a cup of tea? She uncovers her head but still had a mask on her eyes. She was Soleil. Thank you. Looking at her, Teresa thinks in her mind. The mage that my husband personally scouted and brought back from the border. I heard she was much more powerful than the mages hired to protect the border. I wonder if all mages have such a cold and chilly air about them. 2 years ago, after coming back from Belcourt, the Duke proposed to the king. Livigny must revolutionize as well, Your Highness. We must study magic and actively train mages. We'll fall behind if we don't. The king of Livigny refused. I'd rather remain a small country. I refuse to kill my daughter with my own hands. They turned to Eurenica for opinion. She said, I'm fine as long as they aren't in the palace. Maybe if it were 2 years ago, there'd be more cause to worry, but I can at least take care of myself now. They'll help with the government administration too. And so, about 6 months ago, Livigny also began to actively hire and train mages. However, since the mages can't enter the palace, the Duchy of Levon has been managing them. Teresa thinks, I should be used to them by now, but since they could potentially harm my sister, I can't seem to warm up to them. She asked Soleil, how have things been? Are you doing well? She replied. Yes, except for the part where it doesn't seem like there's any magic in this land. Teresa said, my husband has been keeping me updated about everything. I'm thankful for all your hard work, Soleil replied. There's no need to thank me, Teresa asked confused. Pardon? Soleil continued. Your daughter seemed quite lovely, they asked. Did you see her earlier? She's curious and quite playful, so I'm a bit worried as her mother. All I want for her is to grow up well, Soleil replied. I see. Then she looked up to Teresa. Then a maid came and whispered to Teresa, Your Grace, the Duke is coming down. Then she stands up and said to Soleil, it seems my husband is coming down now. I'll leave you two to talk, Miss Rissat, Soleil replied. Yes, thank you, Your Grace. Then Teresa left with the maid. The next day Bridget came to West Palace. She was playing with Eurydion. Looking at them, Eurenica thinks, I can't keep him hidden here like this. We're bound to get caught eventually, Bridget said. Pretty uncle, Eurydion replied. I think you like me too much. She asked him, Why are you the same color as Laurie? He replied, I don't know. It'd be faster if you asked your aunt instead. Looking at them, Eurenica thinks, Bridget has been coming here for 3 days straight. If she accidentally tells Teresa, just thinking about it makes me shudder. I need to stop imagining it. Then she heard Bridget saying, Bree is sleepy. I want you to hold me. Eurydion hugged her awkwardly, and she fell asleep. As she fell asleep, Eurydion quickly turned to Eurenica. She chuckled. He asked, Do children normally sleep this much? Eurenica replied, It is past her nap time, but our little princess here must be exhausted from making the long trip here every day. Then she picks Bridget from him and said, Also, Your Majesty, that's not how you hold a child. He gets intrigued, so she continued, I didn't know there was something you were bad at, he argued. You can't be good at everything the first time, she said, looking at him suspiciously. That's true. While patting Bridget, she said, I'd better send her back now. Someone might discover you if she stays here any longer. Then she went outside the room and gave Bridget to a nanny. She instructed, "Take her back to the main palace, Mary." The maid complied. "Yes, your highness." After that she turned to Eurydion. He was looking disappointed. She said, "Are you sure it's not you who likes her a lot?" Then Eurydion hugged her from behind. She sighed and said, "If she keeps going back and forth like this, my sister will eventually figure it out." Then she extends her hand to the doorknob, but Eurydion stopped her by clasping her hand. He said, "I know," he teased. "So how long do you plan on hiding me?" She replied, "If it were up to me, I'd keep you hidden forever, so only I get to see you." He laughed. "I wouldn't mind that either," she said. "I was just joking." Then he puts his head on her shoulder and fell in thoughts. Then he said, "I thought about it, Yenny." She asked. "About what?" he replied. "I don't want to put you in danger or burden you in any way, but I've thought about what I should do if that's not what you want. I think I was going about this the wrong way. Instead of telling you that I was going to keep you safe in every way, I should have told you the opposite." She asked. "How?" He thinks for a moment, then continued. "I would tell you that I'd shoulder half of the danger you're facing." Her heart started racing as she heard that. He continued, "If you don't want me to try and shoulder everything on my own, at least let me take half." He reached for her hand saying, "Truthfully, I still don't like actually saying it like this. I hope you can see how big of a decision it was for me to do so." She was almost teary but held herself back. He huffed, "And this is a different topic, but I'd like to get an answer to my marriage proposal." She felt happy thinking, I suspected this was something he wasn't going to let up on. Tears of joy came to her eyes. She turned towards him and hugged him. Later she was talking with Laurie sitting under a tree. She said, "I was thinking about it, and maybe. I just always thought I had to handle everything on my own. I'm not saying that I want to die. It's just Soleil was scary enough, but even she doesn't hold a candle to hide in. However, it's not just me who is in danger. Since I'm the one who changed the novel, maybe I thought I had to be the one to suffer the consequences. To be honest, I still don't think I'm wrong for thinking that, but I was glad when he told me he wanted to share my burden with me." She asked, "Can you tell me I'm being selfish?" "Hurry. I'm wavering badly right now." Laurie tapped her shoulder and began, "Child, I keep on saying this, but you don't have to wear yourself out or force yourself to play a part." She asked. "Play a part?" he said. "It's all right if you lean on that boy a little more." Then he looked towards the window from where they can see Eurydion standing there. Laurie said, "From what I can see, that child would rather face whatever danger together with you than watch you suffer and die." Then Eurynica recalled her conversation with Eurydion from a while ago, where Eurydion asked her, "Why did you remain by my side 2 years ago? You already knew that Soleil Elodia was the black magician. If you had told me and asked me to let you go, I would have done that," she answered. "Well, I knew how dangerous it was. I couldn't just turn a blind eye and leave," he said. "It's the same for me. I don't want you to shoulder the burden alone. If you feel the same way about me, let's shoulder it together. Let's stay together." Back to present, Laurie said, "Why do you keep on thinking that you have to take care of things on your own? Do you think that if you're alone, things will be alright no matter what happens? You should stop trying to be a martyr. It's exhausting, little crumb. What you're doing to him is cruel. Also, do you really think Hydeth will let things slide if you just stay here and worry all day long?" She snapped. What? Those aren't words of comfort or advice. Was I just cursed?" Laurie said. "Instead of getting dragged away and killed by yourself, don't you think it'd be better to die with someone?" she asked. "This is a curse, isn't it?" Then she calmed down a little and said, "You're not wrong though," Laurie said, "right? After all, I am wise." She said, "Fine. Let's just say you were right this time." Then she stands up and started walking. She recalled, "Perhaps my feelings were already heading in that direction at that moment. I should be honest. I don't want to be alone. I want to be with him," she mumbled while walking. "Yes. Let's go back." That's what I was looking for the opportunity to say. Later Teresa visited the West Palace. She greeted, "It's been a while, Mary. Where is Eurynica?" "I came because I thought I might have a spot of tea with her," the maid stammered as to caught off guard. "Tea, Princess Teresa." Meanwhile Bridget excitedly ran calling, "I'm tea!" Eurynica and Eurydion were hiding. She saw Teresa from the window, and the maid quickly suggested to them to hide in the closet. Eurynica freaked out thinking, "Oh no, Bridget is here too. She must have told my sister about Eurydion. We caught them heading here through the window and barely had enough time to hide." Eurydion chuckled looking at her flustered. she whispered to him. Don't laugh. Then they heard Mary telling Teresa. The princess just stepped out for a walk, Teresa asked. Really? When? The maid replied. She left about half an hour ago. Then Bridget exclaimed. Bree knows where Auntie goes a lot. The maid flinched. Bridget? Huh. She's not here today, Bridget said. We were supposed to play on the swings today. As they heard that, Eurenica asked Eurydion. Did you promise to push her on the swing? He leaned towards her. She gasped, thinking, he's too close. Her heels struck the door. The maid flinched after hearing that. Teresa also turned to the voice. She said, Huh! Did you hear that? The maid panicked a little. I didn't hear anything, Your Highness. Eurenica's heart raced, thinking, I absolutely cannot get caught by Teresa in this state. Teresa asked the maid. How has Eurenica been nowadays? I haven't been able to check up on her lately, the maid replied. As always, she's healthy and cheery. There's no need to worry, Princess Teresa. Bridget was in the room looking for Eurenica. She peeked from the corner and went near the door. Teresa asked the maid, Well, is she seeing anybody? Has anybody been visiting the palace? Tell me the truth, Mary. What has Eurenica been doing here lately? Meanwhile, in the closet, Eurydion leaned in to kiss Eurenica but stopped very close. While Teresa was saying, It's a bit strange that Bridget keeps on coming here. Eurenica felt angry a little because Eurydion stopped in the middle. She wondered, he normally kisses me more deeply than that. Is he trying to frustrate me? Again, Eurydion gets close to her and whispered, We're about to get caught. It seems, you will no longer be able to keep me confined here. As she was saying, Please ack, he bites on her ear. She pushed his away a little and said, That's mean. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He replied. I didn't do it on purpose per se, she argued. Then why did you do that? He said. You want me to not do anything while you and I are in a tight and enclosed space? Don't you think that's mean? She said inwardly. He's so shameless. Then he bumped his head into hers and said, Give me this at least. At first Eurenica's mind went blank, then after a moment she thinks, But my sister and Bridget are out there. Hiding in the closet like this makes me feel extremely guilty and depraved. Then he lifts her chin up and both of them looked at each other passionately. Then she pulled him close and they were about to kiss. But Eurydion retracted and said, We shouldn't be doing this, she gasped. What? He tilts his head. Your sister suspects that you've snuck a man in from the outside. On the outside, Mary and Teresa were talking to each other. Bridget went back to them and called Mama. Teresa said, Bree, can you please wait just a moment? Eurenica glared at him. Did you really just say that to me? He replied. I see no reason why I shouldn't. After all, you're the one who hid me in here. After hearing that, Eurenica huffed and said, Kiss me. If you kiss me, I'll follow you. Let's go back together. That came as a surprise for him. He asked. Really? She replied. Only if you kiss me. Then they kissed. After that, Teresa left with the maid. Eurenica and Eurydion came outside. Then he grabbed her hand and asked with a serious expression, Eurenica, that wasn't just you teasing, was it? I find it odd that you've suddenly had a change of heart. She hugged him and said, I meant it. You can kidnap me and take me away if you wish. I won't resist. You'll let me say goodbye to my family at least, won't you? My beloved Eurydion. He kissed her forehead as he said that. Of course. Then she winked at him. Kidnappings are done best during the day. However, I don't think the timing is right this time. So shall we aim for the wee hours? Later, when Eurenica met her sister, Teresa said, Eurenica? I was just at the secondary palace, and you weren't there. Eurenica quickly hugged her sister. Teresa asked, Huh? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? She replied, Nothing. I just want to do this. You'll understand me, won't you, Teresa? She asked her. What are you saying? Yenny, I don't know what you're doing at the West Palace, but, no, wait, are you? Eurenica doesn't pay mind to her and turned to Bridget. My beautiful niece, would you like to eat dinner with your auntie today? Bridget excitedly said, Yeah. Then she whispered to Eurenica. Auntie, is the pretty uncle not going to come? Eurenica said. Yeah. Bridget felt saddened as she heard that. Eurenica thinks it's only been 4 days, but she seems to have grown quite attached. She whispered to her, You'll be able to see him again after you've grown up just a bit more. Then she picks Bridget up. Teresa asked, Eurenica, just what are you thinking? You're not planning on doing something strange, are you? She replied. Something strange? Of course not, Teresa said. Then? Surely, you aren't thinking about running away from home. Upon hearing that, she flinched for a moment, then said, Running away from home? Why would I do that? I'm not some moody teenager, Teresa said. I trust you, Eurenica, she stammered. What? You love me? I love you too, sister. Then Laurie chimed in, shaking his head. You have no shame, child. Then Eurenica said, for some reason, this place feels a bit cold. The sun's shining brightly outside, though. Teresa repeated suspiciously, looking at Eurenica. It's cold? Her eyes narrowed. Eurenica freaked out inside. I've flipped the worry about my health switch, she quickly said. No, I meant that it's hot. Wow, I'm sweating, then Teresa said. Can you wait with Bridget then? I just remembered I have to stop by somewhere, she replied. All right. I'll see you later. Eurenica shivers, thinking, I already felt a bit cold over there, but it's freezing out here. Have I caught a summer cold? It didn't take long for her to find out why the Levon residents felt chilly. When they went for dinner, Teresa said, Are you all right, Eurenica? I'm sorry. If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have invited Miss Rissad to dinner. Eurenica's heart sank as she saw Soleil sitting at the dining table with the Duke and Sergei. Then Eurenica said, Am I dreaming? She felt an ominous feeling from Soleil and thinks, I thought today felt oddly cold. Why didn't I realize it immediately? Then she turned to Teresa. You're right. I don't think I'll be able to join you for dinner. She puts down Bridget and said, However, I do want to talk to you since it's been a while, so I'll wait for you upstairs. Teresa asked. But what about dinner, Yenny? She replied. It's all right. I don't feel like eating right now. Then she looked towards Soleil and said, I'll wait for you upstairs. She returned to her room, and as she closed the door she plopped to the ground. This is insane. How can this be happening? Laurie also came through the door and said, What timing? She grabs him and asked, What did you say to me again yesterday? Didn't you ask me how long I was going to wait for someone who might never come? Laurie apologized. Why yeah. I'm sorry. I misjudged. I should have believed you when you said you felt uneasy. Then she released him and said to herself, this is terrible. Why now? Why today, after I finally promised to return to Belcourt? Why did it have to be the same day I promised to meet Eurydion in the morning? She resolved, thereafter Loris' divine power, so I can't have him running about. She said to Laurie, right now, I need him to stay hidden. Then Laurie vanished and went inside her earring. Suddenly ominous feeling encroached her. She trembles and said, I'm all alone. Then she slaps herself saying, no, I have to snap out of it. Snap out of it. Snap out of it. He's just dematerialized. I can always call for him again. I can hear his voice too. She stands up thinking, first, I need to figure out what's going on. I need to focus my senses like I practiced, and read the magic flow in the air. There's a strong concentration of magic. It's filled the room below like a dense fog. Meanwhile, Bridget was sensing her family getting swept by dark magic. She called, Mama, Papa. She gasped as Soleil came close to her, Dark Lady. Eurenica got a reaction from her dark magic and her finger throbs. She thinks in her mind, just maintaining my resistance is hard for me. It's a threat. With the amount of magic swirling below, everyone downstairs will be killed if I run away right now. Good thing I'm filled with divine power. It could have been even worse. I'm glad. I got to at least kiss him before all this. Yes, that's right. She mumbled, brave children don't cry. Brave children. Tears came to her eyes. She said, I really wanted to go back. She remembered Euridion's words. Eurenica, that wasn't just you teasing, was it? I find it odd that you've suddenly had a change of heart. She trembled, saying, if I had known this was going to happen, I would have sent him away sooner, even if it would have hurt me more. If I knew this was going to happen. Her heart sank and tears were falling from her face. She fell in despair. What do? I have to find a way to tell him. If I get kidnapped like this, I don't know what will happen next. Then she shakes her head, realizing, no, I need to think. I decided I wasn't going to think I'm alone anymore. We said we would share the burden. Then she clenches her jaws and she thinks in her mind, should I send Loris away? But then, I'd really have no one to rely on. There's no one to tell, so I have to leave a note. I need paper, or at the very least ink. She looked around to find something. If I could get a message to someone, who would I send it to? Someone who knows Eurydion is in Livigny. I need to hurry. I have to do something. Tell someone quickly. Suddenly the window opened and Soleil appeared holding Bridget. She said, it's been a while, my lovely princess. Eurenica bites her lip and said, there was no need for you to bring my niece. Bridget sniffled, calling her Auntie. Eurenica shouted, let her go. It's me you want, isn't it? Soliae said. I knew my princess was quick on the uptake. Eurenica demanded. Put her down. Right now. Release everyone downstairs, too, Soliae said. I don't believe you're in a position to be making threats, Eurenica said. Even though you'll never be able to reach Udetta again. If you make me upset and I decide I no longer want to live? Soliae smirked. I suppose you're right. You're more vicious than you look, she replied. I'll take that as a compliment. Bridget, come to me. Then Soliae releases Bridget. As she was falling, Eurenica caught her using her divine power. Bridget cried as she went to Eurenica calling. Auntie, Auntie, Eurenica said. You're all right. Who's a good girl? Let's dry those tears. Bridget sniffled. And Mama, and Papa, they're frozen. Then Soliae shouted, Ugh, she's so noisy. I let go of the child. So it's time for you to come to me, princess. As her bones crackled, she added, Do you have any idea how long it's taken me to get used to this body? I've waited long enough. Upon hearing that, Eurenica said, That's what I want to say to you. If you were going to come, you should have come sooner. However this ends, it would have been nice to just get it over with, don't you think? Soliae looked at her and thinks, So lovely. She'll be the one to get me to Udetta, my sacrifice. Then Eurenica leaves Bridget inside the room and said, Bridget, brave girls don't cry, right? She sniffled, trying to stop herself. All right. Eurenica calmed her down using divinity and whispered, Go downstairs and find Sergei. Only tell Uncle Sir what you saw. Do you understand? Bridget repeated. Uncle S. Sir, Eurenica said. He's the only one who knows that he is here. Now go. Hurry. Then she gently pushes her to go. Then Eurenica went to Soliae and they vanished. Bridget mumbled, Uncle Sir. Then she falters and started walking. Meanwhile, Eurydion went back to inn. The Count said, Your Majesty, you've returned. It's great here. Livivny's air is so fresh and clean. There's a lot of good food to eat too. I'd like to return here for a vacation with my wife. It's a small but lovely kingdom. After hearing that, Eurydion repeated, A vacation, huh? Then the Count asked, Did you have a good time as well, Your Majesty? He replied, Of course I did. I hadn't seen her in 2 years. The Count asked excitedly. Ooh, so has a wedding date been set? Shall I start the preparations once we return? Eurydion replied. I would like nothing more. He thinks in his mind. Once we're married, nobody would be foolish enough to send love letters then, right? How many more suitors have joined the ranks over the past 2 years? Then he asked the Count. Where's the message? The Count showed them. Right here, Your Majesty. The purification job is finally complete on the Kalkita side as well. High Priest Shamart is personally rechecking the area, Eurydion asked. Was anything notable discovered? The Count said. It seems the black magicians really were in that cave. They discovered evidence throughout the cave that the black magicians were murdered there. The letter states as, The initial purification work is complete, but magic could have been used to hide other areas. So, I am in the process of having the other mages search the area. I'll send a follow-up report soon, Eurydion thinks. It took 2 years and a month to purify Belcourt. It felt like it would never be done. Then the Count asked, But where is the princess? Eurydion rolled the letter back and said, She'll be here in the wee hours. She wanted some time to say goodbye, the Count replied. I see. That makes sense. Her Highness won't be able to come back for a while. Then he realized and asked, startled, Wait a minute. In the wee hours? But why? It's not like she's being kidnapped. Eurydion confirmed. She is being kidnapped, the Count gasped. What? I had assumed Your Majesty would have gotten approval and you'd be escorting her away formally. He shrugged it off. Let's just say it's an elopement of love, he added. What does it matter as long as she's fine with it? This is an approved kidnapping, the Count said. There is no such thing as an approved kidnapping, he retracted, seeing Eurydian's face, and said. I mean, of course. There is. Yes, an approved kidnapping. Of course. Yes, it makes perfect sense, he asked. HM. Then, do we just wait until Her Highness arrives? Eurydion said. Yes. Have everything ready so we can depart for Vereshad immediately. Suddenly his necklace fell to the ground. Looking at it, he thinks, the cross that led me straight to Eurenica and Livivny, the necklace chain broke. This has never happened over the last 2 years. But why all of a sudden? As he was busy thinking, the Count continued, but Eurydion completely ignored him. He decided, I don't think I can wait until the early hours of the morning. It was a fleeting thought. He didn't realize that it would turn out true. That he didn't need to wait. After some time, Sergei came there calling. Emperor Belcourt, They get shocked to see him. Meanwhile, Urenica opened her eyes in a cave. Her head was throbbing. Damn it. This is the worst. This damn magic side effect. She eased her pain with divinity. She thinks, I still have plenty left of the divine power I had absorbed, so I guess it's not as bad as it could be. She recalled Celia's words, I knew you were smart. I like that you didn't resist. They teleported right after that. She thinks in her mind, I fainted after teleporting when I got kidnapped 2 years ago too. It's like it's happening all over again. Maybe it's a little better this time since now I can heal myself. Then as the cave was dark she wondered, how much time has passed? Where am I? She observed, the air feels musty. My body feels heavy, like it's being pushed down by someone. Heavy. It feels heavy, like someone's pulling down on my feet. She realized, Belcourt. I must be in Belcourt. Then she stood up and started exploring the cave. She lit up a little ball of light with divinity and thinks, I shouldn't use too much of my divine power, only a little. I'll slowly increase the light. She wondered, I'm in a cave? She observed, the cave is blocked behind me, so there's only one path. Should I start moving, even though I don't know where the path will lead me? Or should I just stay put? She huffed, who would I wait for anyway? I don't plan on doing what Hydeth wants. I couldn't put up a fight because there were hostages. I should start by figuring out where I am. Looking ahead the dark cave she freaked out. I'm scared. I may have decided to move forward, but that doesn't mean I'm not scared. Then she calmed down a little. I know this is going to use up my divine power, but, she called out, Laurie? I think this is as far as my courage goes. He manifested in front of her and said, I'm proud of you for getting this far. Then he looked at her and said, Child, how did you get so big? She replied, Laurie, it's you who has gotten smaller. Then she extends her hand for him to get on. He said, I lost all my dignity the moment I met you, Urenica said. Your dignity is the least of your worries. Your summoner is about to die. Then she glanced around and asked, How much time has passed? Laurie replied, It's only been a few minutes since we fell here. You woke up faster than I expected. Upon hearing that she sighed. Thank goodness for that. Then called out, Adria. Laurie quickly said, Hey, that's not a name to be littered so casually. I am still heartbroken over my first child, she replied. I just wanted to try and see if it would work, but I guess not, Laurie grumbled. Of course not. Since this isn't even the right place to be doing that, Urenica thinks in her mind. That's true. I probably won't get that lucky again. The requirements to summon an absolute being, the divine power of the summoner, a fitting location, a medium. I can't even meet 2 of the 3 requirements. She said, I wonder if Bree was able to pass my message along. Laurie said, I'm sure she did. She's a smart girl. Urenica said, she is, isn't she? Then by now, while remembering Eurydion, she thinks, he must be stunned at the news. I hope he doesn't blame himself. Then Laurie said, Don't cry, child, she replied. I'm not crying. Then she placed her hand on the cave's side and observed, I heard that the southern region should be completely purified by now. So why is this magic so heavy? I know Eurydion would have been thorough, since this is for my safety. We must either be deep in the mountains or somewhere hidden underground. Then she said, It feels like we're in an underground cave, doesn't it? Laurie replied. Yes, but at least the path is leading up. Besides, it's better to go up rather than down, isn't it? She replied. For sure, Laurie added. Also, it's faint, but I can feel divine power, she asked. You can feel it? He replied. Yes, it's a bit above us, far away. Now let's see, whose divine power could it be? Cher? Ridier? Or maybe Arya? She glanced around and said It's faint. Urenica realized, he's referring to the secret baptismal names of other people. She said, if Diego is still up top, that would mean we're in the southern region of Belcourt. Laurie replied. Yes, most likely, she said. I wonder how long it'll take Eurydion to get here. Laurie said. I don't think it will take him long. Why don't we go up a little farther? She mumbled, I hope we don't come across anyone. Suddenly she reached at a corner, where she stumbled from the dark magic. She sensed it and shivers. Laurie asked, What is it? Is something there? She hid at the corner, and heard 2 people talking to each other. They were Celia's dark magician working on a magic circle. One said, It would have been better if we were below Remodira, the other replied. We can't. The test specimens wouldn't survive there, the first said. We're the ones who are going to die if we stay here, other replied. Who cares about the test specimens? If the last base gets purified, we're done for, first argued. We went through so much trouble getting those dolls, She won't be happy if she finds out. She's no longer the master we once knew. Other replied, in the end, it's one or the other. Either we die at the hands of Soliae, or His Majesty's divine power will kill us. He asked, how is the experiment coming along anyway? The first replied, halfway there. Its effects are slow since the ground has been purified once. The other asked, but what about the woman that Lady Soliae brought with her? Eurenica gasped as she heard her name in their conversation. First replied, I don't know. It seems Lady Soliae wants to handle her herself since she told us not to touch her. Other said, I think this is good. Eurenica saw a barrier, she thinks. The magic seems to be binding at a specific location. One of them added, I don't know about the Emperor's divine power, but I think we have a chance against the High Priest. All we really need is a few seconds anyway. Eurenica gasped, thinking, don't tell me. The magic I sensed was because they were creating a barrier. One said I should test its strength. After hearing that, Eurenica said in her mind, no, wait, this means they activated the magic. Then Eurenica heard slamming sounds. Then one of them said, we're good, let's go. After they left, Eurenica peeked, and then came forward. She saw the barrier in front of her and realized, I'm trapped. Few moments ago, when Soliae returned with Eurenica to the cave, Hydeth, who was possessing Celia's body, tried to approach Eurenica's body, but Soliae resisted. Hydeth said, stay still, Soliae. You can't seem to stay still. You're useful because you're strong, but sometimes, too much of something isn't so great either, he thinks. Soon, I'll be free of this heavy and cumbersome human body. Now that I finally have in my possession a new body, one that will lead me to Udetta. If only Celia's body hadn't resisted me, I would have been able to switch to the new one immediately. Soliae was resisting him, so her body was constantly trembling. Haida said, calm yourself. You'll have your body back soon enough. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Soliae trembled and said, not here. You can't do it here. This is the one place that can't be discovered. Hydeth asked, what does that have to do with me? He took control of her body and said, Soliae, we made a deal. Your pathetic followers aren't what's important. In just a few minutes, I can return to the place I've been yearning to return to for thousands of years. Imbecile. Understand that this takes precedence. Suddenly Soliae stopped resisting, noticing that Hydeth looks at her hand and thinks, looks like she finally settled down. The one thing I've wanted for thousands of years is finally about to happen. Shall I set forth then? Then he leaves. Later Eurenica was standing in front of the barrier frowning. How do I get past this? I think I can squeeze through the bars, but the real problem is that large magic circle, Laurie suggested. This is nothing. Just burn it. At this time Eurenica only had 50% of her divine power remaining. She said, I can't do it by myself. And on top of that, then she tilts her head and saw two shadowy figures standing on the other side of the barrier guarding it. She tried to call it. Hello? Are you alive? As there was no response, she thinks. I thought he'd be a corpse doll like Raylia, but he isn't reacting at all. Then maybe this side. She tried to reach the magic circle, then the corpse reacted. She flinched seeing its reaction. Laurie said, it reeks of rotting corpse. Eurenica then mumbled, I guess I have no choice. Laurie asked, you're going to face it head on? She replied, I don't think there's any other alternative. Also, if I wait any longer and Hydeth comes back, I'll be dead before I can say a word. Luckily, it seems it isn't me they've been commanded to guard but the magic circle. I don't think I'll have to deal with them. I just need to create an opening and pass through. Normally, only magicians can read magic circles, but nobody knew that if I focused, I could detect where the flow of magic was thin enough to poke through. She observed the magic circle. There should be a point where the shock effect is weaker. She found it and disrupted it enough just to pass through. As she was crossing it, Laurie fell from her grip, but she quickly saved him from the corpses. The corpses only cared about the magic circle, they completely ignored Eurenica. Laurie said, I almost died. Eurenica's heart was racing. She said to herself, it's me who almost died. Then she looked towards the corpses who were at the magic circle and said, they don't seem too bright. Laurie remarked, well, they are corpses. Then she said, anyway, we made it through. I don't have a lot of divine power left, so we better get going. Hold on tight. Then she put Laurie on her shoulder and started running. They reached at another barrier. Laurie said, Crumb? Again? More bars? Seeing it, Eurenica felt anger, but she stopped seeing Soliae standing on the other side of the barrier. Soliae looked at her and said, hello? Eurenica realized. It's Hydeth. She said, Hydeth? He replied, I thought you were smart, but I guess not. If you were to get hurt, I'd be in a bad spot. I'd like my new body to be as intact and unharmed as possible. Urenica flinched and shivers. She asked, your new body? He replied, yes, my new body that will be full of divine power. As he said that, he crossed over from the barrier. Urenica wondered, shocked, what body? Then he came close to her and embraced Urenica. He kissed her forehead and said, my lovely body. Urenica felt pain surging through her bozy. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Haida squeezed her and said, I'm finally going back to Yudeta. Urenica was feeling throbbing pain. Suddenly she heard a heartbeat. She clenches her teeth thinking, I can hear a heartbeat. She realized Celia's body. I thought she died that day. Could she still be alive? She resisted Hydeth, pushing him away, and said, can you hear me? Hydeth replied, I can hear you loud and clear, princess. Then Urenica said, Soliae, you're still alive, aren't you? Why have you let your body be taken? No, wait. But Hydeth interrupted her and asked, where is Loris? Instead, Urenica shouted, your followers are here. You said this place was the last resort. Shouldn't you protect this PLA hup? Hydeth stopped her from talking by placing hand on her mouth. He was looking blanked, as he lost any reason. He said, attack me, princess? Use that wonderful divine power of yours. She realized, Hydeth has completely lost it. She resisted him and said, I'll let go of me right now. If you don't, I'm going to bite my tongue right now and die. He quickly backed away and said, well, I can't let that happen. You have no idea how long I've waited for you. Then he prepared himself to take over Urenica's body and jumped towards her from Celia's body. Urenica stumbled thinking, I'm about to be devoured. But suddenly one of Celia's followers came there and said, oh, Lady Soliae? Hydeth stopped hearing that and quickly backed away. The follower continued, there you are. I was looking all over for you. I've done everything you asked me to. However, I wasn't able to repair the areas that have been destroyed by divine power. Lady Soliae? Hydeth returned to Celia's body and said, how bothersome. Then he turned to the follower. Urenica noticed, is it just me, or does she look like she's moving more slowly? Hydeth began, but suddenly stopped talking and drooped. The follower was also confused as to what had happened to her. He called for her, Lady Soliae? Urenica thinks, what's this? The flow of magic I'm feeling is different. Then Soliae finally spoke, what are you doing, fool? Go left at all forked paths. Don't look back and go straight up. It's up to you to see this through, princess. And, Urenica thinks, is this really Soliae? After a pause, Soliae added, you must go and stop him immediately. Urenica asked him, who do you mean? Soliae shouted, I'm talking about your man. The man you stole from me. The man with the greatest divine power. I don't want to see that burning ceremony happen before my very eyes ever again. So go. Stop him. If you fail, my master can swallow you up for all I care. Stop dawdling and hurry. After hearing that, Urenica started running and said, that will depend entirely on how long you can hold on. Soliae was trembling, resisting Hydeth from controlling her body. She said from behind, don't let your resolve weaken no matter what you see, and keep on running. Do you understand? While running, Urenica remembered, to the left. Whenever there's a forked path, I have to go left. Suddenly Laurie felt divinity and said, oh, I can feel it. I think this is Redier's divine power. Urenica brightened up a little. It is, isn't it? So it's not just me that thought so, Laurie said. It doesn't seem like we're close to the surface though, so we should continue going up, child. You'll feel better just being able to stand on purified ground. While running, she crossed many paths, choosing the left passage. Suddenly, as she entered a left passage, the ground started shaking. Huh, an earthquake? No way. I never thought I'd die by getting crushed in an earthquake. She squeezed her eyes close. As to nothing happened to her, she opened her eyes and saw the path moving. Laurie said, the path is moving. She replied, why yes, it seems like it. She thinks, so this is Celia's magic. A moving path? She said to Laurie, she's on a different level. I thought she was just telling me how to get out, but she actually made a path for me. The rumbling continued as she was moving. After a while it stopped, so she said, is it over? Laurie was about to fade. He said, hurry, Crumb. She nodded and started moving again. Then she reached another forked path. She said, the path seems to be sloping more upwards now. At this rate, we should be able to reach the surface in no time. After a few moments, she reached at a door. She opened the door and think that no one's around. Then she felt a soul smell and said, ugh. What's this smell? She saw corpses hanging with the magic circles on both sides of the hall. Huh. What's all this? She gets shocked and felt dizzy. She remembered Celia's words. Don't let your resolve weaken no matter what you see, and keep on running. Do you understand? She realized this is what she meant. Laurie said, this is what's on the land I blessed? How infuriating. After looking around she thinks, soulless shells swallowed up by black magic. This must be the exhibition hall. She said the mages from earlier said the experiment was halfway done, didn't they? Laurie replied, that's right. She said, so that's why she said I shouldn't let my resolve weaken. After getting through that exhibition hall, she discovered there were several more. She thinks, they're all just empty shells. All of them, she said while walking. Just how many are there? With just 1 or 2 more of these rooms, I feel like there'd be close to several hundreds. After getting to another hall she noticed, the corpses here seem to be in better shape though. She said if they had their eyes open, I'd even believe they were still alive. Suddenly she heard hiccups of someone. Hearing that she called Loris. He replied, say no more? I heard that too. She turned to the voice. It was someone coughing and calling her mother. Mama. Mama. When Eurenica went close to the voice it was a young girl crying while trapped in the magic circle. Eurenica said, ah, damn it. The girl cried seeing her, please. Save. Eurenica remembered Celia's wars. Don't let your resolve weaken no matter what you see, and keep on running. Do you understand? She said, oh, come on. Then she puts down Laurie, and said, I think it'd be best if you went on first, Loris. She asked, you can still sensation share, right? Laurie asked, you want me to go first? She turned to the girl trying to set her free. She said, remember that you have to go left at all forked roads. When there isn't a forked road, run straight ahead. She said in her mind, I have about 30% of my divine power remaining. She instructed Laurie, leave tracks. I'll do my best to hold on so that you aren't reverse summoned to Udetta. That way, either I can follow the tracks up, or someone can follow them down to me, Laurie said. But you hardly have any divine power left, she replied. That's why I'm counting on you to move quickly. Then she turned to the girl trying to cut magic circle. I have to calculate this carefully so that I'll still be alive and breathing even after I destroy this magic circle. It's all about speed now. Who will be faster? Hydeth completely taking over Celia's body? Or Loris getting to the surface? She said to Laurie, I'll follow immediately. Don't forget to leave tracks, alright? Laurie was hesitant, but then he grits his teeth and started running as Eurenica interacted with the magic circle. He shouted, just make sure your earring doesn't break. Meanwhile Eurydion was with the Count and Sergei. He mumbled, Kalkita. The Count gets startled. He said, pardon? But the High Priest wrote that the purification work in Kalkita was complete, and things just needed to be wrapped up now. So it can't be Kalkita. Eurydion thinks in his mind, no, I have a feeling it's going to be Kalkita. I'm sure of it. Would a voice message reach the capital? If I want to get to Kalkita from Livovny in time, I'm going to need a long-distance transportation magic circle. He remembered the head mage and thinks, there's only one person who could conjure a magic circle like that. Is Selvir the only holy knight in the capital right now? Would it be possible to send a voice message to him all the way there? No, even if it's impossible, I have to make it possible. Then he said, bring him here, the Count said. Your Majesty? Could you please repeat? He was talking to the knight using telepathy. I should get some use out of him since I kept him alive. There's no time to waste. Selvir, you must hurry. On the other side the knight went to the head mage Roselle and rolled his monocle on the ground. He said, please step out. Rosella looked at him confused. He repeated, please come out. It's an order from His Majesty. Rosella asked, am I being released? The knight said, a magic circle that allows you to travel long distances. That's something you can create in your sleep, isn't it? Roselle picks up his monocle and thinks, so that's why the Emperor needs me. Has Soliae finally begun to move? He then asked, where are we heading to? The capital of Livovny. As his restraint loosened, the knight puts his sword on Roselle's neck and said, you'd be wise not to try anything foolish, ex-keeper of the magic tower. He replied, I didn't intend to. Then he stands up and said, so, to the capital of Livovny. You must be talking about Livna then, he asked. Where does the magic circle need to lead to? The knight replied, Kalkita. Then he created a magic circle and said to the knight, let's go. Meanwhile Eurenica was coughing and gasping. She miscalculated, due to which she was feeling nauseous. Miscalculated, the girl cried. Wah, mama. Wah, mama, mama. Eurenica turned to the girl. Hey kid. Hey, pull yourself together. The girl stopped. Eurenica said, I can't do any more for you than this. I don't have the strength to take you up to the surface. You have to go on your own now, the girl pleaded. Please don't leave me alone. Don't abandon me. She grabbed Eurenika's arm. Hick, I am so scared. Eurenika thinks in her mind, I can't. Since this child still has black magic within her, it's hard for me to be around her. I also don't want to get slaughtered here either. That's why I can't take responsibility for you, is what I should be telling her as I push her away. But, she asked the girl. What's your name? She replied. And Nia, Eurenika asked. Nia, what a pretty name. Then she used her divinity and set free the girl. She said to her, even staying here would be safer than coming with me. It's that dangerous. As Eurenika stands up, the girl asked. What? Eurenika said, I'll meet you up on the surface. Then Eurenika started walking away. The girl followed her. After a few moments, Eurenika turned to her and yelled, Didn't I tell you it'd be more dangerous if you came with me? The girl replied, The black magicians come by once a day to check up on us. If I stay there, I'll die too, so what's the difference? If I'm going to die either way, I'd rather stay with you. Eurenika agreed, fine. Do what you want, but you can't rely on me. I hardly have the strength to stay standing right now, the girl said. It's alright. I'm the one following you, so you don't have to mind me. Also, since you saved me, if it seems like you're going to die, I'll die for you. Eurenika froze as she heard that. The girl continued, You can even use me as bait if you want, so please don't leave me. Then Eurenika closed her eyes and said in her mind, Loris, how could I leave this little girl behind? Eurenika said to the girl, You shouldn't say things like that so easily. Children say the wildest things. She flicked her forehead and continued, Just try and keep up with me as best as you can. And if things start to go south, turn back and run the other way. All right, the girl replied. Why? I'm fine, Eurenika said. Well, I'm not fine. Then Eurenika focused. There doesn't seem to be an issue sharing vision, but it seems like Loris is still underground. Are we really that far down? Then at another passage she saw his trace and said, Loris went left here. She was tired from all the running and walking. Nia asked her, Are you all right? Would you like me to carry you on my back? I'm stronger than I look. I worked as a maid at the earldom, Eurenika said. I would like nothing more than that myself, but I think that would be the death knell for both of us if you did. She continued walking despite wavering. After a few moments, Eurenika plopped to the ground. I'm so tired. She looked ahead and thinks, I hope this path doesn't lead to another one of those halls like earlier. Then a thought crossed her mind and she asked Nia, Wait, where did you say you worked again? Nia replied, The earldom. I worked at the south villa of House Elodia. Eurenika thinks, Elodia? Celia's house? She asked Nia. So how did you end up here? Nia replied, I knew too much. My mother used to work at the Rizad Manor. Eurenika remembered her sister's words. Rizad. If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have invited Miss Riz to dinner. She thinks in her mind. That wasn't just a fake name? Nia then proceeded to tell her how the entirety of House Rizad was burned for touching black magic. The keeper of the magic tower took in Soliae, who was the sole survivor of her house, and then adopted her into House Elodia. She asked Nia, Soliae, have you ever seen her up close? Nia replied, Yes. When she'd come to the south, she always stayed at the villa, except when she'd go down underground. Eurenika asked, Underground? Where? Here? Nia said, Yes. But this is also my first time coming down here. I heard the miss cared about this place a lot, Eurenika said. I see, she thinks. I guess that makes sense. She pushed me to run to prevent this place from getting purified, Nia added. Miss Soliae was a kind mistress. That came as a shock for Soliae. She turned to Nia and asked, Kind? Who was kind? Nia replied. Miss Soliae. Up until 2 years ago, she was very kind. I don't know what happened after that, but she grew cold. Eurenika's mind raced. 2 years ago, that would have been about the time Hydath took over Celia's body. Nia continued. After that, she started acting really strange, and all the servants of the manor got dragged underground. The mistress normally would have never done something like that. She had always been gracious toward us and her followers. Eurenika thinks in her mind. I suppose I don't actually know much about Soliae. Maybe she's always kind to those she thinks are her people. Maybe she's similar to Eurydian in certain ways. Then Nia added. But that was all so she could use us for her experiments, so yeah? When I think about how she would find corpses to bring here every day, it's difficult to objectively say she is a good person, Eurenika said in her mind. I take back what I said. She's a cold-blooded person. I'm sure of it. Then she remembered Celia's word. I don't want to see that burning ceremony happen before my very eyes ever again. Eurenica thinks. You said that you wanted to drive out divine power from the surface and create a world for the black magicians who had been oppressed. You said that was how you were going to avenge your dead parents. However, if Soliai was kinder than I thought, and her goal was to get revenge, not to cross over into Udetta, maybe my words hit deeply enough for her to wake up and momentarily take back control over her body. Then the shaking stopped. Nia said. It stopped moving. Eurenica stands up and said. Let's go. You can tell me the rest when we reach the surface, Nia replied. All right. There was a bitter smile on both of their faces. Eurenica thinks in her mind. Yes, I should continue smiling. After all, they say that good things come to those who smile. Meanwhile, Eurydion went to Duke Levin's manor from where Eurenica got kidnapped. He found traces of her divinity, Eurenica's divine power. There's no sign of a struggle. There's no hint of her even trying to fight back. Suddenly Bridget came there sniffling. Pretty uncle. Uncle. Wah. Auntie is. Eurydion quickly grabs her and calmed her down with his divinity. She blinked and said. Earlier. Auntie said. Then Eurydion thinks in her mind. I don't even need to hear the rest to know what happened during that time. It probably hasn't gone that far since she was always preparing for the worst case scenario. Alone. Without me. She's alone. His divinity was about to get out of control, but he realized, so her stopped. Bridget gets terrified. Then he stands up and was about to leave. Someone called from behind the curtain. You, who are you? Where is Yenny? It was Teresa. As the curtains flutter and her gaze fell on Eurydion, she gasped. She said, Goodness, you're the Imperial Monarch. Then he patted Bridget and said, You'd best be getting back to your mother now, Bridget. As Eurydion was walking away, he said to himself, Stay calm. Stay calm. I made sure she was fully charged with divine power the last time I saw her, so she'll be alright. I need to think rationally. But still his divine power was erupting. Suddenly the Count called, Your Majesty! It's ready! He looked down from the balcony and saw Rolf's magic circle for transportation. He said, Yes. Then he jumped down. Teresa gets shocked as he jumped down. She quickly rushed to the balcony and looked down, but he already vanished. Meanwhile, Soliai was fighting with Hydeth and herself. Hydeth said, What? What's gotten into you? She trembled, saying, You don't care what happens to this underground base or to my followers, do you? Hydeth replied, Shut up. Why are you doing this now? Her follower was watching as everything unfolds. Soliai argued, You never intended to hold up your end of the bargain, did you, Hydeth? Hydeth took control of her body and slapped her with her own hand. He settled his bones and said, You didn't keep your promise of bringing me the strongest divine power from the surface. At that point, our contract was basically broken. Soliai, you imbecile. If you keep getting in my way like this, I won't be giving you your body back in one piece. I lost that princess because of you. It won't be Loris who kills all the humans here. It'll be me. Celia's follower, who was there, was hiding, listening to everything. After Soliai stopped resisting, Hydeth said, How annoying. I gave her too much power. She's needlessly strong. Now that she's quieted down, I should head off to find my princess. Meanwhile, Eurenica, who was trying to go out, she looked at the path ahead and said, Go straight. I think the ground finally stopped moving. So it seems all we need to do now is go straight. There were 2 side paths going from the cave ahead. She thinks in her mind, It'd be bad if I ran into another living person right now. I really don't have the capacity to take care of anyone else. Then she said, On that note, you're really stubborn, Nia. I told you it'd be dangerous if you came with me. You'd be safer if you stayed with those people, she clearly said. You're going to need me. She remembered her words. If it seems like you're going to die, I'll die for you, she said in her mind. You shouldn't say things like that. She walked down the 3rd path, hoping that keeping a smile on her face would bring her good luck. But at the end of the road, they found more people locked behind bars. Eurenica said, I asked Loris to go to the surface and get help. Just hold on a little longer. Loris won't abandon any of you. As her earring dangles, the captives were intrigued by her. One of them called her Saintess. She gets flustered. Huh! Ah, yes, she said in her mind. I don't have any divine power, but I guess he's not wrong, since I did summon Loris, another said. Then, the silver wolf that streaked by earlier? That must mean you're the envoy of Loris, another exclaimed. Saintess, please save us! Save us from this place! Save our master, and save us from this evil place! Urenica thinks in her mind, why does it feel like I've become the leader of a cult? I said what I said because I felt terrible about leaving these people behind, but they're weighing on my mind. I really have to make sure I survive. If I die before saving these people, I won't be able to rest in peace. She was hesitant, but she continued towards the surface. After walking for a few moments, she heard a voice. Someone was saying, "She disappeared?" She stumbles and thinks, "Are there people close by?" Suddenly Nia tugged her, whispering, "This way," the voice said. Look, she escaped from a magic circle like that? How is that even possible?" Another voice replied, "That's what I'm saying. It was a sturdy magic circle, one that even a bishop would have had trouble breaking through in one go." First voice asked, "Does the woman have powers? She didn't look like it." Urenica realized, they're looking for me. Suddenly her vision gets shared with Laurie and she saw a passage. The ground had collapsed into ruins. What did Loris pass through? Is that light? Is that light from the surface? Laurie almost reached the surface. She thinks, right now I have 10% divine power remaining. Then Nia said, "Miss, you need to go up, don't you?" She replied, "I do. I need to get out of here." She thinks, will I be able to hang on until Loris gets help? There's something wrong with the earring too, Nia said. I remember passing this place when I was dragged here. This side road isn't long. Besides, it's blocked off. It's basically where they keep the test subjects. She suggested, "I think this is the best place to lure them." Urenica asked, "What? What did you just say? Lure them? What do you mean?" She replied, "I told you you need me. There are a lot of mages walking around above the jail where they're keeping people. You can't go up by yourself from here." Urenica tried to stop her. "Wait." But Nia continued while backing away from Urenica. She said, "Please, you have to come back. Besides, there are still a lot of people who haven't been sent down to be used as test subjects yet. So, they won't kill me right away." Urenica shouted, "Nia, don't talk like that," she replied. "I know you don't have time, but the one under the protection of Loris, promise me you'll come back." After saying that, Nia went to lure the followers of Soliae. One of them saw her and said, "Who's there? You're a test subject who's escaped. Well, what are you waiting for? Go after her." After a few moments she heard a crashing sound. Urenica was in a shock. What? How? Then she stood up resolved. I have to keep going. If I don't move now, I won't be able to get out. She staggers, but she continued. Meanwhile, Laurie reached outside. As he shared the vision, she realized Loris made it to the surface. Then she said telepathically, "Find someone, anyone, and then send them down. I've truly reached my limit." Then her connection got cut with Loris. She thinks I only have 5% of my divine power left. She cried, "Ugh. Why? Why didn't I tell him beforehand? It's not like I didn't have time to think about it. If I had just told him a week earlier, no, 4 days earlier, I wouldn't have been backed into a corner like this." She said, "I never want to part from him again." Finally, she saw the same light that she saw in shared vision. She said, "I'm almost there." Suddenly she sensed Hydath's magic. She rushed towards the outside. Damn it. I still have a long way to go up. She prayed while running, "Please come on. I need to detect something other than magic. Something different." Then she sensed the divine power. She feels it above the ground right there. She thinks, it's weaker than Eurydian's, but it feels familiar. She realized, this is Thierry's divine power. She felt relief thinking, does that mean that's where the purified land begins? So that's why the path Loris took was such a mess. How unfortunate. Her heart raced as she thinks, I can feel it, I'm getting closer to the holy ground. No wonder Loris started getting better midway through. She said aloud, I just need to go a little farther. Suddenly Hydath came there and said, Where do you think you're going? I'm not going to lose you this time. He extends a hand to grab Urenica. Then a reaction erupts at her hand. It seems like a barrier protected her from Hydath. Her fingers got burnt. Hydath looked at them and said, Is this holy ground? I was wondering what this was. He started walking throughout the barrier saying, Yes, I remember hearing about areas that were destroyed due to divine power. But this land wasn't purified by Loris. It's merely land purified by humans. Urenica staggers thinking, No, Loris made it out. So I just need to hang on for a little while longer. Just a little while longer. She called for Soliae again and again. There was no response from her. As the dark energy engulfs everything, Urenica saw the holy ground. It's getting overtaken by magic. Hydeth gets close to her and lifts Eurenika's body up using his power. Eurenika asked, "Did you kill her? Did you kill Soliae?" He replied, "Why do you ask? I thought you hated her. Stop stalling for time. I'll be taking that body overflowing with divine power." Princess, Eurenika thinks in her mind, I heard this earlier too, but it seems Hydeth is mistaken. Hydeth activates his power and was ready to take over her body. Meanwhile, Eurydion reached on the surface where Eurenika sensed Thierry's divinity. There he tries to stop Eurydion. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty! There could still be survivors down there, the victims of the black magicians." Upon hearing that, he grits his teeth thinking, even when things have gotten this bad, there he added, it's an unstable area that's been dug deep underground. If it's destroyed, the survivors will be buried alive. The mages are looking for a path that leads underground, so if you could just Eurydion cut him off. "That's too slow. Damn it! Are you telling me not to do anything and just wait?" He thinks, a secret underground area where black magic experiments are being carried out, and Eurenika is in there. What else am I supposed to be thinking about? As long as Eurenika is alright, what does it matter what happens to everything else? He activates his divinity to dug up the ground. As his divinity erupts, the ground started cracking. I shouldn't have sent her away 2 years ago. We should have stayed together, no matter what. I shouldn't have let her take on this challenge alone. I knew, even then, that she wasn't telling me everything. He clenches his fists while thinking. Suddenly he saw Laurie running towards them. He said, "Isn't that Eurenika's pet wolf?" As Laurie reached to them, he quickly picks him up and asked, "Where's Eurenika?" Then he puts him down and said, "Take me to her." Laurie started running back while they followed him. Meanwhile, Hydeth took control of Eurenika's body. Her soul left her body and was standing near. She said, "Damn it. It happened again. I got flung out again." Hydeth was disorienting her bones, trying to use her body. Ow. "Ugh, were you always this weak?" Looking at him, Eurenika thinks, "My bones will break if you keep on moving like that." Hydeth said, "This body, it's full of divine power." Eurenika wonders, what am I supposed to do now? I thought Hydeth wanted to claim a body full of divine power in order to use that power. However, Loris is tied to my soul, so that body is just a shell. Hydeth had it all wrong. My body isn't suitable for magic, so it won't be able to handle him. That means Hydeth will fail, which is actually a good thing. Then she rejected those thoughts. "Wait, there's no way that'd be a good thing," Hydeth then said. "You're finished, Loris, you annoying prick." Eurenika shouted, "It's you, no. It's my body that's finished." Then he raised a hand to use his power. Eurenika was seeing it. She said, "Wait, don't tell me no, this is crazy. You can't. My body hardly has any divine power left. If Hydeth uses magic while inside it." As he uses his power, Eurenika's body started burning. But he continued using magic. Eurenika said, "Stop! You'll die if you keep going." But Hydeth wasn't able to hear her. As he used magic, suddenly the ceiling of the cave cracked. With a loud rumbling, the cave opened from up. Then Laurie jumped from the opening towards her, asking, "Child, are you alright?" Eurenika quickly grabs him and noticed, "I recognize this energy that's getting closer." Again the ground rumbled and divine energy started disrupting Hydeth's magic circle. He groaned. "How dare you, you brat!" He activates another magic circle. Eurenika shouted, "No! You'll really die if you use magic twice in that body." Eurenika's body faltered and she started coughing blood. Hydeth said, "Damn it. What's wrong with this body?" Then Eurydion appeared at the opening of the cave. He called, "Eurenika?" Eurenika gets startled seeing him. Hydeth looked at him and said, "You came." Both of their power engaged with each other. He came down from the opening and asked, "Eurenika, what is that magic?" Eurenika gets worried. Eurydion doesn't know that Hydeth has taken over my body. But Eurydion stopped and looked at Eurenika's body. He asked, "Who are you?" As he gets close, his divinity reached Eurenika's soul. She said, "Burn it." Eurydion quickly turned to the voice. He gets shocked to see her in that form. "Eurenika." Eurenika thinks, that's the man I love. She said, "Burn my body?" "Please," she said inwardly, "even though it's me who's asking you to do it. You won't be able to, will you?" "If you won't do it, I will." He went to her and asked, "What? How did you end up in this state?" "Yenny, are you all?" She said, "Let's talk later." She said in her mind, "I've never summoned the flame of purification, but for some reason, I think I can do it. After reading his divine power, I just need to change the flow a little bit." She activates the flames using Eurydion's divinity, and they engulfed Eurenika's body. Eurydion quickly turned to her body, but Eurynica stopped him. As flames were engulfing Hydath, Eurynica thinks, I can't handle this. This is harder to take than when I'm in my own body. But still, it seems like the body has recovered a little after absorbing the divine power. Eurynica's body was spilling blood from mouth. Hydath said in his mind, damn it, can't anything go smoothly for once? Then he activates a magic circle of transportation. Eurynica shouted, no, wait. Then with a bright flash he disappeared with Eurynica's body. Eurynica snapped, hey, why didn't you leave my body behind before running? Then Eurydion looks at her in surprise. She gasps, then steps back and hides behind a boulder. She said, oh no. Then Laurie said, I'm glad your body didn't perish immediately. It looks like the earring is still intact too. She replied, that's good and all, but she peeked and saw Eurydion standing there still. She again gets behind the boulder. She thinks, I don't know what I'm supposed to say, or where to begin, when he's looking at me like that. Then he called for her. Eurynica! Eurynica! Yenny! He started walking towards her. She quickly asked Laurie, what should I do? How do I explain this situation to him? Laurie said, I suppose you'll just have to tell him everything. She asked, everything? Where would I start? How much should I even tell him? Laurie said, from the beginning to the end. You should have told him everything from the start instead of trying to figure this out on your own, she replied. I've already done a lot of self-reflection on that. She thinks in her mind, even if I could do this all over again, I don't know if I'd be able to tell him everything. But where should I start? Should I start with the bus accident from my previous life? Suddenly Soliai appeared in front of her. She gasped, huh? It's the scary lady, Soliai asked. What happened to you? She replied. What you're seeing is exactly what it is. I'm a ghost, Soliai asked. A ghost? She said. I'm in a bit of a situation. Do I look a lot like other ghosts? My face looks different too, doesn't it? How did you recognize it was me? Soliai tilts her head and said, pull yourself together, princess. Why would you ask me how I recognize you when you have your own face? If that man heard you, he'd probably faint. Eurydion again called for her. Eurynica, Soliai continued, don't forget the promise you made me, princess. This place mustn't be purified, and you must prevent punishment from being doled out immediately. You must block the emperor, she thinks in her mind. That's the least of my worries right now, you pretty but cold lady. Then Eurydion said, why do you do this to me? If you don't want to see me go mad, come out, please. If you don't come to me, I'll go to you. She gets startled and said, don't come any closer. Then she turned to Laurie. What do I look like right now? He replied. You look like you, she said. I'm not kidding. There's no way I could look decent after being killed in a huge accident. Do I look dreadful? Laurie said. Well, you don't have the exact same face. However, it's similar. You're still recognizable. In fact, you look quite like your body. That came as a surprise to her. That can't be true. The face I had before I died doesn't share any particular similarities with Eurynica's, Laurie explained. Since you're tied to the name, and the remnants of your dead soul are fusing with the remaining body, the appearance of your body and soul are likely changing as well. After all, it's your name now, isn't it, Eurynica? He said. Besides, little crumb, it probably wouldn't matter in the slightest to that boy. She thinks, could he be right? Eurydion has only seen my outward appearance. As he walks towards her, his divinity reached her. Soliai quickly backed away. Eurynica panicked. Wait. I want some more time to think. Suddenly Thierry also reached there. He said, Your Majesty, is everything all right? I think we'll need to send the holy knights to the lower levels. I can't sense the princess. He stopped sensing Eurydion's hostility. Your Majesty? Eurydion commanded. Send them down. I want the black magicians to be executed immediately. As for the survivors, upon hearing that, Eurynica stammered. Wait! She looked towards Soliai. She glared and said, You promised, Eurynica said in her mind. I know! I got it! If her followers die, she might just grab me and kill us both, Thierry said to Eurydion. I thought I heard something. Is that the princess? Your Majesty, have you already found? No, more importantly, whose voice was that? Eurynica stands up and thinks, my body feels like it's falling apart. I can't seem to hold steady. Then Eurydion said, Don't get any crueler than this, Eurynica. Fine, I won't ask any questions. Can you at least let me see you and hear your voice? That's all I want. Eurynica gets saddened. How can he say that, even in a situation like this? She then said, Promise me you won't get startled. No matter what you see. If you can't promise me, I won't come out, Eurydion replied. All right. I promise. She was hesitant but still came out. She again said, You promise me you won't get startled. As he looked at her confused, she plopped down thinking, I want to hide again. I feel like I've wronged him. I suppose I have, since I didn't tell him beforehand. He mumbled, It seems you're the one who should be making that promise, not me. He then asked, Can I come closer? She nods, so he stepped forward. He gets close to her and tries to touch her but couldn't. She said, You can't. I'm sure you saw earlier, but I'm not in a state where I can touch or be touched. I don't have a body. This happens sometimes. My body and soul get separated. Truthfully, this hasn't happened in 2 years, but Eurydion called her Eurenica, but she keep on rambling. When I'm in this state, I can't feel anything. No matter what I touch, I can't feel anything. So how this happened is, Eurydion interrupted her. Yenny, look at me. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. I can see that you're not in good condition right now. Tears started falling from her face. He continued, I thought I'd feel better once I saw your face. But just how bad is it right now? She replied. It's very bad. Laurie was in her hand. He became so tiny, almost faded. Eurenica thinks, no. I need to snap out of it. I didn't come this far just to blabber about nonsense. Especially since I don't know where my body is, or if it might be dying. She then said, There's something I need to tell, he asked. Where is your body? I saw you earlier, but it wasn't you. She tried to interrupt. Wait, but Eurydion continued. The thing that took your body used magic. You're vulnerable to dark magic. So that's why you came out of your body? She thinks he's so smart. He doesn't know anything, but he figured it out. He thinks for a moment, then asked, Does it have to be that body? Eurenica's mind went blank. What? Laurie said. It can't just be any body. There has to be an affinity between body and soul. For a soul like you, one that hasn't been accepted by the land, it'll be that much harder to find a suitable body. Then she said, Your Majesty, I'd like you to hear me out first. There are a lot of things I haven't said to you. You probably have an idea, but will you still hear me out? He said. I'm listening, she began. It started with, an unexpected tragic death, he remarked. Can you stop talking about death? She continued. What I'm trying to say is, and then she told him everything, starting with the day she fell into this world, to the day she figured out that she was in the world of the web novel she's been reading, to how she tried to prevent her sister Teresa from being kidnapped because she knew what was going to happen in the future, and ended up being kidnapped in her stead, to why she tried so hard to prevent Eurydion from getting married, and the backlash that resulted from the changes she caused. She told him what had really happened 2 years ago, up until the present day. It took less than 10 minutes to tell him the secret she had tried so hard to keep hidden. That's everything, she said. He asked. I see. Is there anything else I don't know about you? She blinked. No, that was really everything. You don't seem surprised though, he replied. You told me not to get startled. She gets confused. But you're way too calm. Was this story only heavy for me to take in? No, wait, she asked. You don't believe me, do you? He calmly replied. Of course I do. I'd believe anything you tell me. You're the one saying it, so of course I believe you. As for why I'm not startled, I guess you could say there's nothing more startling to me than your current state. I don't think there's anything in the world that can startle me more than this. She felt guilt upon hearing that, so she said, I'm sorry, he asked. For what? She replied. For not telling you beforehand, he said. You haven't done anything wrong. Why should you apologize? She said. If I had just confessed everything from the very beginning, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. But, even if I had the chance to do everything over again, I still don't think I would have been able to tell you. So I feel sorry and bad about that too. He stopped her. Enough. I don't think you're in good condition. She felt dizzy. I feel weird. I shouldn't be able to feel anything in my soul state. So why do I feel dizzy? I still have so much that I want to say. Her vision was getting blurry, she said. Below. Nia is underground. Below, there are people who haven't become dolls yet. Nia is the one who helped. Also, I need to tell you about the black magicians. Solii, he again stopped her. Yenny, stop talking now. She thinks, normally, I would have immediately recovered just by being near him. Eurydion looked at her sadly and said, I can't even embrace you. This is devastating. This is what I hate the most, she wailed. Wah, me too, then she said. I shouldn't just be sitting here like this, but Laurie suggested. No, you need to take time to recover, child. If you lose consciousness, you won't even turn into a dead soul. You'll just cease to exist. When the body dies, the soul remains. But do you think the body will last if the soul dies? She thinks in her mind. So he's saying I need to hold on again? For how long? Until when? She was dizzy, so Laurie said, Child, focus. Eurydion gets shocked to see Laurie in her hand. He said, How come that wolf can? I can't even touch you. Laurie smirked. It's all because I'm ridiculously adorable. Eurenica giggled. I really must be out of it because his words sound convincing to me right now. She said to Eurydion, He's a bit fussy, but he listens well and he's smart. Would you like to see? She puts her other hand besides and said, Laurie, hand, but he didn't comply. She felt gloomy. Maybe this isn't it either. Then Eurydion said, I feel like I'm going to go mad. Let's get you better first, Eurenica. Eurenica thinks, ugh. Loris is right. If I say another word, I feel like I'm going to just fade out of existence, she said to him. All right. Then Eurenica fell asleep holding Laurie in her arms. Thierry asked, Is the princess all right? As no response came, he hesitated before asking again. Your Majesty, there's something I never told you about, Eurydion said. Tell me, he replied. 2 years ago. I saw something like this before. I'm talking about 2 years ago, on that day. Eurydion gets shocked. What? Why didn't you tell me? Thierry replied. Her Highness begged me not to tell you. Upon hearing that, Eurydion said, I feel like I'm going mad. He thinks in his mind, Eurenica is careful and meticulous over the strangest things. I can see how desperately she tried to hide this from me. It's hard for me to immediately accept everything Eurenica said, but truthfully, I don't care where she came from, or whether this world is fake or real. What's important is this current situation. He tried to remember. Let's say I could accept everything. Lip until, Loris, the depths below Remo Daira. None of the ancient texts cover what's below Remo Daira in detail. It isn't even certain that the master of the underworld exists. His mind raced, and no, wait. Who knows? Maybe this was something known to be true among the black magicians. After all, dark magic has existed in Belcourt ever since the construction of Belcourt's magic tower. More than that, it pains me that Eurenica couldn't tell me, and was enduring this heavy burden all on her own. Thierry tried to get his attention. Sire, but Eurydion was deep in thought. I feel so foolish, thinking that I could ensure her safety simply by purifying the lands of Belcourt. Maybe my instincts had detected that there was a greater evil. Then Soleil came there and interrupted his thought. It's so good to see you again, Your Majesty. He activated his divinity and said, Yes, I've been looking forward to this day. I thought about what I might do to you once you were caught, but your immediate execution is the cleanest way to end this whole affair. He restrained her using chains of divinity. She said, You haven't changed a bit. I wouldn't be doing this to me if I were you, he asked. Why not? She replied. The princess wouldn't like it, he said. Nonsense, she said. Really now? I think you'll find that the Princess of Livigny will have a need for me, he furiously said. You dare utter her name, Soleil Rizad? After hearing that, she bites her lip and shouted. And who are you to utter my family's name? He replied. When I think of how many murders were committed, and how many corpses were thrown away by that pious house, and when I think about what you did to Eurenica, as the master of Belcourt, do you really think I don't have the right to utter your family's name? She shouted. Who was the one who started to oppress my family first? That disgusting immediate execution. What wouldn't we have done to fight back against being burned alive at the stake? He asked. What's the point in blaming me for that? If you want someone to blame your ancestors for senselessly slaughtering imperial royals and civilians. If that doesn't suit you, blame the previous emperors. As his divinity was surging all around, it reached to Eurenica's soul. She said, It hurts. As they turned to her, she asked, What are you two doing? Laurie said, How inconsiderate of those two. What are they doing in front of you? Eurydion quickly rushed to her. Eurenica, are you all right? I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not in a stable state, she mumbled. Is it a habit of yours to always apologize like that? Please stop fighting. Eurydion was surprised. She continued, I'm asking you not to fight. If you're going to fight, don't do it in front of me. Actually, it'd be best if the two of you didn't fight at all. Then she turned to Soleil. We weren't finished talking, were we, Soliae? Eurydion covered her. You two are done talking, Eurenica leaned and said. We aren't. There's something very important we need to discuss, he said. Don't talk to her, Yenny, Soliae said. I don't have anything to say to either of you, sire. Then he turned to Thierry. Great. I feel the same way. Shamart, tie her up. Thierry sighed and complied. Eurenica said to him. Your Majesty, wait, Eurydion said to her. Eurenica, show me your hand again, she said to him. You must not execute her, he observed her and said. You're even more unstable than I thought. Are you in any pain? She replied. I can't feel anything, so I'm fine. I mean, he said, what do you mean you're fine because you can't feel anything? That doesn't sound fine to me at all. Then she sighed and turned to Soliae. Esteemed lady, Eurydion said. It seems you're still quite friendly with her, she said to her. I wasn't able to reach the surface. And it's because you weren't able to hold on, Soliae asked. So, Eurenica said. To be frank, that means you didn't keep your promise. We need to make another deal, Soliae asked. Is that a threat? She sighed. You could say it's a promise or rather, a request for cooperation. And why must you interpret my intentions so harshly? Can't we just find a way to work together? She said. Cooperation, you say. Then she turned to Eurydion and smirked. What did I tell you, Your Majesty? I told you the princess would be needing me, he shouts in response. Silence! Looking at them, Eurenica thinks. Is that what they were talking about? It looks like this conversation is rapidly deteriorating. But I need Soliae right now, what should I do? Then she began. Actually, a threat is the perfect word for my proposal to you. If you keep on picking a fight, you can forget about guarantees for cooperation. I'm just going to ask him to sentence everyone to an immediate execution, Soliae said. I won't allow it. At the same time, Eurydion also said. I don't like it either. Why should I? Hearing their response, she thinks. In an odd way, it's like the two of them are on the same side. Then she said, Can both of you please stop being so defensive? Won't you just listen to me? I need to find my body, she asked Eurydion. Do you have the means to locate Hydeth? We don't have any time to waste, he argued. How am I supposed to trust her? Soliae also argued. That's exactly how I feel. How can I put my trust in him and help you? She felt annoyed but still tried. She beamed. You can both trust me. I'll be your mediator and help you find a common ground, Eurydion quickly said. Yes, of course, I trust you, Soliae said. I believe you too, princess. I doubt you'd lie, since you still need your body back. After hearing that, she felt a little relieved. I'm glad they both like me, even though they dislike each other. Why is this so exhausting? Is this what it feels like to be popular? Then Laurie smirked. No, I don't think that's it. She looked at him with disdain. Settle, Lar, then she said. Soliae, you're contracted with Hydeth, aren't you? Can you trace Hydeth? You see, I can feel the existence of Loris. However, I wasn't able to complete the summon, so it gets harder when we're far apart. I feel like it'd be similar for you too. Aren't I right, Laurie? Laurie replied. Yes, that's right. Hydeth used to live on top of Udetta too. Though Hydeth was kicked out to the underworld, Hydeth is still a ruler of this land. Our summoning methods should be similar, Eurenica said. You can locate where Hydeth is and figure out Hydeth's current status, right? You might even be able to do a reverse summon. Is that true? Upon hearing that, Soliae smiles without responding. Eurenica said. Help me then, Soliae asked. What will you give me if I help you, princess? She glanced at Eurydion and said. I'm sure there's a lot I can give you, probably, he said. I feel like I know what you're going to ask, she said to him. You're quick as usual. Your Majesty, you, don't want me to live like this forever, do you? Unless you're fine with me being a ghost? He looked at her saddened and said. It's not fine, so don't say that, all right? I get what that woman is saying. She'll ask for autonomy or a pardon for the black magicians, she said while remembering the corpse's room. No, autonomy would be too much. They mustn't be given a full pardon either. I'm just asking you to not sentence them to immediate execution, she thinks in her mind. I did drag Soliae into this to deal with Hydeth, but she can't be given too many concessions. After all, dark magic is illegal, then she said. Sparing her from immediate execution is already a huge concession. You know I'm not wrong, right, Soliae? Soliae replied. You're so nice, even as you threaten me. Lovely princess, what makes you think I'll help you on those terms? Eurenica said. I know you'll help me. You're not going to give up your followers. Nia told me that you're a good master to her people, Soleil said. That's just a matter of perspective. You're free to draw your own conclusions. However, I still don't like you describing it as me helping you. I prefer to call it a deal, Eurydion said. I'm not being taken into account at all. He turned to Eurenica. Of course, I didn't mean you per se, Yenny. She looked at him for a moment then said, I'll give you a kiss. He gets confused. Huh, she said. Once I get my body back. So why don't we make a deal? Maybe a kiss isn't enough. I'll grant you one wish then. Whatever that may be, he huffed. You really know how to bend me to your will. It's so obvious that I'm completely besotted by you. It's nothing new. She leaned towards him as to kiss him and said, Well, it's new to me. So then, I believe we've just made a three-way deal. Then he turned to Soleil and said, Can you not tie me to that woman? I find it abominable, she countered. Look who's talking, Eurenica said. I told you two to stop fighting. Later her followers were arrested and were being transported outside the cave. They went to them. Looking at them, Eurenica thinks, It doesn't seem like the arrests happened peacefully. All of them look like they had a rough go of it. Soleil went to her followers and asked, Is everyone still alive? One of them replied. Yes, she said. Then that's enough. Then she turned to Eurenica and glares at her. Eurenica thinks, I know. You don't have to glare at me like that. I already know. Then she said to Eurydion, You promised not to order immediate executions for everyone. You promised me. It was me you made a promise with. He looked at her and said, Yes, I know, she replied. If you don't keep this promise, I'm not going to marry you. Then he said, Eurenica, you're doing this because you know I can't say no to you, aren't you? She smirked thinking, Maybe. Then he turned to Thierry and instructed, Shamart, put everyone else besides Soleil Rizad in chains and send them all to Verishad. The same goes for Rolf, he complied. Yes, your majesty, Eurydion added. I have only refrained from ordering their immediate executions, so if they try to resist, crush them. As long as they're kept alive, I don't care how it's done. I don't need to keep them all in one piece, do I, Yenny? He looked towards Eurenica smiling. She gets his motive. Suddenly she heard a voice crying, Hick! Wah! Eurenica looked at Nia and thinks, That brave child. I'm glad she made it, she said. I would have lost my mind if that little girl died. Who asked her to sacrifice herself for me? She was needlessly selfless and kind. I wish I could smack her on the head for what she did, Laurie said. But you don't have a body, she replied. Yes, I don't have a body. Nia glanced around and asked, the lady, Thierry asked her. What lady, little miss? Nia replied. The lady who is under the protection of Loris, the saintess that has pink hair and blue eyes. Thierry thinks for a moment. Pink hair and blue eyes. Oh, saintess. He quickly turned towards Eurenica. She felt embarrassed. That's right. I lied and said I was a saintess. Nia asked Thierry. Did she send you? Did she make it up to the surface? He replied. Yes, she's fine. Don't worry, Nia asked. Where is she then? Thierry replied. She was a bit dehydrated, so we took her to a nearby temple. I'll tell you how she's doing later, little miss, Nia said. Hick! All right. Listening to that, Eurenica said in her mind. Thierry, didn't you once tell me that a priest who serves a god cannot lie? Then they asked. Are there no more survivors? Thierry told. We're still looking, but about midway in, there's a magic circle blocking us from getting any farther. They realize that they can destroy it, so Thierry has to go himself. Eurydion said to him, Shamart, go down there. He complied. Yes, your majesty, Eurydion added. Once everything has been taken care of, burn everything. Make sure it's all destroyed. Then Eurydion activates his divine power and sent a burst of it inside the cave. Noticing that, Thierry said, It seems you're taking care of it for me, your majesty. You should at least give me time to get down there, Eurydion replied. Why don't you just hurry up then? Eurenica stared at him and thinks, I don't often see this domineering side of Eurydion. Then he asked her, Why are you looking at me like that? She replied, It's just fascinating. He asked, What is? She thinks in her mind. For some reason, it feels like my soul is getting more solid the more divine power he uses. What am I even thinking? My soul getting more solid? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Then she observed, No, it really does seem like my soul is gaining weight. At first it felt like the wind would blow me away, but this feels oddly familiar, like déjà vu. I know I've felt this before somewhere. Then Soleil came there in restraints and said, It's done. Now, let's continue our conversation. Looking at her, Eurenica thinks, I guess all the black magicians have been sent to Very Shad. Now, the first thing I need to do if Soliai agrees to cooperate is, she spoke, to contain an absolute being on the surface. For that, there needs to be a medium. Soliai nodded. So you know how this works. My contract with Hydeth is separate, so a medium is needed for the summoning. That's one of the conditions required in order to break through the barrier of Rimodaira and stand on the surface. Eurenica asked her. Then, what was your medium? She remembered. There are 3 conditions that must be met in order to summon an absolute being. The established location, the summoner's abilities, and the medium, Soliai replied. My magic! That came as a surprise for Eurenica. Soliai added. You asked me if a reverse summon was possible, right, princess? In theory, it's possible. If I put my life on the line, she asked. What do you mean? Soliai explained. Think about it, princess. Your cute Loris is an avatar, and he's amicable toward you, so you can freely summon and send him away. However, I can't do that. I've summoned Hydeth directly, so the weight of our summons is not the same. That means the only way I can do a reverse summon is if I break the summoning contract. But as long as my magic works as a medium between Hydeth and myself, if I want to break the contract, I'll have to sacrifice myself. Isn't that right? Upon hearing that, Eurenica nodded. Soliai continued. If I break the summoning connection, Hydeth will certainly get dragged back down to Rimodaira, since its barrier will activate. I, however, would not survive, Eurydion said. Then just break it. What difference does it make whether you die from the reverse summon or by execution for your crimes? Soliai said. That's rather harsh, he argued. I have no reason to show you mercy. After hearing that, Eurenica said inwardly. Wow, that's cold. I can't believe he just shut her down like that. But, then Eurydion turned to Eurenica. But that means Hydeth will get dragged down to the Linda world with your body. So that wouldn't work, she thinks. My body wouldn't last a second down in the underworld. There has to be a way to send Hydeth back down while also getting my body back, she said. What a headache, then Soliai said. If you can keep your head, princess, there might be a way for you to get your body back, she quickly asked. What do you mean? Soliai said. Hydeth cannot fully control a human body. It took the god 2 years just to get used to my body. Your body would be even harder to handle since you've already been purified once, Eurenica asked her. Then, you were able to come back to yourself momentarily while we were down there because, Soliai filled in. Because of my willpower, Eurenica was dumbfounded. Willpower? But how? Soliai added. I kept trying to take back control. Once I realized Hydeth wasn't going to keep the promise we made. Then your highness pinpointed my weakness. That's why you should go back into your body, even with Hydeth in there, and do what I did, shove the god out. Then you'll have completed the feat of separating your body from Hydeth, Eurydion quickly asked. What are the risks? She shrugged it off. I wouldn't know. However, since her highness was unaffected by my nightmare, I simply thought to mention it. Perhaps she might manage it, Eurenica nodded. All right. We need to first track down traces of Hydeth, and then, suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Huh! Wait, I didn't have to go find my body before, she said. It was just for a moment, but I got my body back that time, she remembered. Yes, I'm sure of it. I had my body back briefly. Then she quickly calls for Laurie, he replied. WH what? She asked. When I first summoned you, at the temple in Very Shad, I really did briefly get my body back, didn't I? He told. Ah, yeah, you did. That's why you tossed me that trinket of a necklace, her mind raced. When I think back to the times I got my body back, they were all when strong divine power was flowing within me. Those were the times my body briefly came back to me. I'm sure of it. The soul returns to the body, then the gap between body and soul narrows, while the strong divine power works like a glue. If I can drag my body here and then push Hydeth out, then what? She quickly turns to Eurydion, and he looked at her confused. Then Laurie added, You know, if I could get summoned for real, I could probably take Hydeth on. Right now, I'm clearly the underdog. Eurenica recalled everything needed. Summon, reverse summon, the medium, the summoning ceremony, Laurie added. Hydeth is in the flesh, and I'm just an avatar. It's not that I'm lacking or anything, Eurydion asked. If Loris can be summoned to the surface in the flesh, could he send Hydeth back to Rimodaira? Laurie said. The earth and sky might shake a bit. That's what happened when we fought previously, Urenica said. It seems they've clashed already. If they really do go at it again, I don't think it'll end quietly. Eurydion asked. They've fought before. Are you talking about the ancient creation myth involving Udetta and Remodaira? That can happen, Loris. The records say the war lasted several thousand days. The lands were destroyed so badly they were hardly recognizable. It wasn't that bad, Laurie protested, fidgeting. Oh, my image, Urenica said in her mind. You really did destroy the lands, Loris. Eurydion sighed and asked Laurie. So you did fight Hydath back then too? He twitched. So that's why the ancient texts don't mention who you fought with. Yeah, Laurie muttered. I completely erased that annoying prick's name from the books. I didn't want people to keep bringing him up. After hearing that, Urenica said, so Loris deliberately removed Hydath's name from history. Eurydion added, that's nothing to be proud of. If that's what you're going to do, maybe it's better if I don't summon you at all. What? Why not? You know you can do it, he barked, hopping closer. There's still some time left until the official summoning ceremony, so you could at least try, Eurydion argued. If you're thinking about repeating that ancient myth again, I won't summon you. It took several hundred years for the lands to recover, Laurie screamed. You mean it only took several hundred years? Eurydion turned to her. Yenny, I think we're going to have to come up with something else, she said in her mind. One side can't even hear the other, yet somehow, they're still able to hold a conversation. Fascinating. When you look at us, we're an odd team, Urenica murmured. But we're actually a perfect fit. We each have our own issues when you separate us, but when we come together, Eurydion suggested. Then let's do this. Immediately after you recover your body, that woman will do a reverse summon for Hydath. And why would I do that? Soliai asked, narrowing her eyes. Eurydion continued. And then, after I summon Loris again, Loris will be the one to seal Remodaira. Urenica looked at him dazed and said, Yes, I think that'll work. Eurydion added, It's not without risk, but right now, this plan is the one with the best chance. He noticed her and asked, Urenica? Why do you have that look on your face? Are you all right? Is something wrong? She replied. No, she said inwardly. He only had pieces of information and yet, she spoke. I was just thinking about how I had picked the right man. That planet's perfect. So, to run through it all again, Urenica took a deep breath. First, refill on divine power. Then we'll go to the Temple of Verishad so I can temporarily reclaim my body. Then, he'll break my earring to sever my contract with Loris. Loris, having returned to Udetta, will be summoned back by Eurydion using the proper summoning method. Then, immediately afterward, Soliai will perform a reverse summon to send Hydath back to Remodaira. And once Hydath's connection to the surface is cut off, Remodaira's gods physically cannot be on the surface level without a contract. That would be taboo. Loris will seal Hydath in Remodaira. This is the perfect plan in theory, but there are a couple of problems, Soliai complained. So you're basically sentencing me to almost certain death, giving up my life in exchange for not getting immediately executed, she muttered. That seems like a bad deal to me. You seem to have a misunderstanding about this, Eurydion responded coldly. Do you think you're being given a choice here? I'm simply giving you an opportunity to pay a teeny bit for the crimes you've committed, if I'm going to end up dying no matter what, Soliai snapped. Why can't I choose my own fate? You're wearing divine handcuffs, he said. So you don't really have a leg to stand on here, Soliai replied. Let's just say it's my final act of desperation. Urenica glanced at both of them as they argued. Turning to Loris, she added, About the resummon. Is it safe to do? If you want a definitive answer from me, Loris replied. I can't say for sure. There won't be an official summoning ceremony, she asked. So what you're saying is, it could be dangerous for the summoner? No, I wouldn't say that, he said calmly. Of all my children, he's the one who's received the most of my power by far. I can't guarantee success, but the chances of succeeding are high. She felt relieved. Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. I want a full pardon, Soliai declared. Eurydion said. You really have lost your mind. And then, completely abolish executions, Soliai continued. Make sure they can never happen again. That's how far you'll need to go if you want me to help the princess. Looking at them, Urenica sighed. She can't even bring herself to admit that she intends to help him. I suppose that's like her. Then she stepped forward and said, Soliai, you know you won't die that easily. Stop exaggerating. Besides, I'm putting my life on the line too. So you're not the only one taking a risk. Also, this isn't just for me, and you know it. You'll still need to break the summoning contract anyway. Hydath won't take kindly to the fact that you helped me, she said in her mind. Soleil knows this better than anyone. I can't slip anything past you, princess, she said with a sigh. Eurenica thinks in her mind. I knew it. She was just bluffing. Then she turned to Eurydion. So the last problem remaining is how long I can hold on. She concluded, if we don't run into any big issues, the plan should take anywhere between a few minutes to 10 minutes, she said, but we'll just have to go for it. After hearing that, Eurydion said, Don't say things like that so easily. She tilts her head and asked, Easily? It's not easy. I'm betting my life on this, he replied. You're talking like if it works, great. If it doesn't, oh well. That's what it sounds like, she smiled. No, that wasn't my intention. Even if I died and left you behind, I don't think I'd be able to rest in peace. I'd be so upset that I couldn't die, after all that hard work I put into winning you over with my flirting. Also, she said with a weak smile, I have a really strong mind. It's the only thing I've got going for me. He stared at her for a moment, then sighed. Ahem. I'll move as quickly as possible, she said. Of course you will. You're a walking divine power factory. I'm sure you'll be able to do it in the blink of an eye. Humph, child, he's still going to be summoning me, Loris grumbled. You shouldn't talk about it like it's a walk in the park, she continued. I'd borrowed someone else's divine power to summon him with a small earring. So for someone like you, Loris remarked, you're making me sound trivial. How rude. Please be quiet. She snapped at him. Eurydion said, That beast. I don't know if I can trust him. I trust everything you tell me, he murmured, but I can't seem to trust anything related to him. Was Loris always so? His voice trailed off, a shadow of doubt creeping in. Child, he's giving me an impertinent stare, Loris said, visibly uncomfortable. Upon hearing that, Eurenica thinks, poor Loris. He was being treated like this simply because he was summoned by someone like me. Then she said, now that I think about it, I don't think I'll make it to the Vereshad temple in this state. How should we move? She said, swaying. This is the southernmost edge of Belcourt, she recalled. I don't ever want to fly like that again. Oh, I know, she exclaimed suddenly. Why don't you grow? She said to Laurie. He asked. What? She put him down and said. Laurie, let's get bigger, he asked. You want me to do what? She said. Get bigger. Go. You want me to get bigger? Laurie realized, then nodded. The survivors were there as he began transforming. Everyone gets shocked. Laurie turned into a bigger wolf. That came as a shock to all other except them. Looking at him, Eurenica said, As expected, Euridion's divine power is amazing. Can you move okay? She asked, rubbing his nose. I should be asking you that, he replied. You have to use a lot of divine power to keep me this size, she remarked, glancing at Eurydion. My charger is right next to me, so what's the worry? I'll be alright. She stopped in the middle as she looked towards Eurydion. Her gaze fell on survivors and other priests. Everyone was in shock, looking at Laurie. She asked, why is everyone staring? Laurie felt flustered. Child, they're staring at me with strange eyes, she replied. Why, yeah, they are. Then Eurydion commanded. Everyone, look away. That's an order, Soleil said. I knew the one I really wanted was the princess, Laurie said. Crumb, tell those sparkling eyes to stop looking at me. Eurydion was also looking at him with strange eyes. Eurenica asked. So, you believe me now, right? He replied. No, I already believed you, begrudgingly. You can try to say that, she said. But it won't work because I see the expression on your face. He stepped up, saying, I just didn't want to believe it. I guess you could say I didn't know the guardian of the continent would be like this, she said. I suppose Laurie is a bit flippant, he replied. I can't believe he's my ancestor. Even that nickname. No, she said, regaining focus. Shall we go find my body? Meanwhile, Hydath and Eurenica's body was staggering while walking. He patted her arms, clenching her fist, and complained, Why is this body so weak? This body was supposed to be full of life, brimming with Loris' divine power. He started coughing blood. What kind of body is this? Then he stood, regaining balance, and activated his magic. Suddenly he felt pain. It feels like this body is ripping apart. He felt nauseous and murmured, No, the princess can't die yet, not until I reach Yudeta. Surely, Yeldeta wouldn't reject this body. After all, after summoning Loris, this body contained the strongest and purest divine power. An ominous smile appeared at her face. I'm returning now. I'm going home. He activates the magic circle and bright red light appeared. He again coughed blood and thinks, would this body break down before I reach Ideta? Or will I reach it first? Suddenly the weather changes and clouds swirled around in the sky. A sparkling gate appeared in the sky leading upward. He looked at it and smiled finally. The gate had opened. Meanwhile Eurenica and team went to the temple, and the knights followed them. Soleil said after reaching there, I can't go inside. When the time comes, send me a sign, princess. It should be a big sign so I can see and recognize it from afar. She paused, thinking. Let's see, yes. That wretched flame should do. Wretched flame, she echoed. Eurenica nodded. I'll do that. As Eurenica and other walked towards the temple, suddenly Eurenica flinched, sensing something. Hup! Eurenica jolted, so Eurydion quickly turned to her. What was that? She wonders, unsettled. I briefly felt something strange. Then she looked up and saw a star. She mumbled to herself, we need to hurry. Then she looked at Eurydion and smiled. Let's move quickly. He was about to say something but stopped. After a moment he said, you must tell me as soon as you feel anything, Eurenica. Please. All right. She nodded. She looked at her hand and thinks, it'll be all right. My soul's form is still intact. All I can feel right now is the temple, and Euridion's divine power. Then they went to the altar where Eurenica summoned Loris. As they stepped forward, Eurydion said, this is the first time I'm walking up to this altar, Thierry said. It's the first for me too, Your Majesty. He looked at the altar and thinks, so Loris was summoned 2 years ago in this place. Your Majesty, Thierry interrupted gently. Have you prepared the medium you will be using? He replied. I haven't prepared anything yet. Then he showed Eurenica's earring that he was wearing as a necklace. Thierry looked at it and said, ah, that? Yes. This would be the perfect medium. Eurenica turned to Loris. It's time to become small again, he asked. How small? This small, she said, holding out her palm. Like earlier. I need you to fit in the palm of my hand, he asked, almost teary. But what about my dignity? Eurydion said, from the divine power being emitted, I suppose it could be true. Is that thing's true form a wolf too? Thierry snapped. That thing, Your Majesty? That's blasphemous. He shuddered saying that. You say that too much, Eurydion muttered. Laurie turned small and was looking glum. Then Eurydion came to Eurenica calling her. Yenny. He looked at her for a moment then said, I don't know how many times I'm repeating this. Huh? Repeating what? She asked, tilting her head. He asked. Are you sure you'll be all right? She replied. You told me you trusted me, he said. Yes. I trust you, she smiled. Yes. I trust me too. Besides, this is only going to take a few moments, so don't worry. I trust. His voice wavered. That you won't leave me. Right, Eurenica? He insisted. Promise me. Of course, she said, beaming, but his face darkened. I don't believe you, he said in his mind. You lied to me before. You've always said you were fine, and I really believed you. But it wasn't true, he murmured with a low voice. So how can I trust you? He looked down for a moment, then he muttered. You promised you'd kiss me. There's no need to make a promise for that, she replied, pouting. You have to make sure to break the earring, she said seriously. That's the only way to break the summoning connection. You know this, don't you? He nodded. Then she waved a hand, trying to get him close. Then she kissed him on his cheek, although she was in her soul form. She said, It'll be fine. Everything will go according to plan. Then he gave a faint smile and went to instruct the knights. I'm worried, she thought. He still seems nervous about this. Then she turned to Laurie. I'm saying this just in case. Even if I don't come back, you can't hesitate, all right? He asked. What do you mean by that? Do I have to actually say it? She asked, her voice tightening. You can read what I'm thinking. I can't hear you, he deflected. I don't know what you're talking about. If my body dies, she whispered, Hydeth is sure to go after Eurydion. Before that worst-case scenario happens, she pressed. You need to. She pointed with her hand to finish Hydeth. What happened to you? Carrie asked, stunned. You used to be such a scaredy cat. She gave a small, dry laugh. Well, of course. If I die, I won't feel pain anymore anyway, Laurie said. So you're telling me you want me to seal your body down below in Remodira before Hydeth tries to go after him? She nodded. Yes. Exactly, he began. You really, but she interrupted him. I don't want everyone to die. Stop talking nonsense, Crumb, he snapped. But she said, I'm not saying I want to die either. But you never know what could happen. I'm just talking about the what-ifs. There are no what-ifs like that, he said firmly. I raise you to be strong, so I know you can hang on for a few minutes, she laughed. Haha, Laurie, you didn't raise me, he replied. Shut up. I'm going to tell that boy what you said later. Hey, don't do that, she said, crossing her arms. He turned his face in disapproval. Humph, child, he said more gently. You know that you can't get caught by Hydeth, right? I know, she said, nodding. I've already successfully run away from Hydeth once. Then he tapped her hand and shakes it. Well then, break a leg, you cute crumb, you, she said. You mean that literally, don't you? Then she picks him up and puts him on the altar and said, See you later, Laurie. I hope I'll get to see you in your pretty form then. He patted her hand in response. Then she turned and saw Eurydion and other. She thinks in her mind, I was alone before. But not now. Then Eurydion called her, extending his hand. She prayed, I hope Plan A succeeds this time. She touched his hand and he activates his divine power. As his divine power erupts, Eurenica got transported back to her body instead of her body getting back to her. Ah, damn it. The body didn't come to the soul. The soul went to the body. Meanwhile, Hydeth was looking at the gate, smiling. Let's go back, my children. Let's go home. Eurenica went back in her body and felt pain all across her body. Ack. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Just what did Hydeth do to my body? Then she looked up in the sky and wondered. What's that? Did Hydeth really open the gate to Yeldetta? No, wait. Plan A was going to work. She was in a dark place being drifted away and thinks, it's practically been scientifically proven that life just won't go my way. Plan A has a success rate of 0%, so it looks like there won't be any Plan A. I'm going to start with Plans B and C instead. I shouldn't have even attempted something so futile. She observed, my body feels heavy. It's like I'm sinking into a calm lake. My head feels super heavy too, especially my earlobe. The earring. That's right. The earring. She tried to move her body. Move, arm, move. Come on, legs. But couldn't. She wasn't able to move her body. Then she looked into herself. What about internally? Oh, maybe there's still a chance. My body is full of divine power. But then, what's this? Half of the divine power is coming from Eurydion, still at the altar. And the other half. It's divine power I don't recognize. No, that's not quite true. It does feel familiar. Yes. It feels similar to Laura's divine power, but much greater. This is divine power from Yeldetta, the world of the gods. Oh my, then that means, aha, I've crossed over into Yeldetta? She freaked for a moment, then calmed down and took a deep breath. She said to herself, stay calm. I still have something left to do. I failed to draw Hydeth to the temple. But if this is Yeldetta or even just the path toward Yeldetta, then that means it's time for the second phase of the plan. Loris reverse summon. She tried and it hurts. As the link disconnects, she realized the summon contract with Loris has been severed. I wonder if Loris made it back to the world of the gods okay. If so, then maybe, since I'm missing, maybe he'll find me drifting somewhere near Yeldetta? Meanwhile, Eurydion and others were in shock as Eurenica disappeared and their plan went awry. Why, your majesty? Thierry called, frantic. Eurydion was stunned in shock, thinking, the plan's gone awry. Where did it go wrong? Was it the whole thing? Or just the first part? But what does it matter now? He quickly tried to leave, but Thierry stopped him. Thierry said, Your Majesty, please wait, Eurydion ordered. Let go, Thierry reminded him. Have you forgotten what the princess asked of you? Please wait a little while longer. Upon hearing that, Eurydion grits his teeth. Damn it, we've come all this way, and there's still nothing I can do. Suddenly he felt something cracking and quickly turned to Loris. Loris' eyes changed color from blue to red. He said, I'm glad I raised her to be strong. Eurydion asked him, your eyes? He said, now then, I'm going up to find your precious girl. So as soon as I disappear, summon me again immediately. Since you're the summoner, I should be able to manifest properly. Then with a bright flash he disappeared. Eurydion mumbled the reverse summon, then started chanting his baptismal name. Chair. Thierry, who was standing close while hearing this, quickly covered his ears to avoid listening to his baptismal name. Eurydion continued. Eurydion Louis Solder, Chair, Belcourt. As he said that, his divinity swirled around and gathered at a point on the altar. Then again a bright flash appeared. Loris had many siblings, but among them, Loris stood out as the strongest god of all. He was also the god who cherished humans the most. Because of this affection, Loris generously bestowed countless blessings upon their lands. Among his divine siblings, There was another, an eccentric god who loved humans just as deeply, though in a very different way. His name was Hydeth. "My beloved brother," Loris once said, "why don't you stop playing with that human skull and send warm blessings to the land of the humans instead?" Hydeth responded tenderly. "Get lost." The way Hydeth expressed his love for humanity was unorthodox. Unlike Loris, his affection manifested in bizarre ways. "What? You hoodlum!" Loris would often mutter in frustration. Their conversations always ended in conflict. Loris felt increasingly threatened by Hydeth's bizarre hobbies. That fear turned into outrage when Loris discovered Hydeth wasn't just collecting human corpses, but also stealing the dead souls ascending to Udetta. "This is your last chance, Hydeth," Loris warned. "If you don't stop, I'm going to kick you out." "Try me," Hydeth replied coldly. Loris acted. He stripped Hydeth of his divine power. "Get out of my land, you bum!" He then split the ground itself, and cast Hydeth along with the gods loyal to him into the deep crevice. Powerless, banished, and humiliated, Hydeth turned to dark magic. Using it, he waged war against Loris and his divine forces. How many years did they fight? No one knows. They battled until they could no longer lift their arms, until they came to their senses and looked upon the devastated region that had become their battleground. "My cuties!" Hydeth cried out, but it was too late. The land of the humans was nearly destroyed. On that day, they called a ceasefire. The gods agreed. Never again would they intervene in the affairs of humankind. A great barrier was formed between Udetta and Remodira. The human lands, acting as a neutral buffer zone, became the dividing line between the gods. The world was now split into 3 regions. For thousands of years, the barrier remained intact. Over time, Loris forgot about Hydeth entirely. But even before the barrier's formation, there existed an ancient rite, the summoning ritual requiring 3 conditions to be fulfilled. It allowed humans to summon gods, bypassing the divine restrictions of the barrier. When Loris descended once more to the human lands, he never considered that someone might use the same ritual to summon Hydeth. After Hydeth returned to Udetta, Loris greeted him and said, "I suppose I should have realized it. Since a little crumb summoned me, I'm the idiot for not realizing that." "Why wouldn't there be any humans capable of summoning you?" Loris asked. "So, how does it feel to be home after thousands of years? Wouldn't you agree, brother?" "It feels great," Hydeth said with a smirk. Loris asked, "Why don't you let the kids go? Why are you messing with them anyway? Stop throwing a tantrum." Then with a serious tone he added, "Apologies, brother, but I can't let you stay here any longer. My child is particularly fond of the owner of that body, and he's not exactly the patient type." Loris looked down on Eurydion, who was about to summon him, and said, "He's so impatient." Loris jumped towards Hydeth and grabbed him. He said, "If you've finished having a look around, let's go back down together." Meanwhile, inside, Eurenica felt excruciating pain. "It hurts. It hurts so much I feel like I'm going to die. I hate this pain more than anything in the world." She wondered, how much time has passed? 10 seconds? 1 year? Suddenly she saw some memories in which Soliai was talking with Hydeth. Hydeth asked, "So you're the very first human who summoned me. What is your name, human?" Soliai told her name. "Soliai Rizad," Eurenica thinks. "Am I seeing someone's thoughts?" "But whose?" Hydeth replied. "You're a natural with dark magic." "Yes. You'd be able to handle me," Eurenica wondered. "Are these Hydeth's memories?" Soliai said to Hydeth. "So many of my ancestors tried to summon you, but they all failed. I am the first human to ever successfully summon you. I would like to make a contract with you, ruler of the underworld." Hydeth replied. "I only want one thing. I want the strongest divine power brought before me, so I can use it to return to Udetta." Then he asked, "Summoner, what is it that you want?" Eurenica wasn't able to hear the terms because the memories got blurred. Then the memories continued where Soliai said, "Don't forget the terms of our contract," Hydeth replied. "Likewise. It doesn't matter how long it takes, just bring that person to me. Bring me the human with the strongest divine power, so that I may return to Udetta." Later in another memory, Soliai said, "Don't worry. No matter how long it takes, I'll keep my promise." Later Soliai asked him, "What is it now?" "It's peculiar. You seem to be overreacting more than usual lately," Hydeth replied. "I'm in a rush." She asked, "What do you mean?" "About our plan," he replied. "I feel like something bad is going to happen. Things will get complicated if we're caught." The barrier between Udetta and Remodira. "We must hurry before we're found out." Eurenica realized. Hydeth felt at Loris's divine instinct pressing in. So I guess it was me who triggered the incident 2 years ago, but none of this helps me now. She remembered, these are events never mentioned in the novel. The fates have changed direction, the narrative flow has shattered. The future is no longer set in print. It lives, breathes, and evolves. These thoughts? They aren't new. I had them 2 years ago. I only wanted one thing. Someone who would love me and call me by name, no matter what. That's all I ever wanted. What else would I? Ha! Suddenly she felt being dragged down. Meanwhile, Loris returned to the temple after Eurydion summoned him. Everyone gets shocked as he descended. Thierry exclaimed, "Dear God," Loris said as soon as he set foot. "Ugh, seriously? You just won't quit, will you, you hooligan?" Eurydion thinks, "It's unsettling to know he truly is a god, especially when he talks like that." Loris continued, "Why, I oughta argh, if only I could just tear you to pieces." Eurydion wondered upon hearing. What did he say he wants to do? Was he not the only one summoned here? Then his gaze fell on Eurenika's body that was pinned down by Loris. "Eurenika!" Loris shouted. "Wake up, Crumb!" Hydath also shouted, trying to get free. "Shove off. Get off me!" Eurydion came close, calling, "Year!" But he stopped in the middle after taking a look at her and said, "That's not Eurenika. It's that other presence," Loris said. "Shut up, you annoying brat. If you weren't in the body of my child, I would have already snapped your neck." Then he turned to Eurydion. "Chair, you mustn't come any closer." But he strode in, so Loris said, "You're just like her." "You don't listen to me either," Eurydion asked. "What happened?" Loris replied. "Can't you see? She hasn't woken up yet. I'll have to go in and wake her up myself." He glanced at her and observed, half of her body has been overtaken by dark magic. Then Loris said, "Since you're here, hold on to her. She's taking more damage just because it's me holding her. I'll wake her up and be back soon. As soon as she wakes up, throw him out. Got that?" After saying that, he went into Eurenika's consciousness. Eurydion said, "He just does whatever he wants." Hydath opened eyes and blinked. He said, "Damn it, after the reverse summon, I got summoned again. Who did the summoning?" Then he looked at Eurydion and said, "The descendant of Loris." Eurydion was observing her closely and concluded, "She's filled with divine power I don't recognize. But her body also carries dark magic. If I try to purify her now, it'll burn her from the inside out." Then Hydath gets up and smirked ominously. You can't attack this body." "Yes, you're the one. The child who used to inhabit this body cared a lot about you. The Emperor of Belcourt," Eurydion called her. "Eurenika?" Hydath grinned. "Is that her name?" Eurydion continued. "You made me a promise." He recalled her saying, "You promised me you wouldn't leave me." Then Hydath quickly gets up and lunges towards him. The knights, seeing that, shouted, "Your Majesty!" They were ready to intervene but stopped due to Eurydion. Hydath pinned Eurydion down and strangled his throat. "You're thinking that it wouldn't be so bad to die with her, aren't you, Chair?" Meanwhile, Eurenika felt pain in her back. Loris called her, "Child." She wondered, "Where have I fallen to? What did Hydath do with my body?" Loris shouted, "Child." Cruel one, she thinks, "Why does that ghost-like voice sound so familiar?" Loris called, "Can you hear me? Nod if you can. If you can't, fold your finger." She thinks, what is he saying? I'm in agony right now. I can't even move." He appeared in front of her and said, "Wake up, Crumb! It's time for you to wake up. I've even come to you in my beautiful human form." She blinked first as in disbelief. Then she pressed his face, saying, "You're too close," Loris said. "Don't you think you're being a bit rude? I came all the way here to get you," she said. "Then hurry up and take me back. I'm in so much pain. I feel like I'm going to die," he replied. "You need to wake up first," she said. "I'm tired. Can't you just take me?" he told her. "You must open your eyes first, child." "Crumb, don't you remember the promise you made to that boy?" Her mind was hazy. "What promise?" Then she remembered Eurydion saying to her, "I trust that you won't leave me, Eurenika. You made me a promise." She jolted after remembering that. That's right. I remember why I need to go back. I can't die not like this. It would be too cruel to leave him behind," Loris said. "You're so slow, child. You must hurry. If you don't, you'll end up killing him with your own hands. Wake up right now if you don't want to regret it." Then she opens her eyes back in her body. Her body was tingling with pain. She saw herself strangling Eurydion. "Oh," he called her. "Eurenika, She get shocked. What am I doing?" Her hand were burning, but she couldn't stop herself squeezing his neck. She realized, no, I can't move my body. No, come on, move, please." Eurenika trembled. her voice cracking as she tried to will her body to obey. HNG. Tears welled in her eyes. Eurenica, a calm voice urged. Don't cry. Your hands. You're getting hurt. He used his divinity to heal her wounds. She was crying. It hurts. It hurts. This divine power. It was something that kept me alive. Now it was stinging. All of this searing pain was because of that poisonous darkness. The darkness within the god of the underworld. It was overtaking her body. Then she grits her teeth and shouted, Get out! She growled through gritted teeth. Get out, you damn bastard! This is my body! Suddenly she get control of her body. Both of them realized that. Eurydion quickly protected her and pushed Hydath away using his divine power. While looking towards Hydath he said, So that's what that was. That abhorrent feeling. He quickly grabbed his sword and struck Hydath using his divinity. He shouted, How dare he twist her flesh, corrupt her soul. How dare you mess with her body? He shouted, rage burning in it. Hydath's bones crumbled and fell to the ground. Then Eurydion casted purification flames that were so big that Soliae also saw them standing outside the temple. Both Eurenica and Eurydion took a breath of relief in each other's arm. Then he put down his sword and started healing her hand. Eurenica grumbled, Seriously, this man. My hand should be the least of his concerns right now. Your Maj! She tried to intervene, but stopped as she felt chills coming from the backside. Hydath seethed. Damn it! I should have gotten rid of you first. Then Soliae said, Go back, return, and never come back. She broke her contract with Hydath. As Hydath was recovering from that, Eurenica spat. You disgusting thief, you good for nothing. She started coughing as she said that. Yenny, Eurydion pleaded gently. Calm yourself. No, she flailed. This is my last chance to curse at him. I'll regret it if I don't get it all out now. Drawing on all her remaining strength, she shouted. May you be filled with an abundance of Loris blessings, you absolute scum! You're nothing but trash! Suddenly Hydath's bones fell to the ground as Loris used his power and forced him down. He pinned his down to the ground and appeared on the temple. Eurenica smiled looking at him. Loris, she whispered, as her anger finally began to ebb. Then Loris' vision got shared with Eurenica as he looked down at all of them. She wonders, Are we sharing senses? A flicker of confusion passed through her. Huh! But the summoning connection between Loris and her should have been broken. And yet, Loris declared, I'm going to make sure you never come back up. He used his godly powers and the altar broke and a crack appeared while Hydath was pinned down on it. Eurydion quickly backed away holding Eurenica. Loris said, Just as before, you'll rot away in the underworld for thousands of years. You shall be confined right under this altar. The voice echoed, low and resolute. In that cramped space, as punishment, the crack split the whole temple and Hydath fell in it. Eurenica looked at it and said, Remo Daira. While falling in the depth, Hydath shouted, You bastard! His voice echoed, but he wasn't able to do anything. Loris smiled. Goodbye, my wicked brother. Say hello to eternity. Then he used his power and closed down the crack and said, Bless you, brother. After everything is done, Loris came down and felt refreshed, saying, Now I feel more like myself. He nodded, saying, Yes, the summoner really did make all the difference. Yes, that's right, he murmured, stretching his power with new grace. This is much more dignified. Is it over? Eurenica asked quietly. Has it ended? Then she felt dizzy and started coughing. Eurydion worriedly asked, Eurenica? She began. But wasn't able to say anything and started coughing. Blood was spilling from her mouth. She felt hazy and was losing consciousness. She felt relieved, thinking, it's finally over. I can rest now, right? This nightmare of a night, it's finally over. Then she lost consciousness. Eurydion shouted her name. Eurenica? Other knights and Thierry rushed to her. Your Highness, please wake up. Oh, my little crumb! Loris cried, flustered and desperate. She's not dead, is she? Eurydion was about to say shut, but stopped, thinking. Hold your tongue. Loris is a god. Remember that. Eurenica huffed so he gets startled. Yenny, wake up, he pleaded. Please, it seems she overexerted herself, Loris said quietly. I'm proud of her, for lasting this long. Eurydion looked at him furiously. Hey, new summoner, he added, turning with narrowed eyes. She's my child. I don't like the way you're looking at me, he added after a moment. Since you were able to summon me whole, it's a bit soon, but I should be able to carry out a small ritual. He gently touched Eurenica, saying that. Eurydion asked, confused. What? I made a promise to her, Loris said. When the summoning day returned, I was going to make her my priestess. I can't do anything about her broken down body, but, he smiled faintly, she should be healthy enough to live by your side without any worries. Thierry, who was looking at the happening, mumbled. The priest's ritual. After he performed the ritual. You did well, child, Loris whispered. Eurydion also said. You really did. After looking at her unconscious, he said, I love you. I love you more than you could possibly imagine. My head is completely overflowing with these words of love. He kissed her forehead, saying, I love you so much. Then the morning sun rises. All of them looked towards it. After the night's events, Verishad Palace remained unsettled for quite some time. Each day, remnants of the black magicians were dragged into the Imperial Palace's underground prison. For the first time in 200 years, the Emperor had lifted the immediate execution order for black magicians, and so, all the high priests were summoned to the palace to purify and seal the black magicians' powers. We just finished the purification of Belcourt, one priest groaned. How can he give us another difficult task so soon? Archdeacon, someone muttered. I feel like I'm going to die, gasped another, exhausted. Please, I need help. Brothers, Thierry sighed in lamentation. Who do you think has it the worst right now? He was doing the work of 5 people. While the priest suffered, Eurydion had his own headache to manage handling Soliae. That is an unacceptable demand, he stated coldly. I thought I made it clear that I wouldn't be giving black magicians autonomy. They're already wearing divine power-infused handcuffs, came the reply. Their dark magic will be sealed. Once that happens, they'll no longer be a threat to your empire. They'll be just like any other mage. You seem to be confused about something, Eurydion said sharply. This meeting isn't a negotiation. It's to discuss your sentencing. And keep in mind you wouldn't have even had this chance if it weren't for Eurenica. He listed the charges plainly. Treason, murder, disposal of corpses, dark magic, experiments on living beings, attempted murder of an imperial royal, attempted murder of a foreign royal, breaking into the imperial palace, blackmail, tax embezzlement, defying an imperial order. Need I say more? Do you still think you can make a case for a pardon or a reduction in your sentencing? He recalled Eurenica saying. It'd be a waste to lose a talent like her. She was in the right place at the right time. Haven't you heard the saying? Today's enemy is tomorrow's ally? The only role you have left to play, Eurydion replied coldly, is to become the boundary guard of Remodira, beneath the temple, not the second coming of Hydeth. If I had my way, Eurydion thought, I would have sent her to burn at the stake immediately, he said. As an imperial citizen, you must follow imperial law. You're the first exception to the immediate execution order. Shouldn't you be satisfied with that? He stamped the document stating, Soliae Rizad and all her black magicians would be purified, their magic sealed, and they would serve out the rest of their lives in prison. Meanwhile, Count Ivan and Countess were talking to each other while walking. The Countess said, I hope the princess wakes up soon. I'm relieved she's not sick, at least, Count said softly. It seems her recovery is just taking longer. Her body was always weak, Countess sighed. I wonder what happened. The Count remembered people had been strictly ordered not to speak about what occurred that night, or about the black magicians. But still, whispers circulated. Of course, Livigny was up in arms over what had transpired. The Countess added, It seems that whenever Eurenica comes to Belcourt, something always happens. The Count comforted her. She'll be all right. Priest Chamart is taking care of her. Loris is watching over her too, the Countess said. Oh, that's right. She has Loris. A pause. I knew she was special, but for Loris to watch over her, I guess I was right. Even though Eurydion put a gag order in place regarding Eurenica, rumors still spread wild and often incorrect. People in a tavern were talking to each other, one said. I'm telling you, I saw her in person. I could feel the energy rolling off her. It felt like my body was being purified, another added. She looked exactly how I imagined a saintess would look. A rumor had taken root, that a saintess, blessed by Loris himself, had appeared. A saintess? Loris echoed to himself. I never sent down any such person. He was in Eurydion's room and sitting at the window. Eurydion said to him, People will see you if you stay perched out there, Loris asked. Am I not allowed to sit here? Looking at him, Eurydion felt annoyed. How did Eurenica put up with him for 2 whole years? Saintess, a saintess, Loris repeated again. Well, I guess they're not wrong. She was the only human not of Imperial Belcourt blood who had managed to successfully summon me. Of course, that power was borrowed, but still, I'm debating whether I should really give my little crumb that title. Please don't try and give her anything too overwhelming, Eurydion said gently. Yenny needs rest. There's no need to bestow anything more upon her. She shouldn't overexert herself, Loris replied. You don't have to act so defensive. Do you know the two of you treat me so poorly sometimes? Loris grumbled. I don't think that, Loris, came the soft reply. Loris complained. You disrespect me, Eurydion countered. It's not like that ever really bothered you. Loris glanced at him then said, I suppose that's true, but child, Loris said after a pause, the rumor has already spread throughout the capital. People know I'm watching over her, Eurydion replied. And didn't you fan the flames of that rumor by releasing your divine energy as you wandered around the palace? People whispers as he walked in the palace. Has Loris really descended? I heard Loris has descended upon Belcourt. Has he come down to see the saintess? Does that mean she's really a saintess? The rumors spread rapidly. The Loris mumbled chair. Yes? Eurydion replied. He looked at the sky and said, I'm bored. Upon hearing that, Eurydion paused what he was doing and felt a throbbing in his head. I hope word doesn't spread about this aspect of Loris the god. Then Loris said, I wonder when my little crumb will wake up. Eurenica had not awoken since that night 2 weeks ago. Eurenica had been sick for a long time. For the first week, her condition was critical. On the outside, she looked fine thanks to Loris' divine power, but her temperature would suddenly spike, and she'd sweat through the night. Her condition remained unchanged the following week, but as the divine power within her body started to settle, her condition began somewhat better. At the third week, Eurydion began to get nervous again. He thinks in his mind, isn't this taking too long? Just think of it as the time she needs to fully settle in, Loris said. A soul that wasn't born in this world needs time to adjust. Eurydion thinks in his mind, yes, I should be patient. He may not look like much, but he's still the absolute being who blessed these lands, the founder of Belcourt. So he's probably telling the truth. Another week passed. Loris tilts his head in confusion. Why isn't she waking up? Eurydion started to wonder if he should have sent him back to Udetta after all. And that's how that hellish month had passed. One day he came to her room to check on her. He set aside the curtain and saw Loris in his wolf form lying beside her on the bed. Loris said, I told you to stop coming in here. There had been a conversation some time ago. Eurydion said to Loris, stop going into her bedroom, especially while in your human form. Loris asked, tell me the truth, child. Is it because there are a lot of eyes on us? Or is it because you just don't like me? He replied. Both. Now he checked up on her. She's so pale. Her hand is still cold. What if Eurenica never wakes up? Loris interrupted his thought. Only a fool would think that. I should smack you every time you have foolish thoughts, Loris muttered. If she knew what you were thinking, she'd tell me to smack you too, he asked. Smack me? Loris said. I'm going to sleep. Don't wake me up, Eurydion said. I won't wake you. He thinks. I don't want to admit it, but maybe I've been less agitated thanks to him. I still don't like him though. Still, I feel like she'll disappear the moment I take my eyes off her. Then he kissed her and said aloud, oh, come now. When are you going to wake up? You said you wouldn't leave me behind. When you wake up, you're going to have to give me a lot of love, Eurenica. Yet another week passed. A maid said, come here, Nia. I need you to clean the bedroom today, she replied. Yes, ma'am. Nia, the girl Eurenica saved from the cave, felt bad that she never got to thank the princess, so she volunteered to become an imperial maid. It took a full month to apply and get approved. When Eurydion approved of her, he said, I hope this makes Yenny happy. This was the week after she'd finally been accepted. It's nice out today, so go in and open the windows first, the head maid instructed. Check to make sure there isn't any dust on the windowsills. The princess should get some sunlight, so make sure to open the canopy halfway too, alright? Anais complied. Yes, ma'am. Then she went and pulls the curtains. While looking outside, she said, it really was a beautiful day. It'd be nice if she woke up on a day like today. Then she went to Eurenica's bed and said to her, hello, your highness. It's really sunny outside. The skies are blue without a single cloud, and there's a gentle breeze. She remembered, I need to open the windows and dust off the windowsills. Then she looked towards her hand and realized that she had forgot the duster somewhere. She remembered, that's right. I got distracted by Ferric's story. I'm so dumb. I must have left the feather duster in the hallway. I've never made a mistake like this back at the Elodia estate. Then she left the room looking for the duster. After a few moments, Eurenica opens her eyes due to sunlight falling directly on her. She said, it's so bright. Then she rises up and went outside through the window. When Nia returned, she gets confused to see that the bed was empty. Huh, Your Highness? Urenica went out and looked around the palace. She thinks while observing, wow, this is fascinating. I'm in Belcourt, but my body feels so light. Even the ground beneath me feels weightless. My body, it's filled with 2 types of divine power. I recognize these energies. There. Suddenly she got flashback of that night. She shivers and said, it's finally over. I thought it would never end, but it finally did. Then why does my body still feel so light? She remembered Laura's saying to her, if I'm going to imbue you with my divine power so you can become a priestess, I'll need to be there physically. But I can only appear once every 10 years. While remembering that, she decided, no way. If it wasn't him, then did Eurydion do something? She wonders, how long have I been asleep? Where did Eurydion go? And why has he left me all by myself? She pouted, I feel abandoned. While roaming, she went to a fence with a white towel. She looked at it and ponders, can I cross over? Thierry was nearby, passing at a distance. His gaze fell on her, and he gets shocked. He gasped, calling, Pri. Looking at him, she beamed, oh, it's Thierry. Hi, Thierry, he shouted. PR Princess? She replied, I feel strangely refreshed. I think I could cross over to that side. May I? He rubbed his eyes, saying, am I seeing things? Then she said, I'll just cross over. She went through the fence. Thierry started calling in panic, Loris. I must send for His Majesty. Urenica observed, I'm completely fine. If the state of my body right now isn't a lie, that means I can go anywhere. Suddenly Eurydion came and hugged her from behind. She was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. She asked, where did you go? You left me all alone. More importantly, Your Majesty, I can even walk through that fence now. She blinked as she saw his hand trembled hugging her. She stammered, so, Your Majesty? I guess I was sick for quite a bit this time too. Finally he spoke. Why would you jump out the window? It's dangerous. She smiled. I'm sorry. I just did it without thinking after waking up. She thinks in her mind, it's become a habit since Livivny. Before I was fully awake, I was just happy to see that I was back in Belcourt when I opened my eyes. Then she tapped his hand as he released her. She quickly hugged him. After that they went to have tea in the garden. She was giggling looking at her, as he came holding a blanket. He said, don't laugh like that. She pouts, why not? You asked me to laugh more though. I thought you said the summers in the capital were really hot. I like that summer is pretty much over now that I'm finally awake. He stared at her, then puts blanket on her. He wrapped her tightly. She said, Your Majesty, I'm not cold. I don't need a blanket right now. I'm really not that cold. He was looking all serious, so she retracted. No, you're right. I'm cold. He wrapped her like a burrito. Then he caressed her feet, dusting them. The servants who were present there started murmuring with each other, seeing the Duke. Urenica stammered, hey, that tickles. He replied, just stay still for a moment. He was putting sandals on her feet and said, why did you come out here barefooted anyway? Then Urenica brushed his hair and said, as the master of this empire, should you really be kneeling like this in front of just anyone? He said, in front of just anyone. You're not just anyone. Urenica glanced at the servants and thinks, I feel uncomfortable with everyone staring and whispering. But I guess I don't have a choice. She said, can you please lean in? I want to see your face. As he did, she rubbed his eyelids and thinks, his reddened eyes. She asked, were you really hard on Loris? Without responding, he looked at her for a moment, then hugged her tightly. Urenica patted him, thinking, he was so anxious and worried when I got sick for 10 days that I probably won't be able to joke it off this time. He probably wouldn't even believe me if I told him I feel better than ever. How should I soothe him? What should I say first? She asked. Have I told you that I love you yet? He replied. No. As he backed a little, she said, I love you. Then she kissed his hand. There's usually something said back when those words are spoken. The reaction time's a little slow today. He stared at her for a moment, then started checking her pulse. She noticed that. He's checking my pulse. I love you. She repeated. He called her name. Yenny, she replied. Yes? She again called her name. Urenica, she replied. Yes, I'm right here. He was checking her pulse again, this time from the wrist. She felt glum, then sighed. I don't like that you're treating me like a dead person. Upon hearing that, he quickly said, don't ever mention death. Don't even say it. Not even as a joke. She cut him off. I love you. That's the 3rd time I've said it. Surely, you're not pretending you can't hear me? If you don't answer me this time, I'm going to get real grumpy. Then he said, I love you too, she huffed. You should have responded with that from the start, he replied. Yes, he was again checking her pulse. She smacked his hand saying, enough checking. I'm not I'm a person who is alive and breathing, he agreed. Yes, it seems this isn't a dream. As he was kissing her hand she asked. A dream? He said. Never mind. Then she tilts her head and said. I can't quite put my finger on it, he asked. What do you mean? She said. Why do you seem colder than I remember you being? He apologized. She continued. I'm not trying to blame you for it, she pouted. Really? Don't just immediately apologize when you don't even know what for. That must be stifling. Then she noticed his neck muffler and asked. Oh, is it because of this? She tried to untie it. Is this how you untie? Is this how you do it? She was struggling, so he said. No, it's the other way, Yenny. After untying it, she said, there. She felt satisfied looking at him. This look suits him more. Then he leaned forward and said, You shouldn't be doing this in such an open space like this garden, she asked. What? Then she blinked and smiled. Is the location the problem? As he kissed her forehead, she whispered. Then shall we head inside to continue? He said. You're incorrigible. There is something we need to do inside, she smirked. You mean kissing? He replied. No, actually. She interrupts him by giving him a peck. Or maybe you'll be taking me to bed? So he replied. You shouldn't keep provoking me like this, Yenny, she asked. Why not? Then he carried her, a princess carry, and said, Let's head inside. He said he wanted to head inside, but instead he took her for checkup. The doctor examined her and said, I feel like I can start breathing again now that your highness is finally up and about. Eurenica thinks, was Eurydion mean to him too? The doctor was teary. I'm so relieved you're awake. He said there don't seem to be any serious health concerns as of right now. Eurenica beamed thinking, I'm fully recovered, healed. The doctor continued with a serious expression, however, you shouldn't stay outside for too long, nor should you engage in any strenuous physical activities like training or sparring. You mustn't do dangerous things like jumping out of windows at this height, Your Highness. You should also pay more attention to your diet. You're protected by divine power, but your biorhythm was forcefully interrupted for a month. Right now, it is of utmost importance that you get ample rest. Eurenica said, but I'm really fine. I was able to use divine power without any issue, and seeing as how the ground feels light, I think I'd be okay if I were to get exposed to dark magic. Thuri chimed in, we have to wait and see, Your Highness. It will take some time before we can be certain that the divine power of Loris inside you has settled properly without any issue. Even apprentice priests who have completed the priest ritual still struggle sometimes after handling too much power. Your Highness, you're more at a disadvantage, considering the weakened state of your body. While listening, Eurenica said inwardly, Stop talking, Thierry, don't say anything more. What's wrong with the two of them? They should be trying to put Euridion's mind at ease. He's looking at me as if he wants to wrap me up in a blanket like a burrito and force me to stay in bed. She felt glum and said, Why am I being treated like I'm still sick? The doctor answered, You mustn't think of divine power as medicine, Your Highness. If divine power could solve all our health problems, why would there be any need for a doctor? There's nothing that can be done about your damaged organs. All you can do is prevent them from getting worse. Then Loris added, He's right, child. The damages you've sustained cannot be undone. She said in her mind, Not you too, Loris. She smiled brightly and asked, Then should I just roll around in bed all day, eating and sleeping for the rest of my life? Eurydion replied yes. Eurenica without thinking said, Right? Of course I can't. But when she realized, she asked, What? Eurydion sighed and said, I wish you'd stay by my side forever, just idly eating and sleeping the days away. Eurenica thinks in her mind, living in comfort is great, but it feels like he's going to be more overprotective than ever. Hopefully I'm wrong about that. But she was right. After that, whenever she left her room, she had 2 lines of 5 maids each following her around. The doctor checked up on her regularly about her diet and other things. What did you eat this morning? And during lunch? What about snacks? Her personal doctor made sure to observe and record her every move. Marianne and Roxanne made sure to clean and disinfect the entire room if they even spotted a winged insect inside. She felt annoyed and bewildered by all of this. Even for a fly, they would go every for length. Later, she rolled on bed complaining, I feel like I'm going to turn into a lazy cockroach at this rate. Loris said, No, child. You need to rest more. She asked him, Is my condition really that poor? He explained, Your body was completely overtaken by the strongest dark magic. You also went to a place that would have been hard on the human body. Child, It's easy for something that has already been broken to break again. After hearing that, she thinks in her mind, my condition must have been really bad. It's hard for me to know since I don't remember anything past Hydeth getting sealed. Then she said, it's a bit late, but I wanted to ask, how were all the loose ends tied up? Loris nudged her saying, how nice of you to finally ask. She pouts, Eurydion won't tell me. He just keeps on saying that I don't have anything to worry about anymore. So tell me, it's been over a month. How are you still here? And what does it mean to become your priestess? Loris replied, by naming you a priestess, I've given you a part of my power. You can use my divine power and communicate with me. She realized, so that's why I'm still able to hear his voice. Loris added, you'll also be able to bless the earth on my behalf. Upon hearing that, she quickly rises up from bed and asked, bless the earth? He replied, you'll be able to do more than the other priests, if you can find a way to control it. She nods as he was talking. It's not something you can do right now though. That will come later once you've mastered it. You can't try and do any blessings yet, you hear? It's a lot more draining than you think. She quickly replied while excited, okay. Then she takes a look at her hand and thinks, if that's what it means to be a priestess, I can see why I have so much divine power now. Loris looked at her then huffed. It would have been better if word didn't get out about this. But everyone seems to know. She asked, have rumors spread? He replied, yes, that's probably why he's being even more overprotective. There'll be more humans after you now. Then she fell in thought. Loris' blessing is beyond any symbolic action. It actually comes with power. The appearance of priests or saintesses naturally draws a lot of attention. Loris interrupts her thoughts. You should try and be more understanding of him. He's just trying to hide you to keep you safe. That child walked to hell and back this past month. The way I see it, you're not the only one who needs to recuperate. Suddenly Loris sensed that Eurydion is coming, so he gets alarmed. Eurenica asked, huh? What is it? He said, I better go, child. He hates it when I come in here. Upon saying that, he left through the window. Then Eurydion opens the door calling, Yenny? I heard Loris was headed here. Seeing Eurydion came words repeated in her mind. The way I see it, you're not the only one who needs to recuperate. Eurydion was glancing around, oh look for Loris. Eurenica thinks, I get it now. She smiled and said, you're back early? Did you finish work already? He hugged her and said, I pushed some things back. She asked him, can you do that? He replied, I don't know. Ferric will figure it out. Then she thinks Loris is right. I think Eurydion and I really do need to take some time to rest and heal. She patted him thinking, I suppose I'll have to accept that he's going to be overprotective of me for the time being. Later at night, Eurenica suddenly woke up. She rises up from bed rubbing her eyes. Where am I? She murmured, eyes fluttering open. Eurydion came to check on her. When did you wake up? He asked gently. You said you were sleepy, he added while sitting beside her. She mumbled, What is it? He asked, concerned. Are you feeling sick? She blinks, feeling sleepy. She rests her head on his shoulder and mumbled, I was just wondering where you went. He went to go take care of the work he's been pushing off while Eurenica asleep. Her voice trembled. I don't like being alone. Was Eurenica always like this? He wondered. It doesn't seem like she likes being around a lot of people, though. He squeezed her close while she said, I'm going to stay by your side all the time, so you don't have to worry about me. He paused upon hearing that, then hugged her. So this is really you. But he reminded himself Yenny is still a patient in recovery. She could break if I hold her too tightly. Yenny is a patient. Yenny is a patient. I did hold back for a long time, he thought, clenching his fists. No, this isn't right. I need to be patient. I've already waited for 2 years. Then he puts her on bed and used his divinity to heal her and thinks, I'm now ready as that item is done. But later he asked Thierry about suggestion. Thierry told she doesn't like crowds. She doesn't like being the center of attention. Countess Ivan told, it didn't seem like she liked things that are too fancy and big. After all, she is from Livivny, the doctor told. The princess cannot take one step outside. She mustn't travel out of the palace yet. Later, while having tea with Eurenica, why do you keep staring at me like that? She asked. It's just because you're beautiful, he replied. I don't think that's it, she muttered. I like seeing her surrounded by fancy things too, he admitted silently. You look like you're thinking about something, she said. Am I having a conversation with myself? She teased. I thought you wanted to have a spot of tea. Did you really just mean we were literally going to drink a cup of tea? Yenny, be careful, he said, flinching. She stood up and went close to him. She then grabbed his face and said, When you asked me to tea, I thought you wanted to talk about everything we haven't been able to talk about. Yes, you're right. He nodded. You're right, but, she asked. Why do you seem so distracted? He replied. Well, I'm not lying. I was staring because you truly are beautiful, she huffed. Humph. Then he clasped her hand and asked, How does it feel? How does it feel to be back in Belcourt? She repeated, How does it feel? She looked down for a moment before saying, Well, it feels like I've come back home. He smiled, saying, Home, she replied. Of course, I love Livivny too. But, I love being here, he asked. Why? This place has been hard on you, she asked. What do you mean why? Of course it has. But it's because you're here, she said, beaming. Then she winked at him and said, You know all of my secrets. Why wouldn't I stay by the person who knows everything? You're the one person in the whole world who wouldn't shun me no matter what I looked like. Then Eurydion remembered. A servant approached him holding a lot of letter. The servant said, Please take these to Her Highness since you're going to see her. I don't think that's true. You would have been loved by everyone no matter what you looked like, he said. He said softly. I just got lucky. He remembered their first encounter and said, I will never be as lucky again as the day I found you at Livivny. She giggled. I sure did seduce the perfect man. You're adorable. She smiled, eyes glimmering. Would you like a kiss? As they both leaned, she stammered after noticing something on his neck. W. She stammered. Wait, what's this? She exclaimed, startled. She looked at her and said, I should cut off these hands. Eurydion stopped her and asked, Cut off what? Don't say such things, Eurenica stammered. Hideth, that bastard. I ended up choking you with my own hands, he said. My bruises have long since healed. Why are you so upset? She snapped. You've got a scar, a clearly visible crescent moon. A mark left from my nail. I should have cursed him out more, or at least smacked him once, he said. I think you did plenty, she complained. It wasn't enough. If he ever comes out again, I'll make sure no. He should never come back out again, Eurydion assured her. He won't be able to, not as long as Loris is around, and that woman does her job. Then she jolted, asking, Oh, now that I think about it, what happened to Soliae? He frowned. I sent her to the catacombs of the temple. I'm having her guard the sealed gateway leading to Remodira that Loris reinforced beneath the altar. Upon hearing that, she nodded and thinks, dark magic that can persist in the temple, and the only person who can reliably detect Hideth. It's horrible for her, but there's no better way to guard the sealed gateway to Remodira while also keeping an eye on her. Then she said, She's a lot closer than I thought. I might even run into her, he replied. You don't need to concern yourself with her. More importantly, Yenny, do you prefer the day or night? Then a thought crossed her mind and she said aloud, I should ask Soliae to do me a favor. I'd like her to scream curses at him through the seal. Eurydion asked her again, Do you prefer the afternoon? But her mind was somewhere else, she added. I won't forgive him. How dare he leave a scar like that on your neck? Then he asked her again, Do you like big and flashy things? She asked him. What are these random questions you keep asking? He continued. If you like big and flashy things, how big? Eurydion continued to ask her weird questions a few more times after that. Do you like flowers? What do you think of the restored hall in Lucia Palace? What is your favorite color? She replied. Purple? He smiled upon hearing that. Later, while taking a stroll with Thierry and Loris, she said, Geez, just what is he thinking? Loris asked her. Do you not like flowers? She replied. I do like them. They're pretty. What's not to like? He asked again. Then why did you tell him you didn't like them? She replied. He looked like he was going to pick all the flowers in the garden if I told him that I liked them. Thierry giggled. She quickly looked towards him, so he flinched and controls his laugh. Then she glared. There's something strange going on, but I can't seem to put my finger on it. While walking, she continued, Everyone around me has been acting a little weird. Is it just me? Loris said. Just you, Thierry also said. It's just you, Your Highness, she said, glancing. This is suspicious. Quite suspicious. Then Loris said, Child, didn't you say you needed to do something? She quickly pointed. Look at the way you're trying to change the subject. Then she sat down near the fountain and said, Anyway, look at this. Ta-da! She conjured a wild flame. Looking at it, Thierry said, That's incredible, Your Highness. I've never seen a flame of purification this clean, pure, and refined. She asked. Really? He remembered saying. Yes. The fire that His Majesty summons can be a little too much, you know? She asked. So this is usable? He said. It's not just usable. You could do so much with just half of this, princess. You could perform the duties of most high-level priests with that, she thinks in her mind. The duties of high-level priests. I hear they help purify disaster zones and the poorer areas of the empire while taking care of the weak. What will I be able to do? Then he asked. Has His Majesty said anything? She replied. Constantly worries, of course. He acts as if I'll just suddenly die. I mean, collapse one day, he began. No, not his worries. Has he? But retracted. She asked, confused. Has he what? He replied. Nothing. Never mind. She gets more suspicious, so there really must be something. I don't think he'll tell me even if I ask. Then she conjures a lot of small Lari-looking water bubbles. Loris looks at them and said, Wow, how cute! This is so like you, Crumb. You just do the cutest things. Then he ate all of them, she gasped. You ate them, he replied. Once you're a bit more used to it, you'll be able to purify on a larger scale. Water, fire, wind, earth, you'll be able to control all the elements. After all, that power came from me. Power from a god will allow you to bend the ground and split the sea if you want to, she exclaimed. Whoa, really? He added. Though it'll take you about 100 years to be able to freely use that power like me, she complained. 100 years? That's just pie in the sky for me. You, con man. Thierry gets horrified after hearing that, he said. Your Highness, how could you call him a con man? After a few moments she tried using another element. Now let's see. I'm going to try earth this time. Thierry gets nervous. I think we should head indoors now, Your Highness, before His Majesty finds out. Suddenly Eurenica noticed at a distance. That hair color, it's Soliae, Eurenica thinks in her mind. Is she heading toward the south gate? It's not like I can shout to catch her attention, if I want to get there quickly, she said with a low voice. Wind or earth? Fold the earth. Loris gets startled. Wait, Crumb, you're not ready for that yet. Thierry also stammered as everything happens. ACK, princess. Soliae also gets alarmed after hearing a rumble. She quickly turned and saw a big boulder behind her. Eurenica was on it. She said, flustered, This isn't what I was trying to do. I'm in trouble, Thierry shouted in worry. Your Highness, then Soliae said. You probably shouldn't be using your power yet, seeing as you lack control. You ought to be more careful unless you want to destroy the entire Imperial Palace. While listening to her, Eurenica thinks, how did it come to this? Soliae is lecturing me. She felt apologetic and said, You're right. She thinks in her mind. I didn't think the land would physically fold up like that. I was so focused on what Loris was saying. Every time I tried to reverse the effects, it just got worse. Then Soliae asked, Aren't you overexerting yourself? Your body won't be able to handle too much power right now, she replied. I'm okay, Soliae added. Surely not. I heard you were unconscious for a whole month, she replied. I was told I just had to avoid overdoing it. I'm fine right now, Soliae said. It seems to me like you're not ready to be out and about just yet. Do you know how pale you look right now? Eurenica gets taken aback a little. She slowly asked. Oh, are you worrying about me right now? Soliae asked. What? Eurenica laughed it off. That can't be, right? Then she changed the topic. I heard you were at the temple, Soliae replied. Aha. Yes, Eurenica asked. How are you doing there? Soliae replied. Don't worry. With this chain, even I can't do whatever I want anymore. If I so much as think about doing something out of line, this choker will take my head off. Eurenica gets shocked for a moment, then she nervously said, well then, good luck with everything. No, that's not what I wanted to say, Soliae said. I'm glad to see you've woken up. I'll see you around. I'll be dragging myself to the palace at least once a year to make a report. I wouldn't protest if you decide to plead my case to His Majesty about shortening my sentence. Upon hearing that, Eurenica thinks, this lady, she's always playing mind games. Then Soliae grinned and asked, Is there something you wanted to say? Eurenica sighed and thinks, she tried to kill me multiple times. If I hadn't intervened, Eurydion would have died because of her. However, she helped me in the end. And now she's the watchwoman of Remodira. Then she said, There's a lot of things I'm not grateful for. But I am grateful that you helped me in the end, even if it was conditional. Anyway, I hope we can continue to get along. Next time, I'd like to see you in a normal setting, under normal circumstances. So don't fight with His Majesty, please. After thinking for a second, Soliae said, Very well. So, has it happened yet? Eurenica asked, oblivious. Has what happened? So Liai smiled. Oh, I guess it hasn't happened then. Never mind. I'll see you around, pretty princess. She left after saying that. Then Eurydion came there running, and they went inside. Eurydion asked, That woman didn't do anything to you, did she, Yenny? She replied. She didn't do anything. We just talked for a little bit, he asked. About what? She averts her eyes, replying. Just this and that, she said inwardly. And that we should see each other around, she added. I'm going to be careful. But I have power now. Loris said once I'm trained up a bit, I can do a lot of things. Thierry said the same thing, he replied. I see, she continued. I obviously won't be able to do everything Loris can do, but I should be able to do the things most priests can. Then she noticed him scanning her, so she snapped. Are you listening? As he doesn't reply, she asked. What did I just say? He replied. You said you didn't do anything with that woman. He grumbled, thinking. He didn't hear a single word. She said. It'd be a waste not to use your God-given power, right? He replied. That's right, she added. And it'd be a waste for the Empire if you didn't use your talent, right? At first her said. That's then retracted. What did you just say? She smiled. I'll eventually be able to purify lands. I know it's too much for me right now, but one day, I should be able to bestow Loris blessings onto others, he said. You don't need to do any of that. You need to rest. For a few more months, no, a few more years. Then she recalled Thierry saying, You could do so much, princess. She thinks for a moment, then asked, Really? He replied. Yes, really. He lifts her up, carrying her. She thinks I might break him if I continue to push back. Besides, I don't think now's the right time anyway, she said. Then I want to head back in. Shall we eat dinner? He replied. Yes, let's do that. Also, since we're going in, I want to make sure you didn't get a single scratch. She huffed upon hearing that. While he was carrying her, she thinks, I was going to hold off on doing all the things I want to do for a little while. But it looks like that little while is going to be a long while. I'm not so weak that I can't run up the stairs, she grumbled. Everyone will stare, he said. Things like that don't matter, Yenny, she said. Everyone will spread rumors, saying you're too smitten with me, he replied. I wouldn't mind that in the slightest, she pointed. People are going to talk, saying that you're neglecting your imperial duties because of a woman. That really doesn't bother you, he replied. I'm not neglecting them. You've been forcing me to work. Upon hearing that, she snapped. Well, of course. It's what you should be doing. Then he puts her down at the attic of the window and closes it. She thinks in her mind. I don't just jump out of windows all the time. She pouts. You're being overprotective, he kissed her, saying. Indulge me, even if it's only for a few days, Yenny. Please, she said. Can you stop saying please? I just wanted to go down to the garden. I was feeling cooped up, he replied. Then I could have gone down with you, Eurydion said. I just don't feel assured that you're completely fine yet. I'm faint of heart when it comes to you. Think about it from my point of view. How would you feel if I was in bed unconscious for a month? She snapped. Don't say that. I don't even want to imagine it, he replied. See? That's how I feel. Then he kissed her cheek, saying, Give me some time to put my mind at ease. If I told you how many times a day my heart plummets because of you, would you take pity on me? She smiled, then said, What happened before? It won't happen a third time. I promise, he replied. I don't believe you. I can't. Probably not for the rest of my life. He again kissed her. She replied, That's not good. Then he sighed and said, You, after wrecking me like this, surely you aren't going to pretend you don't remember? She asked. What? What do you mean? He picks her up and gently puts her down. Then he knelt in front of her and holds her hand. He said, I told you that I was going to properly propose when we got back. I thought a lot about how you would want to be proposed to. But since you don't like being at the center of attention, I thought doing it in a quiet space would be better than a loud, bustling one. Her heart started racing. He continued, I hope I made the right choice. He pulls out a ring and said, Marry me, Yenny. Upon hearing that, tears started falling from her face. He said, You have me in the palm of your hand. You could even turn me into an even bigger mess than this. All the time I have left to live belongs to you. Then she wasn't able to stop herself from crying and quickly grabs the ring and hugs him. She said, This is so sudden, he said. Why are you crying? Don't cry, she said. I wasn't prepared for this at all. He patted her, saying, Sudden? This isn't sudden at all. You haven't answered the question, she replied. I will, he said. I can't hear you. Won't you please tell me one more time? She shakes her head thinking. He's been asking me to marry him since Livivny, so I don't know why I'm crying like this. Then he kissed her forehead saying, Please, don't cry. She sniffles saying, Mine too. I'll give you all the rest of my days too. Then he makes her stands holding her and said, That's a relief. I was slightly worried, she replied. You didn't need to worry at all. Then he puts the ring on her finger. Then she asked him, When did you? He replied, I believe I put in the order for it to be made 2 years ago. It was right after you returned to Livivny. I was going to take the ring with me when I went to go get you, but it wasn't quite finished yet at the time. I wanted to make sure it was done right, but I didn't think it'd take so long either. While looking at the ring, she thinks, Is this real life? Maybe I'm still dreaming. Tears were falling from her face, he said. Urenica, are you listening to me? He wipes her tears saying, I didn't expect you to cry. Then she wipes her face herself and said, You said you loved me, right? He replied. Yes, she said. Then show me how much you love me, by kissing me. Then he squeezed her close and they kissed each other. After having some romance later at night, they were lying on bed. Eurydion said, I told you that you shouldn't have provoked me. You didn't listen, she replied. I enjoyed it, he asked. Really? But you cried in the end, she said. Stop teasing me. If you keep this up, I'm going to whine about how much it hurt, he asked. Did it hurt? She smacked him saying, Don't look at me like that. I was just saying. You're still teasing me, aren't you? He laughed. That hurts, Yenny. She snuggles to him and said, So that's why everyone was acting weird around me lately. People kept asking if you had said anything to me, and they looked like they were waiting for something, he said. Really? They should have better things to do, she said. That's why I was actually going to ask if you had anything you wanted to ask me. I suppose it's a good thing I didn't catch on. Then she gets on top of him and said, This is something I thought of previously, but I'm the only one who can look down at you like this. He smiled. Yes, she added. And I'm the only one who can bring the master of Belcourt to his knees, right? He replied. That's right, she added. And the only one who will have received a wedding proposal from the Emperor of Belcourt? He replied. For this Emperor's reign, you are, she asked. You're sure? He said. Why do you keep asking obvious questions? She said. I just like hearing you confirm everything. My person, my man. You're mine, he kissed her and said. I belong to you. All of me. Then she asked. Then I can order you around, right? He said. If that's what you want, go ahead. Then she mumbled. Then let me walk the path of a priestess, he quickly said. I take it back. Anything but that. It's too dangerous, she snapped at him. It's not dangerous at all. This is an order. You just said I could order you around if I wanted. How can you just take it back like that? He said. Yenny, please, she said sternly. That's an order. Do you MMPH? As she was talking, he stopped her by kissing her. He said, Stop, all right. Okay, I'll think about it. She felt happy. Wow, really? He said. I'll think about it for now, she thinks. We promised to be together for the rest of our lives, and I knew this moment of overwhelming happiness would be something I would never forget. She looked at him and smiled. I love you so much. You know that, right? And that brings us to the end of this story. A moment filled with emotion, promises, and a love that overcame fear, doubt, and time itself. Whether it's a quiet proposal, a teasing argument, or an unshakable bond, some stories leave us with a warmth that lingers long after the final line. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like the video. It really helps more people find these moments. And if you'd like to hear more stories like this, be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update. Thank you for watching, and until next time, stay safe, stay kind, and keep dreaming. Urenica nervously starts. I have a concern. Teresa, calmly holding her teacup, looks at her, wondering. Did something happen? Nothing in particular. Urenica replies but looks away, lost in thought. Well, actually, a few days ago, Urenica had been restless in bed, unable to sleep. She's tossing and turning, her eyes wide open. Yuri, she whispers. Eurydion, walking around, looks down at her. Huh! He leans over her, concerned. What are you doing up? Why are you awake at such a late hour? He kisses her forehead tenderly. I'm cold, Urenica replies softly. Eurydion notices the open window. Is it because I left the window open? He slams it shut. He pulls her closer, wrapping his arms around her. You smell good. Eurenica snuggles into his embrace as he squeezes her gently. I just washed up, he whispers. By yourself? She asks. No fair. What do you mean? I bathed you earlier this evening, Eurydion points out, kissing her neck. That's true, she admits, a small smile playing on her lips. Let's go back to sleep. You were up late last night, he says, pulling her closer. Okay. He kisses her gently, but she flinches slightly. How am I supposed to sleep when you're doing things like that? She complains softly, trying to stifle a giggle. Eurydion chuckles. Don't mind me, he whispers, continuing to kiss her. Ack, how could I not? Eurenica protests playfully. You're tickling me. They cuddle closer, Eurydion squeezing her gently. You smell good, he murmurs against her neck. Eurenica's thoughts drift. The same bed, the same bathroom, and the same smell. I feel like my head is going to melt. That means… Suddenly she gasps, jolting upright in bed, a look of alarm on her face. Huh! Eurydion, startled, reaches out to her, grabbing her hand. Yenny, why don't we wash up one more time before going to sleep? She says, a blush creeping up her cheeks. We've been enjoying our honeymoon phase for the past 2 years, she thinks. I won't continue if you're tired. Eurydion looks at her intently. If we do, Eurenica begins, her eyes sparkling mischievously. You'll have to wash up a third time. It doesn't matter, Eurydion says softly. If you promise not to tire me out. Euridion's gaze intensifies. The next day, Eurenica is playing with the water in her cupped hands in the bath, when she asks, Don't you need to go to the office? Nope, he replies simply. She thinks, normally, I would have pushed him to go to work, but because of the trip I went on to inspect the eastern regions, this is the first time in 2 weeks we're getting to spend time together. Then I want to spend the entire day with you again, she said. How was the East? He asks. Her expression turns serious. My heart hurt a little. Was the situation worse than expected? Eurydion wonders. She replied. It wasn't much different than what was reported, but it's different reading about it in a report, and then seeing it with my own eyes. The image shifts to Eurenica, standing with her delegation in the eastern region. Back in the bath, Eurydion says, You did good, Yenny. You should take a few days off and rest, he suggests, stroking her hair. I thought there was something I wanted to say. Eurenica trails off. Okay. Suddenly, a priestess's words echo in her mind. Your Majesty, when do you think we'll be able to hear good? I love you, Eurydion said to Eurenica. But in recall the old priestess continued. Don't you think an heir is needed for the good of Belcourt? I'm also earnestly waiting for the good news. Eurenica in her thoughts said. I've been distracted with these thoughts ever since I returned from the eastern region of Belcourt. Thoughts of the catastrophes of unknown origin that seem to occur every quarter, causing imperial instability, and yet more worries about producing the heir everyone in Belcourt has been wishing for. The birth of an heir is necessary to ensure the stability of both the empire and the imperial family, and yet nobody in the imperial palace has ever brought it up to me. Eurydion probably had a lot to do with that. He doesn't seem to be even thinking about kids because he's so worried about my health. Back in the present, Eurenica sighs. Yenny, what do you want? Teresa asks gently. Eurenica hesitates. Well, to be honest, I don't know. Eurenica admits sadly. You don't? Teresa asks, surprised. Looking down, Eurenica confesses. I think it'd be nice to have a child. I'm sure the baby would be lovable, and I know I'd be happy, Teresa says supportively. But… Eurenica looks up, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. I don't want to have a kid just because I'd like to have one. Teresa is silent, considering her words. Is it not that simple? Eurenica fidgets with her hands, her expression troubled. I don't really know all that much about motherly love, she thinks. Though, of course, my mother now is back in Livonie. Since I've never received love from the woman who gave birth to me, she said. I'm truly satisfied with the way things are now, she thinks. It'd be nice to have a kid, but I'd also be fine not to. Eurenica wonders. Would it be okay to have a child when I'm feeling like this? Eurenica sighs, looking down, as she admits. Honestly, I don't think I'm ready to have a child. Teresa, ever the supportive sister, reassures her. It's not your fault you don't feel ready. More importantly, it doesn't seem like your husband is the type to push you on that subject. Eurenica agrees. Yes, he's definitely not like that, but… Her eyes drift towards the window. she thinks. I can see how much he wants a child. We then see Eurydion outside with Teresa's daughter. Eurenica continues to muse. He grew up as an only child. The first time he saw another child was when he saw Bridget for the first time 2 years ago. Eurenica remembers seeing Eurydion with Bridget. Having said that, seeing as how he can't seem to take his eyes off children whenever he sees them, he must be a man who simply loves children. Her eyes are hopeful as she wonders, if that's the type of man he is, how much happier would he be if he had his own child? Back inside, Teresa asks, and what did the doctor say? Eurenica replies, he couldn't say for certain if I'd be okay, but he thinks there shouldn't be any big issues as long as I'm careful. She thinks still, I had to beg Fury for a year before he allowed me to go on imperial inspection trips. Eurenica's face is drawn with worry as she thinks, I wonder how long I'll have to beg to get pregnant. Moreover, before I even try convincing him, I'm not even sure if I want this. She continues to worry. I feel that if Eurydion wants a child, having one wouldn't be so bad. And it feels like the people around us, people are all waiting for the news. Teresa hums, seemingly lost in thought. Eurenica said, I know Fury will be a good father, but I don't know if I'd be a good mother. I'm not confident about it at all. I suppose that's why I'm hesitating. This is what I've been preoccupied with lately. Teresa is silent, observing Eurenica with a slightly pensive expression. Eurenica thinks, I wonder if I look weird in my sister's eyes since, to her, I'm her precious little sister who grew up dearly loved by our parents. Teresa sips her tea and then calls out, Yenny. Eurenica responds, Yes? Teresa states, I think of children as flowers, flowers of love. When love overflows, when you love so much that you can't take it anymore, that's when that love becomes a seed and begins to grow. It grows into the most beautiful and lovable flower. You don't have to think about it too deeply, because I think that's what it means to be ready to have children, loving each other and being ready to love. That's why they say a child is the fruit of love, isn't it? Eurenica thinks. It seems a little vague. It sounds lovely, but a bit idealistic too. The scene shifts to past memory. Back to present, Eurenica said. This was something I never worried about back then. Who knew I'd be agonizing over it now? Teresa, oblivious, asks. Huh? What do you mean? Eurenica brushes it off. Nothing. Eurenica is lost in her own thoughts. I'm already perfectly happy right now. If I have a baby, would I be able to love them endlessly too? This is hard. They say motherly love is instinct, but is it really? Can I love someone who isn't Eurydion with all my heart? Can I really? Teresa smiles. You'll understand what I mean one day, Yenny. And, from what I can see, it'll be happening soon. So don't be too anxious. His Majesty wouldn't want that, Eurenica said. Probably not. She thinks, he might even list 100 reasons as to why we don't need to have a baby. We're perfectly fine right now. Eurenica is distressed and thinks to herself, wait, but that makes me feel weird too in a way. Snap out of it, Eurenica. Why do you keep on flip-flopping? Teresa watches Eurenica's internal struggle with a knowing look. Teresa then says, I'm just glad you didn't end up losing a good man. Eurenica tilts her head in confusion. Huh? Teresa clarifies. I was worried you might have wasted your time. Eurenica blinks, then giggles. Oh, come on, Teresa. That was a long time ago. Why? Did Father tell you to make sure to tell me that? Teresa says. Yes, but it had just weighed on me all this time. I just want you to be happy, Yenny, and I know you will be. You've always made the best choice. So I know that, in the future, you'll be even happier than you are right now. Eurenica is touched and nods, a small smile gracing her lips. I'm glad I had a chat with my sister. The sisters continue to chat. Teresa notices something outside. Oh, they're coming back in now. I'll give you some space. Eurenica looks towards the door as Bridget shouts, Auntie! As Eurydion carries her inside. Eurenica's face lights up as she looks at them. Eurenica waves from the window. Eurenica holds little Bridget, who is very happy. I want to go to Auntie, she exclaims. Eurenica asks, Did you have fun with His Majesty? Bridget nods enthusiastically. Eurenica thinks to herself, She was put into my arms. Eurydion watches with a slight smile. Eurenica comments, It's so obvious how much he likes kids. Eurydion asks, Huh? What did you say, Yenny? But Eurenica dismisses it with a nothing. Eurenica whispers to Bridget, Bree, His Majesty says he likes you a lot. Bridget beams. I like you a lot too, uncle. Teresa is quick to correct her. Goodness gracious, Bridget. You should refer to him as His Majesty Bree. As the master of this empire, he must be shown proper respect. Eurenica thinks. I actually think Eurydion would enjoy being called that. Eurenica smiles, thinking. He actually hoped that Bridget would be accompanying my sister. When he heard that she'd be part of the envoy, she continues, the other uncle told me to be careful about calling him that around other people. And Bridget seems to understand too. Ah, you're so smart, Eurenica says, rubbing her cheek against Bridget's head. Eurenica gently squeezes Bridget's cheek. Her cheek is soft like strawberry rice cake. Teresa watches them with a soft expression. Eurenica glances at Teresa and thinks, Bridget looks more and more like Teresa by the day. Eurydion watches them, wondering what they're talking about. Teresa announces, we're going to head out now. Eurenica watches them leave, then stares at Eurydion. Eurydion asks, what are you thinking about? Eurenica smiles dreamily. About how it'd be if we had a son who looked like you. That's what she was thinking about. Eurydion gulps. All of a sudden? You dote on Bree a lot. How do you feel? He starts to say. I don't. But Eurenica interrupts just by looking at him. Eurydion asks. I, of course, don't hate it, but, she asked, what do you think it'd be like if we had a baby? He begins to answer. She smiles. Yes, he said. We don't need to have a baby. Your health is my first priority. I don't want to put you in any sort of danger. Eurenica thinks for a moment. Then smiles brightly. I see. You must really love me a lot. She takes his hand. Eurydion kisses her. Of course I do. Eurenica beams. Okay. Then I guess we can live out our lives together, just the two of us. Eurydion responds. Yes. It's okay if we never have kids. Eurenica thinks. A child who looks just like Eurydion. I just said that on a whim. But maybe I should take some time to think about it some more. Eurenica walks into Eurydion's office and finds him working at his desk. She wonders, Yuri, what were you like when you were a child? Eurydion replies, Me? I was just an ordinary child. Eurenica teases, Really? Given your looks, I can't imagine that being true. Yeah, I just can't imagine it. Eurydion hums. I don't think I was a very good son, but I do think I was a good student. Eurenica thinks to herself. That answer doesn't seem any different from the one before. She calls for Ferric. What was he like, Ferric? Ferric arrives, flustered. He admits. His Majesty was definitely far from ordinary. Eurenica agrees. That's what I thought. Eurydion glances at Ferric. Ferric elaborates. Though he was much more generous than the late Emperor, His Majesty wasn't exactly kind. Ferric continues. His personality doesn't seem much different now than when he was a child. Eurenica gushes. Then he must have also been adorable when he was younger. Ferric is taken aback. Pardon? Eurenica imagines Eurydion as a child. I can imagine him quietly getting really jealous, while also having a childish side, and pouring a lot of love and affection. He'd have a languid, indifferent expression on his face, but he'd be fiercely loyal to the people he liked. I could just see him now. Eurydion as a young boy. She said, You must have been so cute. Eurydion asks, In what way? The maid answers Eurenica's question. You want to know what His Majesty was like when he was younger? She admits that she doesn't know much, being just a young girl herself at the time. But then she remembers. The late Empress died when he was young, and there were hardly any other imperial family members around him, so he grew up practically alone. That's probably why the late Emperor had such a great influence on him. She continues. You see, the late Emperor was quite cold. Eurenica gasps, she's shocked, understanding that Eurydion might have walked on eggshells while his father was alive. I might have had to walk on eggshells if the late Emperor had been alive. She explains that sometimes she sees him act coldly toward others, guessing he took after his father in that regard. I can think of several examples. The maid shakes her head, dismissing the idea. As long as you didn't cross a line, he was more generous than anyone. She adds that Eurydion was quite mature for his age, even when he was really young. I remember his nanny being disappointed that he didn't need her much. Eurenica is totally love-struck. That's my man. He was born to be the perfect emperor. The more she hears about him, the more she wishes she could have seen little kiddo Eurydion. She says, then wonders if there are any portraits of him anywhere. An idea strikes. It was right under my nose. She realizes that there should be one portrait in His Majesty's office. It was painted right around the time he became the Imperial Crown Prince. It's an office that feels as familiar as her own room now, but it feels weird thinking about it. Eurenica walks into the office. Is it because it's so quiet in here? I wonder where it is. If it's a portrait, she knows it won't be small. She spots it, hidden behind a red curtain. Ah, there it is! It must have been in here for a long time. She gasps as she pulls back the covering and sees a portrait of a young Eurydian. What kind of 15-year-old has an aura like that? She marvels. How could he look so much like my ideal type? She's completely dazed by the painting. Eurenica shakes herself. Ack! No! Snap out of it! I almost drooled. That's your husband. She takes a deep breath. I'm glad there aren't any portraits of him when he was younger. If she saw that, she might have completely melted into goo. But still, I wonder just how beautiful a baby he was. She's disappointed there aren't more. Eurenica stares at the painting, imagining Eurydian roaming around the room while his father was working in here. Would he have read books on that couch? Maybe he would have told his father everything that had happened that day. She swoons. He must have been so cute. After that, I knew something had changed within me, she says. Yuri probably walked these halls as a kid. That feels strange for me to think about. She wonders if he likes sweets. She muses. I had no idea my imagination was this good. I can imagine young Eurydian here and there, and even out there. Eurenica imagines a young child with Eurydian being carried in the garden. As I imagined that young child roaming about, I couldn't help but think, I wish that illusion was real. I really, really wish that it was real. She rests her head on the balcony. I must be out of my mind, because I wanted it so badly, she thinks. It was surprisingly easy to include myself in those imaginary scenes. Eurenica smiles, determined. I should just admit it, she admits. I still feel unsure and unprepared, but I want to have a baby. I should strike while the iron's hot. Eurenica steels herself. I want to talk to him about this today. A serious conversation. She clenches her fist. Opening the door, she heads to Eurydian's office. But when she arrives, she's surprised to find it empty. He should be in his office right now. Where did he go? She notices papers on the desk. It looks like he left in a hurry while signing documents. Then she sees it. Is that a letter? This is Eurydian's handwriting. She picks it up and reads it, her eyes widening in shock. Oh. Then, with a sudden, furious motion, she crumples the letter in her fist. What is this? Eurenica paces, clearly agitated. He's late. He should have been back by now. She's plotting her revenge. As soon as he gets here, I'm going to make him tell me how it really feels to have no master, no matter what it takes. Suddenly, Eurydian's arms wrap around her. You should have made a sound to let me know you were coming, he grumbles, squeezing her tight. Eurenica retorts. I did. You just didn't hear it. He showers her with kisses, and she playfully sighs. Oh, you. Eurydian relaxes into the embrace. It finally feels like my day is over. But Eurenica isn't done. I was going to hold firm until I got to say my piece, she said. Welcome back. Was the Eastern region causing problems again? Yes, there seems to be a lot of catastrophes occurring over there this year, he answers. Maybe Loris is napping. Eurydian jokes, then turns serious. She thinks, he might have to visit the Eastern region soon. I'm glad I decided to have this conversation today. She smiles sweetly up at him. Yuri, would you like to drink with me tonight? Eurydian raises an eyebrow. Drink? Eurenica's face lights up. Yeah, let's drink. Eurydian shuts down the idea immediately. No. She holds up a paper as he was saying. Your body is fragile, so you shouldn't drink. But Eurenica is prepared. Permission from my physician. It's okay if she drinks a little bit. The note reads. I knew you'd say that, so I had this written up. She pleads with him. Just one glass, please? Eurydian relents a little. You don't even like drinking. Eurenica gives him a wide-eyed, innocent look. But some days I just want to drink. She tugs on his arm. Come on, let's drink, You've never drank with me. He still resists. But it's not good for you. Eurenica reassures him. It'll be fine. Meanwhile, she thinks, since I don't plan on drinking anyway. She pours a glass and slides it towards him. Eurydian watches her carefully. Is there something on your mind, Yenny? She deflects. That's not the only reason to drink, you know. He considers his wine. You can drink when you're having trouble sleeping or, if you want to have a deep conversation. Eurydion swirls his wine. We don't need to drink to have a deep conversation. Eurenica blushes furiously. Not that kind of conversation. Eurydion presses. Then? She stammers. I'm talking about having a proper conversation. Something you do with your lips. He echoes. With your lips? Eurenica thinks. I should just stop talking. Who would have known he used to be an impenetrable wall when I tried to seduce him back in the day, given the way he acts now? She takes a sip of her wine, still blushing. Eurydion declares. I really don't think this is a good idea. Eurenica is taken aback. Huh! Suddenly, Eurydion downs his entire glass of wine in one gulp. Eurenica gasps. Ack! I wanted us to drink together. Her devious side returns. Looks like everything is going according to plan. Flashback to earlier, Eurenica holds a letter. In his office earlier, I found the first draft of a letter that he had written to someone. The letter was addressed to Eurytion's cousin, the one currently first in line to become the next emperor. He was most likely to be named heir to the throne. While I was agonizing over what to do, this is what he was thinking. Seriously? She slams her fist on the table. Since he cares more about my health than what he wants, I know talking with him will just go around in circles. He leaves me no choice. The plan I came up with was simple. I was going to make him drink until he told me how he really felt. The my drink is your drink, and your drink is your drink plan. Back in the present, Eurenica asks, how many more years will you be overprotective like this? She pours another glass. I don't know, probably for the rest of our lives. Eurydion responds calmly. She thinks, he doesn't seem to be fazed by 1 or 2 glasses. She said, I told you that I'm in the mood to drink. This is just the beginning. She thinks, I'm going to make you drink a lot tonight. She reaches for his glass. No, Eurydion says, snatching it away and downing it himself. After trading glasses back and forth, the bottle is nearly empty. She asks, Are you okay? He asks, What do you mean? She asks, Are you really all right? You're not dizzy or nauseous in the slightest? He insists. Nope, Eurenica thinks. But they told me this bottle was really strong. She wonders. This is throwing a wrench into my plan. Is Eurydion really good at drinking? Or is this alcohol weaker than expected? She decides to sneak a taste. I'll just have a little taste myself to see. She sips. Oh, there's a slight sweet taste to it. It tastes kinda good? Her eyes widen. HM? Eurydion notices her reaction. Yenny? He's startled. Eurenica coughs. It's so bitter. Eurydion is confused. Did you drink it? She said, how could you How could you drink? She thinks, this like water. Are you a monster? He said. I knew this would happen. He pops a cherry in her mouth. Cherry! It's so sweet! So refreshing. Eurenica thinks. Eurydion gently takes her into his arms. See? Drinking isn't good for you. He asks. Is it still bitter? Eurenica nods. Yeah. He offers. Do you want another one? Eurenica thinks. Was I always this weak when it comes to drinking? She winces. My stomach hurts. And my head's throbbing. That was a bad decision. I haven't had a drink in over 5 years, so of course, I can't hold my liquor right now. But she's determined. I've come too far to back down now, though. She leans in and whispers, You're. And then Eurydion kisses her, cutting her off mid-sentence. Eurenica leans in, but as things get heated, she stops him. Wait, she whispers. Eurydion tells her, You taste like cherries. Eurenica, flustered, replies, Because MMH. I ate 5 of them. But then she remembers something important, pulling back, and says, We can't today. Eurydion is stunned, staring at her. Eurenica said, I told you that I had something to do today, didn't I? He seems to remember. Yes, you wanted to talk. He extends his hand, adding, All right. Quickly then. Let's talk. She asked. No kissing, okay? He agrees. I want you to answer me honestly, Eurenica says. He takes Eurenica's hand. As you wish. Now, don't leave me hanging and take my hand, Yenny. He tugs her closer. Eurydion asks. This close is fine, right? Yes. She answers softly. Just how much alcohol can you handle? She looks at him intently. I don't know. I've never really hoped to test my limit, he replied. Eurydion rubs her hand gently. What is it that you want to say to me? Have I upset you somehow? I don't recall doing anything. Eurenica looks down. You know, she begins hesitantly. Are you truly fine with just me? Eurytion's eyes widen slightly. What? He asks, puzzled. He stares at her, confused. You saw? He asks quietly. Eurynica just looks at him silently. He said. You did. Eurytion sighs. Yenny. Eurynica pulls away, putting her hands between them. Don't come any closer. I'm sorry. Are you angry with me? Eurytion looks genuinely contrite. She glares at him. You made that decision without even talking to me about it. I'm sorry I didn't discuss it beforehand, he says, reaching for her again. I wasn't trying to summon him right away. I just thought I should maybe prepare in advance. Eurytion looks troubled. Am I just making excuses? You are, Eurynica exclaims. He's a trustworthy cousin. It's not like I thoughtlessly chose him, Eurytion insists. But still, you chose your heir without even bringing it up to me. How could you do that? Eurynica's voice trembles. I'm sorry, Eurytion says softly. I just didn't want to put any sort of pressure on you with this topic. She thinks to herself. Looking back, it was strange. The people who hassled Eurytion about producing an heir while he was away at Livigny for those 2 years haven't said a peep to me these past 2 years. She continues her thoughts. But I can't really blame anyone for this either. I can't say I'm completely blameless since I didn't show any interest in producing an heir after becoming the Empress. Well? She asks. No, Yenny, I don't need anyone else, he assures her. He continues. This is why I didn't want to tell you. Eurytion looks away, a troubled expression on his face. Eurynica asks quietly. You didn't want me to feel guilty? Eurytion takes her hand and squeezes it gently. You know there's no need to feel that way, right? Eurynica looks at him, her eyes filled with emotion. She mumbles. But you dote on Bridget. Well, that's because she's your niece. Eurytion replies matter-of-factly. Eurynica continues. You've been going on and on about how you want to see Alexio. I wouldn't say I went that far. Eurytion protests, looking sheepish. This is so upsetting, Eurynica says, tears welling up in her eyes. This is my fault. I'm sorry, please don't cry, Eurytion says, flustered as he embraces her. She said. You don't even know what I was thinking. He said yes, and I'm sorry for not knowing, Eurynica confesses. If I'm being honest, I really hadn't thought about it. It's also true that I don't feel ready. Eurytion holds her close. I know. It's all right. This wasn't what she interrupts. But it seems like you really want to have a baby even if you pretend otherwise. She rubs her eye while saying, Teresa told me that when love overflows, I'll know what she means. It felt like she was telling me a riddle, so I thought about it. Eurytion leans in close while she said, What I'm trying to say is. He pauses, looking deeply into her eyes, and then he kissed her. He said, You don't have to say anything at all. I don't think I need to hear it. Eurynica is surprised by his words. Wait, what? Hold on. Eurytion silences her with a kiss. Not another word, Yenny, please. He looks at her intently. Did you really mean it when you said that we can't tonight? Eurynica is taken aback. What? Look at him changing the subject. She thinks to herself. Eurytion said. After all that alcohol you poured for me, Eurynica wonders. Huh? Is he being serious about this? Eurytion pulls her close for another kiss. Wait. Eurynica protests, but she's quickly losing the argument. They fall back onto the couch, kissing passionately. As they break apart, Eurynica gasps. Can I continue? Eurytion asks, his voice husky. He whispers in her ear. Answer me, Yenny, hurry. I don't think I'll be able to stop after this, so tell me. Eurytion asks, his voice full of desire. Do you want me to stop? Eurynica lies awake, her mind racing. I'll be careful, she thinks, but then pauses, something dawning on her. I feel like I understand a little of what Teresa was saying. This man always puts me first. I can see how much he loves and respects me, she whispers. You don't have to be careful, Eurytion asks, face serious. What? She continues. You can do whatever you want. He looked surprised while she thinks. He doesn't need to give up on something he wants because of me. He doesn't have to put me first all the time. Eurynica, looking up at him, declares, I must really love you a lot. Yes, if I didn't, I wouldn't be thinking this. My sister was right. They stare at each other, lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, Eurynica gasps. The bed creaks ominously. She wakes up with a start. What happened? Eurytion, also waking, ponders. Even if I was drunk, I wouldn't have had such little self-control. What did I do last night? He asks. He thinks. I think I lost all control after Yenny said something to me. Eurenika's voice echoes in his head. I want to make you a family, so you can have a lot more people who love you. Eurenika stirs. Eurydion, startled, asks. Yenny? He pulls her close again. She said. It back. Confused, he asked. Huh? She glares at him saying, calling you cute. I'm taking it back. Eurydion's expression hardens. Oh, she said, I mean it. You're not the least bit cute, and I'm never going to ask you to drink again. He smiled and said, like I've always said, you shouldn't provoke me. Eurenika, annoyed, questions. Is now really the time for you to be saying that? He said, I was a little too rough, wasn't I? I'm sorry. Eurenika declares. I'm not going to sleep in the same room as you anymore. Eurydion, shocked, cries. No, not that. Eurenika, flustered, exclaims. Well, why not? Eurydion apologizes. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Yesterday was really hard on you, wasn't it? Eurenika, still in his arms, says. I thought I was going to die. Eurydion reassures her. She'll be all right, she said. You didn't stop until sunrise. He thinks to himself. She's going to be okay, right? He recalled Doctor saying. I can't say with any certainty that a pregnancy will be okay, but I do believe as long as precautions are taken, there shouldn't be major issues. Eurydion frets. Doesn't that mean it's possible things might not go so well? He continues in his thoughts. That's why I was so careful about making sure to use a contraceptive, but not only did I fail to do that yesterday, she even told me she wasn't ready. Eurenika accuses him. You're really a bad man. You know how weak I am to that face of yours. Eurydion, his face clouding with concern, thinks. Ah, curses. Eurenika, noticing his distress, asks. Huh? What? Why? Does your head hurt? Do you have a hangover? You drank too much yesterday, didn't you? She grabs his face, concerned. Eurydion hesitates. Eurenika says. I'm sorry. You just seemed so unaffected that I. Eurydion quickly interjects. No, I'm fine. She said, I thought you'd be okay. He continues to worry. I'd be the worst if I was thinking dirty thoughts even now. Essie asked Yuri. He said, if you're not feeling well, you must tell me as soon as possible, all right? Eurenika replies. I'm not feeling good right now. I can hardly breathe. Eurydion thinks. She's going to resent me if she ends up pregnant. He internally panics. I got caught trying to name a relative as my heir without discussing it with her first. I ruined her attempt to have a creative as my heir the night before. I ignored that she said she wasn't ready to have a child yet. I don't think she's realized this yet, but I also failed to use contraceptives, he concludes. I'm the worst, she said. What? No, I was just joking. But if you just loosen your grip a little, I do think I'd be able to breathe a bit easier. Eurydion wonders to himself. Since it isn't that easy to get pregnant, maybe I don't need to tell her and make her unnecessarily nervous? But then, what if things aren't okay? What if she gets mad at me and finds herself disappointed in me? If that leads her to declare that she's going back to live with me? No, what if she feels like she can't even be mad and doesn't say anything at all? I think I'd hate that even more. Eurenika, still breathless, says, Hey, excuse me, Yuri, your majesty. Knock, knock. Are you listening? After that day, Eurenika, now dressed and ready, twirls in front of a mirror. I want to discuss the eastern region some more when I go to the temple today. Eurydion appears in the doorway. She asks, Yuri, what are you doing there? He said, I'm going with you. Eurenika asks, to where? Eurydion replies, to wherever you're going. Eurenika thinks, I'm pretty sure Ferric and a pile of neglected documents are behind those doors. Eurydion insists, that's not important right now. Eurenika narrates, Eurydion started to follow me around about 5 times more obsessively than usual. Suddenly a servant calls out, Your Majesty! Eurydion sits at his desk, looking over documents, but his mind is elsewhere. You need to work. The summer festivals are coming up, you know you've got a ton of work to do. He thinks he's overreacting about something his physician said during a checkup. His thoughts drift to a dream from the previous night. He pictures a grand palace bathed in soft purple light. Loris, in his wolf form, hops into view, and Eurydion is instantly alert. Loris? I asked you not to go into our bedchamber. Loris just stares back, those red eyes piercing through the dream. Back in reality, Eurydion recalls. He hasn't shown himself these past 2 years, not even in dreams, so why did he do that yesterday? He continues to ponder. I wasn't able to hear what he said at the end though, maybe. A wave of nervousness washes over him. Could it be? He gasps, shaking his head. No, never! Meanwhile, a messenger awaits Eurytion's attention. Your Majesty, you aren't supposed to stamp there. Eurytion seems distant, he recalls. Anyway, he said we needed to continue monitoring her for at least a month. Just one more week, and whichever way this goes, at least I'll be able to relax. Then he is told. She's going where? The maid replies. To the shores of the eastern region of Belcourt. Eurytion's eyes widen. Even if it was a bit over the top, I should have tied her to her room. Outside the palace, Eurynica stands ready to leave. You wouldn't have let me go if I had told you beforehand. Didn't you tell me I should do whatever I want? Eurytion said through the communication device. Yenny, you still should have told me. Eurytion worries. Why would you go there? That area hasn't been fully rebuilt yet. Eurynica responds. That's why I'm going, so I can help with the rebuilding. What are you saying? You really worry too much. He asks. Where's Chamart? She said. Thierry traveled up north a few days ago. Eurytion is still pleading. Yenny, I'm truly saying this out of concern and worry, but can you just come back this once? Eurynica asks. Did something happen? He asked. If it did, would you come back immediately? She said, don't lie about it now. She thinks, though if I don't go, there aren't any other high-ranking priests able to go to the flooded area in my place. She says, then Yuri, I'll just focus on the critical areas that really need to be restored before returning immediately. Just wait 3 days. I originally planned to be out there for 2 weeks, so I'm cutting my trip real short. Eurytion frets. Everything will be fine, right? She asked. Have you seen someone diagnosed with some terminal illness without me knowing? He is clearly distressed. He shouts. Of course not. Stop saying strange things. Right. She smiles reassuringly. So stop worrying and work harder for the next 3 days. I'll be back before you know it. She presses a button on her device, cutting off communication. No more nagging. Someone calls out. Sister, the magic circle has opened. Eurynica said. Yes, just a moment. She thinks I'll have to hurry if I want to get everything done in 3 days. After the summer festival, once I'm back, I'm going to try and talk to him again. I'm still not consistent, or even certain if I'm ready yet, but I want a spring of flowers to bloom between us two. The magic circle activates with a burst of light and energy. With a poof, Eurynica arrives at the devastated area. Looking around at the destruction, Eurynica realizes, if I gathered Laura's power and blessed this area, it'd be restored completely. But if I did that, I'd be announcing to the entire area that Laura Saintis, who also happens to be the Empress, is in the area. As Eurynica walks through the ruins, a child tugs at her robe. Priestess. Eurynica kneels down. Yes, child, are you all right? Where's your mama or papa? The child sadly replies. I don't have a papa, and I don't know where my mama is. Eurynica smiles gently. Shall we go look for her? The child nods. As Eurynica surveys the area, she thinks, it's a great misfortune that the tsunami hit this southern area. It's the least frequented area to deal with such a disaster. The damage is terrible. She notices something. There was a rescue tent set up somewhere around here. Suddenly, Eurynica feels woozy. She stumbles slightly, feeling dizzy. What's this? Did I not get enough sleep? I'm definitely not lacking sleep though. These days, I'm actually sleeping too much. Then the child cries out, And Mama! Eurynica watches as the child runs towards a woman working at a makeshift kitchen. Eurynica and her companion observe the reunion. I'm glad she found her mom. I feel silly tearing up over this. Suddenly, Eurynica's eyes widen. She notices blood on her hand and then blood dripping from her nose. A look of horror crosses her face. Huh? Everyone got shocked seeing her. A priest gasped. Your Mosh. No, I mean. He claps his hand over his mouth shocked. Suddenly, every priest runs towards her. Eurynica clutches a handkerchief to her bleeding hand. Sister! Someone cries out. Blood soaks the delicate lace. Eurynica, in shock, says, So this, well, I don't think I'm okay. The doctor examines her and gets shocked. He runs away without saying anything. Suddenly someone came inside the tent. Eurynica. It was Eurytion. Yuri, she whispers as Eurytion bursts into the tent. He rushes to her side, his face etched with concern. Are you okay? He asks. Eurenika's eyes well up with tears. No, I don't think so, she hiccups, and Eurydion gently touches her face. A wave of magical energy pulses around them. Eurenika thinks, it felt like the divine power that used to cycle through me had been blocked somewhere within my body. She asks, crying, What if I'm terminally ill? Eurydion pulls her into a comforting embrace. No, that's not possible. It's going to be okay. Let's go home. Back at the palace, Eurenika's body starts to reject magic again. I was truly terminally ill, she thinks. After coming back to palace, she thinks, my body was starting to reject magic again. I was terminally ill. While waiting to hear my diagnosis, I imagined the health issues I might have, but then, the diagnosis I heard was about 500 million light years off from what I had imagined. The doctor tells them, yes, so from now on, you'll need to be 5 times, no, 10 times more careful. He asks, do you understand, Your Majesty? Meanwhile, the maids whisper excitedly, congratulations, Your Majesty. Eurenika, completely bewildered, can only manage an Eurydion stands beside her, listening intently as the doctor explains. The reason why you feel like your flow of magic has been blocked is because the baby's natural instinct is to absorb the mother's divine power. Normally, an expectant mother wouldn't be this affected, but Your Majesty relies on divine power more than most people, so, the doctor asks, are you listening, Your Majesty? Eurydion interrupts, concerned. Is this going to be really hard on her body? The doctor replies, we'll have to wait and see. She will obviously need to refrain from strenuous physical activity and taking on too many responsibilities, but in my opinion, as long as Your Majesty stays by the Queen's side, as seems to be the case, the possibility of any danger will be much less. Eurenika, still dazed, thinks, if my ears aren't deceiving me, I'm really. Eurydion gently touches her face. Yenny. Well, first of all, are you okay? More magic surges, and Eurenika looks at Eurydion in surprise. Huh! Everyone is shocked, the doctor says. I believe you're around 4 weeks. Eurenika gasps. 4 weeks? If it was 1 month ago. She remembers the night and shouts. That day. We didn't use. But then stops on time. She grabs Eurydion's arm, her eyes wide with panic. Eurydion looks concerned. I don't know what to say. Yenny, I know that Eurenika interrupts. I didn't eat anything weird this past month, did I? He gets shocked. What? As he was expecting her to say something else. She continues, like chocolate with alcohol in it, or coffee. Tea. What tea did we drink yesterday? He replies. Ginger mint. Eurenika continues. The day before yesterday? What about 3 days ago? Tell me all the types of tea we drank this past month. He lists. Ginger mint, warm grapefruit, raspberry leaf, rooibos. He pauses. Wait a minute, Yenny. She said, caffeine isn't good for the baby, is it? Eurenika looks worried. I hope I didn't drink green tea or black tea. Eurydion reassures her. You haven't drank anything of the sort for the last month. Trust me, I made sure of it. But your reaction? Eurenika wonders. He made sure of it. Of what? Her eyes narrow slightly. Eurydion looks at her questioningly. Eurenika asks him, why are you looking at me like that? Eurydion's expression becomes unreadable. He covers his mouth with his hand, trying to compose himself. He wonders, can I be happy about this? He takes Eurenika's hand, and she looks up at him, her expression a mix of confusion and dawning understanding. Eurydion is holding Eurenika's hand, looking a little nervous. I know it's a strange thing to ask, she asks. Didn't you really want to have a child? He's caught off guard. Yes. Then, he quickly corrects himself. No, I mean. Eurydion looks down, a little flustered. Why? She asks, tilting her head. Oh, are you worried about my body? She wonders. He admits. That too. Then, she clasps his face. Eurenika asks. And? He admits. Well, you said you weren't ready yet. Eurenika is floored. What? When did I dash? Then, realization dawns on her face. Aha! She understood the assignment. She thinks, he totally misunderstood, didn't he? Eurydion looks down. She asked, so, did you think I was going to blame you for this, and then you got worried? Eurenika continues. I was so distracted that I didn't even remember if we used protection or not that night. I guess you remembered everything. She kissed his forehead, asking, is that why you kept on following me around for the past few weeks? Even worrying about the types of tea I would drink? She is so amused. Ah, he's so cute, he asked, still worried. Eurenica, is it really okay for me to be happy about this? Oh, Eurydion. She's shocked he's even asking. Did you really just ask me that again? He's worried though. But what if it gets dangerous? Eurenica's smile fades slightly. She said, I don't know. But if our baby is like their papa in the slightest, I don't think they'll hurt me. Oof. Euridion's face is unreadable. Eurenica, ever the optimist, declares, I'll be really careful, so you can be honest now. If you keep reacting this way, our baby will be She doesn't get to finish before he interrupts her, hugging her tightly. She said, this is how you should have reacted from the start, he said. I swear, you've got me wrapped around your finger. She nuzzles into his neck. I'm not doing it on purpose, she insists. Actually, I wanted to have a serious conversation about this with you once I got back from the eastern region, he asked. You mean that? You're not lying to make me feel better? He squeezes her tightly. She said, Do you know how much I bled from that bloody nose? Of course, I'm not lying, he said. I'm so happy. He seems relieved. She said, See, look at you. I don't know why you were trying to hide how you really felt. He continues to worry though. I was just worried. I'm still worried, but, Eurenica said. Instead of saying things like that, I know you know the words I like to hear. He leans in and whispers, Thank you. I love you. This is so sweet. Time skip. Everything is going smoothly, just as Eurenica predicted. Just as I predicted, our baby's arrival didn't cause any problems at all. Though the baby absorbed way too much of her divine power during the first trimester. But after the first 7 months, the baby gave it all back to her and then some. I think I can go out and about by myself today, she declares. She gazes lovingly at her son. You're definitely your father's son. She gently shakes his hand. Aren't you? My little walking divine power factory, number 2. He babbles adorably. Abu. Eurenica sighs happily. Maybe I should be calling you a mini factory for now. The baby boy looks just like Eurydion, she thinks to herself. I think Eurydion secretly wanted a child who looks like me, though. He has fine, silver hair and reddish-purple eyes, and he shows an extraordinary aptitude for divine power. Even Loris, upon seeing the baby, recoiled from the resemblance to Eurydion. In fact, the resemblance was so striking that when Loris came to this realm during our baby's first year, he recoiled. She's so smug. Hey, Deck, did you know that I don't believe in fate? She thinks, the other boy was never born because I had changed fate. Though he was the main character, he was also the villain destined to meet a tragic end. This child was born to be the main character of this world, but he was born 4 years late. His name is DeKalb de Belcourt. This time, things were already different from the start, she said. Deck, you're going to get to live as the main character of your life, because I've changed it so that you can. She kisses his forehead. After DeKalb was born, the natural disasters that kept on happening all over Belcourt strangely came to a sudden halt. You blocked a life from being born into this world, so the world revolted in return. Loris looks down at her, explaining. You ought to know, child, that there were many major disasters during this period because I was running interference. Eurenica smiles. Of course I do. I am very aware. I'm grateful, oh benevolent Loris. She thinks to herself. The child was mine in Euridion's first flower, the most beautiful one in the world. I can't wait to watch you grow up, Deck. Time jump. 7 years later, we're in a beautiful garden, and someone's running inside the mansion. The maid looks up, startled by the sound of approaching footsteps. She begins. Suddenly, hands push open a window, and a young girl leaps out. Your Highness! The maid cries. She's Eurenica's daughter, Jenny, and she lands safely using her powers and right in front of Deck. Jenna! He calls out with a grin. The kids runs towards their parents. Eurenica shouts. Jenna, you little rascal! I told you not to use the windows like they're doors. The kids approach Eurenica, who is sitting in the garden under a parasol. No sunlight for you, Mom, Deck is saying. Eurydion is clearly amused by their protectiveness. The sun is too hot during the summer, he said with a smile. Eurenica, however, is thinking. Is overprotectiveness a genetic trait? She sighs. Though I suppose this is better than them trying to keep me inside all summer long. Jenna and Deck both call out. Daddy! Eurenica recalls a conversation from years ago. After Deck was born, We weren't planning on having another child so soon. I want to have a baby with pink hair, Yenny, Eurydion had said back then. Or one with sky blue eyes. Since we have a son, I think it'd be nice to have a daughter too, Eurenica had responded. What? I was wondering when you'd bring that up, especially since Deck is so adorable, Eurydion had declared. He is cute. He's the cutest and most lovable baby in the world. But no matter how many times I think about it, he looks too much like me, Eurenica had replied. But that's what I love about our baby. Eurydion had interrupted. I wish we could have a child who takes after you too, Eurenica, a bit flustered, had said. All right. I was actually thinking Deck might be lonely as an only child, so I thought about. But Eurydion cut her off with a kiss. Wait, she protested. This is your office, she shouts out loud. Back in the present, Eurenica thinks. So that's how we planned for our second child. Jenna Belcourt, Deck says to Jenna. When I count to 2, I'll lift you up, so you have to press down immediately, okay? Jenna replies. Okay. They are both children with silver hair and red eyes, Eurenica muses. Like her older brother, she had the strong blood of the Belcourt imperial family in her, with silver hair and red eyes. Is Yuri's blood too strong? Or maybe it'd be more accurate to say Laura's blood is too strong. Ivana then unleashes a burst of power. That was a bigger explosion than I expected, Deck exclaims. Deck is stunned by the force of the blast, Eurenica thinks. They look like their father on the outside, but I think they took after me a little on the inside. You rascals! How many times have I told you guys not to do your divine power training in the garden? Eurenica scolds. Our gardener has aged at least a decade these past few days. Eurydion intervenes. Yuri, move out of the way. I can't discipline them properly this way. I think you've disciplined them plenty just now, he replies. Eurydion tells her. I'll keep a close eye on them. The kids, holding on to Eurydion, whine. Mom, Eurenica said. You can stare at me all you want, but it won't work. Realizing her kids are using their puppy dog eyes on her, she internally cries. Eurenica lectures. You can't just give in and do whatever the kids ask you to do. They'll form bad habits, Eurydion adds. Kids, you need to promise that when you attempt a skill you're not familiar with, you'll get permission from either me or your mother first. They both agree okay. Eurenica then thinks. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen Yuri teach anyone. He said it was hard to teach since it was based on feeling. Eurydion demonstrates a magic skill. See that? Now try it, Eurenica observes. He can teach them like that? Deck asks. Like this? And Jenna chimes in. Me too, Eurydion replies. Yes, good. That was easy, wasn't it? Eurenica pouts. Not fair. I guess he really can't, Jenna exclaims. Wow, it's so pretty. Deck asks. Can I go show Mother? Euridion's eyes soften. Deck asks. Yes? Eurydion whispers something to both kids. Okay, got it, Jenna says. I'm gonna go first, and runs towards Eurenica. Deck follows, calling. Wait for me. Jenna grabs Eurenica's hand. Mom, Deck tells Eurenica. Father told us to tell you this. She asks. Huh? Deck whispers in her ear. He said, he loves you very, very, very much. Eurydion looks on with a gentle smile. Eurenica beams. Ha! She thinks, now, in this world without villains, she adds. So that's what he said. And Deck replied. Yeah. Eurenica then asks. Well, will you tell your father something for me too? Eurenica whispers something to Deck. Okay, he replies, beaming. I'll be right back. Dad, he calls out, running towards him. Deck and Jenna run towards Eurydion. The silver light that bloomed in the luscious green of summer came from the most brilliant flowers in the garden. Deck runs to Eurydion and hugs him, relaying the message from his mother. Bridget been marking the calendar, counting down the days. There's only 3 days left now. Boy next to her asks, who exactly is coming? He's noticed. You wouldn't stop checking the calendar since 2 weeks ago, and you're still at it. Bridget, holding the calendar, says. You don't need to know. Why not? He asks. He's a little hurt, apparently. You completely forgot that you promised to have a sword sparring session with me that day, didn't you? Bridget doesn't miss a beat. We can always reschedule a sparring session. What's the big deal? Then Bridget realizes. Oh, she's been caught. He is visibly annoyed. But Bridget is all smiles. I mean, of course, it's a big deal. Then she instantly switches gears, push him, and says, "While we're on the subject, want to go train now?" He is speechless. Bridget remembers something. "Ah, that's right. You came back from your sword training retreat this morning, didn't you? Then you should get some rest today and spar with me tomorrow, okay?" she asks, all bright-eyed. "How was the training? You didn't get hurt, did you?" he says. "I didn't." "That's good." Bridget beams. "Sorry, Lexi." Meanwhile, Eurenica thinks, "Right now, I want to see that kid more." Eurydion squeezes her hand. "But you need your rest," Eurenica said. "No, I need to go now. If I don't, the next time I visit Livivny will be 5 years from now. By then, Bridget and Alexio might not even remember my face anymore." Eurydion is clearly not happy about this. But still, Eurenica tries to lighten the mood. "Everything's ready, I must need to go now. But what am I supposed to do with you stalking me like this?" Eurydion just stares and says, "I wish I could go with you." Eurenica's face softens. "I wish you could come too, but you know we both can't leave the palace," he said, "but I'm still worried." Eurydion looks on as the carriage is brought forward. With Dek and Jenna, it feels different this time than the last. Eurydion pulls Eurenica into a tight hug. She said, "Yeah, so I'd better go before it gets even harder to leave. I'll be careful. When I get back, I promise not to go anywhere and stay by your side." But Eurenica doesn't sound convinced. He asked, "Why try and make a promise you know you won't keep?" she said. "I see you're finding it harder and harder to trust me. I guess I should shape up," he said. "Please do," Eurydion reminds her. "Don't go running around too much because you're excited about hanging out with your niece and nephew." "Yes, sir," Eurenica says happily. He said, "I already told Dek and Jenna to keep an eye on you. I also already sent a message to Livivny." Then she adds, "I love you." Eurydian's caught off guard. Eurenica winks. "Aren't you going to respond to what I just said?" Eurydion finally responds, "Yes, I love you too. Come back safely." Eurenica waves from the carriage with Dek and Jenna as it pulls away. Eurydion watches them leave. Eurydion is lost in thought. Ferric approaches. "I suppose the palace will be quiet for the first time in a really long time." He seems bittersweet. Eurydion stares at him. He thinks seeing Ferric. He looks a little relieved that he has less work. Eurydion seems to have an idea. He calls out, "Ferric, I think you should take a break." Ferric is shocked. "Pardon?" Eurydion is serious. Next week. A week-long vacation, what do you think?" Ferric is wary. "Your Majesty, don't try to tempt me with a carrot before you hit me with a stick. Tell me what you're planning to do first." Eurydion said, "Is there a point in switching the order? It's not like that'll change anything." Ferric sighs in relief. "At least I'll have time to brace myself." Eurydion thinks to himself. He's catching on more quickly with each passing year. Eurydion proposes a deal. "Let's take turns taking vacations." Ferric is suspicious. "He's going to leave me to do all the work while he goes chasing after the Empress?" Ferric thinks. Eurydion states, "I'll go first and take 3 days off. After that, you can take a week off. Isn't that a nice trade?" Ferric considers. "Maybe 3 days isn't so bad?" Eurydion reassures him. "I've already taken care of the important documents. All you have to do is organize the items and documents that get submitted while I'm gone." Ferric is starting to realize something. Seeing as how he's already taken care of the important documents, he must have been planning this for a while. He said, "You're promising me a week, Your Majesty." Eurydion smirks. "I wouldn't break my word, would I?" Meanwhile, Eurenica arrives at her destination. "Eurenica!" Teresa yells, and Eurenica is greeted with a big hug. "Teresa! It's been so long!" "Oh, Bridget! Lizzie!" Eurenica exclaims. Eurenica had no idea that not an hour after she left, Eurydion had decided to travel to Livivny too. Teresa said, "Since it's your first time visiting Livivny in 3 years, I thought you'd play with the kids and then head back inside." Eurenica said, "I wanted to have fun with them too, but I'm also feeling a bit tired and should probably still be careful." Teresa asked, "Does it feel different this time?" Eurenica replies that her youngest seems to take after her a little. Eurenica thinks she wanted her youngest to have pink hair, too. She says she was relieved when Dek and Jenna didn't take after her, but she's worried about her youngest. Teresa assures her she's completely recovered from the side effects of magic, so she doubts her baby will inherit any of that. "You said you haven't had any major difficulties since you found out you're pregnant this time, right?" Eurenica confirms. Yes, but it seemed like my children were at their healthiest in the beginning when I was suffering a lot. Teresa comforts her. Don't think that way. Worrying too much isn't good for you. More importantly, you have to be healthy for the baby to be healthy. Urenica smiles, admitting Yuri said the same thing to her. Thank you, I'll stop worrying. It's so nice to be back, Urenica exclaims. Uni, this is Livivny, Urenica says, touching her belly, and Teresa laughs. Urenica continues. Your big brother and sister seem to love it here too. What about you? Then Teresa asks. Is that the baby's nickname? What are you thinking about naming the child once they're born? Urenica responds. If the baby is a boy, we're going to call him Yunin. If the baby is a girl, we're going to call her Uni. Teresa thinks they're both beautiful names, asks if Urenica would like another daughter or another son. Urenica recalls. Yuri and I promised not to answer that question. What if we say one thing and the baby turns out to be the opposite of what we said? Uni is listening, they'd be sad. I don't want the child to be hated before they're even born. Eurydion probably doesn't even realize he said that for each of their 3 children. Urenica's smiling, but she's also missing her husband. It would have been nice if he came too. Maybe I pushed him away too coldly before leaving. It's only been a few hours since we left, and I already miss him. I should probably stop teasing him for being too smitten with me. Maybe I should beg him to come when I call him later? Back inside the palace, Bridget's heart races. Dex said to Jenny looking outside from the window, this place is much warmer than Belcourt. Look, the flowers are already in bloom here, Jenny exclaimed. How pretty, Bridget thinks. Mom pushed me to say hi, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I think I'd just end up kissing them all over if I did. Bridget tells Lexi to walk more quietly or they'll hear them. Deck asks, Jenna, are you sleepy? You look tired. Would you like me to brush your hair? Jenna quietly says. Yeah, Bridget thinks. I guess they didn't hear us. Lexi asked. Do you really like them that much? She enthusiastically responds. Yes. Aren't they adorable? I had no idea there were kids who have chiller aura than you. Lexi thinks they're both pretty like dolls, but I don't like getting compared to them. Lexi says. Fine, go and play with them. I'm leaving, she says. Okay, bye, Lexi. But then she pauses, thinking to herself. Is he mad? He seemed a little different than usual. I'll just try placating him by asking him to teach me how to use a sword. Besides, he and I are going to be seeing each other for the rest of our lives. This small thing won't drive a wedge between us. For now, I'm going to. While she peeks around the corner, Deck came behind her and asks, What are you doing, Bridget? Without realizing, she said, What do you think I'm observing? The cutest, most lovable doll. Before she can finish, she rolls her eyes to see behind. Deck startles her. Bridget shouts. She slips. I'm falling. But then, she's floating? She looks over and sees Deck. Hi. He's got that adorable smile. It's been a really long time, he said with a smile. She blushed and said, Deck. Then the realization hits her. Wait, then. She saw towards the window and gasped, finding it empty. He asked, Bridget, what are you doing here? You were hiding in such a weird position, Bridget. Meanwhile, she's still floating in air. She grabs his cheeks. Hey, the most adorable little imperial princess ran away because of you. Deck tries to say, Caillou Imperial Princess? He meant cute imperial princess? Bridget asks. Where did you hide my little princess? She starts bawling. Auntie promised to bring her next time, so I've been counting the years for her to come. Deck's confused. Jenna? But then, Jenna quietly says, I'm right here. She greets Bridget. Hi. I'm Jenna. Bridget is overcome with cuteness. She's so cute. Meanwhile, Lexi in garden recalls the moment he saw Deck. He thinks to himself, why did I do that? I can't believe I'm jealous of a kid who hasn't even turned 8 yet. He sighs, admitting, those years ago then and even now, I guess he's kinda cute, but still. He recalls Bridget saying to him, we can always reschedule a sparring session, what's the big deal? He kicks a pebble in the garden, thinking, I wish you'd care for me even just a quarter how much I care for you, you fiery redhead. He startles, gasping out, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Eurydion stood covered in a white cloak. He greets Lexi. Hello? Lexi responds in kind. Hello? Eurydion studies him, saying, You have black hair and orange eyes. You must be Lexi, Alexio Cardona. It's nice to meet you. Just as I'd heard, you're quite handsome and tall for your age. Lexi replies, "Thank you," before asking, "But who are you?" Eurydion pause, and then Eurydion removes his hood, revealing his silver hair. Lexi gasps, "You're M." Eurydion quickly puts a finger to his lips, shushing him. Sure, he thinks, I don't want to create a ruckus. After all, I'm not here on official business. I'm here as Yenny's husband, not as the Emperor of Belcourt. Lexi nods in understanding. Eurydion pats his head, telling him, "When there aren't other people around, you can call me uncle. In return, can I call you Lexi?" With a nod, Lexi agrees. "Yes, of course, uncle." Eurydion smiles and then noticed his sword. "I thought you'd be with Bridget, but it seems you're on your way to the training grounds," Lexi confirms. "Yes, Bree is with the prince." Eurydion said, with Deck? Jen is probably with them too then." Lexi looks glum. Eurydion thinks to himself, "I remember Yenny telling me that Bree and Lexi were practically joined at the hip." Eurydion wonders, "Is Bridget completely preoccupied with the kids?" he asks. "Do you know where your Auntie Yenny is?" Lexi replies, Auntie is with Princess Teresa. They went to the secondary palace. Shall I take you there?" Eurydion thinks, "I'm sure Yenny has a lot to talk about with her sister, as it's been a while since she's seen her. I know she's going to nag if she finds out I followed her in just 3 hours, so I'll give her another hour before I show up." Aloud, he tells Alexio, "No, let's wait on that a little. Lexi, would you like to spar with me for the time being?" After a few hours, Eurenica wakes up laying in bed in a lavish bedroom. She thinks, I'm visiting for the first time in a while, and I spent way too much time napping. How long was I out? 1 hour? 2 hours? But I do feel a lot better, and I can smell the nice, familiar scent of divine power." Suddenly she heard a familiar voice. "So Bridget seems too focused on Deck? Is that what you're saying?" She thinks, Wait, what scent? Eurydion and Lexi was sitting on table near her while Lexi said she even marked her calendar a month in advance, and she completely forgot that she was supposed to spar with me and just went after him. "I was just a little disappointed," he said. But from what I know, Deck isn't the one she's been waiting to see." Meanwhile, Eurenica thinks, "Am I dreaming?" Eurydion noticed her and asked, "Oh, Yenny, you're up." Eurydion stands up from his chair, saying to Lexi, "Hold on, Lexi." She then touched her face while she was dazed. He kissed her forehead, saying, "If you're tired, you should go back to sleep." Eurenica, still dazed, questions, "What?" Eurydion smiles slyly. "You followed me again, didn't you?" Eurenica grins back. He said, "No, I followed Uni." She leans on him, saying, Uni said she doesn't really want to see her dad since she already saw him this morning." She then asked, "How did you convince Ferric into agreeing to this?" He said, "I used the carrot and stick method, don't worry. I'll be going back after 3 days. Looking disappointed, Eurenica responds, 3 days? That's so short," Eurydion says. "Didn't you tell me I shouldn't vacate the Empire?" Eurenica pouts. "But still." He gives her a tender kiss on the lips. "You were so cold when you left this morning, but you felt lonely once you arrived here by yourself, didn't you?" Eurenica admits. "Well, I guess I can't deny it." Alexio sits alone on the table, looking towards the couple. She said, "Anyway, since when did my Lexi get so close with his uncle like this?" Eurydion replied, "About an hour ago. He and I even sparred together." Eurenica notices Alexio and asks, "But where's your soulmate? Why are you here by yourself?" Alexio seems flustered. He mumbles. He looks sad, saying, "Bree told me she didn't need me today." Eurenica is shocked, exclaiming, "What? No way." Eurydion whispers something in her ear. Eurenica is taken aback by what she heard. "Pfft. What? Lexi, it's not like that at all." She laughed out hard. Lexi sits silent, not having it at all. After some moments they came out. She said, "So, were you seriously listening to Lexi's concern that our niece might be in love with our son?" Lexi felt embarrassed. Eurydion replies, "It could have been a serious matter to Alexio. Besides, I don't want Lexi to hate me." Lexi said, "I don't hate you, uncle." Eurydion asks, "Shall we go sparring later?" Eurenica recalls that whenever Lexi came up in conversation, Eurydion talked about teaching Lexi how to use a sword. Then suddenly she asks, "Anyway, do my parents know you're here?" Eurydion replies, "No, I thought I might shock them into fainting if I appeared alone. I thought it best if I went with you, and," Eurydion reveals, "your father has been secretly writing to me for the past couple of years." Eurenica is surprised. "What? My father? Eurydion continues. Yes. He's still trying to give us the wedding present we said no to. Eurenica is startled. The wedding present? Wait, you mean when he told us he'd gift all of Gluckman Road? She recalls her dad saying, I unwittingly got in the way of my daughter's relationship. This is the least I can do to apologize, Eurenica said. No, father! If you do that, Livni will go broke, Eurydion says. There's no need to go that far. Looking back, it wasn't that big of deal. Her dad asked, Do you want a present from me? Back to present, Eurydion said. I'm going to tell him he doesn't need to feel sorry anymore, though he'll probably still write another letter next year anyway. Eurenica shakes her head saying, He's so silly. My father always takes things to the extreme. I'm so glad my brother-in-law is around. If he wasn't, Livni would have been absorbed by Belcourt or Ezekiel ages ago. Eurydion said, He's been able to protect and keep Livni in peacetime, though. She asked, Have you forgotten that Livni almost got stomped by Belcourt when he tried to take the commission fees? 12-year-old Alexio is struggling to follow the adult's spicy conversation. Well, everyone makes mistakes, Eurydion says. Meanwhile, Teresa and her dad were having tea. Dec asked Jenna while Bree was making her hairs, Do you want the red ribbon or the blue ribbon, HM? Dec offers 2 ribbons to Jenna. Jenna, look at me. Don't doze off, Eurenica observes. Huh! Everyone is outside, Bree gushes. Ack, she's so cute. Why is Jenna so pretty? Jenna looks tired. Jenna crawls beside her grandfather, and then dozed off on leaning on him. Eurenica's dad said, I guess my granddaughter likes my belly. I'd better not lose weight for Jenna. Teresa retorts, You talk as if you've ever tried to diet in your life, father. Teresa sees them approaching. Hi! We're here! Eurenica exclaims. Teresa said, Oh, Yenny, you're finally up. I see your majesty has arrived as well. I knew you'd come. Welcome. It's been a while, your majesty, Eurydion said. Please speak comfortably when it's just the family. Meanwhile, he thinks, I'm still not used to large family gatherings like this. But, Eurenica grabs her hand. She smiles and said, Let's have a cup of tea, eat dinner, and then rest. Since we don't need to worry about anything while we're here, Eurydion says. Okay, thank you, Eurenica asks. For what? Eurydion replies. Just everything, Bree said. Dec, before you all return, help me paint a portrait of Jenna. And then, when you go back, make sure you get one painted and sent here every year, okay? Dec replies. Yes. Okay. Bree sees Alexio approaching. Ah, Alexi, she asks, where have you been? Dec has been wanting to play with you. Since Jenna needs to nap now, the 3 of us should play together. Dec smiles brightly. Then he hugs him saying, Lexi. Alexio picks him up, and Bree says, Lexi, Jenna's adorable, but Dec's cute too. I swear, his personality is just like Aunt Yenny's. She tilts head watching them. Then she waves saying, Hey, Lexi. Alexio is confused. Huh? What? Bree whispers in Alexio's ear. You know you're still my favorite person, don't you, Alexio? Don't be mad, my dear friend. You know I love you. Alexio blushes. He thinks, Why is my heart racing? That's just how she talks, he says. I'm your favorite? Please, you should at least try and make the lie believable. Bree exclaims. I mean it. Alexio Cardona, you are my soulmate. You're the handsomest swordsman in Livni. Alexio retorts. Yeah, right. But her words were highly effective. Forget it. I'm not mad, he says. Stop trying to butter me up needlessly, and just make sure to come out for sparring practice tomorrow morning. Bree smiles, and then replies, Yes, sir. Later, Eurenica gazes out at the snowy gardens, lost in thought. She said, I just came to an enormous realization just now, Yuri. Eurydion, ever attentive, turns to her. What is it? Eurenica beams, pointing at the snowman she made on window. We have never gone on a midwinter date in the capital. Eurydion seems taken aback. We haven't? Eurenica exclaims. No. We've been married for 12 years, but we've never walked the streets of Vereshad while it snowed. Can you believe it? He considers this. Really? Now that I think about it, I think you're right. She leans in close, a playful glint in her eyes. I thought the things we've done would far outnumber the things we haven't done by now, but apparently not. Wouldn't you agree? Euridion's eyes darken slightly as he replies. We've still got a long way to go. Eurenica, a little confused. Huh? What do you mean? He takes her hand, gazing into her eyes. We still have a long way to go before we run out of things to do together in this world. Eurydion pulls her close. Do you want to go out? I think it'll continue snowing until tomorrow. Eurenica snuggles closer, nuzzling his cheek. Do we have the time? He replied. Yes, she said. I'm talking about me specifically. Ferric has been nagging at me to review the secondary palace's construction budget for the past 3 days. He kissed her, saying, Postpone it. What you want to do takes priority, he said. Tell Ferric to figure out the budget on his own. Ferric would cry if he heard you say that. Eurenica giggles. Eurydion smirks. It wouldn't be the first time. Eurenica playfully scolds him. Don't say things like that. You make me sound like a tyrant and a villainous empress. She asked. Shall we go out tomorrow morning? It's been a while since the two of us have gone out without the kids. Eurenica melts into the embrace. I think it'd be kind of nice if, one by one, we went to all the places we used to go during our honeymoon phase. Now that I think about it, it really has been a long time since we went out just the two of us. I'm really looking forward to this. Meanwhile, back at the palace, a maid opens a grand set of doors. The Belcourt imperial family had 3 secrets. A dramatic slam echoes through the room. This is a betrayal, Jenna startled and said. Ugh, seriously? You scared me. Deck continues. This is a serious problem, Jenna. Jenna retorts. What's so serious this time? Deck points accusingly. Mother and father. How could they leave us behind and secretly go on a trip? They're adorable children. Jenna sighs without saying anything. And then she places her legs on table and reads a book while having a cookie in her mouth, she said. Is that what this is all about? One of those secrets being that the first princess of Belcourt had a knack for ignoring all etiquette and customs, growing into quite the little troublemaker. Deck clutches his chest dramatically. I wanted to go too. They don't even let us leave the palace by ourselves. Jenna flips through her book, unimpressed. Deck trembles with indignation. This is a total betrayal. They abandoned us. The second being that the only prince of Belcourt had recently become engrossed in tragic fairy tales and consequently was overflowing with emotion. And finally, the children only openly displayed these traits when they were together alone. Jenna tries to reason with him. Deck, mother and father didn't exactly abandon us. They told us they were going out this morning during breakfast. Deck pouts. I don't remember them saying anything, Jenna. Jenna said. That's because you didn't. You overslept and missed the entire breakfast. She then asked Uni. But we heard, didn't we, Uni? Uni nods. Yeah. Jenna smirks. See? Uni remembers. Deck can't deny it. Jenna asked. Did you see how she responded to me? Our Uni's gonna grow up to be a genius. He stands up, his mind made up. So, where did they go? Jenna said. I haven't a clue either. They mentioned not having been to the capital in a while. But they're probably just going out on a date. Deck is skeptical. Really? How long has it been since they left? Jenna, munching on a strawberry, answers. About 30 minutes? Deck taps his chin thoughtfully. 30 minutes. Okay. Since it hasn't been that long, let's follow them. Jenna is caught off guard. These strawberries taste good. Wait, what did you just say, Deck? Deck, now holding Uni, grins. Uni, let's go see Mom and Dad. Uni wants to go too. Are you coming or not, Jenna? Jenna said, annoyed. Deck, you've got a bad habit of using Uni to get what you want. But it's too late. Deck, Jenna and Uni are bundled up in winter gear and ready to go. Now, comrades, are you ready? They shout in unison. Ready, onward. Let's go find Mother and Father. And just like that, they're off, racing through the snow-covered grounds. From above, Loris watches them go, a knowing look on her face. His gaze hardens. The chase begins in the dead of winter. The scene opens on the grand cathedral. Now let's pray, Thierry says. Suddenly, the doors burst open, startling him. Gah! It's Loris! Thierry looks shocked. Loris said, It's been a while, Thierry. Have you been well? Thierry, still bewildered, replies. Yes, but what brings you here? Loris casually responds. Yeah, I heard all your prayers. Keep up the good work. He takes Thierry out. Child, the little ones have run away again. Let's look for them. Thierry, completely taken aback, can only manage a confused. Pardon? And just like that, Loris and Thierry are off on a chase. Meanwhile, back in the cathedral, murmurs spread through the crowd. I didn't expect blessed Loris to appear, one woman whispers. It's been about 2 years since he last came. Her companion clutches her chest, admitting, My heart is still racing. Then, let us continue with the service. But Soliai arrives, interrupting the service. Hey, priest! It's past the time we agreed to meet. But when she looks towards the altar, she's met with an empty space. Where is he? Did he go out? One of the attendants timidly answers. Yes. Just now, the almighty Loris, Soliai, visibly annoyed, said. We were supposed to meet today. Then she turns saying, Forget it. The attendees jump at the sound of the door slamming. Soliai, frustrated, decides to take matters into her own hands. Since the person who could have given me permission to step out is gone, I'm just going to step out first and get permission later. And just like that, Soliai enters the chase. The scene shifts, revealing chaos. Prince de Kalb has disappeared, someone exclaims, followed by, So has Princess Igena. And Princess Uni. The staff is in a frenzy. Plan A, keep an eye on the prince and princess at all times. Plan B, block all entrances and exits of the Imperial Palace. But both plans have failed. This means they have no choice but to move forward with Plan C. A maid shouts, They will still be in very shad. You all remember the prince and princess's unique divine auras, right? Then, let's move out. This is Plan C. We're going to track the prince and princesses and escort them back to the palace. By force if we have to. And with that, the last party enters the chase. Elsewhere, Eurenica and Eurydion are out and about. Yuri, are you listening? Which one looks better? She asks, holding up 2 trinkets. Eurydion responds, I'm happy with whatever you pick. Eurenica playfully retorts, Don't hedge like that. Look here. This is darker and closer to black. This one's brighter and is tinged with green. She asks, You can't really tell the difference, can you? Eurydion sheepishly admits no. Meanwhile, hiding behind a building, the children peek out. Dek is carrying Uni. He asks, Can you see them? Can you? Where are they? Jenna replies, Dek, stop pushing. If you make me fall, Uni could get hurt too. Dek dismisses his concern. Uni won't get hurt. She's too amazing. Our baby sister was able to float with her divine power at age 2, isn't that right? Uni said. Baby Seister. Dek said. See? She agrees with me. Jenna said, I don't know, Dek, but I guess you have it figured out. Dek suddenly perks up. Oh, have you found them? Where? Dek exclaims. There. With a determined look, Dek says. Let's go. Meanwhile, back with Eurenica, she smiles. It's been so long since we've been out like this. It's nice, she says, taking a sip of her drink. Eurydion, sitting across from her, smiles softly. I feel the same way. Winter has its own special charm. Eurenica then wonders, I wonder how our kids are doing. Eurydion replies, Our palace has gotten a lot livelier, she said. Sometimes, I get scared watching how quickly Uni is growing. I don't think I'll be able to keep up once she joins the fray. Eurydion then says, Did you know that I get filled with feelings whenever you say things like that? Eurydion chuckles. She asked, What do you mean by that? Eurydion said, You're the one who first broke the quietness of the palace. He said, Who do you think Dek and Jenna take after? But seeing her look, he said, They take after me, of course. Sorry, she says with a slight pout. That's because I wasn't good at handling my divine power then. I'm not like that now. Eurydion reassures her. I just meant I miss those days sometimes, that's all. Eurenica wipes his hand, saying, But it's still the same now. You know I can't live without being surrounded by your energy now. Eurydion, flustered, responds, Stop making me want to kiss you in a public place, Yenny. They clink their glasses together. Eurenica then muses, The kids will probably be sleeping by the time we get back. I guess I won't be able to kiss them goodnight. Eurydion replies, You can just quietly go in and do it. Peeking from around a corner, the children look serious. Dek observes, This seems like a scary street. Jenna agrees. Dek said, Mother and father wouldn't be in a shady place like this. Jenna nods. He said, Let's hurry up and finish canvassing the area. Uni gets excited and replies, Dek, Lego. She meant, let's go. The trio runs through the snowy streets. At distance, suddenly Loris said, Huh! I found them. Thierry asks, What have you found now? Loris replies, Crumbs 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thierry exclaims, I beg your pardon? Business is slow at the market on this snowy day. One vendor muses, Business is slow today. Maybe it's the weather, but there's not a lot of people out and about. his friend replies. From what I hear, the pubs are teeming with people. They decide to close up shop and head to the pub for a drink. But suddenly, they're startled. Loris passed near them running in his wolf form saying, "Let's go get the little runaways." WHWH, what was that just now? People stop in their tracks. A wolf? Soliae walks alone. She sees the wolf's paw prints and sighs. Just my luck. The townspeople whisper and point as she walks by, fear etched on their faces. That person over there, isn't she that woman? The black magician who is serving her sentence in the temple dungeon, one man says. What? No way, another man replies. But yes way, a giant silver wolf just ran by us. Something is definitely going on. Everyone panics. Time to close up now. Let's close. A carriage speeds through the streets, and the maid shouts, "Check every nook and cranny. Their divine powers may have been smoothed by the almighty Loris power. We mustn't lose their tracks." The search is on. The people run away thinking, something big must have happened at the palace. Meanwhile, hidden away, Eurenica and Eurydion watch the commotion from inside. Yuri, something's off. Didn't it seem like Loris just passed by earlier? Eurenica asks. Eurydion replies, "Yeah, I wonder what's brought him here." Eurenica suggests, "Since we're walking about, why don't we stop by the temple? It's been a few weeks since I've seen Thierry." Outside, Eurenica asks, "Huh? What's she doing here?" Eurydion asked, "She? Who?" Then he noticed and thinks, "Soliae?" She continues, "Is today the day Celia's allowed to go out?" Eurydion replies, "I don't think so. I don't remember getting a report about this," she said. "We really should visit the temple before going home. Maybe someone forgot to report something along the way." He agrees. "Yes, I think that would be best." Then while on their way, they spot two Imperial Knights. She thinks, are those the Imperial Knights? Soliae is out and about without permission, so the Knights must have come to track her down. Eurenica worriedly said, "She's been quiet for the last couple of years. What's she thinking?" Back to the kids, they reached a dead end. Dex said, "Strange. I could have sworn they went this way. Shall I go up and look around?" "I think this wall is lower than the palace wall," Jenna replies. "Have you forgotten that Mother specifically said you wouldn't be allowed to play with Uni if you ever climbed another wall?" "The kids have lost their way," Jenna states. "We've looked everywhere. Since they're nowhere to be found," she suggests, "maybe they've already gone back to the palace." Dex sighs. "Is this how today's adventure will end?" Jenna playfully says. "Stop acting cool, Deck," Deck replies. "Where did you learn to talk like that?" He continues. "Sometimes you're a little mean to me. Don't you agree, Uni?" She didn't reply, so Deck asked, "What is it, Uni? Are you sleeping?" She noticed Loris and tries to call his name. "Rari, Rai, Lariquam." Then, "Lari!" Loris appears, with Thierry on his back. "There you are, my little pebbles!" Deck shouts. "It's Lari!" Thierry says. "Prince de Kalb, Princess Igena, Princess Uni." He stops abruptly. "My goodness! It's snowing heavily right now. What are you doing all the way out here without any guards?" Loris grabs Uni and said, "This little one is even bigger than the last time I saw her. Human children grow too fast." Uni smiles. "Lari!" Loris replies. "Yes, you little booger." Uni exclaims. "Not a booger." Loris asked, "Ha? You can talk too now." She continues. "Uni can talk," Loris thinks. "She's missing a bit of divine power, like a certain someone." He then thinks, "Ugh, that blasted Crumb has pushed me into developing bad habits." "Children," then he said, "let's head back now. Your parents went on a date for the first time in a long time. Do you really want to interrupt them?" Loris says, "I'll take you and also wash up and go straight to bed." Then he sees her. "Oh, Soliae is standing there," she said. "I knew it. I had a bad feeling about today," Thierry calls out. "Soliae!" Thierry is startled by what he sees. He said, "You didn't tell me you were going to go out today. For the past several years, I've asked you not to leave without permission," she retorts. "I do what I want. Besides, you broke your promise first. I just followed you here to ask permission." "I didn't think you'd be with that thing, though," Loris said. "Hey Ridier, that girl hasn't changed at all even though it's been years. Has she really been properly reformed?" Thierry said. "We should first escort the prince and princesses back to the palace. As for Soliae, I'll—" Suddenly the children beam. Someone draws her sword around Celia's neck. She turns and found out it was Eurydion. the kid shouts. Father! Eurytion's crimson eyes narrow, his voice laced with accusation. Are you trying to cause terrible affairs in front of me, no less? Soleil meets his gaze. I haven't caused any trouble. I was simply chasing after the man who broke his promise to me, Your Majesty. Eurytion's expression darkens. I thought I told you that you had to get Thierry Schumann's permission to leave the temple. Suddenly, Eurenica arrives, her footsteps crunching on the snow. What's this? She asks, taking in the scene. What's everyone doing here? She sees a familiar group. Deck, Jenna, and Uni? And even Thierry and Laurie too? Loris said, Oh, it's been a while, Crumb. Celia's eyes snapped towards Eurenica, a dangerous glint in them. Soleil, don't tell me you were targeting my kids? Seriously? She accuses. Soleil scoffs. Of course not. How many times do I have to tell you all that I was simply chasing after that thing? Thierry, looking utterly bewildered, confirms. Yes, Your Majesty. It was me she was chasing. Suddenly the ferret came and shouts. Prince de Kalb! Princess Igena! Princess Uni! Your Majesty, have you, by chance, seen their high? Then he saw Eurydion and said, Wait, Your Majesty? Ferret, clearly confused, asks, Your Majesty, what brings you here? But then, his face lights up as he spots the children. Oh, Your Highnesses! There you are! Prince de Kalb! Princess Igena! Princess Uni! The maids came saying. They also got Sapur seeing everyone there. The maid embarrassed said, We're sorry, Your Majesty. The prince and princesses are just so fast. Eurenica shoots a glare at the apologetic servants, but remains silent. De Kalb and Jenna peek out from behind Thierry, clearly flinching. Eurenica smiles sweetly. You should be brushing your teeth after dinner right now. But her smile turns sharp as she continues. What are you doing out here wearing those clothes? Can either of you explain? Thierry announces. We'll head straight back to the temple. Apologies for the scare. Eurenica softens. It's quite all right. You've had a long day chasing after the kids. She turns her attention back to Soleil and Thierry. And Soleil, don't be so mean to Thierry. Soleil and Thierry head back. Then Loris said, Aren't you going to say hello to me too? Eurenica smiles up at Laurie, the enormous white wolf. Laurie! She exclaims happily, as the servants look on. She hugs Laurie tightly. More importantly, this is super sudden. I wasn't expecting to see you. Shouldn't you at least give us a heads up before materializing like this? Laurie responds casually. Well, since your kids were scampering around the city like wild pups, I figured I'd drop in and keep an eye on them, have a little playtime with the runts. Eurenica pouts in response. So you came for the kids and not me? She whines playfully. Do you not want to see me anymore? Laurie chuckles. You're all grown up now, Crumb. You're no fun. Eurydion finally speaks, his voice laced with annoyance. Loris, you're ignoring me as usual. You haven't changed a bit. Laurie retorts. Well, you don't have a cute bone in your body. Just look at how adorable your kids are. Eurydion sighs. Enough with this nonsense. Please help her stand. Eurydion, ever the overprotective one, adds. Yenny might catch a cold. Laurie teases. See? He's not fun at all. Eurydion brushes snow off Eurenica's hood. You mustn't get sick, child. If you get sick, he'll get touchy. And if he gets touchy, Riddler will get stressed and the temple priests will get depressing. Eurenica reassures him. I wouldn't get sick from something like this. He's being overprotective. Uni, De Kalb, and Jenna are fast asleep, leaning against Laurie. Eurenica smiles, looking at Laurie. Laurie, I know you've been chatting with Uni. She whispers. Laurie asks. What? When did you notice? Eurenica replies. From the beginning. She's my daughter. How could I not know? He said. But it was our little secret, the little booger and me. She adds. Keep it a secret. I'll pretend not to notice. Of course, Yuri knows too. She gently rubs Laurie's fur. Stay for a few days this time before going back. I've been sad because you haven't been coming around lately, Laurie responds. I'll come by more now that the little booger is talking, he continues. Deck and Jenna were cute as babies, but that one is even more adorable. Eurenica playfully retorts. So Uni is all you care about now? Laurie chuckles. Of course not. You're still the first and most trivial summoner I've ever had. You're also the first person to be bestowed the title of Crumb, too. Eurenica asks. Is that nickname worthy enough to be called a title? Laurie states. Of course. It's a nickname full of love. He nudges Eurenica. Now go on. He's calling you. Laurie prepares to leave. I'll head back to the palace with these kiddos, so take your time. I just need to put them to bed, right? Eurenica confirms. Yeah, and tuck them in. I'll see you later. Laurie takes off into the sky. Eurenica watches him go. Eurydion waits patiently by his horse. Eurenica beams at him. Eurydion pulls Eurenica and hugs. Ah, that took me by surprise, Eurenica says, blushing. I thought something was off, but I didn't think the kids would follow us. Eurydion replies. Same here. I should have told Deck about our plans this morning. He kisses her forehead. Well, our cute intruders are all alone now, Eurenica asks. We should be safe until tomorrow, right? Eurydion simply hums in agreement. Eurydion embraces Eurenica and tells her, It's a bit too late to head back now. Don't you think? Eurenica giggles and responds, Then shall we stay out overnight, and head home early tomorrow morning? Come to think of it, I don't think we've ever been on a winter night state either. They sat on the horse and Eurydion rides off into the night. And with that the side story is reached to its end. I hope you guys enjoyed. Don't forget to like and leave a comment, and for subscribe, I'm sure you had done it already. Goodbye.